In a derelict building, Nanxi was cornered by dozens of people. She was in utter disarray as her dearest younger sister and the man she loved most closed in on her step by step like bloodthirsty demons. Nanxi lifted her head and forced out a hoarse roar. Why? Nanxi burst into wild laughter. Sister, I was never your sister at all. My good elder sister, even with death at your doorstep, you still don't know that your Mu family has been raising someone else's child for more than 20 years. Tell me, is that not the most tragic irony? Nanxi stared at her in shock. Nanxi, what are you talking about? I am your elder sister. How can you join hands with outsiders against your own flesh and blood? Nanxi slapped her hard across the face. I already told you I'm not your sister. Can't you understand human speech at all? I'm not afraid to tell you this. Your real younger sister was carried off from the hospital over 20 years ago. Who knows in which trash bin she was thrown and left to die. Your Mu family has been pampering an enemy's daughter for more than 20 years, letting her live in luxury. Isn't that laughable? Nanxi had never imagined that the deranged woman before her was the same obedient, sensible younger sister she had always known. Her ears buzzed as she stared in disbelief. No, it's not like this. How can you not be my sister? Impossible. Don't believe those lies. They just want to hurt you, silly girl. Nanxi would rather believe Nanxi had been deceived than accept the words coming out of her mouth. She looked past Nanxi at Zhou. Zhou talked some sense into Nanxi. She must have been tricked. Someone is trying to ruin what we have. But what she saw shattered her. Zhou stepped forward, took Nanxi's hand, and even raised it to his lips for a kiss. Nanxi deceived. The one who has been deceived all along is you. You and your Mu family are the biggest fools under heaven, not only treating someone else's child as a precious treasure, but also letting your own fiancé climb into the bed of your so-called foster sister. Under Nanxi's stunned gaze, Nanxi wrapped her arms around his waist and kissed him deeply before her teeth and lips entwined until they were both breathless, only then reluctantly letting each other go. Ha 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 ha. Nanxi laughed madly. Nanxi, you probably still don't know that, Zhou, and I have long been together to you. Now that you're worthless and you're going to die anyway, why not make your death meaningful? Let your dear sister decide for once in your life and do a good deed. After you die, your flesh will feed many starving mouths. No, don't, Nanxi, let me go. Nanxi had been starving for several days and had almost no strength left. Nanxi grabbed her hair and yanked it brutally. Nanxi tried to resist, but she was no match for the two of them. Zhou stepped up and slapped her across the face, then grabbed her and dragged her outside like a dead dog. Her head smashed against the corner of a wall, and her previously broken leg was wrenched with tearing agony, her bones snapping with a hair-raising crack. Somehow a kitchen knife had appeared in Nanxi's hand. Nanxi's gaze locked on the blade. Nanxi, don't come any closer. Don't. Zhou, save me. She struggled with all her might. Zhou snatched the knife from Nanxi's hand and brought it down viciously on Nanxi's arm. Stroke after stroke, blood spurted forth like a fountain. Nanxi's shrill screams echoed through the stairwell, shaking the entire building. Her voice was piercing and despairing. The hall and stairwell were already packed with survivors. They watched with numb or indifferent expressions, unmoved by the spectacle before them. Some even wore looks of schadenfreude as though enjoying a macabre play. Many others gripped knives, waiting for her to die so they could divide up her flesh. Help! Help me! Nanxi's vision was a haze of scarlet as her eyes met nothing but cold, merciless gazes all around. Nanxi said, Sister, you're already calling for help. This is only the start, just one hand gone and you're already screaming so miserably. What will you do when we break your other limbs and slice your flesh off piece by piece? You'll die with those eyes wide open. Nanxi watched her own death unfold. Like a fish laid out on a chopping board, she saw them hack away at her body, slicing off her flesh bit by bit. Even in death, heaven did not grant her release. Her soul hung suspended above, forced to witness how her body was stripped clean. Nanxi burned with hatred. She hated Nanxi. She hated Zhou. She hated herself even more. It was the Mu family and she herself who had raised these two ungrateful wolves for so many years. After the apocalypse began, they worried she might encounter danger outside and rarely let her go out. Yet they drained every last ounce of value from her, and once she was no longer useful, they subjected her to a death of 1,000 cuts, leaving her unable to die in peace. If I could live again, I would repay the scum man and scum woman 100-fold, 1,000-fold, and personally send them to hell. Perhaps heaven could not bear to let her die like that, for it sent her back into the world of the living. When Nanxi opened her eyes again, she was lying in her pre-apocalypse home. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, she was overwhelmed by the suffocating despair of her near-death experience, unable to calm herself for a long time. Her trembling hand touched her lips, her nose, her cheek, then slid down to her neck. Her neck, and the white jade pendant resting upon it, were still there. Her limbs were whole. Her phone slipped from her arms to the floor because of her sudden movement. She quickly picked it up and turned it on. The screen showed July 15, 2029 at 3:01 am. She had actually been reborn and returned to a month before the apocalypse. Nanxi was so exhilarated that she sprang to her feet. At that moment her phone rang. It was a call from Nanxi. The moment Nanxi saw her name, her whole body began to tremble on instinct. It was like the chill of late October. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably, and even through the screen, she felt an urge to kill her. But she knew she couldn't act yet. In the apocalypse, killing was as easy as chopping vegetables, but now was different. One move and the police would be at her door. With the apocalypse looming, it was not worth throwing her life away over someone like that. What mattered now was stockpiling as many supplies as possible to face what was coming. While Nanxi hesitated, the call disconnected, but a second one came almost immediately. When she still didn't answer, it switched to a text message. Sister, the day after tomorrow is my 20th birthday. I want the white jade necklace on your neck. Will you give it to me? Nanxi stared blankly at the message. She remembered Nanxi's birthday was indeed in a few days. In her previous life, it was also at this time that Nanxi called her to ask for the white jade necklace around her neck. This necklace had been passed down through generations of the Mu family. On the day she was born, her mother had placed it around her neck, saying that as the eldest daughter of the Mu family, she had to safeguard it and one day pass it on to her own child. Nanxi had coveted this necklace for a long time, but Nanxi had never been able to part with it. In the end, Nanxi clung to her relentlessly, accusing her of not loving her, saying that her elder sister wouldn't even give her a single necklace, complaining that she too was a daughter of the Mu family and that their mother was biased. After their parents passed away, Nanxi harped on this even more. Nanxi finally gave in and promised that she would give the necklace to her as a birthday gift when the day came. Because of this, once the apocalypse began, Nanxi used the space within the necklace to stockpile a vast amount of supplies, and Nanxi had remained unaware. It wasn't until one day, when she fainted from hunger and through blurred vision saw Nanxi produce food out of thin air, that she finally realized the truth. Fortunately, this time she had returned early enough. Her necklace was still hanging safely around her neck. In this life, she would never let Nanxi have her way. Steeling herself, Nanxi began examining the necklace. If Nanxi had managed to activate the space in her past life, then as a daughter of the Mu family, it was impossible that she could not. She had read countless novels, and the most common method was binding with a drop of blood. Nanxi lifted her slender fingers. At this time they were smooth and delicate, her 10 fingertips like small rosy pearls, not like in her previous life when they were covered in calluses and scars and were ultimately hacked off by the very hands she trusted most. She removed the necklace, picked up the fruit knife on the table, and without so much as a blink, sliced her fingertip. Blood quickly welled up and fell onto the white jade pendant. Before her eyes, the pendant visibly absorbed the blood, then suddenly burst into a brilliant light. In an instant, a vast open space appeared before her eyes. Within her field of vision stretched 20 to 30 mu of land, and beyond that lay a blank white expanse. At her feet was a small pool of water barely over 10 square meters. Ahead stood a 2-story building of about 300 square meters, its doors closed. She walked over. The door was not locked as she pushed it open to find nothing inside. Is this the storage space Nanxi used in my previous life? Does the land outside mean it can be used for planting, she wondered. Impossible. If it could grow crops, then why in my previous life did Nanxi, after gaining the space and hoarding so many supplies, still end up running out of food? Nanxi did not know that the white jade necklace was a Mu family heirloom. Even though Nanxi also bore the surname Mu, she was not of Mu blood. Without the Mu bloodline, even if she obtained the necklace and accidentally unlocked the space, she could only access 1/10 of its true capacity. Of the 2-story building of about 300 square meters, she had only opened up around 30 square meters to store supplies. As for the dozens of Mu of land, she couldn't even see them. In her previous life, if she hadn't been so foolish, always treating Nanxi as her real younger sister, risking her life to protect her, and going out every day to search for supplies, Nanxi would have died long ago. Nanxi had no time to dwell on what had happened in her previous life. What she needed now was to flexibly make use of her spatial ability so that she could gain more leverage to survive in the apocalypse. With a flash of her figure, she suddenly found herself back in the living room of her own home. In her mind, a new image emerged, the current state of that mysterious space. Yet she remembered that in her previous life, when Nanxi obtained the space, it could only store supplies and could not accommodate living people. Could this difference be related to bloodline inheritance? After all, she was the true descendant of the Mu family, whereas Nanxi had merely stolen what was not hers. No matter what the reason, once the apocalypse descended, the ability to open the space meant one more layer of protection for survival. The moment she thought of those beasts from her previous life cutting the flesh from her body piece by piece and of her bones being chopped on the chopping block, blow after blow, an overwhelming terror and suffocating dread flooded her. In this life she had the support of the space, and she had returned a full month earlier than before. With time to prepare in advance, she would reverse the tragic fate of her past life. She wanted to see clearly this time whether Nanxi and Zhoming, that shameless pair of adulterers, could still live as comfortably as they had in her previous life, without her space, and without the Mu family support. She needed to quickly familiarize herself with how to use the space. Nanxi tried placing the table and chairs inside. Guided purely by her will, she could move the table and chairs to any spot she wished within that space. To increase the variety of items, she tossed nearly everything edible and usable in the house into the space, then used her mind to merge and categorize them. She went back and forth many times until dizziness washed over her, and only then did she stop. As for what other functions the space might have, she would have to develop and verify them step by step. In her previous life, she had only survived for 3 years into the apocalypse. She did not know how long that doomsday would ultimately last, nor what later catastrophes would arise, nor when the end would finally be over. She turned on her phone and began checking her available liquid funds. 330 million. If she used it all to purchase supplies, she could buy a great deal, yet it was still far from enough to contend with the apocalypse. Global torrential rains, frozen worlds of ice, unbearable scorching heat. Each stage had been a purgatory. That choking despair of death was something she never wished to experience again. Beyond her liquid funds, there were also real estate holdings, stocks, car properties, and land assets that she needed to liquidate in the shortest time possible. Just as she was pondering, an opportunity practically delivered itself to her doorstep. At this hour, the doorbell rang. Nanxi opened the door and saw the person she hated so much her teeth clenched, the so-called good second uncle Muihai. With a false smile plastered on his face, he walked toward her. "Niece, at last you're at home. State your business," Nanxi replied icily. Muihai was a well-known businessman, ruthlessly profit-driven. Seeing that Nanxi paid him little heed, he did not feel awkward in the least. He grinned as he stepped fully into the house. "My dear niece, your parents passed early, leaving you a young girl to guard this vast family fortune all alone. Your second uncle came today to discuss the matter of the Mu Corporation with you. You know that your second uncle and your father were blood brothers, and I have always put the family first. I think you are still young and do not truly understand how to manage such a large enterprise. Why not transfer the company's equity to your second uncle's name? Then I can better help you handle and deal with all sorts of personnel matters in the company." No sooner had he entered than, before even taking a seat, Muihai delivered a lofty speech. Nanxi sat quietly watching her second uncle perform. She knew her second uncle's character all too well. His so-called concern for the family was nothing more than a pretext to satisfy his own greed. Had she not seen through him in her previous life, she might truly have been persuaded by this very speech. Nanxi would hand things over, but she would never let him take them easily. Since he wanted to act, she did not mind acting along with him. Let us see who could keep up the performance until the end. She refused him outright. "This is the property my parents left to me. I will not hand the equity over to you. You should leave." Unless he brought money in exchange. Right now she desperately needed to convert those assets into cash, and then into supplies, as quickly as possible. Seeing that his niece refused, Muihai's face grew increasingly ugly. He had thought that relying on his relationship with her father and his slick tongue, he could easily persuade this little yellow-haired girl. He had not expected to suffer such a blunt rejection. His expression turned cold on the spot. "Niece, you had better think carefully. The family enterprise is of great importance. If it is ruined in your hands, could you face your parents in good conscience?" Nanxi let out a cold laugh. "Second uncle, my parents are gone. You need not drag them into this. The company is mine. I will handle it as I see fit, and I do not need you pointing fingers." Seeing that soft words would not work, Muihai began to reveal his true face. "Then say it, what exactly do you want?" Nanxi did not bother with nonsense. "I want to sell off the company shares." Muihai stared at her wide-eyed, looking at Nanxi as though she had lost her mind. "What? You want to sell the company shares? Are you insane? Are you going to destroy the foundation your parents toiled so hard to build?" As he opened his mouth to say more, Nanxi waved her hand and cut him off. "Second uncle, this inheritance was left to me by my parents, not to you. Such a vast fortune in the hands of a young woman like me may be more than I can defend. But to give it away for free to someone else is impossible. If you want it, that is not out of the question, you can buy it from me. Nanxi did not give him the slightest face. Since her parents' deaths, those old directors relying on their seniority and status as veterans of the company had constantly thrown up obstacles and deliberately made things difficult, all to prevent her from taking over the Mu Corporation. Now that the apocalypse was about to arrive, these shares would soon become nothing more than a string of useless numbers. If she did not sell them, was she supposed to keep them for New Year's? Muihai was furious yet helpless before her. Her decision to liquidate her equity was precisely the outcome he least wished to see. He paced back and forth on the spot, searching for a strategy. Unwilling to see what was almost in his grasp slip away, he could only grit his teeth and compromise. Fine. Since you insist on selling, I will pay 100 million to buy all the equity of the Mu Corporation. Nanxi let out a cold laugh. Her dear second uncle was just as vile as in her previous life. When it came to devouring his own kin, he did not show the slightest mercy. For many people, 100 million would be a fortune they could never earn in a lifetime. But for the Mu Corporation, its market value was at least 20 times that figure, if not more. He truly took her for a fool, a clueless sucker who understood nothing. My good uncle, that wishful little abacus of yours is clattering so loudly it is practically hitting me in the face. You know better than I do what the Mu Corporation shares are worth. You wish to have them yet refuse to pay for them. There is no such bargain under heaven. If not for the fact that you are my second uncle and that I am already inclined to sell Mu Corporation's shares, after all, selling to anyone is still selling. A kinship price 1.5 billion. You have 1 day to consider. If I do not see the money after a day, I will post the news in the directors group. I believe those members of the board will be very interested. Oh, and if you decide it is best to prepare cash in advance. If it is not enough, I can allow a small portion to be transferred by bank, but not too much. 1.5 billion was about the maximum her second uncle could muster at present. Any more would prove difficult. He could shuffle funds around, but she could not afford to wait. It would interfere with her subsequent arrangements. 5 days from now, the Mu Group would secure an order worth tens of billions, and in barely half a month, its share price would multiply several times over. Based on her understanding of her second uncle, there was no way he would miss such a golden opportunity, nor would he give her too much time to reconsider and regret. She had only learned of this in her previous life after he had taken everything, and the contracts had all been signed in secret behind closed doors precisely so she would remain in the dark. Muihai would never allow her to send the news to the board group, nor would he let her wait. He was very clear that the entire board was watching this matter. If they knew she was going to sell the company, let alone 1.5 billion, even if it were an additional billion, there would be people eager to grab it. 1.5 billion wouldn't cost him his life, but it would certainly bleed him dry. However, even if he didn't make a huge profit, securing 51% of the Mu family shares was still a gain. He wanted to get it for free and could only play the emotional card. Dear niece, 1.5 billion is not a small sum. How can I gather it all in 1 day? How about we sign a contract first, and once I have the money, I will bring it to you. Nanxi chuckled coldly. What do you think? Once she signed her name in black and white, whether he would pay or not would be at his discretion. He had used this trick to get her signature in her past life. Since Uncle Air can't do it, I believe someone else will be able to. There's no need to force Uncle Air. After Nanxi finished speaking, she picked up her phone and began drafting a message in the board group's chat. Muihai panicked and hurriedly stopped her. Dear niece, please don't send it. 1 day is really too tight. How about 5 days, just 5 days? Nanxi shook her head. Seeing that he was at a loss, Muihai extended 3 fingers. That's 1.5 billion. Even going to the bank to withdraw the money will take time. Can we do 3 days? What do you think? Nanxi, having achieved her desired result, nodded in agreement. Fine, 3 days it is. If you don't bring it over in 3 days, I will immediately send the news out. At that time, don't blame your niece for being unkind and disregarding family ties. Having received her assurance, Muihai, fearing that Nanxi might really send the news to the board group, hurriedly left the Mu residence to raise funds. After dealing with Uncle Air's matter, Aunt Sue also finished preparing the meal and brought it up. There was steamed osmanthus fish, shredded pork and garlic sauce, braised pork Beijing style, shredded pork, mapo tofu, cold cucumber salad, and finally shark fin soup. It was a bit too much: 4 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and 1 soup, all of which she loved. She invited Aunt Sue to sit down and eat together, but Aunt Sue had just eaten lunch at noon and wasn't hungry at this time, so she let her go rest. Before Aunt Sue left, she told her to finish eating and put the dishes on the table, saying she would come back later to clean up. Nanxi did not forget to explore the space. She took advantage of the food being hot and put half of it inside. The aroma of the meat dishes wrapped around the fragrant rice wafted into her nose, and she couldn't wait to pick up the bowl on the table and start devouring it. But she still restrained herself, taking out a plate and putting half of it into the space. Then she began to eat her speed akin to a rocket launch, incredibly fast. In less than 5 minutes, everything was swept clean with not a drop of soup left. Fortunately, no one saw her in this unrefined manner. After finishing, she contentedly let out a satisfied burp and rubbed her belly as she left the dining table. She turned and entered the space, discovering that the food she had just placed inside was still warm, just like when it was freshly made, which delighted her greatly. She immediately instructed the restaurant to prepare a large quantity of food. Dishes included lobster congee, abalone shark fin soup, braised deer tendons, braised ham, shark fin, traditional salted duck lily, and white fungus, stewed pigeon, hand-cut beef, clear chicken soup, American ginseng pigeon soup, braised wild mushrooms, steamed grouper, spicy beef, braised pork belly, flavor-packed seafood, mixed pan-fried soup, dumplings, silver soup, deer meat soup, Sichuan rice noodles, braised lamb belly, daughter red, braised shark fin, boiled shrimp, 5-spice duck liver. Charcoal grilled noodles with clam, sweet and sour ribbonfish, stir-fried yellow beef, clay pot fish head, tofu, steamed grouper slices, scrambled egg, crab porridge, sauté beef, clay pot rice, goji bone soup, and Northeast-style fresh meat stew. In any case, it was her own restaurant, and with a month until the apocalypse, she ordered the manager to prepare 108 dishes with 1,000 portions of each. She also prepared various famous wines, 1,000 boxes of each type, telling the manager to prepare the ingredients first. In 5 days they would start, once ready they would be sent directly to the other garden. This extravagant spending directly wiped out 5 years of the five-star restaurant's revenue, and the restaurant's working capital was nearly exhausted by her spending. The manager was troubled, but the restaurant belonged to her, and she could splurge as she wished, so he could only grit his teeth and prepare. In the apocalypse, she couldn't just eat these. She also had to prepare hundreds of snacks such as grilled cold noodles, lamb skewers, meat buns, pancake rolls, red oil dumplings, siamai pan-fried buns, spicy hot pot fried sauce noodles, egg pancakes, fried rice, tofu, flour, grilled cake slices, spicy crab, candied hawthorn, hot pot with blood and meat, braised pork, rice cream puffs, popcorn, fried dough sticks, fried chicken wings, fried fresh milk, shredded pork noodles, dan noodles, smoked fish, cheesecake rolls, peanut soup, dumplings, soy milk with fried dough sticks, and skewers. There was nothing she couldn't think of. This expenditure cost her hundreds of thousands. In the apocalypse, with wine dishes and snacks, how could she do without rice and flour? Originally, she wanted to get the contact information of the grain and oil wholesaler from the restaurant manager, but thinking about it, with a month left to stock up on supplies, it had to be from foreign countries. Thus, the largest grain exporting country in the world, country M, became her primary target. However, Nanxi still had one thing left to do, which was that she still held the company's shares, and taking out loans was also a major means of raising money. If she remembered correctly, Zhou Ming's distant cousin was involved in loans and had previously collaborated with the Mu family. He had also relied on the Mu family to rise to the position of general manager. Lu Xinghe received the call and personally came to her house. Nanxi directly took a loan of 10 billion. Miss Mu, is 10 billion too much? Nanxi shook her head. I need it urgently, within 3 days at most. 10 billion must be deposited into my account. If you don't have the authority, let someone else handle it. I believe someone will be willing to take care of this matter. How can that be? Let me make a call to headquarters. 10 minutes, miss, give me 10 minutes. I'll get back to you in 10 minutes. Okay. 10 minutes later, Lu Xinghe hung up the phone. Miss, headquarters said it's fine. I will handle the paperwork for you right away. After Lu Xinghe left, Nanxi contacted Wang Ma's younger brother and a classmate of Nanxi who was also in the loan business, although not as large as Lu Xing's company, but loans of hundreds of millions could still be handled. How did she know this? She had to thank Wang Ma's good son Wang Gang. If he hadn't lost 20,000 gambling in her past life, Wang Ma had come to her for help, and with Nanxi pleading beside her, saying it was her debt, 20,000 was really not much for the Mu family, and she couldn't bear to see her sister sad, so she lent it. As for her classmate, there was no need to mention. In her past life, she knew this person had pursued Nanxi, so she specifically checked it out. They were working at a small company handling loans. Nanxi knew those two companies were not far from theirs. She made a special trip over. Using the properties and vehicles under her name, she took out 30 million from each. Knowing she was the president of the Mu family with so many properties under her name, and having houses and cars as collateral, the money was deposited on the spot. After finishing this, Nanxi called a few people and directly flew to Country M. On the plane, Nanxi didn't idle either, as she opened her laptop and checked what natural disasters there were, what preparations were needed, and summarized the events that had occurred in her past life, recording them one by one. She copied and pasted dozens of pages, nearly passing out on the plane. She secretly wiped her sweat, finding it too difficult to survive. After resting for a while, she printed out her shopping list using a mini printer. But controlling the space with her mind consumed a lot of mental energy. Several hours passed, and she felt as if she had become exhausted. Fortunately, she still had plenty of time, so she fell asleep directly on the plane. When she woke up, it was already 3 in the afternoon in Country M. The plane had landed on the top floor of a property bought by her parents when they were alive. This place covered an area of about 500 square meters with European-style decoration, a private swimming pool, and beautiful scenery. But this place would soon cease to exist. She was not here for vacation and had no time to appreciate the beauty. In July, many crops were being harvested. She immediately contacted a local farmer named Biter to ask what crops he had. On the other end, he said they had corn, soybeans, and wheat, but they didn't sell them individually. Nanxi told him that she wanted to do import and export business and needed a large amount of grain. Upon hearing this, the farmer immediately sent her the address. Yang Shulin wanted to accompany her, but Nanxi considered that he had already been on a 12-hour flight and didn't let him go. Yang Shulin was the butler of her family, whom she called Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang could not refuse her, so he arranged for 2 bodyguards. They were the ones who came with her this time, one named Lan Zhan, and the other named Mu Lin, who used to be bodyguards for her father. After her father passed away, she kept them. When they arrived, Biter welcomed her warmly into his farm and directly took her to the warehouse. The tall granary held at least dozens of tons, making Nanxi feel incredibly excited inside. She asked fluently in English, "What are the prices for these grains? If the prices are right, I will take." Upon hearing this, Biter was astonished, that this was a big client who could take 100 tons of grain at once. How could he refuse? Sure, but no credit. He took out the grain price list for Nanxi to see. The prices were in $, which converted to RMB was approximately 2,800 yuan per ton for rice, 2,575 yuan per ton for wheat, 2,300 yuan per ton for corn, 4,660 yuan per ton for soybeans, and 6,200 yuan per ton for rapeseed. The grain prices were fair, and she consumed everything, totaling nearly 400,000. Without a second thought, Nanxi took out her card and swiped it. The two of them agreed on a delivery location, a large warehouse she had rented before coming to the farm. She asked him if he knew any other crop farm owners, as she wanted more. After finishing her order, Biter quickly processed the payment, knowing she was engaged in import and export trade. He introduced her to several neighboring farm owners, some growing the same crops as him, but many different ones as well, such as sorghum, glutinous rice, red beans, green beans, black rice, millet, black beans, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. Seeing that it was still early, he agreed to take her along. After a tour, Nanxi collected several hundred tons, all arranged to be delivered to the designated point tomorrow afternoon. What delighted her most was that they used large granaries for storage, the biggest capable of holding several tons, with good sealing properties, so that, even placed in space, nothing would leak out. After paying, she consulted the farm owner and bought over 100 of them at once from the manufacturer. This way, when the grain arrived tomorrow, she could sort and pack it. Additionally, since she could also plant in space, once she bought seeds, she would need containers for them as well. After Biter returned, she didn't rush home to rest, but instead headed to the city center, looking for their largest supermarket to make large purchases. She went directly to their manager, essentially taking over the entire supermarket, emphasizing that money was no object. Of course, she didn't want everything. Her focus was on practicality. In the grains and oils section, she stocked up on rice flour, oils, condiments, sauces, peanut oil, soybean oil, and olive oil. In the daily necessities section, she gathered large quantities of shampoo, body wash, toothpaste, toothbrushes, cosmetics, sanitary pads, tissues, towels, etc. While her variety wasn't as extensive as the supermarkets, the quantity of each was massive. In this apocalyptic world, one couldn't just survive on food. For food and beverages, she sought frozen foods, canned goods, instant noodles, biscuits, candies, fruit drinks, carbonated drinks, juices, tea, and coffee in an extravagant manner. As for fruits and vegetables, she didn't need much, mainly because she wanted to buy from a garden, ensuring that when harvested they could be stored in space immediately. For home essentials and decorations, she displayed a multitude of items, such as knives, cookware hangers, laundry powder cleaners, trash bags, nail clippers, toothpicks, and sewing kits, detailed beyond measure. She also gathered hair ties, clips, and more effectively sweeping the shelves clean. Phones, headphones, chargers, computers, television, speakers, refrigerators, air conditioners, rice cookers, air fryers, ovens, kettles, and microwaves. Whether listed on paper or seen in person, she targeted several brands. Passing by the children's toy section, she initially didn't plan to buy anything, but thinking of the many unfortunate children in this apocalypse, she couldn't resist purchasing some even if just for keepsakes. Later on, she added stationery, books, toys, educational toys, diapers, baby formula, and strollers to her cart. Especially for formula and diapers, she bought them in thousands of boxes. It wasn't that she had a lot of sympathy, rather compassion was cheap, but it didn't affect her having goods on hand. Having stock meant she wouldn't panic in the face of apocalyptic disasters. Even if she didn't use them, she could sell them. In short, it was better than the apocalypse where these items would be buried underground or soaked in water. With so many items, placing them in space was not time restricted. They wouldn't spoil no matter how long they were stored, only taking up space. Though her room couldn't hold everything, she had plenty of land and could allocate part of it for storage. In the clothing section, American sizes were larger than her own country's. She decided against clothing and shoes, but did want quite a few handbags, shoulder bags, and wallets. After all, no matter the time, wealthy people were always present. She had seen wealthy individuals exchange thousands of pounds of grain for a single bag. In the apocalypse, not only thousands of pounds of grain were exchanged, even for a single packet of instant noodles, dozens of people died. To thrive in the apocalypse, one couldn't do without kitchen supplies, purchasing dishes, chopsticks, knives, cutting boards, and plates in the thousands. The skincare section was even more outrageous. Being naturally beauty conscious, she couldn't miss out on facial cleansers, makeup removers, toners, moisturizers, serums, day creams, night creams, face masks, sunscreens, primers, eye creams, lip care balms, lipsticks, anti-aging creams, firming creams, body lotions, shower gels, hand creams, foot creams. 3 words: bye. Finally, she unexpectedly wandered into the intimate products section. Initially intending to walk past, she saw various small umbrellas on the shelves and thought of the wealthy in her past life who paid exorbitant prices to avoid having children in the apocalypse. Perhaps these could be bartered for supplies later. However, this made her, a naive girl who had never experienced such matters, blush furiously. In the apocalypse, everyone was afraid of reproduction, and small umbrellas had become luxury items. She walked past, hesitating. To choose. The problem was how to choose. It left her stumped. With her eyes shut, she just decided to take them all. Regardless of their usefulness, she figured she could sell them back later to recoup her costs easily. The manager stared at her, mouth agape. This woman clearly looked like a simpleton. Who comes to a supermarket to stock up? The quantity she ordered far exceeded that of his entire supermarket. Nanxi didn't care about what he thought. She had more than enough money and was determined to spend. In one go, she spent 30 million. Delivery is tomorrow. After all the fuss, it was already closing time for the supermarket. Exiting, she passed by a snack street. Uncle Yang was still at home, so she packed some to take back to share. Having spent so happily today, Lan Zhan and Mu Lin wanted to advise her, but seeing her cheerful demeanor, they remained silent. Once in the car, they finally asked her. Nanxi's excuse for the farm owner was clearly a bit weak. It was impossible to survive alone in the apocalypse. But she must protect herself. Nanxi didn't want to deceive anyone, and the notion of rebirth in the apocalypse was too sensational. She feigned mystery and said, no matter what happens recently, don't ask. When the time comes, I will tell you all. We have plenty of money and we must spend it all within a month, that's a must. Nanxi trusted them, otherwise she wouldn't have kept them close. Lan Zhan and Mu Lin nodded, so Uncle Yang can't say anything. With so many supplies, it was impossible to keep it from his ears. Uncle Yang can, but no one else is necessary. Even without saying, with Uncle Yang's intelligence, he could guess without being told. From the afternoon until late at night, her stomach had already started to sing the Empty City tune. When the 3 of them returned home, Uncle Yang was already up preparing hot meals for them. After urging everyone to wash their faces and set the table, they placed the late-night snacks they had bought on the table. Leaning back in their chairs, they began to eat like chickens fighting for food. Uncle Yang knew she had gone to gather grain in the afternoon, but he didn't expect her to have also collected goods from the supermarket. She even asked Uncle Yang if he had connections to acquire more supplies. Seeing her serious demeanor, which did not seem like a joke, Uncle Yang agreed and promised to prepare some more for her the next day. After finishing their meal, they went down to rest. She went upstairs, took out her phone, and opened a shopping app to download a large number of games, music, movies, and TV shows from various countries, focusing on diversity. She prepaid 200,000, and whatever else she needed, she would pay accordingly. She was just afraid of getting bored during the apocalypse. Buying so many items all at once, she hadn't figured out how to store them. Entering the space again, the open area outside the house was filled with the hundreds of large grain silos she had just bought, waiting for the goods to be delivered there tomorrow afternoon. Time within the space is frozen, as she only needed to place perishable items inside the house, while everything else could be left outside. A dozen acres not too big, but it was also insufficient for storage. If it could be larger, that would be ideal. No matter how small, every bit counts. A dozen acres cleared could also yield a considerable amount of grain. Without hesitation, she went downstairs, and found the hoe left by the gardener in the storage room. Thankfully, controlling it with her mind in the space was much easier than outside, and it consumed little energy. Just like what she had seen in cultivation stories, a hoe hovered over the ground, turning the soil with steady speed. After working on 10 acres, her head began to ache. She exited the space, took a shower, and collapsed onto the bed, sleeping until dawn. She picked up her phone and found dozens of missed calls, most of which were from Nanxi. The purpose was the necklace around her neck. Zhou Ming also called. He thought she was unaware of their relationship. The nauseatingly cliché lines made her cringe, as if they had been copied and pasted from somewhere, pieced together into a long string. Teaming up with Nanxi to swallow her family's assets was not enough. They also wanted her life. Just seeing it through the screen made her want to kill. What trash. She didn't even glance at it and deleted the messages. Before boarding the plane, she had turned her phone off, using a different phone to shop online. Uncle Air also called her multiple times. When she didn't answer, he sent her a message saying he was raising funds, but 15 billion was simply too much, and he couldn't gather it all at once, asking her for more time. Playing the family card. Seeing that she wasn't picking up or replying, he grew anxious. His last message was that he had gathered the 15 billion and asked her to return his call. 15 billion. Her financial benefactor, how could she not respond? Nanxi hurriedly returned the call. The moment the phone rang, it was answered. Soon Uncle Air's barrage of questions came through. Niece, what's going on? We agreed that I'd hand over the money once I raised it. Where have you been? Calmly, Nanxi replied, I'm on vacation. Since you're ready, I'll have my lawyer go over to the villa and you can give him the money directly. Uncle Muihai was still contemplating how to manipulate the contract, but Nanxi didn't give him that chance. She hung up and immediately called her lawyer. You need to come to my house now. Make the payment and sign the contract at the same time. She had already prepared everything before boarding the plane with signatures and seals ready. Once he transfers the money and signs, it can be notarized. After finishing this task, she messaged her childhood friend who worked in real estate saying, Sister, I have business for you. Are you interested? Adjusting for time zones, it was 9:30 a.m. here, which was equivalent to 9:30 p.m. there. Many people were still awake at this hour, so replies came quickly. Yes, I must have the order from Miss Mu. Nanxi sent her a list of over 10 properties. Before leaving, she left a spare key for Suma, asking her to pick it up at the villa tomorrow. Ideally, the properties should be sold within half a month, priced below market value, with high commissions. However, it had to be full payment. For every property sold, she'd give her an extra 100,000, and if sold a day early, an additional 5,000 each day. For instance, if she managed to sell it tomorrow, upon receiving the money, she would transfer her an extra 100,000 plus 75,000 for the 15 days in advance. There was no reason for her not to agree. Then, glancing at a greeting message from Suma, she replied with a simple acknowledgement, informing her that Muihai and the lawyer were going over, and that Zheng Jingan was to pick up the key at the villa, which Suma agreed to. Thinking again, she scrolled through her contacts to find her friend Qinxing, who was in business for a pharmaceutical company. Bro, big shot, could you give me a discounted price? Qinxing replied almost instantly, sure thing. Nanxi immediately sent over the organized list of medicines. On the other end, he saw it and exclaimed, wow, you're planning to switch careers. Getting so many at once, some of these I can't even manage. Cut the small talk. As long as you can get everything, the quantity of this order can multiply several times. Regardless of whether the medicines are useful or not, as long as he can procure them, she wants them all. In the apocalypse, medicine can be a lifesaver. She needs as much as she can get. The list was compiled from her online research, many medicines she had never used or even heard of, but it didn't hinder her from being prepared. Most were common medicines for colds, fevers, and bleeding, with an astonishing quantity. Nanxi also asked him for various vaccines. He replied that there were many medicines he couldn't get, and he would contact others for her. Nanxi lay back on the bed, feeling as if her bones were falling apart. In a daze, I received a message from a friend. The goods on the list will be delivered in 3 days, and the vaccines will be strictly controlled. We can only take as many as we can manage. Just then, she had nearly finished dealing with her matters. Nanxi replied okay. After wrapping up her important tasks, she got up to wash up, ready to reward her body with a good meal. Uncle Yang left before dawn, leaving a message that it wasn't safe outside, and that they would go out together when he returned. As the apocalypse was nearing, Nanxi had no time to wait for anyone. She drove out with Lan Zhan and Mu Lin. The three of them first went to have breakfast. However, breakfast in M country was, to be honest, quite disappointing. It was either bread or burgers. They found a Chinese restaurant and went straight to eat. He saw a restaurant and walked in only to discover that it was a place opened by Chinese people. The restaurant was small, but it was clean. Upon seeing them arrive, the staff warmly invited them in. Through communication, they learned that the owner was from the South and in his 40s, having been abroad for over a decade. They chatted about hometown matters. When they sat down, he even offered her a large plate of spicy crayfish. She had been craving this for a long time, as since her rebirth she had been busy and had yet to enjoy it, watching as saliva dripped down. When she left the restaurant out of goodwill for her fellow countrymen, she kindly reminded the owner boss, no matter how good it is in a foreign land, it's not as good as home. If possible, it's best to return by the end of this month. The owner had been abroad for many years, and upon hearing her words thought for a moment, all right, thank you, little sister, I will consider it. She had given the necessary reminder, and whether he returned home was up to him. After finishing her meal, Nanxi went to the rented warehouse, where the goods had already been delivered. Some were from farms and others from supermarkets. 7 or 8 large trucks were lined up unloading. While inspecting the goods, Nanxi realized something was wrong with the shipment. Aside from the goods from the Bit Company being new grain, the rest were all old grain. In the apocalypse, having old grain to eat was already good enough. She didn't mind old grain. But if they expected her to pay the price of new grain for old grain, she wouldn't accept it. Lan Zhan and Mu Lin argued with them, but they were adamant that the money had already been paid and could not provide evidence that what they saw yesterday was not old grain. They had fallen into a silent trap. They even mocked them in English, calling them fools. She, a girl, was accompanied by 2 people, both empty-handed. They began to target her. They even looked at her with lewd eyes, their language filthy and disgusting. Mu Lin and Lan Zhan were furious and wanted to take action. They pointed guns at the 2 of them, saying, "Dare to move, and I will shoot you." Mu Lin and Lan Zhan were not afraid of them. With their special forces background, these small-time thugs were no match for them. The 2 of them drew their bows simultaneously, snatching the gun from one of the men. Before the others could react, they swept their legs, knocking one down with a punch, and then kicked another away, grabbing one by the collar. The tall American, over 6 feet, was directly lifted and thrown outside. The leader attempted to pull the trigger, but was kicked down by Lan Zhan, who seized his gun and aimed it at his forehead, saying, "Come on, if you want to die, then go ahead." Mu Lin had also dealt with the last one, turning to them and saying, "Put away your filthy thoughts, or I won't hesitate to dig out your eyeballs." For those who wanted to run, a shot rang out, hitting one in the calf. "If you don't want to die, keep going." One leg stepped on the leader, breaking a few ribs, and he spat blood. The leader cried for mercy. "Beautiful Eastern lady, I truly mean no harm. Please let me go." The others chimed in with cries of agreement. Nanxi was too lazy to waste words. "What I want is new rice. Why did you bring old rice? If this isn't clarified today, someone will have to pay with their life." As they made their move, Nanxi's gaze was sharper than theirs, not doubting for a moment that she would indeed do it. Those who thought there would be no consequences regretted coming here. Crying for mercy, "It's unfair. We are just the ones transporting the goods. Our boss told us to bring whatever he asked for. The distinction between old and new rice is really not our concern." Nanxi called the farm owners, who insisted on the other end that they had shown her old rice yesterday, and quoted the price for old rice. Nanxi demanded they switch it back, but they refused, saying the money had already been paid. What could she do? She hung up the phone and waved, "Let them go." Mu Lin asked, "Are we just letting them go like this? Isn't that too lenient?" Nanxi sneered, "What's the hurry? It's not certain who is getting the better end here." The goods delivered from the supermarket also had issues. The new goods were mixed with many old ones. The packaging was damaged, and the quality was directly compromised. Even worse, some foods were nearing expiration. The delivery guy, seeing those people being beaten down, didn't dare to act tough, and honestly confessed, "Beautiful Chinese lady, I'm just a delivery guy. I deliver whatever my boss tells me to. It truly has nothing to do with me." Nanxi directly called and was told on the other end everything is complete and nothing is missing. Nanxi argued with him, but the farm owner insisted that the price they gave her was the best, and thus the goods corresponded to that. The supermarket had products with expiration dates that were fine and not expired, and while the packaging was damaged, the items themselves were good. As long as they were usable, it was not unacceptable. She had her own space. As long as the items were not expired before being stored, she wasn't worried. When the apocalypse truly arrives, even expired food or a bun that fell on the ground would be picked up and eaten. These goods weren't that bad. But she wouldn't tolerate it. She shouted into the phone, "I want to return the goods." The other side had no intention of accepting the bad products back. "You've already paid for the goods, and they were delivered as per your request. You can play tricks and return them, but we'll take all the goods back and refund only half." Complaining she hadn't expected this result. To put it plainly, they were just bullying a young girl believing they could get away with it. Fine. Choosing to cover for them, huh? Then she wouldn't hesitate to stop being a good person. After leaving the supermarket, she continued her shopping spree. In one day, she had already racked up tens of millions. The dark night with the wind blowing high was perfect for a thief. Dressed in a black leisure outfit, she turned her gaze towards the large supermarket from last night. Connected to the supermarket was a large shopping mall. Walking in so openly, she was soon invited by an uncle in a hat to have tea. She had already scouted the area during the day and now wearing a baseball cap, she cautiously approached the warehouse. Every step was taken with extreme caution. She used the surrounding ruins and debris as cover, trying to avoid exposure to the surveillance cameras. When she reached the outskirts of the warehouse, she noticed surveillance cameras keenly watching various directions. Gritting her teeth, she decided to destroy these monitors first. She took out the tools she had prepared in advance from her storage space and quietly snuck behind one of the cameras, carefully cutting its wires. The indicator light of the camera instantly went out, causing a wave of joy in her heart, but she also felt more tense as this meant her actions had begun. Then she followed suit, destroying the surveillance cameras one by one. With each camera she dismantled, she felt herself getting closer to her goal. This process was not easy. She had to remain vigilant at all times to prevent triggering the alarms and being discovered by anyone who might be nearby. After disabling most of the cameras, Nanxi finally arrived at the warehouse door. She took a deep breath, gently pushed open the door, and slipped inside. The warehouse was filled with a musty smell, and the mountain of supplies made her eyes light up. Without a moment of hesitation, she immediately began stuffing various foods, water, and medicines into her space. Her movements were swift and agile, leaving no trace behind. After clearing the warehouse, she set her sights on the mall. At this hour there was no one around, and she didn't mind receiving a little extra profit. However, the supermarket was different. Whether in the mall or at the counters, there were far too many surveillance cameras. As she cut the wires one by one, she risked triggering the alarms. If that happened, not only would she be unable to collect her items, but the security outside would also be alerted. She wouldn't take on such trouble. Why not use a more worry-free method? She slipped into her space, donned her armored warrior suit with heightened creasing shoes, wrapped her hands and feet tightly, and covered her face with a silver mask, leaving only her big eyes visible. Thinking it over, she pulled out sunglasses and put them on, then marched boldly to loot. First, she hit the first floor, where most of the valuables were jewelry and adornments in every counter. Next was the cosmetics section, clothing section, food section, and frozen section. To prevent items from being left behind, she left no shelf unturned. After this wave of operations, her space was instantly enriched. As she exited, she couldn't help but turn back and flash a peace sign at the camera before carefully avoiding the crowd. She didn't notice the man running ahead. Suddenly a loud rumbling sound echoed from a distance. It was the sound of a car starting. Nanxi turned around abruptly, seeing a black sedan chasing after her. She thought she had been discovered while taking items for free, her heart racing and her legs involuntarily quickening their pace. Gu Shizhou was completing a task, his expression grave, as he dashed through the street, pursued by several people behind him. Just as Nanxi was panting and wondering what to do, a large hand grabbed her. Her scream was quickly muffled by the man who pressed her against the wall and commanded in a firm tone, "Be quiet." In the dim light, she saw the man's distinctive black hair and yellow skin. His face was as cold as ice, emanating a chilling aura. Their eyes met, both filled with a sharp intensity. His arms, as strong as iron walls, tightly encircled her. She could feel something pressed against her waist, rendering her unable to move. Not far away, the footsteps of several strangers approached, cursing in a foreign language. Useless. With so many people, you let one slip away. Hurry and chase. Their bodies drew closer, and the bloody scent on the man intensified. Even so, having experienced the perilous environment of the apocalypse, Nanxi quickly regained her composure. She shook her head at the man, indicating that she wouldn't scream. Gu Shizhou relaxed slightly. He only released Nanxi after those people had run past them. Stumbling slightly, Nanxi instinctively supported him, saying, "Be careful." The bloody scent became even stronger. At the moment Nanxi supported him in the dim light, Gu Shizhou noticed that the girl before him had bright, clear eyes like two sparkling gemstones, radiating intelligence and light, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. She said, "Be careful," speaking Chinese fluently with a pleasant voice. Gu Shizhou, feeling apologetic, said, "Miss, I'm sorry, the situation was urgent just now." He had initially been tense, but as Nanxi supported him, the chill around him dissipated. This man was clearly not easy to deal with. She was too busy with her own matters to want to attract trouble and preferred not to have too much interaction with him. "It's fine, I'll be leaving now." Finishing her sentence, she took off like she was on fire, fearing he might react and grab her. She dashed down the unfamiliar street and quickly disappeared from sight. Gu Shizhou watched her vanishing figure before turning to get into a car. After Mu Nanxi left, she did not return to her residence. Having just pulled off a big heist, she felt bolder and continued on to her next destination, which was the farmhouse of the farmer who had scammed her today. Having been there before, she was well aware of where the farmer stored his grain. It was located far from the city and without surveillance. She pushed her speed to the limit, but at the first farm she unexpectedly encountered a guard dog. She directly threw a piece of meat from her space. As the dog approached, she tossed it into her space. Fortunately, her space could sustain life, so the dog didn't die. At this hour, the farmers in the fields were already sound asleep, and with no dog barking, it was much easier to act. Having been there before, she directly infiltrated the warehouse. The farmer, in an attempt to scam her, had somehow acquired a large amount of stale grain, while the good grain he was supposed to sell her lay untouched in the warehouse, tens of tons. Not taking any would be an insult to the vibrant national flag. As she exited under the moonlight, she saw the agricultural machinery parked outside and various work tools. She collected them. Passing by the poultry house, since she was already there, it would be a shame not to bring some meat back. Collecting. In one night, aside from the Bitterns farm, she had raided all the rest. If the crops in the fields hadn't yet matured, she would have wanted to collect them too. After completing this heist, when she returned home, Uncle Yang was sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting for her. Seeing her sneak back, and he asked with a serious face, "Where have you been?" "Where? Oh, that's a good question." She was also thinking about how to respond. She forced out an awkward smile, hee. Uncle Yang waved his hand. "Forget it, even if I ask you won't say. Even if you do, it may not be the truth. You're grown up now, I can't manage you anymore, but since you're abroad, safety comes first. Remember to call me when you go out, or let Mulin or Lanjan accompany you instead." She chuckled a couple of times. "Uncle Yang, I got it." Uncle Yang saw she looked exhausted and smelled of sweat. "All right, you've been busy all night, go wash up and rest." "Thank you, Uncle Yang. You're the best." Uncle Yang, despite his stern demeanor, was quite smooth in dealing with people. He had previously been by her father's side as a right-hand man. After her father passed, he had been by her side ever since. Her second uncle tried several times to poach him but failed. In her past life, due to Mu Nanxi, she had fired all of them. If asked who treated her best aside from her parents, it would definitely be Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang had a son who went to the army several years ago. Before the apocalypse, due to issues with Zhou Ming, he had a falling out with him. After the apocalypse arrived, every time Uncle Yang went out to find supplies, he would always bring back something for her, but they were all consumed by that pair of scoundrels. Uncle Yang repeatedly advised her to stay away from Zhou Ming and Mu Nanxi, but she wouldn't listen. As time went on, resources became increasingly scarce, and during his last outing, Uncle Yang never returned. So when Uncle Yang asked her where she had been earlier, she didn't want to lie to him. "All right, I'll head upstairs first. Call me when the goods arrive." Her warehouse seemed large, but it couldn't handle several farms purchasing at the same time. It filled up quickly. All fresh fruits and vegetables, the sooner they were collected into the space, the better for preservation. Having not slept all night, she didn't feel the slightest bit tired. As soon as she reached upstairs, she slipped into the space to check her achievements for the night. Wow! Goodness! The originally small 2-story building had suddenly transformed into a 5-story high-rise covering over 1,000 square meters. The small puddle had also expanded significantly, now resembling a small pond of about 2 acres. The ground had widened as well, stretching as far as the eye could see, probably covering thousands of acres. Just now she only remembered to gather, completely unaware of when the space had grown larger. She couldn't figure out what was going on. After taking a round, Mu Nanxi realized that the gold jewelry she had thrown in earlier was gone, leaving behind only a few gemstones and jade artifacts. The conclusion was that gold could expand the space. This news undoubtedly thrilled her. What excited her even more was that tonight's zero-cost acquisition exceeded what she had bought before by more than 5 times. Looking at the mountain of supplies, even during the apocalypse, she could eat until she dropped without finishing everything. Moreover, the land she had just cultivated, where she casually scattered seeds, saw corn growing to a palm's height in just one day. Even without prior farming experience, she knew this speed was far too quick. She was overjoyed, absolutely thrilled. What made her even more excited was that upon opening her phone, she received a notification of 900 million in her bank account. Of that, 500 million came from her second uncle, while the remaining 1 billion converted into cash or gold bars was in the safe at Lantingbi Yuan. The contract was digital. They did a video call recorded by the notary office and processed the transfer procedures. He also had someone come by helicopter to collect her signature. Lan Zhan had him go downstairs just as she finished signing the contract. Another 400 million was from Zhang Jingan's house sale. She sold the most luxurious villa valued at over 400 million. She was thrilled rolling around on the bed in the space. While she was overjoyed, some people were crying as the entire mall was cleaned out overnight. Such a significant event naturally caused a huge stir. Nanxi, who had a conflict with the supermarket just yesterday, naturally became the focus of the police investigation. When several officers came to her door, Lan Zhan called her upstairs, and she finally emerged from the space. When she was downstairs, several police officers were already standing in the lobby looking at her with serious expressions and scrutinizing gazes. Someone reported that you bought a large quantity of goods at the supermarket yesterday and wanted to return them due to dissatisfaction, which led to a dispute. Last night there was a theft at the entire mall and the staff reported it upon arriving at work. We suspect this matter is related to you and need to conduct a detailed inquiry. We hope you will cooperate. Nanxi was being intentional. If she had only stolen from the supermarket, the police could easily link it back to her. However, if she had cleaned out the entire mall, it wasn't just a dispute, it was a management issue on their part. Nanxi feigned indignation, shouting, "How do you police handle things? You bully me because I'm not a citizen. Do you even have any shame? I reported the incident yesterday and you didn't respond. Now that things are missing, you suspect me. I suspect they are deliberately framing me. What basis do you have? Just because they are your citizens or because you think I'm easy to bully? Since you want to investigate, then fine, you must also return the favor by replacing those soon-to-expire goods and any defective items. Otherwise, I will sue you." Her temper flared, leaving the officers momentarily speechless. They knew the supermarket management had indeed gone overboard. A large portion of those goods was very difficult to resell, but they were still usable. The urgency was crucial. For food, even a month or two could make a difference in expiration. In their negotiations, the supermarket refunded half the amount, but it was still far from enough. They hadn't even filed a complaint yet they came to her first. At this moment, Uncle Yang came in and upon seeing the police said to her, "Miss, I didn't expect you to already know about the warehouse goods being missing and reported it in advance." "What are you saying, Uncle Yang? Our goods were also stolen." Yesterday, before closing the door, she had already stored everything in the space, so Uncle Yang found it empty early in the morning. Seeing the police, they thought she had reported it. The officers were puzzled. With her having a motive, they wondered why she was here reporting it. The poor person had already been scammed and now the goods were stolen. Moreover, how could they possibly move everything overnight? Before coming here, they had reviewed the mall's surveillance footage, seeing a shadowy figure entirely in black, making it clear it was a person. Not to mention the height and build didn't match any of them, just the method used was chilling. Wherever the shadow passed, items vanished into thin air like something unclean. It even made a gesture to the camera as if saying yay, leaving them feeling uneasy. People in law enforcement are humans too, forget believing in science. Which normal person could make everything disappear in just a few minutes? Since they were already there, they could only follow procedure and asked a few people what they had been doing these days when they left for errands and when they returned. They checked the community surveillance at the property management, also requesting to see the villa's footage, but since the house was for vacation use, the cameras had all malfunctioned over time. The gate and parking lot recorded their departure and return times. Having reported the incident, they followed them to the warehouse, where everything that had been full the day before had mysteriously vanished. Being far from the city, there were no surveillance cameras along the way, and aside from tire tracks, nothing else was found. Soon they received reports from other farm owners, all related and unrelated altogether. They suspected it wasn't human, but rather something supernatural. Of course, Old M didn't believe in the existence of ghosts. A major incident occurred last night as well, where the northern military base was attacked by a malicious force, and the perpetrators were not caught. Some of them had also participated in the citywide pursuit last night, ultimately allowing the suspect to escape. After taking all necessary statements, they wanted to leave, but Nanxi grabbed the nearest officer, saying, "What are you doing? Don't leave. With such a major incident happening in your country, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I will sue you." The police, tired of her incessant interference, pulled out their guns and warned, "Let go if you continue to obstruct our investigation. I can arrest you right now." Nanxi was not one to back down. "I don't care, you cannot brush me off like this. Resolve the matter quickly and give me an explanation." She released her grip, but kept her eyes fixed on their guns. They were dismissed, yet the online commentators erupted. Some cursed her, wishing her dead, but surprisingly many applauded her instead. There were all sorts of comments, one of which pointed out accurately that the mall must have offended some dark forces, angering those they should not have crossed. Otherwise, why would those people only target their mall? As the mall's dark secrets began to be uncovered by enthusiastic netizens like mushrooms, after rain, someone creatively captured her flashing a peace sign in front of the camera, resulting in a close-up that sent the comments section into a frenzy. Some even praised her for being too cool, others called her adorable, and even a few claimed they wanted to marry her. One netizen even dubbed her V-God, and that comment quickly rose to the top of the list. Another comment soon followed. What V-God? If they're really that powerful, they should just rob the largest bank in M country, the Great East Bank, of all its gold. I'll stand on my head and admit they're V-God. There were even bolder comments showing the internal layout of the Great East Bank, directly revealing the location of the... When Nanxi saw this, she became exhilarated. The Great East Bank. It was the largest bank in M country, and held the most gold, of course, with the best security. Even if she could use her spatial abilities to bypass layers of security and sneak into the vault, what of it? Unlocking it would still pose a challenge. Nanxi pondered in front of the screen while Uncle Yang observed her and asked, "Miss, what are you thinking about?" "I was thinking about how to crack the bank vault door." As soon as she said this, she realized she had voiced her thoughts aloud. While she considered how to explain herself, Uncle Yang casually replied, "Why not just blow it up?" Blow it up? Nanxi contemplated the feasibility of this idea. Explosives. That inevitably brought to mind firearms and ammunition. Her thoughts drifted back to the scene when the police had pressed their guns against her head. Damn it, when she had a gun, who would dare point it at her head? She would shoot them all down. The apocalypse was approaching quickly. To survive, better guns were essential. Acquiring guns in their own country was not easy, but it was feasible in M country. But 1 or 2 guns were far from enough. If she were to obtain them, she needed the best and most advanced ones with plenty of ammunition. After all, in the apocalypse there would be too many villains. The Mu family had no connections in this area, making it difficult to acquire them. Nanxi turned her gaze to Uncle Yang. "Uncle, do you believe in me?" Without hesitation, Yang Shulin replied, "I do." "Then help me find a batch of weapons from the black market," she said, handing him a card worth 100 million. Yang Shulin nodded. "All right." Mainly because the young lady had been acting so strangely these past... First she sold off the family business, then she began hoarding large amounts of supplies. Just yesterday they had to deal with a situation involving wordplay, and that mute loss was something they had to bear. Who would have thought that the young lady would only return at dawn? Although none of them knew when she had left, they had no idea how she had evaded so much surveillance and returned undetected. The news exploded online, reporting that the mall had been robbed and that the farmer had lost hundreds of tons of grain. They vaguely felt that this matter was somehow connected to their young lady. Thinking about how many things had vanished overnight, it was unimaginable, and not even the young lady could have accomplished moving everything without a trace in half a month. It was even less possible that, like in the video, things vanished the moment someone walked by. There were many doubts, but they believed it was merely an illusion used by the mall and that the items were still there. Everyone knew the items were truly gone. Regardless of how many questions they had, they chose not to speak of them. Yang Shulin turned and busied himself with the card. Nanxi called out to him, "Keep Lan Zhan and Mu Lin close." Both were former special forces, and after retiring, her father had managed to get 2 of them. They were quite skilled. They had been with the Mu family for many years and were absolutely trustworthy. After her parents passed away in her past life, she had dismissed them. Now, having been reborn, Nanxi reconnected with them. This time she had brought the 3 of them along. Uncle Yang also knew that while one could hire help in the black market, there was nothing more reliable than one's own people. He nodded to let Mu Lin follow and kept Lan Zhan by her side. Nanxi couldn't persuade him otherwise, so she let it be. Uncle Yang had already arranged for the goods from other farms, which were being transported in truckloads to the warehouse. She took a look, and the fruits and vegetables were very fresh and varied. There were apples, oranges, pears, grapes, cherries, strawberries, blueberries, peaches, plums, watermelons, California, avocados, mangoes, pomelos. Vegetables included corn, tomatoes, potatoes, carrots, onions, celery, green peas, spinach, chili peppers, mushrooms, pumpkins, beets, southern sweet potatoes, red dates, sweet potatoes. Dozens of varieties. Initially, he had not dared to request so many varieties, but she insisted, so each type filled at least 1 truck, with many types requiring several trucks, each carrying over 10 or 20 tons lined up to unload. In any case, she had plenty of money to spare. After yesterday's events, they were now checking the goods before making payments. Lan Zhan was busy swiping her card. Meanwhile, she was collecting everything into her space in the warehouse. Today, it was not merely about storing things, as she cleared out a large area and headed to the largest outdoor goods store in the city. Lan Zhan wanted to follow, but couldn't. He had to check others unloading and making payments. He was uneasy leaving her card worth over 100 million with others, but he had to prioritize the young lad's safety. Nanxi understood his concern. I'm just going for a walk in the city and will be back soon. If anything happens, I will ensure my safety first and call you right away. Without waiting for him to catch up, she opened the door, got into the car, started the engine, and with a press on the accelerator, she zoomed off, kicking up a cloud of dust. By the time he saw clearly, the car was already nowhere to be found. Abroad, foreigners love adventure, which is why such products are plentiful. However, they also struggle with industry saturation. Many of the items purchased can be reused, and some simply cannot be sold, with prices dropping as low as 20-30. Nanxi walked into a shop filled with various outdoor products. Reflecting on the apocalypse, owning a pair of outdoor shoes is fundamental, not only to adapt to various terrains, but also to maintain good performance in extreme cold or heat, with winter shoes requiring warmth and summer ones needing breathability. No need for them to be overly beautiful, practicality is what matters. She picked dozens of pairs in one breath, avoiding anything too flashy. Practicality was all that mattered. Uncle Young and the others, being old acquaintances of the Mu family, would follow her in the future. After all, they were her own people, so she couldn't let them go without. The only uncertainty was their shoe sizes. Fortunately, she had plenty of money and intended to buy dozens of pairs in every size and style, regardless of gender. In the worst-case scenario of an apocalypse, she could always trade the unused items for resources with those in need. She had already scavenged a good amount of clothing at the mall, but the foreign sizes were often too large, leaving her with few fitting options. If necessary, she could alter them. Once again, it was may not too hot or cold and useful, but she still lacked extremely thick down jackets and thermal underwear needed for harsh winters to fend off the cold. In the scorching summer, she would need lightweight, breathable sun protection clothing to avoid sunburn. Fortunately, she had already secured those. She also looked at tents, which were excellent items. If outdoors and faced with severe cold, they would be her top choice. Good thermal insulation is essential, and the materials must withstand wind and snow. The choices for the heat of summer are different, requiring strong ventilation and UV protection. She needed both types. After all, she wasn't short on money. She had space, but a backpack was indispensable. Those flashy luxury items were impractical. A sturdy hiking backpack with ample capacity was crucial. She spotted hiking poles, which could assist with slipping and help save energy. Additionally, there were windproof hats for climbing snowy mountains, high-altitude sunglasses or goggles, mountaineering boots, crampons, ice axes, climbing ropes, spiked shoes, and jackets, all of which she recalled from her previous life. To reach the official base, she had traversed mountains on foot, and without hiking poles to assist her, it had been exceptionally difficult. Such items weren't worth much, so she gathered them all. Warm hats, gloves, scarves, sun hats, sunglasses, sunscreen, stoves, and tableware were also on her list, but seeing them made her want even more. Moreover, in the apocalypse, when there was no electricity, she would need firewood and charcoal. The mall only had a minimal selection, and nowadays everyone relied on electricity, gas, and other modern conveniences. When the real apocalypse arrived with power and heat cut off, heating would become a problem, and everything that could burn would be used for warmth. It was only when she saw the stove that she recalled this necessity. She needed stoves of all sizes that could ignite quickly. Stoves could heat food and preserve it. Additionally, the ancient discovery of compasses and maps was essential regardless of the season or weather. Maps were even more crucial, as when the apocalypse came, networks would collapse, and without satellite positioning, computers and phones would be useless, making maps invaluable. However, the maps here were not comprehensive, as she would need to visit a library for better ones. Fortunately, with money, she could get what she needed, or the shop owner could assist. She wanted maps from various countries and provinces, gathering as many as she could. She also needed a first aid kit. Although she had ordered a lot of medicines from Qinxing, she would buy as many as possible abroad, leaving more for those who needed them domestically. She also needed flashlights for illumination and other items like inflatable boats, canoes, kayaks, seaplanes, jet skis, and inflatable boats for flood situations. She intended to take whatever she could find. However, the variety of watercraft available here was too limited, especially the larger ones, so she would need to check elsewhere. Snorkeling gear, buoys, breathing tubes, underwater masks, surfboards, and air cushions. In short, there was nothing she didn't need. After exiting the outdoor store, she had filled 3 large trucks, spending a hefty sum once again. She asked the owner where the nearest lumber mill was and drove over. When she arrived, she approached the lumber mill owner and declared, "I want to buy all your wood." The owner was taken aback. "You only want the wood. We don't sell it." The wood was intended for furniture and other uses. Selling it alone would not yield much money. Nanxi, holding a mountain of stacked timber, didn't waste time with them and directly asked, "How much for you to sell it?" The owner was not rigid. As long as it was profitable and easy, why not? He offered $30,000 for all of it. This was a bargain compared to the usual price of over $200,000. Without hesitation, Nanxi paid immediately and told the owner to leave as she would find someone to haul it away. She ran to over a dozen lumber mills as she spent millions just on timber. After paying, she had someone come to collect it. Once the owner left, she stored all the materials in her space, dumping them on the open ground. Fortunately, her space was large enough to accommodate so many items. She had the wood but still needed generators and other essentials. She then headed to buy generators, getting thousands of them regardless of brand or size. She also acquired ice machines, air conditioning units, and heaters, knowing she had plenty of money. In less than a month, they would all become useless. If she didn't buy now, it would be a missed opportunity. All these items were large purchases. This outing alone had cost her several tens of millions. And that wasn't all, she had billions to spend. She felt distressed about not being able to spend it all. But it was even more distressing to spend money on foreigners. She thought about needing to make more transactions tonight. After gathering so many items, she truly felt exhausted. Back at the warehouse, it was once again filled to the brim. When noon arrived, she instructed John to buy some food. As soon as he turned around, she stored everything in her space. She called to let John know not to pack anything as she wanted something hot to eat. After they finished their meal, she told John she was too tired and needed to rest. John escorted her home, then went to supervise at the warehouse. Naturally, Nanxi informed him that the owner had already come and taken all the goods away. Nanxi had calculated it well with a round trip and time for lunch. By the time he returned, an hour or two would have passed, and everything would have been transported away. This was normal. She truly needed sleep. If she didn't sleep now, she feared she wouldn't survive until the apocalypse and might collapse beforehand. Plus, she had work to do tonight, needing to recharge her energy. But before that, she wanted to check her space. Only by doing so could she sleep peacefully. Upon entering, she found that the space had gained more supplies and a new book containing various learning skills. Skills such as shooting, archery, and decrypting codes were all practical in daily life. She must have missed it during the last upgrade as it was left by the door. She flipped through a few pages but was far too sleepy. She lay down on the soft bed and fell asleep until 9:30 in the evening. When she came downstairs, John was sitting on the sofa. She found it impossible to leave quietly. When she left last night, no one realized she was going out to do good deeds, and Nanxi merely found an excuse to stroll in the yard. Tonight it was evidently not going to work. As soon as she reached the bottom of the stairs, John stood up from the sofa and said, "Miss, I'm going too." Nanxi felt a bit embarrassed under their gaze, chuckling softly. "Look at what you're saying, I'm just hungry. Get up and eat something, you can go back to sleep." "Miss, I'm not sleepy." He showed no signs of fatigue on his face, instead appearing somewhat anxious. Nanxi sensed something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "Have they returned?" "I haven't been to the black market, but I know what kind of people are there. To trade there, one must either have a powerful background or be quite bold." John informed her not yet. Before dark, he made a call. They said they'd return later. Afterward, calls went unanswered and they didn't reply to messages. Hearing this news, her heart sank. She checked her phone. Since the afternoon, she hadn't received a single message about them. Could something have happened? "No, I need to call Uncle Yang." But just thinking about them going to the chaotic black market, she worried that her call might expose their whereabouts during a dangerous moment. In the end, she decided to send them a message and headed out herself. They avoided roadside surveillance and made their way to the black market, and fortunately, they returned halfway. However, the situation wasn't good. Both of them were injured. Nanxi and John helped them navigate through twists and turns, evading pursuers. Once they confirmed no one was following, she wanted to take them to the hospital, but Uncle Yang disagreed. "We should go back first." She knew that going to the hospital would be like walking into a trap. They assisted each other as they hurried home. Once they got back, they noticed that Uncle Yang had a severe injury to his abdomen and Mulin had been cut on the back with a bullet, still lodged in his body, bleeding profusely. But she had no medical training. Just as she was about to pull out the book from her space to search for medical knowledge, John, who had learned simple first aid in the army, brought out a medical kit before she could flip through the pages and asked her to assist him in extracting the bullets from the two. Nanxi assisted while John provided whatever was needed, completely unfazed by the fact that she was a young lady. By the time they successfully removed the bullets, 2 hours had already passed. She learned that the two had encountered military personnel who suspected they were associated with the group that had escaped the previous night. No matter how they explained, they were subjected to a relentless pursuit. If it weren't for their fortunate encounter with another group, they would have surely faced dire consequences. Nanxi suddenly understood. They had run into the coal-faced handsome man from yesterday's group, and the ones pursuing them were targeting them simply because they were all Huaxia people. Regardless of the truth, they wouldn't listen. Nanxi was furious. What the hell? How dare you use guns against me? How bold. If I can't fight you, can't I sneak away or steal? Oh no, why not just take it? Then I'll rob your bank to upgrade my space and take your military arsenal for my own use. She didn't even care about being discovered anymore. Damn it, those who dare to touch me, I'll rob a bank and take you down. With that, she got up and rushed out, startling the others and causing two of them to tumble off the bed. No. The sudden movement pulled at his wound, eliciting a painful cry. Ouch! It nearly cost him his life. Nanxi chuckled foolishly. Uncle Yang, how could that be? You know my capabilities, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Besides, you guys are still injured. If we're going to rob a bank, we need to wait until you're all healed up. In any case, they had to be present for the bank heist. But for stealing, that wasn't necessary. She could manage alone. After saying this, she yawned widely. I'm exhausted and need to catch up on sleep. Lan Zhan, you'll have to work hard tonight. Once she made arrangements, she went upstairs to lie down. Late at night, she quietly slipped away. The injured were tended to and no one noticed when she went upstairs to sleep. Banks are generally located in areas densely populated with residents or businesses. There are many branches of Dandong Bank, but there is only one headquarters right in the city center. When Nanxi said she would steal from the bank, she wasn't joking. She left the villa alone, navigating through the streets until she reached the city center. Even at midnight, the city lights shone bright as day, and the daytime traffic had faded. She stood in a corner gazing at the rows of buildings as if she could smell the scent of money. Before arriving, she had already taken and printed the internal blueprints of the bank sent by a hacker on her phone, placed them in her space, and confirmed the vault's specific location with her mind. It was this very building. As an international financial institution, it has always been regarded as a leader in the industry, a grand financial fortress. The building has several layers of highly secure underground vaults. It's quite difficult to access this area of the building easily as there are tight surveillance and security measures in place, and the streets surrounding the building are equipped with an armed security team. Once discovered, one would be shot on sight. She looked at the adjacent building, which was very close to this one. Its exterior appeared clean and was just an ordinary office building. From the skylight's position and height, she could see a gap on the roof that should be big enough for her to squeeze through. Fortunately, it was a blind spot for surveillance. Once she jumped in, she could think of a way to open the bank's back door. All the while, she had been using her mental space to access that book and explore various methods for cracking codes. Now she just needed the practical experience. Nanxi swiftly entered her space, changed into a suitable outfit, and then evaded the people around her before climbing inside. However, sneaking in was physically demanding. As Nanxi crawled through the crack, her hands and feet grew numb, and the cramped environment left her gasping for breath. After successfully entering, she finally found herself in the underground vault of the central bank. The bank's anti-theft system was exceptionally robust. There were 3 fingerprint locks along with a password. If even one did not match, the vault could not be opened. There were only 3 attempts allowed, and she couldn't afford to act rashly. Having already failed twice, she had one last chance before everything would be for naught. Damn it, if I can't crack this'll blow up your Dandong Bank. Of course, despite experiencing the darkness of the apocalypse, she fundamentally didn't want to be a violent person. If a problem could be solved using her brain, she would never resort to violence. The process of researching was undoubtedly long for her. Fortunately, this book was like a divine book. A bank vault was merely a minor hurdle. It felt like a long time had passed, but only 5 minutes had actually gone by when she exited her space. The unlocking process took half a minute and the lock clicked open. However, the vault would only remain open for 30 minutes. After that, regardless of whether there were people inside, it would lock again. From the inside, it couldn't be opened. They would have to wait for someone to unlock it from the outside. While others might be afraid, she was not. 30 minutes might seem short to others, but for her it was enough to empty the entire vault and leave safely. It is said that Dandong Bank's underground vault is the richest vault in the world, and the network does not deceive. First, on the underground first level, there were safes belonging to clients from all over the world. She had no time to open them one by one, so she tossed them all into her space before swiftly moving on to the second underground level. The second underground level housed a vast collection of antiques and ancient coins from various countries. She couldn't distinguish which country or era they belonged to as she simply tossed everything into her space and rushed to the third underground level. Upon reaching the third underground level, she was dumbfounded. It was filled with countless jade artifacts and jewels covering several walls, but after seeing so much, she had grown numb to it. With a flick of her fingers, she continued collecting. By the time she reached the 4th underground level, she still hadn't arrived at the so-called treasure vault. This level was stocked with a massive amount of silver with bricks, as large and thick as a block. One might mistake it for a silver wall. Aside from the entrance, the rest of the floor was lined with piled silver bricks, forming a wall that left only a path leading to the 5th level. Under the light, the silver bricks emitted a bright white glow. Compared to her 15 billion, she suddenly felt incredibly poorer than she had ever been. She touched the silver bricks like a child afraid to make any sudden movements. If she accidentally caused a brick to fall, it would be a costly mistake, losing both money and life. Oh dear, this Great Eastern Bank really knows how to tempt me with so many treasures in front of me, practically inviting me to commit a crime. Soon all the silver in this place was collected into her space. The 6th underground level was the highlight of the night. Gold. And it wasn't just one level, there was also a 7th underground level. In short, she wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. She picked up 2 large gold bricks and clashed them together. Clang. That was the sound of money. It was the most beautiful sound she had ever heard. Bang again. Come again. She danced excitedly inside. She danced for what felt like a century in her sea of consciousness, before finally calming down from her euphoric state. She turned stone into gold. Oh no, it was turning gold and collecting gold. Piles of gold as abundant as a mountain were all stored into her space. She hadn't noticed during the last upgrade, but this time she deliberately checked with her consciousness. As gold and silver entered the space, visibly transformed at an accelerated pace, first the villa expanded and became luxurious, and then 4 small villas sprang up around it as if they were mushrooms after rain. While the small villas were indeed small, they were not insignificant. The main villa spanned 8,000 square meters, and each of the 4 auxiliary villas occupied 6,000 square meters. To her surprise, the small pond from before had expanded into a crystal-clear pool. There was even a rockery added, surrounded by increasingly vibrant flowers. Water flowed down from the rockery into the pool, and mist swirled around. A few beautiful fish, whose names she couldn't recall, swam freely at the bottom of the pool. Previously, the edges of the land were shrouded in an unending mist, but as the mist dispersed, a vast expanse came into view. She felt as if she had stepped into a picturesque countryside, a paradise on earth. Clearly 2 different styles, yet in this space they felt perfectly harmonious. However, she had lost track of how large it had become. The mountains of gold and silver she had collected were no longer in sight. My money. My space. For a moment she did not know whether to feel heartbroken over the loss of the gold and silver, or to rejoice in the expansion of her space. In any case, she couldn't articulate her feelings at that moment. She felt as if her soul were about to drift away. Oh, my gold, my silver, my spacious villa, my idyllic retreat, a paradise on earth. It was so beautiful that she didn't want to leave. Fortunately, she wasn't confused enough to forget what she was doing. After she had plundered everything, she quickly exited the underground vault. When she stood at the grand entrance, touching the resplendent door, she found herself reluctant to part with it. If only this could be installed in a house during the apocalypse, it would surely provide excellent security. Unfortunately, time was up, and with a loud clang, the door closed. She didn't have time to take anything with her and tried to pry it open with her hands. It was far too secure. She couldn't even budge it. Her beautiful mood suddenly dimmed, replaced by a tinge of disappointment. My door. How can you just close when you want? Don't you want to come back with me? Nanxi left the bank feeling dejected, but before leaving she remembered to give a peace sign towards the camera. Unexpectedly, this triggered the alarm, and security personnel quickly surrounded the entire building. She had no choice but to flee like a rat crossing the street. While escaping, she didn't forget to glance inside the building, hoping to collect some interest. In a moment of distraction, she collided with Gu Shizhou, who was coming towards her. Gu Shizhou instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her back into his embrace as they ducked into a corner. Standing at nearly 6'3", his sturdy chest met her face. Before she could utter another sound, his hand covered her mouth. It's me. Gu Shizhou recognized her the moment she bumped into him. The unique scent emanating from the young girl was not that of perfume, it was more like the fragrance exuding from her body. He had only smelled it once, yet it lingered in his memory. The scent was faint and soothing, only detectable when one was close. She could sense that she was afraid of him, or more accurately, she didn't want to be close to him. This made Gu Shizhou somewhat troubled. He instinctively reined in his aura, and his gaze softened as he met hers. His voice came from above Nanxi, causing her to exclaim in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Did he or his people trigger the alarm? Gu Shizhou appeared calmer this time, his handsome face softened. She felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if she had seen him somewhere before. The pursuers gave her no time to think, their footsteps grew closer. As they approached, Gu Shizhou swiftly picked up Nanxi and pinned her against the wall, his sensual lips pressing forward. Just when Nanxi thought he was going to kiss her, Gu Shizhou halted. His breath brushed against her face, warm and ticklish. One of his arms was still wrapped around her waist, and their bodies were pressed closely together, so close that they could feel each other's heartbeats, making Nanxi's breathing quicken. In that moment, her heart, skipped a beat. After a while, the pursuers finally left, and the sound of alarms blared as numerous armed police officers stormed the building. They exchanged a glance, their hearts tightening involuntarily. Nanxi was worried. With Gu Shizhou here, how could she slip into her space? Gu Shizhou thought about how to escape with her. Gu Shizhou pulled her hand and led her into a more secluded room. This is a company's break room featuring a large sofa. Gu Shizhou hurriedly pressed Nanxi into the corner beside the sofa, saying, "Stay hidden here, I will draw them away and come back to rescue you." Nanxi's feelings were quite complex. She did not want a stranger to risk drawing the enemies away for her escape. She had her own space, and those people wouldn't find her. Once the guards relaxed, she could leave here boldly. But Gu Shizhou did not give her a chance to explain, standing up to open the door and step outside. The moment the door closed, Nanxi sat up. She had no idea whether to follow this man's advice and continue waiting here. Having experienced the apocalypse, she did not believe anyone would disregard their own safety and expose themselves to the enemy's gunfire. But soon this man proved her point with his actions. Outside, gunfire erupted. Gu Shizhou and his men were engaged in a fierce shootout with the enemies. Even though she couldn't see the situation outside, she could still feel the intensity of the gunfight through the sounds, both sides determined to bring the other down. The building was filled with people, cries for help, gunshots, and police sirens, all creating a cacophony. Nanxi also wanted to use her space to get out of here. But it was clearly not the right time. The crowd was gathered together, and once things calmed down, the police would interrogate each person. Her appearance would leave no trace, and the police would soon turn their attention to her. Regardless of whether anything was found, it would waste time. The apocalypse was approaching, and she did not want to be delayed by this, or that she needed to avoid trouble. So she decided to wait here for a while, and in the meantime, she could enter her space to organize her supplies. Upon entering the space, she felt her breathing become smoother. The upgraded villa was piled high with the supplies she had taken from the supermarket, and the building looking like a junkyard. Now that she had time, she began categorizing the supplies with her mind. She had 5 villas, all 3 stories high, which she would directly use to store the supplies. 1 villa for daily necessities, 1 for food, 1 for various electrical appliances, and if she needed anything else later, she would move it. Regardless, she wanted to keep 1 villa for weapons. For the largest villa, she planned to set it up so that when the apocalypse arrived, it would be her only paradise. As for vehicles and airplanes, she marked out a large area to store them outside before the apocalypse. Another benefit of the upgraded space was that her mind could not only wield a hoe, but could also use household machines to till the land. She sat in her room eating fruit and reading a book. She had hidden in the space for a long time, tilling several hundred acres, when the gunfire and police loudspeakers outside finally quieted down. She was jolted back to reality by the sound of the door opening. As she stepped out, she happened to see Gu Shizhou walking in. He held a bag in his hand, and when he saw her, he extended the bag towards her, saying, "You must be hungry. Have a bun, I will take you out again." Dressed in a black shirt and trousers, he appeared clean-cut, elegant, and noble. His tall and straight figure, broad and strong shoulders, and tightened waist suggested he was always tense, never allowing himself to relax. His facial features were sharp, and his brown eyes were filled with a resolute gaze. As he approached her, he was devoid of the cold and ruthless demeanor that had intimidated her during their first encounter. Though he didn't smile, she could feel the aura he was intentionally suppressing to appear more approachable. Nanxi had no idea how he had evaded the encirclement of so many police officers and managed to come in. In the meantime, a dozen groups of people had come and gone, and she had been busy in the space, so those people found nothing and left. She looked at the bun that the man handed over. This was M country, and buns were quite rare here, he was thoughtful. But she was already full from her time in the space, so Nanxi did not take the bun from his hand. Instead, she asked, "From last night until now, the entire building has been tightly guarded and searched. How did you get in?" Gu Shizhou once again offered her the bun, insisting, "Eat first and then talk." It was clear he would not take her with him if she didn't eat. Nanxi stood up, took the bun from Gu Ziz's hand, and walked straight to the window. She looked down through the gap in the curtains directly facing the main road, and it was already dawn. As she expected, the entire building was surrounded by police barricades, and a large number of officers were tightly guarding it. Trying to get out would probably result in being shot to pieces. While she was pondering how Gu Shizhou would take her out, he picked up the clothes that had fallen on the ground last night, shook them a few times, and draped them over her shoulders. His actions were quite natural, as if he had done it countless times before. However, she didn't know this was Gu Ziz's first time draping clothes over a woman. Gu Shizhou, she said as he put the clothes on her, but the name slipped from her lips. Mu Nanxi momentarily didn't know how to respond. He repeated, Gu Shizhou, my name. It means to guard the dream and travel to the west. Mu Nanxi turned around, her face filled with astonishment as she looked at this tall man standing at nearly 6 feet. She wanted to ask, brother, isn't this shift too sudden? Shouldn't the focus be on her finishing the bun and finding a way to get out? Why tell her his name? Gu Shizhou. She glanced at the man's somewhat familiar face, which unexpectedly overlapped with another face. She finally remembered who this man was. He was the renowned General Gu from the apocalypse. He had even saved her life. In her past life, while searching for supplies, she was robbed and nearly lost her life. If it hadn't been for him passing by, she would have been dead. At that time, she had already fainted, and in her dazed state, when she opened her eyes, she remembered it clearly. Later, he had someone find her a safe place and left her some water and supplies. Of course, it was just a few blackened hard buns. But in the resource-starved apocalypse, that was a tremendous kindness. Without those buns, she would not have survived the next 2 years. She would never forget General Gu. It wasn't her fault she didn't recognize him right away, mainly after experiencing the apocalypse. General Gu's face had some discrepancies compared to the present, and she didn't think of it immediately. However, if he was a general in the past, what was he now? Not a general, but he should be a soldier, right? No wonder she felt that hidden beneath his imposing aura was a strong sense of righteousness when she met him for the first time. Being a soldier, why was he not in Huagua but in M country? What was the story behind him being hunted? Also, General Gu, why not just introduce himself plainly and recite poetry? It means to guard the dream and travel to the west. Did he expect her to tell him, my name is Mu Nanxi, with Mu meaning to bathe in spring breezes, Nan meaning the south wind knows my intentions, and she referring to the stream's green grass? She must be going crazy. Mu Nanxi shifted her gaze from his face to the bun in his hand, forcing a smile. I didn't expect to have such an affinity with buns. Thank you for coming back to save me. Regardless of her actual need, he had indeed risked his life to draw those people away and return to rescue her. Under Gu Ziz's intense gaze, she picked up the bun and took a symbolic bite. It's very good, thank you. She did not mention her name at all. Gu Shizhou was a man of few words, someone who cherished his words, yet on the 2 occasions they met he seemed to bring her trouble. Perhaps out of a sense of indebtedness, he inexplicably wanted to tell her his name, to know who she was and to care for her. He ran several streets just to buy her this steamed bun. He was not good with words and did not know how to say sweet things. He knew she was from Hua country, and as fellow visitors in a foreign land, they surely had more common topics to discuss. She was unwilling to reveal her name, as she must have disliked him. After all, who would like someone who brought misfortune every time they met? Even becoming friends seemed unlucky. He felt she was his lucky star, as both times she had helped him out of trouble. Before coming, he had even changed his clothes and shaved his beard. Perhaps it was because of his older age, she barely glanced at him, which made him eager to tell her his name. When she heard his name, there was only a momentary surprise, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly as she accepted the steamed bun. He offered, taking a couple of simple bites, while saying the most polite thank you. He pretended not to care and said, there are no cameras here and the people outside don't know anyone is here. Once you finish eating, I'll take you out from here. He had also seen the major news this morning about that person called V-God. He wanted to applaud, as not only had they emptied the entire Dedong Bank overnight, but even the building itself was not spared. Just like before in the mall, there were no signs of anything being moved in the underground vault. Everything seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. The surveillance in the underground vault had been cut off before entry, and no one even noticed how people got in. Only the footage of her coming out remained. Making a peace gesture in front of the camera was undoubtedly a provocation to the authorities of M country, yet he found that V-God was rather adorable, doing things with such flair. The former police of M country had no way to deal with her, and she had even made it onto M country's wanted list. No matter how he thought about it, Mu Nanxi had already eaten her fill in the space and truly couldn't eat anymore. It's too early, I'm not hungry yet. Why don't you eat? Is it not good? No, it's just that I don't eat much, and it's too early right now. I usually only have breakfast around 9 or 10 o'clock. Gu Shizhou thought about it. Indeed, nowadays young girls sometimes sleep until noon without even having breakfast. After confirming again that she really wasn't eating, he handed her a bottle of water, saying, drink a little. Mu Nanxi took a couple of sips and said all right. Gu Shizhou took the steamed bun from her hand and started to eat. She wanted to say that she had already eaten that. But since the food was already eaten and Gu Shizhou didn't say much, she felt it would be inappropriate to say more. He ate quickly, finishing the big white bun in just a few bites, then said, "Let's go, I'll take you out now." As he spoke, he naturally took Nanxi's hand, not waiting for her to refuse, leading her left and right as they left. This building was so large that she hadn't had a good look at it last night. Her eyes widened at the abundance of supplies around the building. If this were the end of the world, how precious this would be. She felt an itch to throw everything here into her space. Nanxi was tightly held by Gu Shizhou's hand like a vice, leaving her no chance to break free. "Just stay close, don't make a sound, be careful." His voice was very low, whispering in her ear. Nanxi gestured an okay sign. He carefully led her through each step, taken with extreme caution. However, just as they turned a corner, they suddenly heard the footsteps and conversations of police personnel not far away. "We've been guarding this all night, not even a fly could get in, and still nothing. Who told you this is our job? Hurry up. How do you think that person did it?" In just a few hours, they managed to move the money from the vault without a sound. "How would I know? If I did, I'd just take a cut for myself." "Not good, they seem to be coming closer," Nanxi whispered. Her heart was now in her throat, and she was thinking that if they really got discovered, she would have to hide in the space in advance. But she didn't want to expose the matter of the space just yet, and her breathing became hurried. "Don't be afraid, stay close to me, let's find a place to hide." As Gu Shizhou spoke, he quickly pulled her to a hidden corner. They huddled tightly in that small corner, their bodies pressed closely together, trying to avoid leaving even the slightest gap. The surroundings were silent, only their heavy breathing and the increasingly closer footsteps echoed in the air. Her heart was racing wildly as if it would break through her chest, and her palms became slick with sweat. Gu Ziz's eyes revealed extreme tension and vigilance. His body was tensed, always prepared to respond to any sudden situation. The two of them dared not make a sound, not even daring to blink, fearing that any slight noise would attract the police's attention. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, with every second stretching out unbearably. The footsteps grew clearer, as if each step were stepping on their hearts, tightening their nerves to the limit. She felt her body was agitated, caught between hiding and not hiding. Gu Shizhou thought she was scared, gripping her hand tightly, conveying strength and courage to her. They quietly waited in the corner, praying that the footsteps would move away. The atmosphere, tense to the extreme, was also filled with a unique intimacy. Her lips were pressed against his neck, her breath becoming hurried, her warm exhalation lingering on his neck and around his ears, causing Gu Shizhou to react, his whole body suddenly tensing up. She didn't know how long it had been the police had not discovered them, and the footsteps gradually faded. Nanxi finally let out a long sigh of relief and pushed him away. Gu Shizhou actually felt a bit of disappointment. But he quickly adjusted his emotions and once again took Nanxi's hand to continue walking. The two of them fled all the way and finally reached the entrance of the building. However, there were many police officers standing densely at the entrance, along with police cars. Each of them looked serious, vigilantly watching every movement around them. Gu Ziz's face turned extremely grim. Just when she thought they would fall into a desperate situation, suddenly several people emerged from a less conspicuous corner. They were wearing black trench coats and low-brimmed hats, revealing only their sharp eyes. Uniform glanced at the watch on his wrist and lowered his voice to the people beside him, saying, "Time's up, brothers, act according to plan." "Understood, boss." The others responded in unison. Then they split up, with some deliberately creating a noisy commotion not far from the police, making sounds of clattering objects and loud shouts, successfully attracting the attention of some police officers. Others pretended to be panicking suspects, stumbling towards the police while shouting incoherent phrases, forcing the officers to divert their attention. In an instant, the scene became chaotic. Gu Shizhou tightly grasped Nanxi's hand and said in a low voice, "Now is the time, let's go." Taking advantage of the chaotic moment, the two hunched down and swiftly dashed towards the other side of the door. Her heart felt as though it would leap out of her throat, filled with tension and excitement, always fearing discovery by the police. She closely followed Gu Ziz's steps, his stride unwavering and rapid, gripping her hand tightly as he skillfully weaved through the crowd like a small boat striving for survival amidst raging waves. Finally, they successfully escaped the heavy encirclement of the police, disappearing into the dark corners with a sigh of relief. Once they found a moment of safety, Gu Shizhou let out a long breath while she felt as if awakening from a thrilling nightmare, her body drenched in sweat. Nanxi looked at Gu Shizhou, wanting to thank him properly, but the words caught in her throat. In the end, they exchanged contact information and went their separate ways. After all, she didn't care for herself, but Uncle Yang and the others at home must be worried. Just last night, she had mentioned robbing a bank, and now she was missing while the bank vault had been raided. She could easily imagine the uproar caused by the overnight heist at the Great East Bank in Country M. News of it would surely spread like wildfire across all major media outlets. Out of 10 news channels, 9 were reporting on this incident. Out of 10 trending topics, 7 were about her. Keyboard warriors were typing away throughout the night, eager not to miss such a major story. Some said she wasn't ruthless enough, that the lower levels should have been completely cleaned out, yet that door remained unscathed. Others speculated that time must have run out, otherwise she would have pried that door open. I must say the netizens are onto something. She had indeed focused on that door for a long time. If it hadn't been for the door closing and triggering the alarm, she would have taken it down. There were even claims that V-God is the god of wealth and that the bank belongs to him, with comments like, "I want to marry V-God." The most striking image remained her making a peace sign in front of the camera. In the comments, someone raised the question of who had said V-God emptied out the Great East Bank, challenging them to stand up and admit it. This comment gained significant traction with calls for action. Of course, some questioned whether V-God was a woman, but such doubts were quickly silenced. After all, with such a grand scheme, it wasn't just women, even men would struggle. It must be a deity at play. Some even said that Country M had offended the divine, incurring their wrath. And the V-God spoken of by many was racing home, having to pass through numerous surveillance cameras without. Nanxi was also worried that Uncle Yang and the others might not see her and would go frantic looking for her. So she had sent them a message late at night. She was not mistaken in her thoughts. When Uncle Yang woke up, he found no trace of her. Lan Zhan rushed out to search, and Mu Lin, with an injured hand, followed him. By the time they reached the Great East Bank, it was already heavily guarded. Not even a fly could get in. As they approached, a shootout broke out inside, leading them to believe something had happened to the young lady. To their surprise, it wasn't Nanxi who emerged, infuriating them. Just as they were about to charge, and they had already lost their chance. They could only stay hidden outside, waiting for the right moment. Uncle Yang sent them a message confirming that the young lady was safe, but did not specify her location. The two remained on guard outside the building, feeling uneasy. Guziz's team didn't even notice the police outside, let alone the two of them. But the disturbances alerted them to something unusual. When Nanxi came out, they took note. However, seeing a man beside her, they dared not approach. Soon they received a message from Nanxi. Assuming they were unaware, she said she was done and asked what they wanted to eat to bring back. When the two received the message, their faces darkened. They had been following her all along, only to be discovered by Gu Shizhou. After he left, Nanxi called out to them, "How long do you plan to follow me? Come out. You knew all." Lan Zhan replied, "We were just out for a morning run." Mu Lin added, "That poor acting is only fit to fool children, even they wouldn't believe it. Morning run. You two are just a bunch of jokers." Especially Mu Lin, whose arm was oozing blood and forehead glistening with cold sweat. If he ran any further, he might just fly away. Nanxi, uninterested in exposing them, said, "Look, I brought back breakfast. Let's go home." Her heart felt warm. In these past few days, she had come to regard them as family. But she was all too aware that she had to keep her secrets well hidden, otherwise before the end of the world came, she might find herself sent to a research facility. She valued her life and just wanted to live well. Now her supplies were increasing, and so was her money, which was beginning to trouble her. If she didn't find a way to spend the money soon, it would just turn into a pile of worthless paper. Before returning, she detoured to the warehouse to gather her remaining supplies into her space before heading back. When Uncle Yang learned she was back, he hurried to get out of bed. After some soothing words and promising to finish breakfast before returning to his room to rest, he finally felt at ease to lie back down. Naturally, Uncle Yang didn't ask her what she had been up to all night, as though nothing had happened. She was genuinely exhausted, but upon seeing the newly deposited 1 billion, she felt rejuvenated, ready to raid old Ms. Armory tonight. Whether for revenge or the impending apocalypse, she had to go through with it. Lan Zhan and Mu Lin seemed to know her intentions. When she woke up, they were already waiting outside her door, saying together. Nanxi understood that there was no way to push back tonight. Both Uncle Yang and Mu Lin were injured. After dinner, she set off with Lan Zhan. This time no one provided an internal structure map. They had to rely on themselves to figure it out. Since it was still early, she planned to gather some supplies first. The moonlight tonight was excellent, perfect for thievery, or rather, as the apocalypse approached, it was a great time for doing good deeds. The sky was overcast like a heavy black curtain shrouding the earth, barely allowing any light to penetrate. Nanxi and Lan Zhan, dressed in specially designed night gear, blended into the darkness, quietly heading towards a steel factory. Steel factories, much like timber and cement plants, were generally located in more remote areas, often clustered together. Before arriving, they had already reviewed the route, confirmed positions, and identified surveillance points. As night fell and people returned home for dinner, they would move like nocturnal mice first, taking out the cameras before proceeding. There were not many guards since it was not overtime, making it convenient for their plan. The two coordinated seamlessly. One wanted to keep their secret hidden while the other discreetly followed from a distance. She passed through one empty place after another. In short, she took whatever she saw. First the steel factory, then the cement plant, the brick factory, the glass factory, the ceramic tile factory under renovation, and the paint factory. She visited them all. Because no one knew better than her that when the apocalypse arrives, whether entering an official base or a military base, obtaining a quota requires these materials. In her past life, several tons of rebar only exchanged for a few square meters of a small room. She had to collect as much as she could while she had the chance, for when the apocalypse came, many things would be buried underground. Thus the two of them worked from 8 in the evening until midnight, not knowing how much ground they had covered or how many items they had collected. Even when passing by a farm, she took everything in one go. Mainly because Old M was too disgusting. Next was the armory, a military stronghold that could not be entered casually. The two followed a pre-scouted concealed route, taking each step with extreme caution, for even the slightest sound could betray their location. Nanxi's gaze was cold and focused, tightly gripping the short knife in her hand. Lanjan carried an empty backpack, always on guard. After much effort, they reached the edge of the enemy camp, where Lanjan instructed her to lie low in the grass while he observed the sentries' movements. Two soldiers were patrolling back and forth, and they had to wait for the perfect moment to act. The mosquitoes were numerous at night, and they could not use any repellent. Their faces and bodies were bitten countless times while they waited for the two soldiers to turn around. Lanjan shot out like an arrow from the bow. This time Gushizhou was also going to take down the armory. Of course Nanxi was unaware of this. Yet it seemed that many times fate had a clever arrangement. The two wore masks. She recognized him, but he did not recognize her. Both aimed at the same soldier, and in a flash, he covered the soldier's mouth with lightning speed. The knife in his hand swiftly slashed across, and the soldier fell unconscious before he could struggle. They dragged the man aside and hit him, then continued their advance towards the armory. They avoided layers of patrolling soldiers before finally locating the armory. The two lay hidden in the darkness, watching the massive building, their hearts racing. Every 10 minutes a group would pass by, and they needed to unlock the door and enter in the shortest time possible. Lanjan met up with her, and naturally, he also saw Gushizhou. More people meant more safety, but it was crucial not to be discovered. If one person was found, everyone would be exposed. The few of them cautiously circled to the side, finding a relatively weak spot, and he signaled Nanxi to observe. However, she saw Gushizhou preparing to smash the door, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. She made a V sign to Gushizhou, intending to inform him that she was the V-god, signaling him to let her handle it. Gushizhou understood, and stepped back a few paces, allowing her to approach the door to unlock it. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Lanjan was sweating for her. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their nerves taut. The moment the lock was successfully opened, a dull sound echoed sharply in the quiet night. Nanxi inwardly cried, "Not good." Almost simultaneously, the enemy soldiers were alerted, shouting, "Not good, the enemy is attacking." Instantly, the entire armory was lit up. Nanxi signaled Lanjan to stall Gushizhou while she rushed into the armory, collecting supplies, almost at a run. After finishing one storage room after another, when someone came in to search, she would slip into her space. She was always a step ahead in grabbing arms, while Gushizhou was a few minutes slower. When he entered, the place was already empty, and the person he was looking for had vanished without a trace. It was a wasted trip, and they had to retreat. Outside, he saw the V-god hiding behind a wall. When she saw him, she shook her head. "We were all tricked." Gushizhou did not expect that after all their hard work, they had ended up being used by someone else. This was the first time since joining the army that he had made such a huge misjudgment. Without time to think, the enemy forces were increasing, and the two could only fight with all their might. Soon Gushizhou was covered in injuries, but he paid no mind, finding the right moment to escape. But the enemy surged out like a tide, and their strength was gradually depleted, driving them into a corner. "We can't be trapped like this." Gushizhou instinctively shielded the V-god behind him, gritting his teeth as he fought fiercely, taking down an enemy and then pulling her toward another direction. Far from the armory, the enemy had begun firing guns. He had to protect her while dodging their gunfire, facing life-threatening dangers every moment. Gushizhou only had one thought: to take her away from there. Meanwhile, Nanxi was considering how to seize more arms without him noticing. If all else failed, she would slip into her space, as long as she survived. As they fought back against the enemy's attacks, they made their way out. The enemy behind them closely pursued, bullets whizzing past, as if they might tear them apart at any moment. In this urgent moment, Gu Shizhou could not see anyone. But everyone was busy dealing with the enemy, who would consider that this little rogue was noticed. With a swift movement, she slipped into her space, and others thought they were seeing things. Boxes of bullets, firearms, and bombs were quietly collected into her space. She then crept out and searched for their tanks, planes, and artillery. She was not afraid of being checked. In a few days, she would return to her country, and who would know who did it? Plus, she was dressed in black, wearing a silver mask with her fingerprints covered, and no one could find her. Taking advantage of the chaos, she collected from this storeroom to that one. If she annoyed someone, she had taken several tents. By accident, she wandered into the kitchen, taking pots and pans, not letting the place, storing oil and grain off the hook. If not for the time constraint, she would have wanted to take the blankets from the dormitory. Fortunately, she wasn't that extreme. Quickly, she dashed out, also collecting dozens of military vehicles. She was having a blast searching, but it gave Gu Shizhou and the others a headache. They couldn't find the person and hadn't seen a corpse. After fighting through, they ended up with nothing and almost died inside. The bullets were insufficient, so they took from the enemies. Finally, he spotted that shadow behind a low wall. Seeing it was Gu Shizhou, Nanxi pushed him forcefully. "Hurry," she shouted hoarsely. Gu Shizhou turned, scooping her up and pushing her onto the low wall. "You go first." Having been betrayed, Nanxi no longer believed anyone would risk their life to save her. Her heart trembled fiercely. She turned to look back at Gu Shizhou, who was still fighting the enemy. "Hurry, get up." Her eyes were filled with urgency. "You go first, I'll hold them off." Perhaps because he valued her talent, even knowing that the V-God must have a way to escape, he still gritted his teeth, remaining in place to buy her time. He took out a grenade and threw it into the crowd. Boom! Sparks flew and people were blown away. Seizing the enemy's gun, he fought like a mad beast, sustaining more and more injuries, but never collapsing. Finally, when her figure vanished into the darkness, he turned and ran in another direction. He exerted his last ounce of strength, desperately fleeing from this perilous place. Just as he collapsed to the ground, Nanxi found him. The enemy troops had already surrounded them, forcing them to retreat into the space. He was wounded in many places and had fallen into a deep unconsciousness. Nanxi took out a first aid kit. Following the earlier method of Lan Zhan treating young Shulin and Mu Lin, she used a sharp blade sterilized with alcohol to cut into his flesh, extracted the bullet with tweezers, and then applied medicine and stitched the wound. Although her stitching was crooked, it was completed, and she bandaged it up. After finishing all this, her back was drenched in sweat and beads of perspiration dripped down her forehead. When extracting the bullet, Gu Shizhou initially frowned, but later he lay there like meat on a cutting board, allowing her to cut him. She was truly afraid he might die just like that. After tidying up, he remained unconscious. Having never learned medicine, she didn't know how to care for the injured, so she walked out of the room in a gloomy mood and sat down at the foot of the rockery. That night, she felt both exhausted and thirsty, staring blankly at the flowing water. Novels often say that the spring water in space is a spirit spring capable of healing all ailments. She wondered if it were true. Never mind. Even if it's not a spirit spring, at least it can quench her thirst. With a thought, a bowl appeared in her hand, and she caught the water flowing down from the rockery, first drinking a bowl for herself. The sweet and cool water flowed down her throat into her belly, and her weary body felt instant comfort, with the originally wounded wounds visibly healing at a rapid pace. An unprecedented sense of ease and comfort rose from deep within her, as if every cell in her body was rejoicing. At that moment, I seemed to have found the source of life, restoring the purest vitality and abundant spirit, with both body and mind feeling unprecedented relief. A foul odor still emanated from her body. She decided to wash herself in the pond. To her surprise, all her wounds had vanished. The pain and fatigue completely disappeared. Her skin became more delicate, and she felt rejuvenated. It was simply too comfortable. Heavens! This is actually a spirit spring. A spirit spring that can heal all ailments. She was utterly astonished by all of this. Fortunately, she didn't take much time to digest it all. With a bowl, she collected water from the rockery to bring back to Gu Shizhou, being smart enough not to directly feed him a whole bowl of pure spirit spring. Instead, she mixed a quarter of the spirit spring with a bottle of mineral water to feed him. However, he was already in a near-death state, his face pale and frightening, barely holding on to a faint breath, unable to swallow. Nanxi still very much liked his face. If he died like this, wouldn't it be a pity? After all, in both lifetimes he had saved her, so how could she stand by and watch him die? If it weren't for her tonight, she wouldn't have been able to obtain this batch of military supplies. Not only had she acquired the arms, but she had also taken their tanks, armored vehicles, and fighter jets. Yet it almost cost him his life. Even so, she was still unwilling to part with a portion. After all, if she gave it to them now, they would just take it back to their country, and when the apocalypse came they might not be able to protect it. It was better to keep it with her for now, and when necessary she would bring it out for him. Thinking this way, her guilt towards him lessened by half. Nanxi looked at his pale lips, took a large mouthful of water, and bent down to press her lips against his cold ones, pouring the water into his mouth until he swallowed. 1 sip, 2 sips, 3 sips. Until she had fed him the entire bowl of water, Nanxi finally stopped. Gu Shizhou was still asleep, and she had no mood to manage the space, keeping a constant watch on the outside movements. During the operation, the M troops were searching for them. They had already left for a while. The moment he showed any signs of movement, she would immediately take her people out. Only by doing this could she save him while keeping her secret safe. Indeed, Gu Shizhou did not disappoint her. Within 10 minutes there were signs of him waking up. She chose a large rock and released him. Gu Shizhou felt as though he had entered a paradise, a place that was luxurious and beautiful. He seemed to see Nanxi saving him. But when he opened his eyes, there was no paradise, nor was there the little girl Nanxi. It was pitch black, and beside him stood a figure in black indistinguishable in gender, the V-god. Unwilling to give up, he asked, "Were you by my side all along?" Nanxi understood what he was asking, nodded, and then remembered that it was late at night and who would see, so she softly replied, "Mm." The voice was heavy, definitely not Nanxi's voice. He must have been dreaming just now. How desperate must he be to think of taking advantage of a little girl, even dreaming of her. Taking advantage. He was just fantasizing about a day when she would treat him as kindly as in his dreams. He must have been bewitched to forget where he was dreaming so beautifully. In their 2 encounters, he had pulled her into the whirlpool both times. If he ran into her again this time, he might lose his life. Gu Shizhou shook his head mockingly. What could he say? It was all thanks to the V-god saving him. How could he have the face to say he would protect the little girl? Just as he was about to get up, he realized that his wounds had already been treated by the person beside him. He surprisingly felt no pain as the wounds were bandaged, but he felt as if they were already healed. Thinking about it, how could that be possible? Perhaps it was because he was in so much pain that he had lost sensation. But then again, what was with this sense of relaxation all over? Setting everything aside, he sincerely said to Nanxi, "Thank you. If it weren't for her tonight, he would have likely met his end with no time left to dream." When Yinefeng and the others found him, Lan Zhan was also there. Upon seeing Nanxi, he let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. It's good that you're fine." Gu Shizhou then learned that the young man before him was called Yi. Nanxi also noticed the change in Guz's expression and stepped forward to check on Lan Zhan, who had also been shot in the arm. Fortunately, the bullet had already been removed. Aside from him, Guz's people were all wounded to some extent. With dozens of people trying to evade the M troop search, it was impossible to remain completely unscathed. Most had sustained injuries, with some severely hurt. Yet they did not give up and brought everyone out. Nanxi looked at the 4 severely injured individuals who were on the verge of death. If they were not rescued soon, they would lose their lives. She took out the water mixed with spirit spring from her space and made them drink it to hang on to their lives. Then came the extraction of the bullets. However, they disagreed. Right now the injuries are severe and they have lost too much blood. If the bullets aren't removed, they probably won't make it. Nanxi looked at Gu Shizhou and asked, "Do you trust me?" Gu Shizhou, whose life she had saved, would naturally not disagree. They drank the same concentration of water as Gu Shizhou, and soon they woke up. They were all tough men. Even without anesthesia, they only frowned slightly during the bullet extraction, not uttering a word. Nanxi also gave the others a more diluted mixture of water, saying, "Everyone drink some water to quench your thirst." Someone asked, "Brother, where did this water come from?" Being out and about, not knowing the name does not hinder people from greeting each other. Just a simple "brother" can bridge the gap between them. Nanxi concocted a reason. "I prepared it before coming, hid it here, so after I slipped away from them I escaped with Gu Shang, brother Gu, to this place." Gu Shizhou had already fainted. Whatever she said was the truth, and she had no say in the matter. Even if others had doubts, seeing their leader tending to the wounds and the medicine box and water bucket at their feet made them silent. Yinefeng was the first to pick up the water bucket and pour a bowl, drinking it eagerly. After just escaping with their lives, he was so thirsty, he felt like he could drain a river, desperately needing water to replenish his strength. With a single gulp, comfort washed over him from head to toe. The wounds on his body stopped bleeding, and he felt invigorated, capable of taking down a bull with a single punch. The water was exchanged by Nanxi at a ratio of 10-1 as she smiled and offered no explanation. They had already figured it out themselves. It was energy water, a kind of water that rapidly restores physical strength. As soldiers, they had naturally consumed energy water before, but hers was purer than what they had previously. It was as refreshing and sweet as mountain spring water, quickly restoring energy. The injured areas not only ceased to hurt, but also showed signs of healing. Each of them, barely alive, felt revitalized after drinking. They remained silent, but Gu Shizhou could sense the subtlety of this water. Before losing consciousness, someone had given him water, and after drinking it all his meridians relaxed, and now he felt no pain and could be certain that his wounds had healed. They were just two people, and preparing clothes for so many seemed a bit unreasonable. They were prepared for my people. They won't need them, so I gave them to you first. Nanxi lied without a blush or breathlessness. Lan Zhan did not expose her lie, and they were unaware. Lan Zhan had hobbled in when he arrived, but after drinking the water his injuries healed, and he felt as strong as when he first came. Seeing someone making things difficult for his young lady, he was the first to object. Don't pull this, let's go. Nanxi noticed they were all fine and had no interest in watching the group of men show off their physiques. Late at night, one by one with bare arms, especially Guz's body with his 8-pack abs, the allure was particularly lethal. While applying medicine, she hadn't felt anything, but now her mind was filled with his athletic build. The line below his abdomen was simply deadly. She dared not look at him again. If she didn't leave soon, she would be nosebleeding. Let's go, let's go, let's go. After saying this, she dove into the darker night without looking back. Gu Shizhou stared at her departing figure, lost in thought. This V figure looked so familiar, along with the scent she carried. It felt so recognizable. It was faint, as if he had smelled it somewhere before. Besides the scent, the silver mask, height, and voice didn't match, and he began to doubt if they were the same person. Yi Nanfeng and the others changed into their clothes and followed his gaze. Wasn't that the direction the guy had just left? They were almost like a stone gazing at a departing wife. The boss had been single for years, or could it be that he liked men? Yi Nanfeng seemed to have discovered some truth. In the past, the boss had also stared at his abs like this. Once when he was shot, the boss didn't let anyone else handle it and personally went to cut. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed so. He hurriedly covered his bare upper body with both hands, silently shouting in his heart, "Damn me. The boss can't possibly like men, right? Then am I not in great danger?" He thought about it and even said it out loud. Gu Shizhou shot him a glare. "I see you're not seriously injured, and you still have the heart to think about whether I like men. Go back and do 1,000 push-ups. 50 kilometers of increased training. Your energy is too exuberant. Go to South Africa on a mission." Yi Nanfeng, upon hearing this, felt as if the birds had all stopped. More convinced, the boss is Gaia. I want to see his abs, the kind drenched in sweat. With that, over a dozen people burst into goose-like laughter. Gu Ziz's face was so dark it seemed like ink would drip from it. He immediately ordered, "Listen up, anyone who dares to speak of tonight's events will face military law." Yes! The group was filled with fervor, wanting to turn back and raid the armory. Before leaving, Gu Shizhou and the others had hidden bombs in various corners. With a loud bang, they exploded. They all looked toward the direction of the sound of the bombs continued to trigger, rumbling with flames shooting up, lighting up half the sky. All of them wore smiles on their faces. Gu Shizhou said sternly, "All of you stand at attention, move forward." The dozen or so members of the team changed their clothes, buried their old ones, and ensured that they wouldn't give the army any leverage. Then in groups they swaggered out. The armory had been raided, encountering interception on the way. Their wounds had all scabbed over, showing no signs of the fierce battle they had just fought. Although they were all Chinese with green cards and no evidence against them, there was nothing the authorities could do. Nanxi had not walked far when she heard the sound of explosions and the bright flames lighting up half the sky. She couldn't hide her smile either. Lan Zhan was cheerful. "I almost lost an arm. That was well worth it." After Nanxi left, she stealthily climbed onto someone else's truck. Halfway, when it stopped, she changed back into women's clothes and put on makeup. Lan Zhan changed into casual wear, looking like siblings taking the bus among the crowds. By the time they were tracked down, it would be the end of the world. The two swaggered onto the bus, off the bus, and changed outfits all the way home. It was agreed that they would return today. Uncle Yang noticed they were late, and with the danger surrounding the armory, today's news was everywhere. There were also multiple theft cases that undoubtedly pointed to the V. The entire city was on alert, determined to find the V. Despite Nanxi's attempts to conceal it, how could she hide it from those around her? Young Shulin, whose bullet wound had not yet healed, had already gotten out of bed, worry etched on his face as he paced the hall. Mulin couldn't wait any longer. "If I wait any longer, I'll go crazy. No, I'm going to find someone now." Young Shulin did not agree. "What are you looking for? Come back here." "No. If you don't stabilize yourself, don't you think that if something really happened to them, would they still be like this?" We can't just sit here and do nothing, can we? You're anxious. I'm even more anxious. As long as the police and military are still investigating, it only means they are temporarily safe. If we go out to look for them now, it's equivalent to telling the other side that we are the ones they are looking for. As the two were eager to find someone, Nanxi and the others returned. She called out from a distance, "Uncle Yang, we are back." Her simple statement of "we are back" was the deepest comfort for the two who had waited anxiously all night. With her back to the sunlight, Nanxi's face radiated joy like a gentle spring breeze. Uncle Yang felt a sense of nostalgia, as if his daughter had blossomed into maturity. This past 6 months had been a tremendous shock for her. Her parents had both passed away, her family was eyeing the Mu Corporation covetously, and there was a fiancé with ulterior motives, and a sister who was ambiguous, all scheming against her. As an outsider, words were useless, as she had to see everything with her own eyes. The young lady transferred the company to her second uncle, Muihai. Although 15 billion seemed substantial for a publicly listed company, the annual profit was roughly equivalent, as selling it to him was a massive loss. Now she wanted to engage in large business deals, but it seemed she wasn't very clever. Purchasing goods from the supermarket would incur significant losses. It's rare to see her so invested in her career, even if she had been deceived, who could easily succeed in business. Let this be a lesson learned. The next time she procured goods, she wouldn't pay the full amount up front, as she did the first time. However, no matter how he thought about it, he wouldn't associate her with V-God. He merely took her enthusiasm as playful curiosity, thinking she came along just to see where V-God was headed. Upon seeing them return, his heart once again settled. "Oh, my little ancestor, you made Uncle Yang wait so long. If you hadn't come back, I would have gone to look for you on the streets." Mulin was a bodyguard, and the Mu family had done him a favor. When the old master was alive, he tasked him with protecting the young lady, which was a responsibility, a duty, and even his mission. If anything were to happen to her, he would never find peace in his life. Fortunately, she had returned safely. "See, Uncle, and back aren't I? Besides, I had Brother Lon with me. How could anything have happened? It's rare to travel abroad and enjoy the beautiful night scenery. Before returning, I want to play a few more nights. Who knows when I'll come back next time?" With the apocalypse approaching, it seemed impossible to think about it. Even if a homeland were to be rebuilt, who knew how many years it would take to restore the current prosperity? With this one deal, she would also have the ability to resist in the apocalypse, providing an additional layer of security. Nanxi looked beautiful when she smiled, revealing her faint dimples. She strode into the house, speaking with a charming tone. Yang Shulin had no way to deal with her. "All right, you go upstairs to wash up, and I'll make you dumplings." Lan Zhan also followed in, saying to him, "Uncle Yang, you're still injured. Let me make dumplings for everyone." Yang Shulin was wounded quite severely. Even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain. To wait for their return, he hadn't rested properly. Now that someone was taking over, he didn't argue. "All right, I'll just sit and wait for the food." Mulin's right hand couldn't move, but his left hand was fine. Even without smelling the bloody scent from Lan Zhan, he could see that his complexion was off, so he said, "I'll help you." Lan Zhan was still injured, but with the enhancement of spiritual water, he was indeed much better than them. His wounds had scabbed over, not affecting his ability to cook normally. "No need, I can handle it." Nanxi had food in her space, but she couldn't take it out openly. Not wanting to burden the two injured individuals with cooking, in the end, Nanxi cooked with them. Fortunately, the dumplings had been prepped earlier, and she just needed to take them out of the fridge to process. One chopped meat, another washed vegetables, and another fried eggs, one by one, tossing in a handful of shrimp for flavor and braising 2 big chicken legs for everyone. Knowing that the water in her space had healing properties, she secretly added some to the soup, making it taste exceptional. Everyone had been restless all night and was starving. In no time, the 4 of them devoured a pot of steaming dumplings, even chewing the bones of the big chicken legs into bits, leaving 3 of them satisfied and burping. Uncle Yang asked, "When are we going back?" Nanxi looked at Uncle Yang, somewhat troubled. "Uncle, you're still—" "I can't fly a plane. Even if I could, it's not allowed. We still live in a society governed by law, and flying without a pilot's license will get you arrested." Yang Shulin drank the soup made with the spiritual water. She mixed, feeling the change in his body. Although he had just been injured, under normal circumstances, it would take at least half a month to recover to this state. Now he was surprisingly feeling signs of improvement. His abdomen no longer hurt, and his posture was straight. "It's just flying a plane. What could happen?" Nanxi knew he was recovering well enough, but she disagreed. "Uncle Yang, you take care of yourself first. Once you're better, we'll go back." She had her space, so stocking up on supplies was no issue. Lan Zhan said, "I can fly a plane too." Nanxi was shocked. "Aren't you in the army? When did you learn to fly a plane?" "During special training, I learned." He said it so casually, but who knew that for a soldier like him, unless he performed exceptionally, it would be impossible. Exceptional performance meant he had put in effort and sweat that others could not bear. Once again, Nanxi developed a deeper and stronger respect for soldiers. Last night, he had nearly lost his life while protecting himself, and now he still wanted to return without rest. Even someone like Joe Pipey wouldn't exploit people like that. That's not acceptable. After a night of trouble, even iron bodies can't endure it. You need to go upstairs and rest right now. Although everything she was doing was to ensure her loved ones had a better life in the apocalypse. But she couldn't sacrifice their lives. Yang Shulin wanted to say something, but she interrupted him. If we want to go back, we need to stay alive first. Everyone rest and recover. Nanxi's words were not open to debate. Lan Zhan nodded. All right, I'll go rest now. In the afternoon, we'll head back. The plane is on the roof. To go back, we just need to go upstairs. The theft of the arms depot was such a significant incident, not at all less than the theft of the Dong Bank. Many mocked that the military power of M Nation was too weak, not even knowing when they were taken down. The jokes had reached an international level. Now she was not just on the wanted list, she had become the top target, the focus of national suppression. Some jeered that for V-God robbing a bank and an arms depot was child's play. If he had the capability, he should just take over Saudi Arabia's oil. Forget about just standing on his head to defecate, he should be able to drink oil while standing on his head. When Nanxi saw this, she didn't care about standing on her head to defecate or drinking oil. She just focused on the words oil. Whether it was planes, cars, tanks, or submarines, she hadn't managed to get a submarine yet. It couldn't be moved now. Before the apocalypse, she had wanted to take over Old M's research facility. Forget about oil, coal, gas, and other consumables. Whatever quantity was needed, she would take. The noise had been too loud these days, and she couldn't act anymore. They needed to catch their breath. Otherwise, it would be difficult to return, let alone take over their research facility. Nanxi only wished to return to her homeland to collect those life-saving herbs. Only when the herbs were safely stored in her space would she feel at ease. She went upstairs and immediately slipped into her space, which was filled to the brim with bountiful spoils, making her so happy that her mouth stretched to her ears. Indeed, the arms depot was delightful, as it had completely filled her 3-story villa with weapons. Those aircraft and artillery alone took up dozens of acres of her land. Moreover, the steel bars, cement boards, bricks, and other building materials she had obtained from those factories also occupied dozens of acres. She felt that she had accomplished something remarkable rescuing them from the apocalypse, and one day they would serve their utmost purpose. As for spending money, naturally, she would earn it where she spent it. Her money should be spent on the homeland that nurtured her. The Tibetan Mastiff that had been thrown into the space saw her enter and barked a woe. Nanxi glared at it. If you bark again, I'll kill you and make soup out of you. Since being thrown into the space, the dog had woken up, but accidentally drank from the pond, becoming as drunk as if it had consumed fake liquor. Now that it had woken up with great difficulty, it immediately started barking. When Nanxi threatened to kill it for dog meat, it barked even louder. Nanxi summoned a large cleaver, suddenly holding it in her hand. The gleaming edge of the cleaver made the dog doubt it would not be chopped into pieces. Soon it found itself unable to move, the cleaver inching closer towards it, raised above its dog head, ready to strike down with thunderous force. Please spare my dog life. The Tibetan Mastiff trembled in fear, tail between its legs, looking at her with tearful eyes. Suddenly, the cleaver stopped in midair. You don't want to die. The dog nodded frantically. Woof, woof, woof. You still dare to bark. Nanxi intentionally misinterpreted its meaning. Then I'll chop you. With a single stroke, Nanxi's cleaver came down the dog's eyes wide open, unable to move. In a moment of crisis, the pressure that bound it suddenly lifted, and the dog rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the cleaver that struck next to its leg. It was so close to being killed. The Tibetan Mastiff was the most loyal dog in the world, yet this person was too terrifying, making the dog shiver. She still wanted to eat dog meat. Whoa, this dog meat is not delicious at all. You can't eat me. Nanxi didn't care whether it's delicious or not. Well, find out once it's in the pot. Her gaze fell on its robust figure. I will use this knife to drain your dog blood, chop off your dog head, burn your dog fur, and roast your dog legs over charcoal, then boil your bones for soup and pressure cook your meat. You better pray that your meat is edible when it goes into the pot, otherwise I'll throw your meat into the stinking ditch and let the maggots crawl over it and eat you bit by bit. I'll also pour your soup to feed senior brother too, and your bones will be offered to the howling celestial hound. Every word she said terrified the dog. How could she use its meat to feed such disgusting creatures? Feeding senior brother too with soup was one thing, but why were its bones offered to the howling celestial hound? That was its own kind. The Tibetan Mastiff lay on the ground begging for mercy. All loyalty was thrown to the wind. It had to cling tightly to her leg to avoid being chopped. It did not need to squeeze it. 2 streams of dog tears flowed out. Its eyes were on the verge of crying blind. Nanxi finally let it go, feeling pleased as she patted its head. Listen carefully, I am your master now. If I tell you to go east, you must not go west. If I tell you to go north, you must not go south, otherwise I will chop you at any moment. The Tibetan Mastiff. Although it did not want to admit that this was its new master, she was simply too terrifying. Its life was at stake, so it lay there Wanggu, crying. Nanxi kicked it. You only know how to eat my food and drink my water, not work. Why should I raise you? I might as well steal for meat. Don't say I don't give you a chance. From now on, go work for me. Since drinking from the space's spiritual spring, the dog had become smarter. It felt wrong that it should not have greedily eaten the meat she tossed out. Since being thrown here, it had not eaten a single bite of food. Whenever it was thirsty or hungry, it only drank from the pond. But why did it like this water so much? It had even gained weight and felt very energetic. Was it infected with some terrible disease? Was its life in danger? Whoa. This dog hasn't even married a wife yet. It doesn't want to die. It shook its head vigorously. Dog Lord, oh no, I get it. Hearing this, Nanxi was displeased. What dog lord? Mantu has done me a favor, so from now on you will be called Mantu. Thus the imposing Tibetan Mastiff was given a soft name, Mantu. It could not argue back and could only accept with tears. Nanxi looked at the empty land in the distance. There are many places here that haven't been planted with crops. I'll leave it to you. First, plant 500 acres of corn. Woof dog, oh no, Mantu can't do it. The dog lord, oh no, Mantu protested. Nanxi glared at it and Mantu immediately cowered, barking twice at her. Yes ma'am. To prove that it was a useful dog, it rushed to the seed storage, picked up a basin with its mouth and filled the seed box. Then it carried the corn seeds to the empty land next to the cornfield, followed its master's planting distance, pawed the soil, then bit a few seeds and spat them in, covering them with soil. Nanxi watched as the corn grew, increasingly promising, smiling brightly. Gold and silver were truly wonderful things. The more she had, the larger her space would become, and the more crops she could plant. With the current growth rate, she could harvest once every 5 days. Although she already had enough supplies to last her several lifetimes, she still felt uneasy. The feeling of hunger from her past life was far too terrifying, and she would never forget it. With the support of her space, with harvests every few days, no matter how the apocalypse transformed, she could ensure she would not starve. She cleared a patch of vegetable land near the house and scattered the seeds. On the other side of the dog's corn field, she turned the soil to plant a large quantity of sweet potatoes. This went on until 5 in the afternoon, when Lan Zhan and the others came up to tell her they were well rested. Moreover, they needed to hurry and leave. If they didn't leave soon, the country would seal off and investigate the mysterious organization V. It was only natural. If they didn't investigate soon, country would probably be emptied by her. Since that was the case, she should return quickly. After all, a large amount of supplies in her homeland also needed to be hoarded, otherwise, when the apocalypse came, everything would be wasted. The 3 of them had drunk her spiritual spring, and their bodies had already recovered significantly. There would be no problem flying back. Lan Zhan's gaze towards her was somewhat nuanced, but he did not speak. Even if Uncle Yang and Mu Lin suspected, they could not say anything. This time she readily agreed. All right, well, wait until the last batch of supplies arrives and eat our fill before leaving. She had already placed an order with that restaurant 2 days ago, ordering all the best seafood they had, including shark fin, top-level king crabs, sea cucumbers, and abalones, with dozens of dishes each, with 1,000 portions now being delivered to the villa. Previously, she hadn't allowed anyone to deliver, partly because the timing might not align and partly because if someone was absent, it would be troublesome to check. Now that they were about to leave, they could go all out. The boss, for the sake of her multi-million order, even halted operations to ensure the freshness of the ingredients, personally driving to the port to fetch freshly unloaded seafood, live animals, and freshly picked vegetables. He rented a large venue and hired over a dozen chefs and dozens of waiters to complete everything, delivering it to the villa at the fastest speed. The surplus ingredients, amounting to over 100 portions, were also delivered. When the boss saw her, he was all smiles and thoughtfully sent over a dozen boxes of reasonably priced red wine. Nanxi wasn't concerned about the extra portions as she paid for them and accepted the wine. However, the boss insisted on not accepting her money, expressing his gratitude and telling her that he had made a profit from this and that he would close the shop in a few days to return home with his family. Nanxi nodded, advising him to stock up on long-lasting food upon returning home to withstand the harsh winter, to which the boss smiled and nodded. As for how to manage the situation, that was not for her to consider. Yang Shulin didn't expect her to order so much at once and was left dumbfounded with so much. How can we finish it all? Even with years of experience in the army, Lan Zhan and Mu Lin, who were accustomed to remaining calm in the face of adversity, widened their eyes in disbelief. Exactly, it's too much. There are just 4 of us, how can we eat it all? Mu Nanxi nonchalantly replied, if we can't finish it we can take it with us. After this feast the group ate until their stomachs were full, and after digesting until evening they listed the house with an agent before boarding a plane back home. Having not slept for a day and a night, Mu Nanxi collapsed into sleep on the plane. When she woke up she was still on the plane. With nothing else to do she entered her space with her consciousness. The mantu had become quite the capable worker, likely due to the spirit spring. Its efficiency in farming was outstanding. In just a few hours it had managed to cultivate over 10 acres of land. She decided to buy more animals when she returned to the country so she could rest easy. Mu Nanxi generously rewarded the mantu with a plate of braised meat, saying keep it up and continue working once you finish eating. The mantu was moved to tears. By the time they reached the capital of Huagua, it was just getting dark. Suma, knowing they were returning today, had prepared many of Mu Nanxi's favorite dishes. With so many dishes prepared she called Yang Shulanjan and Mumu, making a total of 5 people for dinner. Zhou, who had a close relationship with Mu Nanxi, naturally joined as well. Suma intended to remind her but saw the two coming down from upstairs. They stood very close together, and anyone unaware would think they were a couple. Yang Shu, being an elder, disliked such ambiguous relationships and immediately frowned. Second, Miss Zhou is your sister's fiancé. Can't you two avoid suspicion? Mu Nanxi, who had never favored Yang Shulin, had refrained from causing trouble when the old man was alive, but now that he was gone, once she dealt with her sister this family would be under her control. She retorted on the spot, Yang Shu, me calling you uncle is out of respect. I don't think you own this house. My sister hasn't said anything. Why are you a servant speaking up? My sister hasn't been in touch these past few days, and she didn't come for my birthday. As her sister we came to see her. Why is your mind so dirty? Upon hearing that voice Mu Nanxi shivered all over. Her mind flooded with the memories of her past life, where Mu Nanxi had dragged her off the bed along with Zhou to bring her down. Suma, being closest to her, quickly noticed something was off and held her hand tightly. Miss, are you alright? After calling her several times, Mu Nanxi finally snapped back from the terrifying memory. She looked up to see Suma's concerned face and Yang Shu looking at her with worry. Lan Zhan and Mu Lin had also stood up from their chairs. Mu Nanxi then remembered that she was no longer the Mu Nanxi on the verge of death, but the reborn Mu Nanxi back before the apocalypse. Now she was still alive and well. As for Mu Nanxi and Zhou, it wouldn't be long before, without her interference, and without the benefits of the space she possessed, they would not fare well. Regaining her composure, she smiled faintly at them. I'm fine, just a bit tired from returning home. Mu Nanxi raised her hand and slapped Mu Nanxi across the face. Mu Nanxi, when did my matters become your concern? It is you who should leave. Mu Nanxi never expected she would actually strike her. A shrill scream escaped. Mu Nanxi, you actually dared to hit me. For a few servants you hit me. I am your sister. She had always been pampered since childhood, especially by Mu Nanxi, who catered to her every whim. No matter what she said she would unhesitatingly give in. But all of this was under the premise that Mu Nanxi was unaware she was not her sister. Thus she could bully her without restraint. But today she actually dared to strike her for the sake of a few outsiders. How could she? How could things be like this? Without a moment of hesitation, Mu Nanxi struck back. Mu Nanxi already knew her character and grasped her tightly, delivering several slaps. She struck her until her cheeks were red and swollen, her eyes full of stars. After Mu Nanxi was hit, the nanny Wang Ma rushed out immediately. She hugged Mu Nanxi, scolding her, Miss, she is your sister. How could you hit your own sister for the sake of an outsider? Zhou also shielded her from behind, angrily saying to Mu Nanxi, she is your sister. His hand had already been raised. Yang Shu, seeing this, grabbed him. Young Master Yo, he warned sternly. Mu Nanxi looked at them mockingly. And then what? Having lived 2 lives, she discovered for the first time how advantageous the identity of this sister was. She would never forget before dying the words Mu Nanxi said, Sister, I am not your good sister at all. My good sister, oh, when death was imminent you didn't even know that your Mu family had raised someone else's child for over 20 years while your sister had been swapped at birth, not knowing where she perished in a trash bin. She coldly looked at Wang Ma. It was this woman who had been pregnant alongside her mother, and due to an accident both gave birth at the same time. The children from both families were premature, and in the incubators, she bribed the nurses to switch the identification bands of the 2 babies. This was something that the past life Mu Nanxi had revealed. Her sister was discarded in a trash bin shortly after being taken out of the hospital by the nanny. Her mother bled profusely after giving birth to her sister, and although they managed to stop the bleeding, she passed away within a few years. Her father also met with an accident in a car crash. It was only before his death that he learned that Wang Ma had laced his wife's food with slow-acting poison, and that his car accident was no accident. It occurred when he, suspicious of Mu Nanxing's identity, was on his way to get DNA tested and was hit by Wang Ma's drunk boyfriend. The enmity of killing one's kin is irreconcilable. Therefore, when Mu Nanxi saw the mother and daughter again, she could hardly suppress her hatred. Yet she had not lost her sensibility and thus refrained from acting out at that moment. Now, in a society ruled by law, acting out would bring her much trouble. Before the apocalypse, she did not want to attract trouble. After the apocalypse, she wanted it even less. The few of them were left speechless by her question. And then what? Mu Nanxi was the sister punishing her own sister. Surely she couldn't sue her, right? Wang Ma was the nanny of the Mu family, but was also Mu Nanxing's mother. Seeing Nanxing being admonished, she felt quite displeased. She wanted to resort to killing. Only after Mu Nanxing's demise would the Mu family belong to her daughter Nanxing. Aunt Wang said a few words, but was called to leave by Mu Nanxi, so she could only obediently stand aside. Zhou Ming was still her public fiancé and could not possibly stand up for Mu Nanxing. Would Mu Nanxing dare to call the police? In the past, she certainly would have. It was just that no matter what she did, the Mu family would always support her. Especially Mu Nanxi, who was protective of her sister. Anyone who dared to touch her sister would be opposing the entire Mu family. But now this sisterly protector Mu Nanxi actually struck her. She struck her. She struck her. Mu Nanxing had never endured such humiliation. Covering her swollen cheek, tears streamed down her face. Daring to be angry but unable to speak, Mu Nanxi looked at the others coldly and said, "Any objections? Keep it to yourselves." Uncle Yang did not expect Mu Nanxi to take action against the second young lady on his behalf. With a face full of regret, he said, "Well, Mu Nanxing is being unreasonable. You've already hit her, you should let it go and let them sit down to eat together." Lan Zhan and Mu Lin were unable to accept it. "Nanxi, you haven't finished what you promised us, so we're not eating," they said, standing up to leave. Mu Nanxi called out to them, "Come back. To prepare such a large sum of money and take on 100 billion order cannot be done in just a day or two. We need to eat well first to have the strength to prepare." Mu Nanxing was already on the verge of tears. Upon hearing her mention the 100 billion order, her eyes swelled and Zhou Ming's eyes widened. They knew that the Mu family had 100 billion order. Could it be that she was busy with this matter while she was away these past few days? The Zhou family also wanted to take on this order. He wanted to ask how things were progressing, but Mu Nanxi didn't even look at him. He directed his gaze at Mu Nanxing. Mu Nanxing's swollen face hurt to the point of craziness. But since they had not yet taken over the Mu family, she could not confront Mu Nanxi. Once she took over the Mu family, she would kick her away. She was not the real Mu Nanxing, just the daughter of a maid. She hated it. Why was she not a daughter of the Mu family, but the daughter of a lowly maid? Ever since she learned the truth, she lived in constant fear, afraid they would discover her true identity and bring back the real Mu Nanxing, driving her out of the house. Especially after the old Mu suspected she was not his daughter, he started thinking about secretly testing her DNA to find his biological daughter. Therefore he had to die, and Mu Nanxi also had to die. Only when they were both dead could she enjoy everything in the Mu family without guilt. She suppressed her evil thoughts and pouted to Mu Nanxi, saying, "Sister, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Mu Nanxi chewed her food and only looked at her after finishing. "What did you do wrong?" If she had truly realized her mistake, she wouldn't have killed her in her past life. Mu Nanxing was inherently wicked and did not deserve her love. Mu Nanxing was stunned by her sharp gaze. If she couldn't provide a satisfactory answer, Mu Nanxi would not let her go. Swallowing hard, she whispered, "I shouldn't have looked down on Uncle Yang and the others." Mu Nanxi did not want to say more. If she weren't so busy, she wouldn't even bother to look at her. Now she needed to keep the counterfeit Mu Nanxing in check to see where her real sister was. So for now she would keep these people under her watch. Mu Nanxing had no idea that Mu Nanxi already knew. Recently the Mu family received 100 billion order and Mu Nanxi had actually sold off a large number of assets. "Sister, what's the deal with the 100 billion order that Lan Zhan mentioned? Also, why have all the properties at home been sold?" Mu Nanxi answered with a tone of frustration, "What do you mean? It's all for the sake of this family. To take on such a large order, we still need money, right? Everyone in the city knows that Dad is gone. Who would be willing to lend us money? We can only sell temporarily and talk about the order later. We still owe nearly 100 million. I've already spoken to my second uncle. As long as he agrees to lend us, I will give him 15% of the Mu family shares." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming became anxious. "I am your fiancé. You say you will give away 15% of the Mu family shares without even asking me. Ask you. Is it useful? Or will you lend me 100 million? In light of our upcoming marriage, if you can come up with 100 million before noon tomorrow, I can also transfer that 15% of shares to you." Suddenly the atmosphere became tense. Dressed in a red body-hugging dress, Nanxi's figure was alluring. Her brown waves cascaded over her shoulders and a delicate pearl hairpin adorned one side of her head, complemented by an exquisite makeup exuding nobility and grace. With every step, she emanated even more presence. For a moment, Zhou Ming was entranced. But he knew very well that a woman like Nanxi was too dominant, not his type. Only gentle flowers like Nanxi were suitable for him. Yet he was tempted by the Mu family's business in Nanxi's hands, especially since it was a commercial marriage. It could elevate the Zhou family's status. So he planned to sweet-talk Nanxi, secure the Mu family's assets, and then kick her to the curb. But now Nanxi agreed to give away 15% of the Mu family shares without even asking him. Was she out of her mind? What a wasteful woman. Fine, don't regret it. I will provide the 100 million. It must not go to the Mu family's second uncle. Once this 15% of shares was in his hands, it would be hard to retrieve. Nanxi was waiting for him to say that. Now she believed Nanxi was not reborn. The white jade necklace was merely a coincidence, or else she wouldn't watch Zhou Ming spend 100 million to buy useless shares from her. Upon receiving this news, Nanxi was undoubtedly pleased. Zhou Ming left angrily while Nanxi stared at the white jade necklace around her neck. A voice in her heart kept reminding her that she must obtain it. Just as she was about to speak, Nanxi directly refused. If you misbehave this time, your birthday gift is cancelled. Go upstairs and reflect on your past actions. Nanxi gritted her teeth in anger and stormed upstairs. Aunt Wang, feeling sorry, followed her upstairs to comfort her. Meanwhile, Nanxi sat down and ate heartily, devouring meat. Nanxi looked worried and said, "Miss, are you really not going to care about the second young lady?" "Huh, what kind of second young lady is she?" Nanxi swallowed her food and replied, "No need. If it weren't for the impending apocalypse, she would have seriously investigated the events of that year. But thinking about it, perhaps her little sister was not dead and was picked up by some kind-hearted person." So she turned to Uncle Yang and said, "Uncle, I need your help." She quickly stated her request. It was to have him set aside his current tasks and focus entirely on finding the doctor and nurse who assisted her mother during childbirth, to see if she could uncover the truth from them. It would be best to track down the child that Aunt Wang abandoned. But she didn't mention that the child was her little sister. Nanxi's words stunned everyone present. They never dreamed that Aunt Wang had abandoned her own child. Only Yang Shuzhen realized that there must be something amiss. But so many years had passed, and it was just a newborn baby. The hospital delivered countless babies daily, and even machines would run on CPU. Finding her would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. He still nodded in agreement. After finishing the meal, he left immediately. Nanxi then took Aunt Su and the others to the study on the second floor. The soundproofing there was good. Even if Nanxi wanted to eavesdrop, it would be impossible. A trip to Country M only cost tens of millions. She wanted to spend her money in her own country, so that when the apocalypse arrives, those people would have the money to buy more supplies. The first disaster would be a continuous month of heavy rain leading to floods, at which point a lot of food would be soaked. She would purchase a large quantity of food from grain merchants. She planned to acquire vast amounts of fruits, vegetables, and meat from rural areas, and to collect ships full of seafood from the seaside. Even the wood would be purchased with money, unlike Country M, where they just spent a little money to get a lot, buying at zero cost at night. In Country M, she had previously arranged for someone to procure grain from rural areas and purchased a large number of poultry and livestock from farms. Now that she has returned, the slaughterhouse is scheduled to begin operations tomorrow. She had Blue Battle follow up on this matter and instructed Mulin to buy a house according to her requirements, creating a safe haven. Based on her memories from her past life, she knew that the villa area where she currently resided would soon be flooded. Only this place would remain the safest. There is a hillside manor located in the neighboring city of Haishi, which consists of many houses. Years ago, due to rumors about government investments for an international tourism island, people invested large sums of money there. However, halfway through the investment, the funds originally meant for Haishi were diverted to Jiang City. Without talent recruitment, and with weak purchasing desire from locals, the houses faced abandonment. Homeowners who had already purchased properties began demanding refunds. Naturally, this was impossible later on. The end result was that the houses could not be sold, and their prices plummeted. The first thing she did upon returning was to have Mulin contact the developers there to understand the situation. The entire building consists of 18 floors with 3 households per floor, and there are over 20 buildings. The green spaces outside had become overgrown and desolate due to long periods without maintenance. The residents who had previously demanded refunds hardly lived there, and there was no property management, leading to a severe state of neglect. At the time, the intention was to sell to wealthy individuals. There were somewhat too many villas. Over 50 units were built. The first phase was never completed and subsequent phases were not initiated, leaving a vast area vacant. This place is only separated from the city she is currently in by one city. Life takes precedence. She felt the need to personally visit the hillside manor to feel at ease. The road up the mountain was already built with few vehicles having traveled it, and the surface was still good though covered with fallen leaves and encroaching weeds. The greenery on both sides was untrimmed with tangled branches and leaves. Below the road, local villagers were cultivating land with fields of golden rice ready for harvest. The air on the mountain was fresh, filled with the fragrance of grass and trees. The houses were built at a high elevation far from the city center, looking beautiful but inconvenient for daily life. While it was possible to buy groceries from farmers, the variety of produce was limited to pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese, with the occasional fish available, making life inconvenient. It was precisely because of this that the number of buyers was extremely low. From what she knew, after the apocalypse, many buildings collapsed due to long-term flooding, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. This place was a rare safe haven. After the apocalypse arrived, many citizens sought refuge in the mountains, and with a large military presence, property prices soared. Having experienced a gruesome death in her past life, she did not want to entrust her life to others. If she were to choose neighbors, it could only be her decision. Thus she envisioned acquiring the entire area, including the undeveloped land. The asking price for the hillside manor was 10 billion. She did not have that much on hand, but acquiring 10 billion in the shortest time possible was neither too difficult nor too easy. Her experience with Dadong Bank had given her hope. The challenge lay in how to store gold in her space without it being upgraded. After leaving the hillside manor, she planned to collect the supplies that Suma had stored for her in over 20 warehouses. Soon after, she welcomed the first harvest in her space. From sowing to harvest, it took her less than a week. This speed was astonishing. When the food matured, the steamed buns would call out to her. She only needed to collect the grain with her mind, and then use a machine to dry it before storing it in the granary. Previously, she had eaten fresh corn that tasted far better than what she could buy outside. This time, she planned to plant wheat entirely. One advantage of her space was that she did not need to consider soil quality or weather. She could just scatter the seeds. She also designated a large area for breeding. She discovered that the buns thrived in her space, free from any unpleasant odors, possibly due to the spiritual water with a faint, refreshing scent that was the fragrance of nature, particularly comforting. In recent days, she had consumed a lot of spring water, and her skin had improved significantly, becoming so tender that it seemed to exude moisture. This made her quite satisfied. Moreover, she did not need to sort them by type. They could all thrive independently. She only needed to feed them at regular intervals. This week, Blue Battle had procured a large amount of supplies from the countryside, filling the warehouses to capacity. Previously, the clothes from Country M did not fit her well, so she had purchased many from clothing factories for both men and women across all seasons. Now it was summer. Although winter clothes were out of season, they could still be found. She bought a large number of off-season clothes, preferring those with strong insulation. Military overcoats were indispensable. She also purchased many sewing machines from the clothing factories, each with various styles. In case the apocalypse ended and people struggled to survive, revitalization would be imperative. These items would help her reach new heights. She also bought a lot of fabric and cotton. She stocked up on various food items, gas, coal balls, and firewood, more than could be counted. This shopping spree cost her 15 billion. Based on her available funds, she made several additional purchases of medicine. Her father left behind many antiques during his lifetime, which she also stored in her space. She kept a few cars stored there for viewing. She bought a Hummer from a 4S shop for modifications, enhancing its power and outfitting it for bulletproof, shockproof, and anti-slip capabilities. This modification cost more than the original price. But she wasn't short on money. She also visited a place that sold planes. However, it was impossible to purchase military-grade ones domestically, so in the end she acquired many modifiable equipment and parts. She did not understand, but Blue Battle and the others did. Aircraft were extremely expensive, and the parts were not cheap either. But she was not afraid. After all, the planes did not cost her a dime. Her space was filled with numerous military aircraft, cannons, and tanks. If anyone entered her space unaware, they might think they had stumbled into a military base. The only regret was the absence of military warships, ships, submarines, etc. At this moment, she had less than 30 million left. Time passed quickly, and she still had many tasks left undone. For instance, she had not secured the house, nor had she made arrangements for gasoline. Driving back and forth to gas stations was not her style. If one were to ask where the most oil was located, it would undoubtedly be in the hands of those few wealthy families. Now that food was secured to improve living standards, she needed to stockpile a large amount of gasoline. In this way, even in the apocalypse, her vehicles and various agricultural machines would not become mere decorations. She first placed an order for large-capacity oil barrels at the steel factory totaling over 10 million. If talking about where the most oil was found, it must be in Shade. She called Blue Battle and Mulin, and the three of them swiftly flew over by plane. On the way, she had already gathered some information. Of course, this time, she did not need to investigate personally. After the incidents in Country M developed, they had not seen a trace of the V-God for 2 consecutive weeks. Netizens speculated whether the V-God was a ploy by Country M to divert public attention while other countries remained untroubled. Otherwise, how could it suddenly become so quiet? Seeing this, Nanxi smiled. If you all enjoy the commotion so much, then I'll indulge you. She immediately checked the 130 oil fields in Shade. The largest was the Gawar oil field with a storage capacity of 70 billion barrels. Located in the eastern part of Shade, not far east of the capital Riyadh. What a colossal number that was. She had never thought to seek that much. It was merely to take a look. Just to look. This time they did not have a home. Under normal circumstances, she would stay in a 5-star or 7-star hotel. Surveillance was everywhere. Any slight movement could be seen under someone's watchful eye. It was troublesome to conduct business. After all, she was currently a poor person. The three of them found a remote inn to rent. As soon as they dropped off their luggage, they could not wait to go out and scout the area, planning to take action at night. This time they did not have a map, and oil was extracted around the clock, making it very difficult to blend in. But it was not impossible. As night quietly descended, she donned her stealth attire, while Lanjan and Mulin also changed into dark clothing suitable for movement. The three set off toward the oil extraction site with ulterior motives. The surroundings were eerily silent, broken only by the faint hum of machinery and the occasional whisper. Approaching the edge of the extraction site, they discovered a towering barbed wire fence that loomed like an insurmountable barrier with glaring warning signs that were especially striking under the moonlight. The three moved slowly along the fence, and after a while Nanxi joyfully noticed that one section of the wire had loosened due to years of neglect. She carefully used her tools to lift the wire, creating a narrow passage. "Be quiet, don't make any noise," Lanjan cautioned in a hushed tone. They kept Nanxi shielded in the middle, crouching as they slipped through the fence one by one. Having done this before, Nanxi was calm and collected, not the least bit nervous. Once inside, patrol vehicles occasionally drove by, their bright lights sweeping back and forth through the darkness. The three hurriedly hid behind a massive oil tank, controlling their breaths to be as faint as possible. After the patrol vehicle moved on, they continued to explore. The air was thick with the smell of gasoline. Before long, they discovered several large warehouses, each guarded. Getting in wouldn't be too difficult. Stealing oil isn't something an ordinary person can just do. Carrying a barrel could be fatal, and a large quantity would require a vehicle for transport. Thus the guards were not overly vigilant. When someone brought oil into the warehouse, they simply jotted it down in their notebook. The three had donned worker outfits. As for how they obtained them, those in the know understood. The smell was overwhelming, nearly sending them away. Nanxi was unwilling. She wanted to enter along with the oil transporters. Mulin had somehow found her a clean outfit, and after changing, she blended in. Then she stealthily left, making off with the oil from the back, leaving only the outermost row. Other warehouses were locked tight. After she exited, her work attire allowed her to swagger close, and she opened the door with others, assuming she was just a worker and paying no mind. She managed to get inside 12 warehouses. As for how much she took, she didn't know, but it was certainly over 10 million barrels. This still wasn't enough. She explored the oil fields that had already been extracted. In a deserted corner, she directly took out a giant oil tank and filled it to the brim, storing it in her space. Stealing right under people's noses felt exhilarating. Instead of taking one at a time, she filled dozens or even hundreds at once. In less than 2 hours, she filled her space with tens of millions of oil barrels, yet she still craved more. Lanjan had already found the oil depot where they stored more than 10 times the amount they had just collected. Upon hearing this, Nanxi exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." The oil field was vast, and after walking about 2 miles, they arrived at the location Lanjan mentioned. True to his words, it was indeed a storage point for Jiahua oil, with 2 teams in police uniforms patrolling. They completed their patrol, and at 2 in the morning the area was eerily quiet. As they turned around, Mulin and Lanjan guarded her, and Nanxi swiftly slipped inside. At that moment, the amount of stored oil was truly staggering. She was running to gather it all. By the time she exited, she was drenched in sweat, but her lips were curled into a smile. They had found 2 such places and took all the oil. As they emerged, they were even more cautious, blending into the crowd of workers and slipping away. Within 5 minutes of their departure, the oil field exploded. So much oil had vanished overnight. They checked the surveillance footage and discovered that many cameras were malfunctioning. Someone chased after them. Nanxi shouted, "Run." The three of them took off running. To cover her, the two fled first. Nanxi had a vehicle in her space, and not running too far, she discreetly placed it down in an unpopulated area and drove back to find Lan Zhan and the others. The two had already been surrounded. Seeing this, Nanxi drove the vehicle straight in, making a sharp turn, and shouted at the two, "Get in." The car sped away at high speed, and Nanxi urged them to change into different outfits while she switched vehicles. What she did always seemed so unexpected, and if she conjured a car out of thin air, they wouldn't find it strange. Thus Nanxi said, "Wait for me here, I'll be back soon." They nodded, "All right." Nanxi drove a distance, placed the vehicle into her space, and took out another one. This one was also registered. After using the car, she could just discard the license plate and nothing would happen. She intentionally circled the city a few times, changing vehicles several times before finally returning to the inn. This time they didn't take a break, they checked out and headed straight to the airport. They planned to travel to the little... Years ago, they had slaughtered numerous Chinese soldiers and civilians on the soil of Huagua and had also plundered a vast amount of Chinese cultural relics. From the Battle of Jiahai to the anti-Japanese war, Little Japan had looted countless treasures from Huagua. This included not only millions of antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, but even golden Buddha statues among the Buddhist relics. There was no reason for her hand to reach toward countries to Dong Bank and Arms Depot without them encountering any trouble. Their first stop would be the museum. To facilitate their operations, they chose to stay at a place not far from there. After a refreshing sleep, when they awoke, it was already dark. After a simple meal, Lan Zhan asked her what the next plan was. Nanxi was efficient and straightforward, directly informing them, "We need to visit Little Japan's museum." She had already done her homework before coming. She knew where a large number of cultural relics were stored. The two were taken aback by her astonishing words. Especially Mulin, who had seen the news this morning. Stupite had lost hundreds of millions of barrels of oil overnight, which just happened to be in the places they had visited. He couldn't help but suspect that this incident was related to them. But they hadn't done anything yesterday. At most, they had just scoped the area. With so much oil and such a strong smell, how did those people, oh no, this lady, manage to transport all these things without a sound? And now they were going to visit Little Japan's museum. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen. Mulin glanced at Lan Zhan. Lan Zhan maintained a calm demeanor. Mainly he followed the lady and had experienced the night at the arms depot, and now there was oil. Also, the earlier Dong Bank incident, even though he had gone to scope it out, he hadn't seen how the lady took action. He only learned about it the next day from the news. Even so, whatever the lady planned to do, he wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Little Japan was bound to suffer, and he felt a sense of schadenfreude. Lan Zhan chuckled, eat well, so we have the strength to run later." Saying this, he was the first to take a bowl and wolf down his food. Seeing him so engaged, Nanxi found her meal even more delicious. Mulin noticed that the two said nothing and could only eat. Not eating wasn't an option. Running required stamina. If they lacked energy later, it would be trouble. After they finished eating like nocturnal mice, no black nights, they quickly reached the vicinity of the museum. At 4 in the morning, the museum's doors were locked tight and the high steps looked exhausting. Nanxi, fearing they would be idle, said, "All right. You all do your best, I'll go in first to take a look." She changed into a security uniform and boldly walked up. As soon as she stepped through the museum's entrance, a sense of age and mystery swept over her. She cautiously proceeded along the wall, her ears filled only with the sound of her own faint breathing and footsteps. The first obstacle was an infrared alarm system. She took out a pair of special glasses from her pocket, and after putting them on, the infrared rays invisible to the naked eye appeared clearly before her. Taking a deep breath, her body moved like a nimble cat, precisely avoiding each beam of infrared with impeccable posture and rhythm. Next was a door that required a password and fingerprint to open. This wasn't her first time doing this. Nanxi calmly took out a small toolkit from her space, filled with various high-tech hacking devices. Next was a door that required a password and fingerprint to open. This wasn't her first time doing this. Nanxi calmly took out a small tool. Nanxi tiptoed inside, and the sight before her took her breath away. Various cultural relics sparkled under the dim light, exuding a mysterious aura. The most eye-catching was a towering golden Buddha statue, grand and solemn, as if it were scrutinizing her unexpected presence. Surrounding the statue were exquisite calligraphic artworks, the strokes fluid and fragrant with ink. Also present were specimens of rare and exotic creatures, lifelike, as if they could spring to life at any moment. Nanxi felt a surge of resentment during the Qing dynasty. So many artifacts had been stolen from her country. She slowly approached the golden Buddha, meticulously observing the arrangements around it, not missing any detail. At that moment, a voice from the approaching security patrol echoed. Nanxi's heart raced. She quickly hid behind a large display case, not daring to make a sound. Her heart raced, knowing time was of the essence, and she had to hurry. Once the guards passed, she swiftly gathered her belongings into her space. As for the crouching Buddha statue, not to mention the risk of triggering the sensors, even if she took it, it would only upgrade in her space, which wasn't worth the trouble. After collecting the other artifacts, she would return for it. She dashed through one corridor after another, heading towards the exhibition hall where the treasures were kept. Encountering a tricky artifact, she quickly approached the display case, pulling out a small laser cutter from her toolkit, carefully adjusting the parameters, ready to cut through the glass of the display. If she wasn't careful and the laser touched the glass, bright lights would suddenly illuminate, causing trouble. Therefore, she was extremely meticulous with each piece. Once she finished with these, she returned to the grand hall to gaze at the large Buddha statue. What should I do with you? She mentally scanned her space. Seeing the large grain storage, you're the one. She decided to take a gamble. If this was swallowed by the space, it was better than leaving it for the thieves. She took out the grain storage, placed a lot of cotton inside, and with a gentle tap of her finger, the statue lay within. After covering it with another layer of cotton, she closed the grain storage door and tidied up her space. The entire process was extremely careful. But time was tight. She completed everything in less than 20 minutes and exited the museum. Don't move. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief and made a gesture to the monitoring camera at the door, a voice rang out from behind her. Mulin and Lanzhan had been keeping watch, but before they could relay any information, a group of security guards rushed in from all directions, surrounding Nanxi. Damn it, as the saying goes, trouble comes when you're not doing anything, and now she had been discovered. If they caught her, even if they found nothing on her, she would still have to spend some time in detention. This was not acceptable. Was she just looking for trouble, leaving her home to fight over territory with other accomplices? Forget it, Shed, let them have it. Nanxi shot a glance at Mulin and Lan, signaling them not to act rashly. As the people charged toward her, she suddenly turned and dashed in another direction, using various obstacles to evade the pursuit of the guards. But the guards, well-trained, gradually closed in on her. Sweat dripped from her forehead and her breathing became rapid. Just as she was contemplating whether to hide in her space, she suddenly noticed a ventilation duct in the corner of the room where she was hiding. The faint shouts of the guards echoed behind her, tightening her heart, and she dared not slack off. Struggling to rush over and open the vent cover, she cursed inwardly. What bad luck, how come so many guards suddenly appeared? Diving in the ventilation duct was narrow and dark, and she could only navigate forward by the faint light of her phone. This time I was really too careless. I didn't expect the museum security system to be so tight. Thankfully, I had already obtained quite a few things. Not daring to let up for a moment, she quickened her crawling speed, constantly devising her next plan. She emerged from the duct and, after navigating a small alley, finally messaged Mulin and Lanzhan. When the three met, the other two quickly examined her, and after confirming she was fine, they smiled with relief. Miss, you scared us to death, but thankfully you're okay. Don't worry, what could happen to me? She focused her thoughts to ensure the crouching golden Buddha was still in her space. Once confirmed, she contemplated her next steps. The little thieves had one of the world's top gold mines. She was in urgent need of money. But the mountains were all gold ore and dawn was approaching. She directed her gaze towards the refining gold factory. She voiced this idea mainly to get Mulin and the others thinking together. In the adult world, there is no choosing one over the other, we need both. First the gold factory, then the gold mountain. They quickly located the place through satellite positioning. However, it was a bit far from where they were. Without hesitation, the group boarded a plane. Soon it would be less than half an hour. After disembarking, Nanxi walked at the back, swiftly storing the plane. Without waiting to observe the terrain, they dove right in. This time, breaking into the gold factory was much easier than the museum. This gold factory was no ordinary one. Mulin was responsible for destroying the surveillance, while Lanzhan helped her find the gold storage area. There were refining areas, sheet metal storage, and finished product zones. The workshop was vast. But the two quickly found what they were looking for. A heavy iron door, one she was very familiar with. However, it was still a notch below the one at the bank. Lanzhan couldn't open it and called Nanxi over. She took out her tools, fiddled with them, and with a click it opened. Bang! Opened. Inside there were sheets of gold radiating a dazzling light. Love it, love it. Nanxi had experienced the allure of gold before. Each piece of gold sheet made her eyes widen. Collecting, collecting, collecting. 1 room, 2 rooms, 3 rooms. There were at least 5 rooms of gold sheets, enough to fill one room like the Golden Buddha. When she opened the 6th door, she reached the moment every woman adores. Inside were exquisite jewelry, earrings, necklaces, large gold bracelets, the 12 zodiac signs, investment gold bars. She simply adored them. If not for the urgency of time, she would have taken a moment to admire her beauty. She gathered the jewelry into a basket, planning to select some nice pieces to keep for herself to wear later. There were at least 5 sections of jewelry with various styles available. She hurriedly finished collecting and left. There was still time, and they headed to the Gold Mountain. By the time they reached the Gold Mountain, the sky had brightened. She blended in with the gold miners, directly tossing the ores into her space. As she discreetly tossed the piled-up ores while others weren't paying attention, the gold elements were absorbed, leaving the waste rocks behind. In total, she exchanged for 5 mines and collected several warehouses worth of gold sheets. She could feel the changes in her space, and stopped only when it no longer expanded. The miners in the all-gold mine complained incessantly, and some even caused disturbances, getting thrown out. When the inspectors arrived, everyone halted their work. The gold mine is exhausted. There's nothing left, not even a bit. Impossible. This gold mine could be mined for 100 years without running dry. The situation escalated, and Nanxi knew they could no longer stay, otherwise it would turn troublesome. After finishing up, they quickly fled. Fortunately, with such a major incident, they couldn't afford to care about 2 small characters. Amid the chaos, they rushed out. After making such a fortune, she decided to rest for 2 days before taking further action. She couldn't sleep here for long, as she would soon take a plane to escape. By the time they reacted, the plane was already out of the country. Upon returning home, she didn't forget one thing: to transfer the money to the developer of Nanxi Manor. She had gold, and with the Mu family's enterprise, having a few gold diamonds was perfectly normal, so selling them posed no obstacles. With the money, she transferred it over immediately. Thus the house and land would all belong to her. With such a large sum, the other party was also wary of her changing her mind and promptly transferred the ownership to her name the same day. Upon receiving the house, her next step was to hire someone to create a safe house. As a young lady, many matters did not require her direct involvement. She conveyed her requirements to Mu Lin and simply needed to pay. For the safe house, her request was for a plain exterior, but a hidden treasure within. The safety index was maximized. It was estimated to cost 5 billion. With so much gold, it was impossible to exchange it all at once, but that wouldn't affect her from using it to settle payments. She chose the top-notch renovation company. She wanted to dig a tunnel under her villa, leading to the back mountain. She couldn't afford to be careless in selecting people. For the 2 of them, along with Uncle Yang and Aunt Sue, she had absolute trust. In her previous life, had it not been for their repeated help, she would have long perished soon after the apocalypse began. However, because of this, they all perished at the hands of Mu Nanqing and Zhou Ming to safeguard themselves. This was something Mu Nanqing mentioned before she died. In this life, she only wished to protect those around her. Others were unrelated to her. She hadn't mentioned it before because it was unnecessary. Now she spoke of it because the time had come. Aunt Sue was getting old, and she didn't want to frighten her. Uncle Yang hadn't returned yet. She only spoke with Mu Lin and Lan Zhan, as this involved the issue of selecting people. Moreover, given everything that had happened in these days, she didn't believe they hadn't noticed. Additionally, in these days, they had already done quite a few good deeds. There was no need to hide anything. As long as they worked together, they would fare better in the apocalypse. Mu Lin and Lan Zhan looked at Nanxi in disbelief. Nanxi, where did you get this information? Could it be a plot imagined by keyboard warriors? Everyone has been young. While she hadn't read many apocalypse stories, she knew this genre was favored by many cute characters. Nanxi understood that the apocalypse was merely a script that appeared in novels. If she hadn't experienced it in her previous life, she wouldn't have believed it either. Don't worry about where I found out. We have money and our supplies are sufficient. If the apocalypse doesn't come, we can sell these items. However, if it really does come, then they will be our lifeline. Mu Lin thought for a moment and nodded. Nanxi is right. The predicted apocalypse is around the 15th of next month. We already have supplies and are not lacking in digging escape routes. I'll contact someone right away. Previously, they always called her Miss, which felt too distant. Lan Zhan was the one closest to Nanxi, especially with the last incident at the arms depot, and now the mentioned apocalypse, he believed her. Moreover, he was certain that Nanxi had firearms and ammunition. Although he didn't know where Nanxi had hidden her supplies this time, one thing was certain: Nanxi trusted them deeply. Otherwise, she wouldn't share these matters with them. She could have hoarded supplies alone. If the apocalypse really comes, the most terrifying aspect is human nature. To protect these supplies and live better, we can't rely on just the 4 of us. We must have our own team. He enlisted at 16, spent 8 years in the army, and learned the harshness of society. If an apocalypse truly occurs, human nature will be exposed. Social order will collapse and mutual trust will become rare. People will become selfish and cruel to survive. In this environment, some people will lose their compassion and humanitarian spirit, becoming cold and ruthless, solely focused on their survival and interests. Some will commit immoral acts for money or resort to violence and plunder to obtain resources and wealth. In severe cases, they may resort to cannibalism. He couldn't imagine how horrifying such scenes would be. He was sure that Nanxi had firearms, but he didn't know where they were stored. But relying solely on the 4 of them might suffice for survival. However, even a sturdy body can't withstand prolonged wear when their stamina runs out. What then? To avoid becoming prey to others, they must have their own team. For some reason, he seemed to see the apocalypse truly approaching in Nanxi's deep dark eyes. Everything she had done during this time verified this point. She was no longer the Nanxi they once knew. Now she seemed to have experienced the decline of morality, the destruction of humanity, and emerged anew with the will and means to rise. Lan Zhan's words were something Nanxi wholeheartedly agreed with. With the apocalypse drawing nearer, both Lan Zhan and Lin knew that if the apocalypse truly arrived, their time was running short. The main priority was to create a safe house. The two did not return to rest, but immediately utilized their previous connections to get started. They took out their phones and called their former class leader Zhao Anbang, a comrade from the army, someone who could be trusted with their lives. After retiring, he returned to his hometown and opened his own gym. Hearing that he needed manpower, without a second thought, he contacted over 20 brothers who had fought alongside. Upon seeing Nanshan Banshan manner, he looked at the two with sympathy, saying, "Mulin Lan Zhan, you've gone too far. You return in such a destitute state, and don't even inform your brothers." Zhao Anbang then pulled out his phone and transferred them 100,000. Seeing this, the others also took out their phones. Lan Zhan and Mulin knew they had found the right people. "The reason we brought you here is that we need your help." Then they shared their thoughts. It wasn't something they two could resolve alone. Their intentions were not without purpose. Within half a month, when the apocalypse arrived, they would be the strongest support. First, they hired several construction teams to build a 5-meter high, 30-centimeter thick wall surrounding the entire area, 3 layers. On top, they added shards of glass and anti-theft nets, and the main gate was made of impenetrable steel material. A tunnel led down 10 meters, then widened to 8 meters and 3 meters high, connecting the villas selected by Nanxi. According to Nanxi, they installed underfloor heating and lighting with a small water reservoir and rooms at intervals, but not many, just enough to ensure survival if refugees poured in. This was a massive project. It was impossible to rely solely on themselves. So they hired construction teams. They were only responsible for the digging. There were people working around the clock 24 hours a day. They were determined to turn this place into a top-notch sanctuary. As for Nanxi, after delegating tasks, she felt utterly exhausted. But she was a little miser. Every time there was a major haul, she would check her space. Only then could she feel at ease. She could guarantee that even the world's richest person could not match her wealth. Of course, she meant in terms of resources, as her cash was limited, consisting mostly of antiques and paintings. Additionally, she had acquired gold bars from the gold factories and gold mountains. The changes in her space were so significant that she could no longer feel its upgrading. On the main building's table, there were many new skills. For example, agriculture, animal husbandry, and medicine. She now felt dizzy just looking at them. She set them aside for the moment. 2 new attributes had also emerged: physical fitness and agility. Possessing these 2 skills provided her with an additional layer of security in the apocalypse. This thing directly infused into her body. However, the current skills were still at level 0. She needed to refine them. The best way was to practice more. Then someone might ask, if these are skill enhancements, why still practice? Let's just say having it even at level 0 is better than having none. She felt an abundance of energy coursing through her. Her body felt much lighter. The 2 skills could be trained up to level 10. The higher the level, the stronger the performance and agility. Ever since learning that the spiritual spring in her space had benefits, she only thought about drinking from it, taking a bowl to fill up. After drinking, she looked at the newly stored grains with several warehouses full. The wheat had already grown past her knees, lush and green, a beautiful sight. Mantu was excited to see her and circled around her happily. Of course, she wouldn't treat Mantu poorly. She brought several large chicken legs for it. It was enjoying the feast. Recently, she had been extremely busy looking at the vast amount of supplies outside, so plentiful. It made her want to build a few houses to store them. Trying to use her mind to dig the foundation and build a house proved too laborious. Before long, she was utterly exhausted. Drinking from the spiritual spring didn't help. It seemed that building a house in the space was a long and arduous task. She had only dug half the foundation, and it nearly cost her life. But it wasn't impossible. At worst, she could dig a little each day. However, she had another task to attend to, which was to find warm clothing. If only she could find temperature-regulating clothes. It was said that someone was researching this, but the effectiveness was still unknown. She needed to find some temperature-regulating clothing and could only seek out laboratories working in this area. Her personal information was limited, so she asked Mu Lin and the others. They had handed over Nanshan Banshan Manor to Zhao Anbang's group and returned. They also knew little about temperature-regulating clothing. The three of them sat in the hall using a network bridge to search for laboratories. They found several points. Then they set off. This time it was Eagle Sauce. Inside a skyscraper in the city center, they infiltrated the building, heading straight for the main target. Upon entering, they saw many fabrics, all labeled with the temperatures they could withstand, from a high of 70 to 80 degrees to a low of over 100 degrees. But she was skeptical. After all, the highest temperature currently was just over 40 degrees, and the lowest was in Antarctica at 89.2 degrees. Who knew if during the real apocalypse these fabrics could hold up? After collecting several laboratories, she also looted several large shopping malls and banks from Eagle Sauce. This still wasn't enough, as she felt she had enough supplies, but lacked firearms, and a villa couldn't be fully stocked without fillers. However, since the last encounter with Shate and Xiaorizi, Eagle Sauce had also become tense, fearing that at any moment someone would come and raid them. Some felt that God was unfair, wondering why other countries could live in peace. Eagle Sauce had surrounded key buildings tightly. Unbeknownst to them, Nanxi had quietly raided several pharmaceutical factories belonging to Eagle Sauce. She had succeeded, but this time she almost stumbled in the arms depot. Had she not had her physical fitness and agility enhancements at level 2, along with just the three of them being stealthy, they might have been discovered. As they left, she still gave a V sign to the monitored areas. Eagle Sauce was ruthless, directly intercepting passing vehicles and planes. Thus the three of them could only reluctantly stay behind. They all took a nap. Her hands were itching to steal. The group arrived at the dock and seized goods from several docks. They wouldn't let her go, and also looted 20 wineries and over 10 tobacco factories. The construction factories were even more impressive. Whatever they could grab, it vanished overnight. It still wasn't enough, as she reached out to the aviation sector and seized several airports. The research bases also suffered significant losses. Other countries showed no signs of awareness. Everyone's focus turned to Eagle Sauce. The V-God was right under their noses in Eagle Sauce, but with each additional day of lockdown they suffered another misfortune, the worst being in London. Major museums were robbed, particularly of artifacts. Valuable cultural relics and artworks from various places went missing, leaving only papers stating they would return tomorrow. She also looted over 30 shopping malls. Even though they kept watch all night, they still saw nothing. Nanxi had learned through her space to crack and attack their networks and surveillance. In the surveillance feeds, nothing was found during patrols. Everything vanished without a trace. This was undoubtedly a provocation to the Eagle Sauce government. Even if they stationed all police forces at the museums, important state secrets of Eagle Sauce were still lost, especially the newly researched nuclear weapons and other required special materials. All had been seized. Online there was an uproar. Gu Shizhou stood with his back to her, surrounded by a few others, yet she could recognize him at first glance. In that moment, she forgot to call out his previous identity. Hearing someone call his name, Gu Shizhou turned around looking surprised. "What are you doing here?" "I came out to travel with friends, but Eagle Sauce suddenly grounded the flight. I want to go home now." Dressed in military attire, he was strikingly handsome, especially when she looked into his deep-set eyes, which seemed to draw her in. As he turned, the man beside him also turned around. Turning back, she saw a woman whose appearance was completely different from Eagle Sauce, possessing the gentle and charming qualities unique to Eastern women. Yes, gentle and charming. Her long flowing black hair cascaded down to her waist, shimmering with a lustrous sheen. Her brows resembled distant mountains with slightly upturned edges that carried a hint of allure, yet retained a heroic spirit. Her eyes were like a clear autumn pool, bright and sparkling, seemingly capable of capturing one's soul. Her skin was as pure and delicate as mutton fat, jade glowing enchantingly in the sunlight, as if it could be broken with a gentle touch. Such a person would be unimaginable as a wanted criminal to anyone. Yet Gu Shizhou knew. Just that innocent face when taking action could be so ruthless. Having seen her not long ago, meeting again brought a surge of delight to Gu Ziz's heart. He surprisingly felt a restraint against the urge to hide her away. She was right in front of him, yet he pretended nonchalance, saying, "I'm here on a mission. If you want to go back, I'll help you." He was indeed on a mission. Now V-God had become a figure of reverence among netizens. There were all kinds of rumors online. Even he couldn't distinguish whether V-God was an individual or a collective, as so many significant events had occurred in such a short period. Now whenever someone opened their phone or computer, the news was at the top of headlines worldwide, even more trending than before. Yet the person referred to as V-God had never appeared on major forums, as if she only cared to stir up. But what remained unchanged was that she was no longer confined to M country. She had expanded her reach to various nations, causing unease among governments, banks, and wealthy elites. The only constant was that wherever she appeared there would be a scissor-wielding hand. The more he looked at photos and videos, the more he found it impossible to associate V-God with the person before him. After all, her energy was limited. How could she accomplish so much in such a short time? Yet a voice inside him insisted that these recent events were absolutely connected to her. He had watched many videos where V-God appeared in which many objects disappeared at her fingertips. Yet he did not believe. It was impossible for something to vanish with just a touch. There must be some technology involved to conceal the original objects, making them seem to disappear. However, this theory faltered. How could so many things be moved without leaving a trace? A few days ago, he had confiscated several apocalyptic novels from Yunefeng. Flipping through a few pages, he found mentions of space. Could it be that she also possessed space for so many items? Otherwise, how could one explain the sudden disappearance of these objects? But it was merely a thought. After all, this was reality. How could one link it to a fictional novel suggesting the existence of spatial phenomena? What was even more surprising was that the higher-ups received correspondence regarding the apocalypse. It mentioned various signs before the apocalypse and different scenarios when it arrived. At that moment, the sky was clear. Who would believe it? It was even less likely that an anonymous letter would cause such widespread anxiety. Yet an emergency meeting was specially convened. The participants were just a few trusted individuals nearby, including him. The participants were divided into factions. One side claimed the apocalypse was a mere fabrication, impossible. The other side maintained a stance of better to believe than not. Regardless of its truth, they decided to observe and prepare. If it truly happened, they would not be caught off guard. The letter mentioned a significant event that would occur 3 days later. First, there would be an oil crisis in the United States, followed by issues in the UK and Europe. Each event unfolded exactly as stated in the letter. Natural disasters were also mentioned, with volcanic eruptions in the UK happening between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. on the 8th. This mission faced severe losses due to the emergence of V-God. Eagle Sauce bore the brunt. The entire country was locked down solely to find the thief. Subconsciously, he felt the need to protect the girl before him. Otherwise, their Huagua would surely suffer great losses. The two proceeded to handle the formalities, and Yunefeng glanced over upon hearing the noise. Seeing Nanxi, such a beautiful woman, he did not recognize her, but that did not stop him from greeting her. "Beautiful lady, my name is Yunefeng. It's a pleasure to meet you." He extended a friendly hand, but was stopped by Gu Shizhou. "Didn't you see I'm handling her return formalities? Go busy yourself." Yunefeng suddenly felt the atmosphere freeze. He stiffened his head and slowly turned to look at his boss. He merely wanted to greet the lady. Why did it feel like his boss wanted to devour him? Quickly retracting his hand, he felt the air flow smoothly again. He glanced at his boss once more. His boss remained the same with a cold expression, but there was something slightly different from before. Yunefeng belatedly remembered that last time his boss also had that look when they encountered that pretty boy. But didn't he dislike women? Could it be? Was it because he was jealous of wanting to hold this lady's hand? The problem was not about jealousy directed at him, but rather at the beautiful lady opposite. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. With a sharp scream, he exclaimed, "Heavens! No, boss, even though you're formidable and I respect you, that's a brotherhood bond. There's something I must clarify. I'm a normal man." He was even thinking about marrying and starting a family. "I have matters to attend to, so I'll go be busy now." Yunefeng did not dare to get too familiar with her. He briefly chatted, and then found an excuse to slip away. With this small interlude from Nanfeng, Nanxi was astonished. So Gu Shizhou is gay. Throughout her previous life, until her death, she never heard of any other females around him. Could it be? He really is gay. Nanxi looked at the man before her with a face full of regret. Gu Shizhou just turned to grab a form and saw her complicated expression, feeling somewhat distressed. But he didn't dwell on it. He simply said to her, "Look over this form. If there's nothing wrong, fill it out and I'll process your return formalities immediately." With Gu Ziz's assistance, Nanxi quickly completed the paperwork and took off on a plane right there. As she left, Gu Shizhou stared blankly at her name. To him, not only did she save his life, but their names also resonated with each other. Nanxi, Gu Shizhou. Just like what Nan Feng said, what a perfect pairing. He longed to rush over and tell her I like you. Will you be my woman? But it was too abrupt, and the mission he bore reminded him that he could not. Bearing a heavy duty, remembering his mission, that was what he needed to do. Romantic entanglements. He glanced at the age line. 24 years old, he was 7 years older than her. He felt a deep sense of yearning. Nanxi boarded the plane, turning to fly to another country, repeating the same disruptive tactics, causing chaos nationwide. Of course, she did not choose to pilot the plane herself afterward. With so many people boarding the plane daily, even if there were those intent on investigation, they could not trace it back to her. Moreover, as a girl, even if she were involved, how could she possibly transport so many items? If you say I did it, produce some evidence. Whoever asserts must provide proof. Several times she successfully escaped with Gu Shizhou's assistance. Nanxi told him, my parents are gone and someone in the clan is seizing the family business. As a helpless girl, I had no choice but to sell the family assets cheaply and go abroad to clear my mind. Gu Shizhou was speechless at her explanation. Fortunately, they had become quite familiar with each other, and he jokingly said, you, my dear, are practically a walking jinx. Wherever you go, disaster follows. I was just being kind, bouncing around everywhere. With Gu Ziz's backdoor, Nanxi could always return home at the first opportunity. Now that resources were almost depleted, it was time to return and lay low. A significant event has indeed occurred these days. The volcano has erupted. Gu Shizhou was urgently summoned back, taking the same flight as her. On the plane, Gu Ziz's brow was furrowed. Nanxi wanted to remind him that in half a month the apocalypse would arrive. However, recalling her past life, she realized that without her reminder, Gu Shizhou had still managed quite well. In this life, with her reminder, the country should be better prepared. Besides, with his intelligence, he could easily guess the impending crisis. These days she had been running around and was utterly exhausted. Not long after boarding the plane with Gu Shizhou beside her, she felt an inexplicable sense of security that lulled her to sleep. Sleeping with her head tilted, leaning against the uncomfortable seat, her neck twisted awkwardly. Gu Shizhou was very close to her, and when Nanxi's head leaned toward him, he instinctively caught it. He let her rest against him. In her dreams, Nanxi caught a whiff of that familiar scent, pursed her lips, and snuggled closer. When she awoke, she found her head resting against Gu Ziz's side with suspicious marks on his shirt. Her face turned bright red. With a swift movement, she became flustered. Gu Shizhou pretended not to see, adjusted his clothes, and handed her a bottle of water, saying, drink some. Nanxi took it and gulped it down. Gu Shizhou watched her from the side. She didn't expect this delicate beauty to have such a hearty side. Nanxi's face flushed even more. Still, she politely said thank you. When the time came, Gu Shizhou helped her with her carry-on bag. Nanxi lost her balance for a moment and stumbled, but Gu Shizhou steadied her from behind. After she regained her footing, he didn't let go. Be careful. Nanxi couldn't break free, so she had to let him hold her hand. Once they disembarked, Mulin was already waiting at the airport exit. Upon seeing Gu Shizhou standing beside her, hand in hand, Mulin couldn't help but feel like a pig that was about to devour his own cabbage. He was filled with hostility towards Gu Shizhou. He rushed over and separated the two. Snatching the bag from Gu Ziz's hand, he said, let's go. Nanxi forced a smile at Gu Shizhou. Big brother Mu is here to pick me up. Goodbye, Gu Shizhou. Goodbye, Gu Shizhou replied. As Nanxi turned to leave, Gu Shizhou called out to her again. Make sure to gather more supplies when you return, especially food and drink, the more the better. Nanxi nodded okay. The person who came to pick up Gu Shizhou also arrived. Gu Shizhou said to her, take care. They each went their separate ways. As she returned, Zhou Ming immediately approached her, questioning, where have you been these past few days? I've already transferred the money to you, but the company won't let me in. Nanxi smiled. She had made a pact with her second uncle that within a month she couldn't disclose that she had transferred her shares, or else the contract would be voided. During the contract period, Zhou Ming wouldn't be able to know. The Mu Group would never allow someone like him inside, and the board would never permit him to interfere. Zhou Ming had given her money, but it wasn't as simple as buying 15 of Mu's shares for 1 billion. He was afraid she might have second thoughts. They had only signed a contract, and without notarization, Nanxi had gone abroad. Why? Because your qualifications are insufficient. To secure a position on the board, you must hold no less than 20 of the shares. This rule was set by the previous board members, so she wasn't lying. Zhou Ming asked her, what do you want then? What you can do is buy another 5 of the shares, otherwise you won't be able to enter the board, and each year you'll only receive dividends from me. She was the largest shareholder among all. As long as Zhou Ming wasn't foolish, he wouldn't seek distant opportunities. Of course it was currently held by his second uncle. Mu Nanxi wanted to laugh. A fool wouldn't want money. She had been gone for so long to make them anxious. Seeing Mu Nanxing speak, she feigned anger, saying, "Sister and not your sister. If you truly regarded me as your sister, you wouldn't be clinging to my fiancé without any shame." Mu Nanxing knew they weren't actually sisters, but she wouldn't let go. Why should Mu Nanxi have everything? Even her outstanding fiancé was hers. Honor and shame. What are those? What she wanted was all of Mu Nanxis. Fortunately, this fool still didn't realize that her dear sister had died at birth. She was gone. Ha ha. As long as she could seize Mu's, all the wealth would belong to her. Sister, how can you say that? Brother Zhou and I are innocent, or really there's nothing between us. If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Zhou. Mu Nanxi had just returned and didn't want to see them. The more she looked at them, the more she wanted to stab them. When she noticed Mu Nanxing's resentful gaze, she instinctively took a few steps back. But thinking about it, she couldn't possibly know about her and Brother Zhou's affair. Even if she guessed, she would never admit it, and there was nothing she could do to her. Now Zhou Ming had already acquired 15 of Mu's shares. She still had the 10 her father had promised her when he was alive. Thinking of this, she looked up at Mu Nanxi. Sister, whether you believe it or not, Brother Zhou and I are innocent. Dad said that as long as I get married, I can obtain 10 of the company's shares. Mu Nanxi scoffed. Don't mention Dad, you're not worthy. If you want that 10, show me the marriage certificate. After saying that, she turned to go upstairs. Mu Nanxing and Zhou Ming exchanged glances. When old Master Mu was still alive, the matter of inheriting shares was only verbally agreed upon. If he hadn't discovered that she was not the true Mu family heiress, he wouldn't have died. Now that the old man was gone, without Mu Nanxi's consent, she wouldn't get a single cent from Mu. What she wanted was not that 10, but the entire Mu group. Seeing Mu Nanxi angry, Mu Nanxing pulled her, saying, "Sister, don't joke around. Brother Zhou and I are innocent. If you don't believe me, ask him." As she spoke, she tugged Zhou Ming over. "Brother Zhou, you're going to be my future brother-in-law. Say something." Mu Nanxi stopped in her tracks and turned to look at the two. Finally, her gaze landed on Zhou Ming's face. "Zhou Ming, just give up on this. I will never marry. If you want to enter the Mu board, fine. 10 billion for 10 of Mu's shares. As soon as the money is in, I will sign." The Mu group had just signed a 100 billion order, and the price had multiplied several times. But she knew that 10 billion was not beyond the Zhou family's means. However, Zhou Ming couldn't come up with it. Based on her understanding of Zhou Ming, knowing she wouldn't marry him, he would definitely find a way to acquire the shares from her. But he wasn't foolish. Last time he only paid 1 billion for 15, and now 10 billion for a 5 reduction was simply absurd. Zhou Ming outright refused. "No way. Last time you only paid 1 billion for 15. This time it's a 5 reduction, and you want 10 times the price. Impossible." Mu Nanxi shrugged. "Take care, I won't see you off." Mu Nanxi was testing Zhou Ming's limits. Zhou Ming saw that she really did not intend to continue, realizing that to acquire the Mu family, he would need to spend money. However, recently the stock price of the Mu family had skyrocketed by more than 10 times. 1 billion was truly not a lot. Yet he was still bargaining, proposing a price of 500 million. 500 million, no more. When I purchase it, it will be considered a betrothal gift to welcome you into my home. 500 million was their highest offer at present. Mu Nanxi agreed. Fine. She was not interested in any betrothal gifts, she only wanted the money. "But I also have a request. You have a maximum of 2 days. If the money is not in my account within 2 days, the promise is void." As for his claim of marrying her, she deemed it as empty words. In 3 days it would be the end of the world. By then, even if he offered her more money, it would be useless. Currently, she still had 300 million worth of goods that had not been paid for. Initially, she thought that if necessary, she could exchange jewelry. Seeing her agree, Zhou Ming, who originally did not like her, thought that if he could acquire another 10%, he would hold 25% of the shares. With Mu Nanxing's future marriage contributing another 10%, they would become the largest shareholders of the Mu family. "All right, we will proceed as you said." After speaking, Zhou Ming turned and left. Mu Nanxing found an excuse to see him off. Just when Mu Nanxi thought it was over, the next day 500 million was deposited into her account. After paying for the goods, Mu Nanxi reminded a few friends that due to the recent special circumstances, it would be best to stock up on supplies, the more the better. The commoners who provided her with supplies were also alerted. As for whether they would heed her advice, that was up to them. By the time she had stored the last batch of supplies into her space, it was already the last day before the apocalypse. During this time, Zhou Ming had come looking for her. On the day the money arrived, Mu Nanxing was not home, so she sent Wang Ma out to buy groceries and had Suma leave with Lan Zhan. She stayed behind to pack everything in the villa into her space. She left not even a piece of paper behind. If it weren't for the doors and windows being impossible to take, she would have wanted to pry them off. She even thoughtfully locked the main door. Just as she left, Mu Nanqing and Zhou Ming returned. They found the door couldn't be opened. When Wang Ma returned, she also couldn't open it. They hurriedly called her. The phone was connecting, but no one picked up. They called the property management. After inquiring, they learned that Mu Nanxi had driven out, and the security guard said she had just left a short while ago. They could only wait at the door, thinking she had driven off and might not have heard them. Perhaps she would return shortly. They waited from morning until noon. Time passed by slowly, yet they saw no sign of her returning. Mu Nanqing was furious. Mu Nanxi, you wretched girl, if you don't come back soon, I swear I will kill you. But waiting like this was not a solution. They couldn't climb over the wall, and calling a locksmith required proof, otherwise they wouldn't open the door. Fortunately, the property management could prove that she was the lady of the house. After they opened the door, they were stunned. What happened? Zhou Ming asked. Did we get robbed? Property management, hurry up and investigate for me. Mu Nanqing called. The police were even under surveillance after Mu Nanxi left. A person swaggered in, and when leaving they even flashed a V sign at the camera. They were all too familiar with this. V-God. Zhou Ming shouted. The Mu family had caught the attention of V-God. Anger surged within them. Mu Nanqing was so angry that she smashed her phone. Fortunately, she did not lose her mind. She ran to other properties. However, she discovered that aside from this one not being sold, over a dozen properties had changed ownership. Several places had new owners. Half a day had passed and Mu Nanxi's phone went from connecting to being directly turned off. They could only go to the mall to buy some household items. But she and Zhou Ming had just spent 600 million. How could they have any money left? Plus, having lived the life of a young lady, they wanted to buy only the best. A few million, and in one afternoon it was all spent. When they went to buy a bed, they found they didn't have enough to pay. Not to mention, when the two went out to eat, they didn't even have a few thousand. They nearly got thrown out of the hotel for dining and dashing. Yet with 600 million, they had borrowed all they could. In the end, it was still Mu Nanqing who asked Wang Ma for help. Wang Ma was used to demanding things. Asking her for money was more unbearable than asking for her life. But Mu Nanqing said that if she did not give it when Mu Nanxi returned, she should not expect to get a single cent from her. After all, Wang Ma could not be sure if Mu Nanxi would truly abandon her. When she handed over the money, she grumbled, I only have this much money left, the rest must be saved for your brother to buy a house and marry a wife. Mainly, she did not believe that Zhou Ming, a well-off young master, could not come up with a few thousand. But the reality was that the Zhou family had already fallen, struggling to get by. How could they still have money for him? Those few billion were already his last cards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been entangled with Mu Nanxi for so long. He was hoping the Mu family could lend him a hand. Who would have thought that after Mu Nanxi left, she would not answer her phone, and now it was completely unreachable. After waiting for 3 days, there was still no news from Mu Nanxi. When Zhou Ming took the contract to the notary, he discovered that the Mu family was not even in her hands. He spent 600 million to buy nothing. Furious, the two smashed everything in the house. Mu Nanxi watched them in despair through the surveillance, laughing hysterically. Uncle Yang also returned that day. Back then, when her mother gave birth, her sister was indeed swapped. They almost lost contact. Just when Uncle Yang was about to give up, an old person saw someone looking for the child from back then. She was just a street sweeper back then. That night, she saw a woman come out holding something and throw it into the trash can. After the woman left, she went over to rummage through the garbage and unexpectedly found a child. So small it touched her maternal instincts. She took the child out. Fortunately, the child was fine. She wanted to go back and find the woman, but the woman was already gone. At that time, the child's breath was very weak. If she hadn't arrived in time, the child would have been lost. However, her husband was an alcoholic and abusive. With 2 children, already relying on her cleaning job to support them was tough enough. How could she possibly raise another? She could only take the child to a nearby park, leave her on a bench, and see if anyone passing by would adopt her. She said that in the end, the child was taken away by a one-armed man named Agon. That was a name she learned later. At the time, she secretly followed to watch. Not long after, the man left with the child, and she still did not know where they had gone. Agon was not his real name. She only knew the man was one-armed and had a general appearance description. Yang Shulin worked hard to find him. When Mu Nanxi heard this news, she was initially happy but soon became conflicted. The good news was that her sister was adopted by a kind person. The bad news was that she had not yet been found and the apocalypse was about to arrive. Uncle Yang also said, the old lady said the child has a crescent-shaped birthmark on her forehead. Based on this, it should be easier to find, so I have already instructed people to search nationwide. The information has been released and your phone number has been left. As long as we find the crescent-shaped birthmark and match it with your DNA, we can find her. Nanxi wore a worried expression as she said, I wonder what kind of family my sister has been adopted into, whether she is doing well, if she is being mistreated, or if she is going hungry. So many days have passed yet no one has contacted us. Uncle Yang already knew that the apocalypse was coming, but he was quite antiquated and did not believe in such things. Xiao Xiao smiled and said, Nanxi, don't worry too much. So many years have gone by, a few more months won't make a difference. Although Nanxi has been adopted by the one-armed man, perhaps the conditions are not good, but I believe that humanity is kind. As long as she is alive, there is hope. However, they were even more afraid of another scenario. That was the possibility that the one-armed man adopted the child not to raise her into adulthood, but to sell her to human traffickers. Thinking this, Nanxi felt even more distressed. She prayed in her heart that her sister must be safe. It didn't matter if the conditions were poor. Once she found her, she would make up for it. She had to find her as soon as possible, otherwise how could she survive in the harsh environment and the shattered humanity of the apocalypse? No, she had to find her quickly. She asked Uncle Yang to add another 100 million to the search fund, insisting that they must find her. The rain had already started to fall. The storm howled fiercely, sweeping through the city like a raging beast rampaging through the streets. Raindrops as big as soybeans fell densely, splashing on the ground and quickly forming rushing streams that flowed down the streets. The windows rattled in the wind while pedestrians hurriedly searched for shelter. She paced anxiously inside the house, her gaze occasionally falling on her phone, hoping to see news about her sister. Finally, in the afternoon, her phone rang. Nanxi eagerly answered the call and a strange voice came through. Hello, is this Miss Mu? I have received several calls regarding work matters. Looking out at the pouring rain, she furrowed her brows and asked, Yes, my surname is Mu. May I ask who you are? Soon she heard the voice she had been longing to hear. Is the information about searching for relatives online posted by you? Nanxi nodded vigorously and responded, Yes, you know where she is, right? The person on the other end paused for a moment, and just as she thought the call was about to end, he spoke. I have seen a girl with a crescent-shaped birthmark on her forehead, but I don't know if she is the one you are looking for. Upon hearing this, Nanxi's heart raced and her voice trembled slightly with excitement as she asked, Really? Do you know where she is? Please tell me. The other party demanded 1 million. Give me 1 million and I will tell you where she is. Nanxi had received many similar calls before, but she was not foolish. However, she truly needed to know her sister's whereabouts. She asked the man to send a photo. If the girl had a crescent-shaped birthmark on her forehead, she would prepay him 100,000. Once confirmed, she would pay the remaining amount in one go. The other party quickly sent a photo of the girl. Surprisingly, the girl bore some resemblance to her mother. Yang Shulin quickly traced the girl's whereabouts through the photo. Her current name is Qin Jialan and she is the same age as Nanxi. In the photo, she has a pair of beautiful big eyes, long black hair tied back, wearing a simple white dress backlit by the sun with a lovely smile. She waited for the other party to send the address. Astonishingly, they were in the same city. Nanxi grabbed an umbrella and rushed into the torrential rain without hesitation. Uncle Yang followed closely behind with an umbrella. The storm raged relentlessly along the way. Her umbrella was blown inside out several times, and her clothes were already soaked, yet her footsteps did not falter. Lan Zhan ran towards the underground garage, quickly bringing out the car and stopping at the entrance. Nanxi, the rain is too heavy. Hurry and get in. They drove for nearly 2 hours before arriving at their destination. It was a rundown community and the hallway was dimly lit. When the man saw them, he hurried forward to greet them. You must be Miss Mu. Lan Zhan blocked him and said, Lead the way ahead. The man noticed the woman before him was either rich or noble, and behind her were two people, one resembling a butler from the television and the other looking somewhat like a secretary. He guessed who this woman might be, but he had never seen her on television. As Lan Zhan ordered him to lead the way, he did not dare to glance at her again. Otherwise, the man's gaze alone could pierce through him. The few followed closely behind the man, especially Nanxi, who was extremely nervous. The man stopped at the door of a room on the 5th floor. The door was slightly ajar, and with a gentle push one could see the entire room. There were no signs of anyone living inside. Lan Zhan was about to confront him. The man looked panicked. No, please, I'm his brother. My elder brother lived here a while ago, and they still lived here then. Seeing that Nanxi did not believe him, he swore with 3 fingers pointed to the sky. Miss, I swear they lived here 2 years ago. He is my elder brother, and he was a police officer over 20 years ago. During a mission, he had an arm severed by a criminal. And this girl was picked up by him in the park 20 years ago. Yang Shulin asked, What is your elder brother's name? The man quickly replied his name is Chinfeng. Does he have another name Agon? The man nodded, yes, he indeed has another name called Agon. How do you know? Upon hearing this, Nanxi, who initially believed him to be only 30% credible, became 90% convinced. If she could meet him, it would be even more certain. Lan Zhan abruptly shoved him aside. Get lost. If I find out you are lying, I will break your neck. The man was intimidated by Lan Zhan's imposing manner and crawled away. Nanxi felt a sense of relief knowing they had once lived here. The ant from across the door heard the commotion and opened the door. Who are you? Nanxi put away her imposing demeanor and asked the ant, Auntie, do you know where the family that used to live here moved to? The ant was quite familiar with that family. They had lived here for several years and had never seen outsiders visit. Suddenly, so many people arrived, each looking rather significant. Especially the soft-spoken girl in front of her. She couldn't figure out what these people were here for. With a wary expression, she said, I don't know. After a moment, she added, what is your relation to their family? They had just acted without the ant's knowledge. Even in casual clothes, Nanxi could not hide her inherent nobility. How could Agan's family, who were so poor, possibly have relatives like them? Nanxi quickly understood the meaning behind her eyes. She feigned innocence, saying, Auntie, my name is Cici. I'm from Haicheng and just graduated. I wanted to come to Sucheng to work and knew that Uncle Gon lived around here, so my two brothers and uncle sent me over for a few days of visit. I usually stay at school while my parents are busy. This time they knew I was planning to come work here, so they asked me to drop by and see Uncle. Nanxi looked youthful and her skin was so delicate it seemed like water could be squeezed from it. Saying she had just graduated from university was not an exaggeration. Hearing her words, the ant felt considerably more at ease. The echo replied, in the Agon family, there is an elderly mother in need of medical treatment. To support Qin Jialan's university studies, she worked at a construction site and was injured 2 years ago when a heavy object fell on her leg. Though she has recovered, she is unable to do heavy labor, and all the burdens of the family have fallen onto Qin Jialan's shoulders. They couldn't afford the medical fees and attempted to fundraise 4 times, yet they still couldn't bring their grandmother back from the brink of death. She passed away a month ago, and they couldn't pay the rent, so they have moved back to the countryside. Upon hearing this, Nanxi's expression changed dramatically. While Nanxi enjoyed a life of luxury in her home, her biological sister had to work and study, unable to pay the rent. How could fate be so cruel to her sister? Thinking about how she had been swapped since birth by Wang Ma, she was filled with a desire to kill her. Recently, Yang Shulin had been investigating this matter and discovered the truth about the real Miss Nanxi being swapped. They had contemplated countless possibilities, even death, and this situation was not the worst. However, compared to the fake Nanxi, it was still like heaven and earth. Uncle Yang patted her shoulder. It's all right, let's go back to their hometown now. Nanxi immediately took out her phone to confirm with the ant. Is the Qin Jialan you mentioned the girl in this photo? The ant nodded. Yes, that's her. Nanxi, suppressing her excitement, asked, then Auntie, does she have a crescent-shaped birthmark on her forehead? The ant replied without hesitation, yes, she has one, and it's quite beautiful. Do you know where she is? With a general direction of Qin Jialan, they stepped out. A typhoon was approaching, wreaking havoc like a demon. The world seemed shrouded in a dark curtain. The howling wind roared sharply as if to tear everything apart. The trees lining the streets bent down in agony under the onslaught of the fierce wind, their branches snapping and flying chaotically in the air. Raindrops the size of beans poured down like bullets, striking the ground and splashing high. The streets instantly transformed into a rushing river with rainwater surging along, carrying debris and refuse away. Billboards were swaying precariously in the wind, emitting a chilling creaking sound as if they would collapse at any moment. She gripped her umbrella tightly, but this feeble protection was nearly useless against the typhoon. The rain soaked through her clothes, the cold sensation making her tremble involuntarily. The wind was fierce and the rain was heavy. The umbrella had even broken. Lan Zhan and the others were in no better condition. Many people had taken refuge in stores, but only Nanxi knew that hiding was not an option. The rain would not only continue but would worsen. In just a short while, the ground had already accumulated a lot of water, flowing swiftly and reaching her ankles. By tomorrow, the water level here would be over half a person's height. In her past life, it was here that a roadside tree was blown down, crushing high-voltage lines and causing numerous deaths. News reports had covered it. At that time, she had been nearby and the cars couldn't get through, allowing her to escape disaster. This time, she called the power company in advance, informing them that a tree had fallen and crushed the high-voltage lines, urging them to cut off the power. Now the entire street was dark and gloomy. They walked a long distance before reaching the place where Lan Zhan had parked. Lan Zhan was in the car, ready in case the typhoon intensified and the vehicle got submerged. The water level had now risen past her calves and was up to her thighs. She and Mu-Lin struggled against the wind and rain, each step feeling incredibly heavy. The icy rain quickly soaked through her body. Suddenly a gust of wind struck fiercely, causing her to lose her balance and nearly fall. A strong hand reached out to steady her. Just as she thought it was Mu-Lin or Uncle Yang beside her, she looked up and saw a handsome and resolute face. It was Gu Shizhou. "Are you all right?" His eyes were filled with concern and worry. He shouted loudly, his voice almost drowned out by the raging wind. "I'm fine, Gu Shangjiang, what are you doing here?" This man's hand was wide and strong, tightly gripping hers, preventing her from falling. Half of his body was drenched in the rain. Nanxi grasped his hand, using it for support to steady herself, and said, "Thank you. Why are you out in this typhoon instead of at home?" Gu Shizhou asked loudly. The wind and rain were so intense that they could hardly hear each other. Nanxi had nothing to hide. "I'm looking for my sister." Looking for someone. Since he learned she was the daughter of the Mu family, he had some understanding of her situation. She indeed had a sister named Nanxi. Gu Shizhou was slightly taken aback, then said, "I can help you." No need. Nanxi knew that having Gu Shangjiang assist in finding someone would make it easier. But now that they already knew the whereabouts of her younger sister, she needed to head to the countryside to bring her back. Seeing that she did not seem to need help, Gu Shizhou thought to himself that it was understandable the young girl was angry and would return in a few days, and he didn't think much of it. The wind and rain are too fierce right now, it's easy to fall. "I'll carry you over." Mu-Lin wanted to take over carrying Nanxi, but was rejected by Gu Shizhou, his face darkening. The two were secretly competing. Gu Shizhou felt uncomfortable seeing Mu-Lin. Without giving Nanxi the chance to refuse, he squatted down. "Get on." His tall figure stood before her. The sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and the rain was pouring down harder. Nanxi's legs were swollen and her feet throbbed with pain. Walking back to the car, her feet felt ruined. Seeing his posture, it was impossible for Mu-Lin to carry her, so she had to lean down and climb onto him. Their two wet bodies pressed closely together. In that moment, her long frozen heart was suddenly stirred. In the midst of the storm, the umbrella was gone and she could no longer see the road ahead. She buried her head very low, buried against the man's broad shoulder. Gu Shizhou, on a mission, didn't know how many people he had carried, but it was the first time he had carried a woman, especially one who made his heart flutter. He walked carefully and steadily. Nanxi felt no jolting behind him, and a warmth spread from her heart. It was a feeling she had never experienced in 2 lifetimes. Gu Shizhou carried her to the front of the car where Lan Zhan was anxiously waiting. There was so much rain that it was only upon getting close that one could see. As soon as he saw her arrive, he immediately opened the car door and brought out a raincoat to shield her head. "Where to?" Gu Shizhou gently placed her in the car and sat down beside her. "Nanshan, Half Mountain Manor." But not right now. She needed to find her sister as quickly as possible. He had heard of that place by chance. The prices were low, far from the city, and it was inconvenient to travel with hardly anyone buying. Half a month ago, he heard that someone had acquired all the properties. Could it be her? Gu Shizhou voiced his doubts. Nanxi nodded yes. "If you want it, I can." Realizing something was off, he quickly changed his words. "What I mean is, if you want to buy, I can turn around and sell a few sets to you." Gu Ziz's gaze sharpened for a moment, then he smiled slightly. "Are you implying that something might happen during this typhoon?" It's hard to say. Just look at how heavy the rain is today. It shows no signs of stopping. If a flood were to occur, it wouldn't be impossible. Nanxi thought my hint has been obvious enough, right? She didn't know if he had taken it to heart. Gu Shizhou took her home and bandaged her ankle. Neither Mu-Lin nor Lan Zhan allowed her to go out. As soon as Gu Shizhou left, they immediately turned and left for the countryside. Nanxi could only pack life jackets, banana boats, power banks, and food and water into their car, fearing they would be delayed on the road and unable to return. The typhoon raged throughout the night like an uncontrollable beast, delivering a heavy blow to the entire city. Not just in Haishi, reports came in from all over the country. According to the meteorological departments monitoring, this rare downpour lasted the entire night, reaching a historic high in rainfall. The low-lying areas of the city have been submerged with water levels exceeding that of a single floor. Some people were awakened in the middle of the night as water flooded their beds, while others simply vanished in their sleep. There were also those who stayed awake all night, moving to higher ground. The low structures, only a single floor high, had already climbed to their rooftops. Doors and windows rattled and glass shattered everywhere. The entire city was paralyzed, its life plunged into chaos and turmoil. Citizens cried out in despair, with anxiety and unease spreading among the crowd. The government and relevant departments quickly activated emergency plans, but this was a nationwide crisis, to be precise, a global one. Even if all the police forces were dispatched and put into disaster relief, there were still many places that could not be attended to, including the original villa area. Lanting Villa. After Mu Nanxi emptied the house, Mu Nanqing had nowhere to go and could only continue to stay there. Mu Nanqing and Wang Ma scolded Mu Nanxi harshly, almost digging up her ancestors. The rain continued relentlessly, and the three of them were discussing whether to buy some supplies. Mu Nanqing had little money on hand, while Wang Ma was unwilling to spend her savings, and Zhou Ming's card was frozen due to the Mu family's affairs, leaving him unable to withdraw a single penny. He searched the entire city, but could not find that lowly Mu Nanxi. Just then Mu Nanqing's phone rang. Beep beep beep. Amidst the sound of pouring rain, it did not seem so loud. Just when Mu Nanxi thought they would not answer, the call was picked up. On the other end came Mu Nanqing's furious roar. Elder sister, where have you been? Why did you change the lock and move all your things? Mu Nanxi refused to admit it. What nonsense are you talking about? It's true that I changed the lock, but when did I move anything? If you hadn't disobeyed and preferred to be bullied by outsiders instead of listening to your sister, would I have had to change the lock? Now you realize you were wrong. Mu Nanxi took the initiative. This infuriated Mu Nanqing to no end, who had already forgotten to counter. Well, I was helping you. Helping me by taking billions from the Mu family to assist an outsider. You really are my good sister. Sister Zhou Ming is not an outsider, he is your fiancé, my brother-in-law. Mu Nanxi could hear the suppressed rage in her voice, as if she were on the verge of internal injury. Mu Nanxing, Zhou Ming is no longer my fiancé. Moreover, you better behave and stop using the family's money to support outsiders, or don't blame me for being ruthless as your sister. Mu Nanqing and Zhou Ming were already in a bad mood due to their attempts to acquire shares in the Mu family, and now with the pressure of that 1 billion being berated by Mu Nanxi made them furious. After Zhou Ming obtained the share transfer contract, he went to notarize it. He soon discovered that the Mu family shares were not in Mu Nanxi's possession. 6 billion down the drain. After Zhou Ming obtained the share transfer contract, he went to notarize it. He soon discovered that the Mu family shares were not in Mu Nanxi's possession. 6 billion down the drain. Calls went unanswered. They had no way to confront her directly. By the time they returned to the villa, it had been emptied. Inquiring the property management, they found out that she had indeed returned and even changed the door lock. Now the items in the house were all newly purchased, in order to gather 6 billion, which had now vanished into thin air. Both of them harbored murderous intent. Mu Nanqing refuted, I didn't take it, that money was all Zhou Ming's. Sister, why is your mind so malicious? Everyone in our family knows he is your fiancé. Are you trying to go back on your word? How can you do this? Deceiving Zhou Ming's money. Can you live with yourself knowing his feelings for you? I know you're angry, but wrong is wrong. As long as you return the money to Zhou Ming, I can persuade him to let it go. You two are still engaged. Mu Nanqing wished more than anyone that they would break up. But not now. 6 billion just like that vanished. They now had nothing. They could barely keep up with their daily lives. Since Mu Nanxi had taken the initiative to call, she should return the money. Her accusations filled Mu Nanxi with delight. She lightly uttered the 2 words, no money. It was as simple as eating a bowl of rice porridge. Mu Nanqing was furious. When had she ever endured such humiliation since childhood? If it weren't for her calm tone and warning, she would have doubted if Mu Nanxi had discovered something. As Mu Nanxi's concerned words came through the phone, I'm still on a business trip and won't be back soon. It's raining heavily outside. Ask Wang Ma to stock up on supplies at home for when I return, and there will be food. Upon hearing this, Mu Nanqing's face turned pale. Sister, you took all the money, how could I have any left? She quickly realized something was wrong. What I meant was I recently bought a Rolls-Royce and I'm out of cash now. Transfer me some. Mu Nanxi laughed. What she wanted was for Mu Nanqing to express what she was too afraid to say. No money. Haven't you taken enough from the family over the years? You think a little supply could threaten your life? Hurry up, buy more, and don't provoke my anger. Otherwise I won't recognize you as my sister. Mu Nanqing in a fit of rage shouted, are you still my sister? I already said there's no money and you won't transfer me any. Should I use my head to knock on others' doors? I can barely afford my own meals and you want me to stockpile supplies. This typhoon feels like the end of the world. If you want to go mad, do it yourself, don't drag me into it. Mu Nanxi delivered her final blow, no money for food. You've outdone yourself. If that's the case, I won't care anymore. Do as you wish, I'm busy. Throughout their lives, she had sent Mu Nanqing money often. Sometimes millions, sometimes tens of millions. Their parents had treated her even better, buying cars and houses for her. Although Zhou Ming was not the head of the Zhou family, he still held some sway, which is why when she asked for 10 billion they hesitated, but could still transfer the money to her account the next day. If it weren't for their attempts to scheme against her shares, even in the apocalypse they could still live comfortably. They could only blame their own greed, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Nanxi clearly understood that Nanxi was genuinely furious this time and pretended to be pitiful, begging, "Sister, I know I was wrong, please come back. Or could you transfer me a little? Not much, just 100,000 please. These past few days I've been eating plain meals, almost bland enough to taste like nothing. I've even lost weight. Sister, I'm begging you. Just 100,000, okay?" Nanxi clearly did not believe her. "When did you learn to lie? You don't even have a mere 100,000. With such heavy rain it might take several more days to stop. Buy some supplies for the house while you wait for me to come back." Nanxi patiently watched her make a fool of herself, and Nanxi couldn't sit still anymore, directly cursing, "No money. If you want to stock up, do it yourself." She hung up the call in anger. Although Zhou Ming was not the head of the Zhou family, he still had some influence, which is why when she asked for 10 billion they hesitated, but could still transfer the money to her account the next day. If it weren't for their excessive greed and plotting against her, how could it have ended up in her hands? As the call ended, Nanxi swept everything off the table to the floor. But she was merely a housekeeper of the Mu family. If she were too obvious once discovered, the mother and son would only face the outcome of being kicked out. She could only mutter a few words for Nanxi over the phone, but was scolded and obediently fell silent. Now, seeing Miss Nanxi having another episode, she smashed everything she could in the house. Many of the things in the house were purchased with her old lattice money. Who gave Nanxi the money? It was Zhou Ming. She felt resentful. That was a full 700 million. She had never seen so much money in her life. At that time she had opposed it. Nanxi wouldn't listen. Now it was a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. As a result, when she returned, their home had been emptied by that so-called V-god. It was heart-wrenching. She had planned to return the money to Miss when she came back. Now here we are. Miss hasn't returned yet, and the things in the house have already suffered. What are you doing? Aren't these things bought with money? Stop it right now. Did you hear me? Nanxi, what are you doing? It's you who insisted on giving the money to Zhou Ming. Now Miss Nanxi is on a business trip and can't come back, and she's still angry at you. How are we supposed to live like this? Oh my goodness. You wasteful thing. I told you to stop. No matter what she said. Nanxi seemed not to hear at all. She kept smashing things. Wang Ma had no choice but to call Nanxi, asking her to find a way to come back. Nanxi said she couldn't come back right now. If she wanted to smash, then let her smash to her heart's content. Just as she was about to mention the money, the call was already disconnected. When she called back, Nanxi was no longer answering her calls. Just then the phone rang again. It was from Nanxi. She thought Nanxi had received Wang Ma's call and had softened, wanting to transfer money. Without even looking, she hurriedly answered. "Hello, sister." The voice was completely devoid of the earlier fury. On the other end, Zhou Ming urgently asked, "Has your sister come back?" No, she said she was on a business trip and wouldn't be back for a few days. That BCH played me. When she returns, I will definitely strip her of everything. Get me 1 million ready. Are you crazy? Where am I supposed to find you 1 million? If you don't have it, ask your sister for it. I don't believe she won't give you her own sister. On the video call, Nanxi only heard Nanxi's voice. She didn't know what was being said on the other end. But she heard Nanxi roar in anger, "Are you crazy? Where am I supposed to find you 1 million? 1 million? No way." Hearing what she wanted to hear, Nanxi exited the screen. She called Lan Zhan to ask if they had found her sister. The call was connected, but they said the rain was too heavy, and they couldn't find the way out. Everywhere was flooded, and they could only row rubber boats. Nanxi told them to be safe. The rain had lessened a bit. Major news outlets had reporters reporting live while rescue teams, fire brigades, armed police, and volunteers were working together in a race against time to carry out life-saving missions. They drove speedboats through the flooded streets, rescuing the trapped citizens. There were simply too many people to calm the masses, the government spokesperson stated. "We urge the citizens to believe that we have the determination and ability to cope with this disaster, ensuring everyone's safety and basic living needs." It is worth noting that due to the impact of this typhoon and heavy rain, there has been a tight supply of vegetables and fruits in the city, causing prices to begin to rise. According to market monitoring data, the price of certain vegetables and fruits has risen by over 30%. Only Nanxi knew that this was just the beginning. The light rain continued for less than a day before pouring down again. Originally, Nanxi's location was still able to stock up on supplies, but because of her phone call, she halted that thought. It won't be long before not just vegetables and meat, but also grains and flour will soar in price. 3 days passed again. They still had not returned. Uncle Yang hadn't expected the rain to be so heavy. Many houses were flooded. Fortunately, there was still internet, though the signal wasn't very good. At least they could connect with the outside world to know the specific situation. A global disaster. The affected areas were serious and government forces simply could not send reinforcements. Many people could only move to higher ground. At this time, everyone still had humanity. They helped each other. Everyone was waiting for the rain to stop, thinking everything would be fine. But they would never know that this day would never come. What awaited them would be a continuous series of disasters. Every day, Nanxi called to urge her to send money and come back. She always hung up with the excuse that she couldn't return. With nothing to do, she looked at the anti-theft door and windows that Mulin had installed. In the 3-story villa, the bottom floor had 3 doors, and with each ascending level another door was installed. The flooring was only laid for 1 meter and 3 heavy isolation walls were added outside the villa, surrounded by broken glass and a powerful electric fence. The surveillance was 360 degrees without blind spots. There were 10 buildings, all equipped with the same best anti-theft doors comparable to the security doors of Dadong Bank. That money was indeed flowing out. Within the area of the houses, she purchased a large and tall wall was built using the best anti-theft net. It even had a bulletproof system installed. Unless it was the army, otherwise it would be hard to touch her. There was still water. She had already had people draw fresh water for a month. Hundreds of thousands of water tanks were filled to the brim. If that water ran out, she would have to drink the water from her space. Mulin and Lan Zhan went out to find his sister. She instructed Yang Shulin to gather their family at the Nanshan hillside manor, and Suma moved over with her. Such a large area still wasn't safe enough. She told Yang Shulin that she needed a security team preferably selected from retired soldiers. She felt that the previous personnel were still a bit insufficient. When everyone realized that only this high ground would have a rush of refugees. With just the people they had now, they could resist for the moment, but people couldn't sustain a long battle. As time stretched, disadvantages would quickly become apparent. She had food in her hands, but it wasn't time to take it out yet. And for these people she didn't plan on she planned to rent them. With the phone still operational, she would bring people up early. Rent the houses to them. By that time they would be comrades on the same front. The rain was still falling, the water level continuously rising, showing no signs of receding. Yang Shulin didn't believe in any apocalypse. After all, there had been floods in the country before. Sometimes lasting half a month or a month. He estimated it would soon pass. But seeing Nanxi's serious expression, he still complied. He called his son in the army to tell him to stay safe. Yang Jiangwo said that the flood was severe and told him not to go anywhere. He mentioned that many people had been swept away. Yang Shulin told him that Nanxi had bought several buildings at the Nanshan hillside manor, and if any good friends or their family had nowhere to stay, just let them know to come over, but they had to pay rent. However, it could only be his friends and their character must be solid, otherwise anyone could just crowd in. Yang Jiangwo had served for 12 years, so there were quite a few veterans. Now knowing it was Nanxi's intention and considering the flood it was also seen as helping them, he agreed. By the afternoon there was a response. A few people arrived at the South Mountain Manor all drenched. Xiao Zhao received the notification and recorded their details. After questioning them, the information was handed over to Nanxi. After briefly reviewing it and confirming there were no issues, she agreed to let them stay. They were arranged to stay in the middle. After all, these individuals were comrades of Yang Jiangwo and family members of the comrades. That afternoon they returned with their families and moved in overnight. What worried Nanxi the most were Lan Zhan and the other person. They had been unreachable by phone. She also wondered about her long-lost sister, unsure if she had been found. Speaking of Lan Zhan and his companion, they were carrying a large travel bag that Nanxi had prepared for them before their departure. Inside there was a substantial amount of dry food, drinking water, survival tools, and medical supplies. Before coming they had considered flying. However, due to being unfamiliar with the area and the flood situation, they opted to drive instead. Not long after they set off, the flood spread across the road, leaving their vehicle submerged in water. Nanxi had warned them that the apocalypse had truly arrived, and whether they found her sister or not they had to return within 7 days. Aside from their 2 travel bags, they retrieved a rubber boat they had prepared in advance and loaded everything onto it. Along the way they encountered countless suffering civilians. Not long after they set off, the flood spread across the road, leaving their vehicle submerged in water. Nanxi had warned them that the apocalypse. Moreover, they had already retired and endured the harsh realities of society for many years. They were no longer the overly sympathetic young men they once were. Helping 1 or 2 individuals was possible, but not everyone. If what Nanxi said was true and the apocalypse had come, then the first to perish would be humanity itself. Almost every household had experienced loss and cries echoed everywhere. They chose to avoid crowded areas. The flood had submerged everything, making it impossible to discern direction. By evening they secured the rubber boat in a calmer spot of the water, wary of falling into a deep sleep, taking turns to keep watch. On the third day they found Huayuan village. The village was far from the city center and the water source, and the terrain was relatively high. More than half of the village was submerged. Fortunately, the entire village had moved up the mountain and nearly 80% of the population survived. When Lan Zhan and his companion arrived, they inquired if Agon had returned to the village. The village chief was a man over 50. After a brief inquiry, he informed them that Agon had come back, but was likely busy due to the floods. His daughter Chen Jialan was present, and the village chief led them to her house. Chen Jialan was currently treating the villagers. As the only female college student in the village and a medical student, she had won several medical awards during her studies, which enabled her to complete her education smoothly. Due to the flood, some villagers had started showing symptoms of colds and coughs. With no medicine in the village, they could only resort to physical cooling methods. Those injured by debris needed their wounds bandaged. The cloth strips had also been sterilized with boiling water. Once she finished her tasks, she looked up to find two unfamiliar men staring at her intently. Their gazes held no malice and were not unpleasant. She met the eyes of one of them, and at that moment the village chief stepped forward. Jialan, these two say they have matters to discuss with you. Okay, thank you, uncle. What do you want to discuss with me? Said Mulin. At first glance, Lan Zhan and Mulin could tell that she was the person they were looking for. The village chief, understanding the situation, said, Jialan, uncle has other matters to attend to, so I'll leave you to it. After the village chief left, they quickly explained their purpose. Chen Jialan was taken aback at first, then shook her head. You have mistaken me. I am not the Miss Me you are looking for. My name is Chen Jialan, and my father is Chen Feng, a police officer, a native of Huayuan village. Indeed. Agon, also known as Chen Feng, once brought Chen Jialan home, proclaiming her as his child. He had been married before, and his wife, like him, was a police officer. In a task gone awry, he lost only one arm, but his wife was forever lost to that mission, never to return. This led to his poor mental state in the following years. Fortunately, he would return every year to pay respects to his deceased wife. This time, due to his mother's passing, they brought her back for burial. The house in the city had already been reclaimed, and since he was unemployed, he settled in the village. Chen Jialan had just graduated and was working at a city hospital. Unable to leave her father Chen Feng alone, she took a few days off to return home. Just as she was preparing to go back, heavy rain began to fall, making it impossible to leave, so she had to continue her leave from the hospital. Seeing the two of them drenched, she invited them into a tent that had been set up temporarily and offered them 2 sets of her father's old clothes to change into. Originally, they had dry clothes in their bags, but seeing her hesitate to nod and unwilling to return with them, they accepted the clothes and changed. When they emerged, Chen Feng had returned as well. Upon hearing that the two were looking for Chen Jialan, his heart involuntarily tightened. This was the treasure he had raised for 21 years. Tears welled up in his eyes. Chen Jialan, seeing this, sensed something was wrong. Dad, what they're saying isn't true, right? They're lying to me. Dad, say something. No, I don't believe you. You're lying to me. I don't care whether what they said is true or not. In my heart you are my father, and I am your only daughter. Wherever you are, that is where I will be. From now on I will not go anywhere but stay by your side to take care of you until the end. The more she said this, the more guilty Chen Feng felt. If he had only insisted a bit longer back, then perhaps Jialan would not have been separated from her biological parents. It was all his fault. He needed this child too much. Jialan, listen to your dad. I love you very much, but I am truly not your biological father. When your adoptive mother passed, I wandered aimlessly in the park intending to follow her, but your cries pulled me back. At that time you were just a tiny, pitiful little thing. Unable to bear it, I bought you a bottle of milk and sat on a bench waiting for your family, yet they never arrived. I had no choice but to take you home. Over the years, I watched you grow up little by little. You healed all my wounds, but it was also hard on you. Time and time again you bore the burdens of this family. I am sorry for that as your father. However, Chen Jialan did not share that sentiment. She had heard that she was swapped by household servants from birth, and they had only recently learned about the past. Had her father not brought her home from the park, she might have already died there. How could she blame him? Without him, she might have perished long ago. Lan Zhan and Mu Lin on this trip, if they did not find her, it would have been fine, but having found her, they could not simply return. They pulled out a photo of Nanxi. This is a photo of your sister. They could no longer contact anyone outside with their phones. There was no signal. However, they could still show the photo. Nanxi, the daughter of the Mu family, was something they never dared to imagine. Lan Zhan recounted how the child had been switched at birth and how he had found her. Of course, he also told her about the death of Qin Jialan's biological parents. If she truly was Mu Nanxi's sister, then she was Mu Nanxi's only family. Qin Jialan was momentarily unable to accept that her biological father was not her real father and that she had an older sister. She wanted to leave. What about her dad? Dad, I won't leave you. Dad also can't bear to part with you, but that is your biological sister. Moreover, they didn't abandon you on purpose back then. You should go back with them. The main reason was that the two looked too much alike. Even without a DNA test, it was clear they were from the same family. Jialan was a child he had raised with his own hands, and he was also very reluctant, but he couldn't stop her from reuniting with her family. Lan Zhan and the others did not come this time to separate them. Nanxi said she wanted to bring them back to Nanshan Manor together. Upon hearing this, the two were initially happy, but soon their expressions turned serious. Especially Chenfeng, who had lived a simple life all his life. He never imagined that one day he would become wealthy through his daughter. The Mu family in Haiqing was wealthy. It didn't matter whether he went or not, or would his Jialan be able to adapt there. Lan Zhan and Mu Lin sat on the low stools, allowing them to quietly gather their emotions. They sat like this until late at night. None of them spoke further. Finally, it was Chenfeng who collected himself and turned to them. We do not seek fame or fortune, but as long as she can live well, I as her father will be satisfied. But if you confirm that Jialan and Miss Nanxi are not sisters, please do not make it difficult for her. Let her. The word dad carries a lifelong responsibility. Chen Jialan is his daughter. Jialan panicked. Dad, aren't you coming with me? I'm not going. Chenfeng was only in his 50s, but these years of working to support her had aged him significantly. After this incident, he suddenly looked more than 10 years older. Time had left traces of aging on his face. She couldn't bear it. If we're going, we go together no matter what. After we meet, I will bring you back. Not for wealth or glory, but for the only family in the world. In this lifetime, no matter where I go, I will hold my father's hand. Chenfeng choked up, looking at Lan Zhan and the others with an apologetic expression. Sorry to make you witness this. This child has been stubborn since she was little. I will persuade her to return with you to take a look. Now that it's getting late, it wouldn't be convenient to go back. Let's stay and have a meal together. As a police officer, it was essential to read the room. He sensed the same atmosphere from the two of them. That's why they said Jialan was Mu Nanxi's sister lost in the world. Even without seeing with their own eyes, he was sure that she was Jialan's sister. And these two were specially sent to pick up Jialan. As for why she didn't come in person, Chenfeng looked outside the tent at the raging flood below. Even a strong man might lose his life. How could there be any suspicion just because she couldn't come in person? Mu Lin quickly understood and explained. That day, when we went to find you on the way back, Nanxi twisted her leg badly and couldn't come out. When we left, it was already night and there was a heavy downpour. She prepared a lot of supplies for us, saying there would be a flood, ensuring our safety to get here. Nanxi meant that this time when we found you, we should immediately let you go back with us. We can't delay anymore to avoid any changes. Chenfeng looked at Qin Jialan. Isn't it too rushed? Jialan thought that it could be done anytime, but it was unsafe to go out at night. Only Lan Zhan and the others knew that the apocalypse might have truly arrived. The longer they lingered outside, the greater the danger. But they couldn't say this to them. The two exchanged glances. Let's go tonight. We have 2 rubber boats. The sooner we return, the sooner Nanxi can be at ease. Chenfeng could see the anxiety in the two and decided to return. For safety's sake, he should have refused. But the determination in the eyes of the 2 young men made him nod. All right, let's prepare a meal, tidy up, and then head out. He indeed wasn't at ease with Jialan going out with them alone. After settling Jialan, he would return. In the village, the flood had already washed away all the vegetables. Meat was out of the question. The flood had driven away the poultry. It was uncertain if they could buy anything. In the past few days, Jialan had been bandaging the villagers' wounds and giving out pickled vegetables and dried radishes. She made a pot of white rice and stir-fried some dried vegetables. Mu Lin went out and soon brought back a handful of noodles, a bag of ham sausages, and several cans of fish. When they returned, they left 1 rubber boat for the villagers as a gesture of gratitude. Along the way, the rescue team had yet to arrive, and many people were already sensing something was wrong and starting to panic. Many who could swim had tried to swim out to see if they could find food. The water flow was too swift. Even those who were good swimmers could be swept away. Many had gone out and never returned. Waiting to die was not a solution. Many people had already begun to take whatever they could that could float, such as plastic basins, plastic barrels, driftwood, anything that could float. Those fortunate enough to have swimming rings used them to float away. As they passed, despite being far away, cries could still be heard. Those who saw them in the rubber boat were... At times like this, Mu Lin and Lan Zhan instinctively looked at Qin Jialan. After all, this was the apocalypse. If this young lady was too soft-hearted, it could lead to trouble. Fortunately, she merely frowned and did not say a word. On the way here, they had already learned where to find supplies, and when they encountered people, they would let them know where to go to buy food. For days had already passed, the water level remained high and prices were outrageous, especially for food. A pack of instant noodles that usually cost 4 to 5 yuan was now selling for 50 yuan. Other grains and cooking oil were equally exorbitant. People had not yet realized that the true apocalypse had arrived. Anyone who could use mobile payments was using them. Some businesses had realized this and were only accepting cash. In this era, how many families had cash stored? They could only use some jewelry to pay. Those who went out could naturally obtain life rings and similar items. These things were also priced sky-high. Fortunately, they gradually saw people moving on the water surface. Many people smelled the opportunity and began to execute purchases. The most difficult days recently were for Nanxi and the others. They had been waiting for Nanxi to return with money, yet that woman always answered the phone without ever coming back or sending any funds. Wang Ma could only keep digging into her savings to buy supplies, feeling reluctant about it. I am just a maid in the Mu family, earning only a meager salary each month while supporting my family. Is it easy for me? However, Wang Ma earned over 30,000 a month in the Mu family, which is considerable compared to an ordinary household. Zhou Ming and Nanxi were having an affair, and with Nanxi not returning, the two were living a shameless life in the villa. But when it came to spending money, he would say, "I have none." Nanxi must pay back the money. This time he was tricked terribly. But now he could no longer get in touch with Nanxi. Each time it was Nanxi who reached out using virtual numbers, and calling back would lead to a dead end. Every time she called back, it was infuriating. Especially now, while they were eating instant noodles, Nanxi opened a video call. The table was filled with all sorts of delicacies. There were emperor crabs worth thousands, shark fins, and fragrant little lobsters. The entire table would easily cost over 10,000. She would say to them, "Nanxi, it's too far for me to return, just bear with it for now. When the weather clears up, I'll buy you something delicious. And Zhou Ming, I know you're broke now, but we were once unmarried lovers. Consider that little money as compensation for your emotional loss from our breakup. Yuzhou family's third young master wouldn't be so petty, right?" As she spoke, she smacked her lips, relishing the food. The two of them were furious, wanting to kill her even through the screen. Especially Zhou Ming. It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned the money once she did. He almost choked with rage. He cursed loudly, "Nanxi, don't go too far. Be sensible and quickly return my money." Nanxi disagreed, saying, "Excessive. I am not excessive. As for that money, it was a gift from you, so how can you go back on your word?" When transferring the money, there was no evidence to prove it was for buying shares in the Mu family. As unmarried partners, what could he do about it? Delaying for a while, he might as well be dead by then. Yes, Nanxi thought so. She dreamed of this pair of dogs dying. Zhou Ming, in a fit of rage, threatened, "Do you believe I will sue you?" When the apocalypse arrived, she relied on her physique and kept several men around to support herself and her child, keeping them plump and healthy. As for the one raising prices, he was a ruthless. Zhou Ming and Nanxi still didn't understand what she meant by that, but they would know later. The two of them were so furious that they smashed things on the spot. Every time this happened, Wang Ma felt a pain in her chest. "This is a sin. Get out." Nanxi was already in a bad mood and was being ordered around by a servant, so she slapped Wang Ma on the spot. "What do you think you are daring to drive me away? Nanxi, don't forget I am your mother." Seeing Zhou Ming present, she swallowed the words she was about to say. "Yes, second young lady." She didn't dare to speak up, but her good brother was no pushover. This brother was naturally Wang Ma's His name was Wang Gang. He was a gambling addict who loved to show off and cared about his reputation. The money for his wife was also taken by Wang Ma from her. Somehow he found out that she was not a true young lady of the Mu family, and he even threatened her. "If you don't give me money, I'll expose that you aren't the second young lady of the Mu family." Later, she took out her private savings to buy him a villa and gave him over 100,000 to quiet him down. But how long could that money last in the hands of a gambling addict? Last time in Gongqing, in less than 3 days, he ended up owing over 5 million. He came back again to cause trouble. He owed money to loan sharks. If he didn't pay, they would chop off his hands and feet. He asked Nanxi for money, but she had none to give. He had caused a ruckus at their house many times. If it weren't for Nanxi going out to stock up on supplies, she would have discovered it long ago, and they wouldn't be having a good life now. But now she couldn't shake him off. Nanxi didn't give him money. He directly brought his wife and children to the villa. Fortunately, he wouldn't really be foolish enough to offend her. Otherwise, when Nanxi returned, she would. In heavy rain and floods, it would be impossible to even go out to gamble. And out of respect for Zhou Ming, who was likely to become her brother-in-law, he dared not push too hard. He had threatened her privately for money many times. She had none to give. All the money had gone to Zhou Ming for buying shares. Now even eating was a problem. She simply gave up saying, money, 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 all you think about is money. If you were just a little smarter, you would keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. You dare threaten me? I'll kill you. Kill me. Go ahead. Mu Nanxi is like this, and you saw it. How can you forget that I am the daughter of the Mu family raised for 21 years, and her sister for 21 years? If I die, do you think she would let you off easily? And Zhou Ming, he is from the Zhou family, not some good for nothing. If I marry him, the Zhou family will eventually belong to me. As for you, if you behave yourself, you will enjoy endless wealth and glory in this life. If you don't listen, then we'll both perish together. They say that those without shoes don't fear those with them. Wang Gang was that kind of person. But while he still had some use, he wouldn't easily let her go. However, he also took some gold and silver jewelry from her before letting her go. Wang Ma's situation was, even with floods everywhere, she couldn't find peace. He would ask her for 3,000 to 5,000 daily, hoping to win back his losses, wanting to drain others' wallets. If he lost, he would turn furious and beat someone up. If it weren't for the current government chaos, sending him to sit in jail for 10 years would be too lenient. That day, he asked Wang Ma for money again. Wang Ma directly said, there's none left. None. Then go sell yourself, you cheap whore who told you to give birth to me. You gave birth to me, so you must give me money. Every little darling that entered the space was intelligent. If Manta directed them east, they wouldn't dare go west. If he directed them, I am human, how am I not human? The one who is not human is you, born just to be used by others. You had fun, and you can also exchange that for money. What a great deal. He could let Mu Nanxi sell herself, but fearing Zhou Ming and Mu Nanxi, he didn't dare to act recklessly. But it was different for Wang Ma. Slap. A few slaps landed. He even yanked off the gold earrings from her ears, saying, this is how it's going to be today. Tomorrow, I don't care where you get the money, but you must get it, or don't blame me for being rude. What made Mu Nanxi even happier was that Lan Zhan and Mu Lin had brought someone back with them. The people from the Nanshan Banshan Manor saw Lan Zhan and Mu Lin returning and drove down the mountain to pick them up. Chen Jialan and Shen Feng sat in the Rolls-Royce Phantom specially prepared by Mu Nanxi. They were all wearing raincoats, looking quite dirty. The Rolls-Royce emblem was something she had only seen on television. This car was even better than what she had seen on TV. She hesitated to get in. It was Lan Zhan who stepped forward first, saying, isn't the car meant for people to sit in? Get in. As he spoke, he half turned to enter, took off his raincoat, sat down, and took out a towel to dry himself off. Seeing that they were still dazed, Mu Lin urged from behind, Uncle Chen Jialan, what are you still waiting for? This is specially arranged by Nanxi to pick us up. Let's get in. They didn't call her Miss Nanxi, nor would they refer to Chen Jialan as Miss Tu. They genuinely regarded them as their younger sisters. Once they got in the car and took off their raincoats, Lan Zhan handed each of them a towel to wipe off the rainwater. Mu Lin then sat in the passenger seat. Chen Jialan had no idea where her sister was. She was also unsure of how easy it would be to get along with her. Lan Zhan and Mu Lin talked a lot about her on the way, but she still felt uneasy. Chen Feng was even more anxious. Having seen the photos of Miss Mu before, he was certain that Chen Jialan was the person they were looking for. But sitting in this car, he became restless. What if Jialan was not the person that Mu Nanxi was looking for? With that thought, Chen Feng straightened his back, remaining completely motionless. Anyone unaware would think he was undertaking some arduous task. The 10-minute journey seemed to stretch on for a century. Until the car slowly approached the entrance of the Banshan Manor, they were unable to relax. Mu Nanxi had already received the message that they had arrived. She had instructed Aunt Su to prepare the meal waiting for them to arrive and welcome them warmly. The moment Chen Jialan got out of the car, she was certain that the girl in front of her was her sister, whom she had lost for 2 lifetimes. So similar to their mother. Aside from her features, her aura was also alike. Dressed in slightly worn casual clothes, she looked neat and tidy, with a ponytail, her hair tips soaked by the rain, and her bare face looking pure and beautiful. As she observed Chen Jialan was also taking in her appearance. The wealthy Miss Mu was surprisingly wearing a similar yellow casual outfit. The moment she saw her, the smile on her face never faded. Perhaps it was due to their blood connection that brought tears to their eyes. The two instinctively walked towards each other and embraced tightly. Mu Nanxi exclaimed, sister, I finally found you. It was Aunt Su who stepped out to interrupt their reunion. Miss, it's pouring rain. Miss Tu and the others must be tired after coming back. Let's go inside to freshen up and chat. Only then did Mu Nanxi let go of her. Yes, it's my fault, sister. Let's go home now. She also didn't forget to thank Shen Feng, who had raised her sister for over 20 years, saying, Uncle Chen, thank you for raising my sister so well. In recent days she had been reviewing her sister's growth history. Although materially lacking, she had to admit that Chenfeng had really raised her sister well. Chenfeng was taken aback by her sudden gratitude. This thank you was truly unnecessary. After all, the daughter was found by him, and he willingly raised her. As they entered the house, Nanxi had already prepared changing clothes according to their sizes. The room had been set up in advance after she learned about having a sister. The room was decorated in a light pink minimalist style, and Uncle Chen's room was arranged next door. The colors were a mix of blue and white, understated yet elegant. She had prepared various clothes, not knowing how to choose, but they had brought their own changing clothes. They did not wear what Nanxi had prepared. It was Chenfeng who noticed Nanxi's disappointed expression and explained, "Well, Miss Mu, we really like what you prepared. As long as you like it, that's good." Nanxi could understand. After all, as a police officer, Chenfeng had a keen sense of observation. Uncle Yang, having heard that they were back, hurried over. Having seen the photos before, he felt they resembled each other, but seeing Qin Jialan in person made it even clearer. She was indeed a child of the Mu family. Especially the crescent-shaped birthmark on her forehead, which seemed to adorn her and add a touch of color. Nanxi introduced, "This is Uncle Yang. Thanks to him we learned about your origins. Uncle Yang, this is my little sister Jialan and her father Chenfeng." She did not specify that he was her adoptive father. Although this man did not give Jialan life, without him there would be no Jialan today. The grace of raising her was equally significant. He was indeed Jialan's biological father. Chen Jialan hesitantly said, "Should we wait a bit longer?" Chenfeng nodded yes. "At least until the DNA results come out." But Nanxi did not think so. "No need for a test, you are still my sister. If you are worried, we can arrange it after dinner." She had DNA testing equipment in her space, but needed a doctor. Chen Jialan, who was studying medicine, was just the right person. Nanxi looked at Chen Jialan's slender figure, saying, "Come eat more." Although they had different growth experiences and professional interests, they surprisingly harmonized during their conversation. After a meal, Nanxi took the two to see the entire villa's layout, of course, pointing out where the surveillance cameras were and where the security systems were activated. She showed them where everything in the house was placed, and during this process Uncle Yang and the others followed, closely observing their reactions. Chenfeng was a perceptive man. Whether this was a test from Nanxi for their father-daughter relationship or a matter of trust, it did not affect him much. He had seen security systems in wealthy families before. However, he had never encountered one so tightly knit and with such a high security level. With too many questions in his heart that he did not voice, they listened to whatever Nanxi said. Occasionally, they would ask questions, but Nanxi had already thought of and prepared for them. When they reached the warehouse, their perspectives were refreshed. This is simply a large shopping mall. Well, not exactly. The quantity is large, but the variety is somewhat limited. Most of it was food, clothing, and daily necessities. The government had warned everyone about heavy rain, advising them to prepare some supplies at home. But who could prepare so thoroughly if not her? "Sister, aren't you afraid?" Under Nanxi's request, Chen Jialan had already begun to call her sister. "Afraid of what?" "Afraid that you will let this place slip out." Nanxi dared to say it, knowing she had made preparations. After all, she had been through many hardships in the apocalypse. She turned to Chen Jialan, saying, "I believe you won't, and Uncle Chen won't either." This was said to both Chen Jialan and Chenfeng, while also being a reminder to herself. In this villa, anyone who wished for a long life and dared to betray her would not see the sun rise the next morning. Of course, aside from her, no one knew about her space. Even Uncle Yang and the others merely thought she had hidden supplies. Chen Jialan didn't know what to say. This sister had completely accepted her and her father as her own, showing unwavering confidence and unconditional trust in them. In the face of such a sister, regardless of whether they were biological siblings or not, she vowed in her heart that she would never betray her. Chenfeng felt the same way. He never dreamed that Jialan's sister would be such a warm and approachable person, completely unguarded towards them. "Rest assured, even if I die, I will never speak of this." At this point, he understood everything. What appeared ordinary outside was full of hidden wonders inside. This place was entirely self-sufficient. Moreover, it was quite extravagant. In addition to abundant resources, there were glass houses built for growing fruits and vegetables. Some of the vegetables had already grown to the height of a palm. There were quite a few varieties. If they continued to stay sealed off, they would still be able to sustain themselves. The security here was extremely high. This place was a top-tier fortress. Nanxi smiled and said, "Uncle Chen, I trust you. You all must be tired today, so let's end our tour here. You can head back to your rooms to rest, and when you wake up, feel free to let me, Uncle Yang, or Aunt Sue know if you need anything." Halfway up the mountain, the villa had set aside space for growing vegetables separated by glass. Noticing that the rain showed no signs of stopping and the water was rising higher, she wanted to find something to do while cooped up at home, so she had someone visit her to discuss planting vegetables. Nanxi suggested, looking at the sky, it won't get better anytime soon. Even if it stops, the crops in the fields will have been flooded. If we want to eat some fresh vegetables, it might take a long time to achieve that. I was just thinking, since it's raining and I have nothing to do, I might as well plant some seeds. She made a valid point. There was a woman named Wang Yan who was among the earliest arrivals here. Her family had 7 members. The men were in the army and her brother worked in the government. Her in-laws had not yet retired. One was still involved in research, perfectly suited for seed cultivation. So when she heard that Nanxi was planting vegetables, she immediately got excited. I want to join. The others saw that she agreed and chimed in. I've lived in Haicheng my entire life and have never seen such a huge flood. This time it's not just Haicheng, other places are affected as well. I think it won't be easy to mitigate the flood anytime soon. Nanxi, if you have any seeds left, could you spare some for me? I'd like to plant some in pots at home. Seeds are very precious in the apocalypse. If they ruin the seeds, it would not be worth the trouble. Potatoes, cabbage, water spinach, and sweet potatoes are easy to grow. Just bury them in the ground and they will take root and sprout. Especially the sweet potato vines and water spinach, with water, they can thrive almost effortlessly. But she wasn't one to give things away for free, she expected payment. Nanxi thought for a moment and said, I can find a way to get some, but they won't be cheap. Are you sure you want to buy? Upon hearing that the price wasn't cheap, a few of them hesitated. After all, a pack of instant noodles had already risen to over 100 yuan. Still, some clever individuals said, it doesn't matter, as long as you can get the seeds, any amount is fine. Please bring some back for me. After all, what they grew themselves would be healthier. If the rain continued, prices might rise even further, and soon they might not be able to afford instant noodles. If they could plant something, that would be ideal. Many people realized this point. Nanxi reported the approximate prices. Cabbage seeds are 180 yuan per pack. Water spinach needs 120 stems to plant. Sweet potato vines require 170 stems, and potato seedlings cost 300 yuan for 20 plants. This was the price from 2 days ago when I bought in bulk. I still need to check the current prices. Are you sure you want to buy? Several people gasped in surprise. Why is it so expensive? Alright, give me a pack of cabbage seeds, 100 stems of water spinach, 50 sweet potato vines, and 200 potato plants. I want some too. If you have corn seeds or anything else, please get me some as well, no matter the price. The group quickly finalized their order. They said that regardless of whether it was feasible or not, they would come by tomorrow. Although there was plenty of empty land beside their building, they needed Nanxi to negotiate about planting. Nanxi nodded. Sure, if you succeed in planting, I'll take a 30 rent from you. Some people thought her price was high, but there were also bold individuals who didn't mind the cost. They took out a small plot of land to show their sincerity and goodwill towards Nanxi. Nanxi signed a contract with them, but it wouldn't last long, only 6 months. That would be enough time for them to grow multiple crops. Some believed that the rain would stop soon and they would need to return home, so they didn't commit. After sending them off, Nanxi didn't rush to prepare the seeds. Instead, she went upstairs and immediately slipped into her space. Many small animals had been raised in her space, each thriving without a care. The chicks that hadn't been seen for a few days had already grown new feathers, and the ducks and geese were almost fully feathered. The pigs and rabbits were plump, making her want to catch one for a meal. The cows and sheep were another story. They were munching on corn stalks, eating more than they could handle without any concern of going hungry. Mantis spent his days either farming or flaunting his authority in front of these animals, strutting around proudly. When he saw Nanxi enter, he immediately became overly affectionate. As if saying, Master, look how impressive I am, please praise me. Seeing that he performed well, Nanxi generously gave him a bowl of meat. That little guy ate so greedily that grease was dripping from his mouth. She didn't have to worry about cleanliness either. These animals would relieve themselves in designated areas, otherwise Mantu would be blamed and face serious consequences. Every little darling that entered the space was intelligent. If Mantu directed them east, they wouldn't dare go west. If he directed them south, they wouldn't dare go north. In summary, Mantu now stood as the second-in-command beneath Nanxi in the space, completely dominating these little darlings. Anyone who dared to disobey would have to be wary for their lives. Hee. The crops were nourished by their manure, growing faster and larger. Currently, the number of animals was still small, with only a few dozen of them in total. She had also planted a considerable amount of the seeds for fruits and vegetables she bought earlier. Some were already ready to eat. The vegetables they were consuming at home all came from the space. However, Uncle Yang and the others thought they were stored somewhere in a cellar after being purchased. She had planted quite a few fruit trees, but they had yet to bear fruit. However, there was an abundance of fruits to eat in the space, so she could eat with peace of mind. After eating, she continued to build houses with her thoughts moving things inside. After so many days, she had only managed to build one. The main reason was that these things were too mentally taxing. Every time she stopped building, she felt a bit dizzy. She harvested another batch of crops before finally leaving the space. She even went down to the underground warehouse to get some fresh fruits and vegetables. Of course, they only knew there was a warehouse and only Nanxi had the key to these fresh fruits and vegetables, not even Suma had one. It wasn't that she didn't trust people, but she needed to use the warehouse to take out some non-existent items. What Chen Jialan and the others saw today was merely one of the 10 warehouses. Only a few people involved in the construction knew the exact locations of these warehouses. Therefore, when she took them out, no one was surprised. Chen Jialan and Chen Feng were still somewhat reserved. They were very cautious about what they ate and used. In the afternoon, Nanxi took Chen Jialan to the laboratory and asked, "Do you know how to use this equipment? Here there is the most advanced medical equipment in the country. Of course, it doesn't cost anything, it's borrowed." At that time, she thought she wouldn't need it, but in case the apocalypse came, if she or her family needed medical help, having a doctor around might be useful. However, she didn't understand medicine at all. She could only mimic what a few major hospitals had. This was just one corner. To prevent equipment damage, many instruments were stored in the space. If it weren't for Chen Jialan insisting on testing some DNA, she wouldn't have taken anything out. This display left Chen Jialan utterly astonished. "Sister, it's our own stuff, so feel free to use it. Just tell me what you need and I'll get everything I can find for you." After all, that list of medications was longer than an old witch's foot skin, making her dizzy. She generously pulled a strand of hair and handed it to Chen Jialan. "Is this enough?" "This is how it's portrayed on TV." Chen Jialan quickly nodded, genuinely afraid of what might happen if it didn't match. She had studied at medical school before, but she had never really practiced. If there was something she didn't understand, she would still call her teacher. Once everything was prepared, they began the tests. The results would take until tomorrow. Nanxi recognized at a glance that this was her sister who had been lost outside. As for whether the results would be positive, that was just to reassure Chen Jialan and Chen Feng. She took Chen Jialan downstairs to the gym. In the apocalypse, only oneself could survive. Only by being strong enough could one resist unknown risks. The moment Nanxi thought of her tragic fate in her past life, her expression turned cold. She picked up a gun and fired at the target 10 meters away with a bang. Those who didn't know would think that target was her father's murderer. Chen Jialan's heart trembled with the sound of the gunshot. She stepped forward and gently held Nanxi's hand. "Sister, are you okay?" Since Nanxi was reborn, there hasn't been a moment when she didn't want to kill that pair of scoundrels. Especially when she saw Chen Jialan and heard Lanzhan and the others describe the place where she grew up, her hatred intensified. She turned to Chen Jialan and asked, "Do you trust me?" Chen Jialan's voice seemed to possess a magical quality, gradually calming the hatred in Nanxi's heart. She was too impatient. Meeting for the first time, she wanted someone to trust her. It looked like a human trafficker trying to sell a girl. She awkwardly laughed. "Look at what I'm saying." Before she could finish, Chen Jialan interrupted, "Sister, I believe you. I trust whatever you say." People are strange. They particularly emphasize first impressions. Perhaps this applied to her and Nanxi. From the moment she stepped into the hillside villa, she had a strong premonition that this person was her sister. Regardless of blood ties or wealth, as long as Nanxi didn't mind, she would always be her sister. When Nanxi heard her say she believed her, she smiled knowingly. But her eyes were red. 2 lifetimes. It took her 2 lifetimes to know that she had a sister who was now standing alive in front of her. She couldn't articulate what emotion she felt at that moment. All words failed to describe her feelings. Nanxi pulled Chen Jialan to a chair on the side, took a bottle of mineral water, opened the cap, and handed it to her. Chen Jialan thought that she missed her sister too much, so when she saw her, she poured all her emotions into her. She couldn't believe how much it would hurt if they weren't biological sisters. She knew even more clearly that this sister in front of her needed her comfort. But the words stuck in her throat, and she couldn't bring herself to say them. She took the bottle, drank a few sips, and quietly accompanied her. Nanxi was no longer sentimental. Besides that, she was inherently a very clever person. Even if Chen Jialan didn't say anything, she knew what she was thinking. But she was certain that this girl in front of her was her sister. "Jialan, if you don't want to study, that's fine. I'll protect you in the future." She didn't understand why, after experiencing the brutality of the apocalypse, she wasn't a sentimental person. But why did she have such feelings for a sister she had only met once? She couldn't figure it out, but whatever she couldn't understand could be left for the future. She stood up, picked up the gun, and began shooting again. This was something she had never done in her past life. Her current shooting skills were learned from Lan Zhan and Mu Lin. Fortunately, she was a quick learner and picked things up fast. As long as someone explained the essentials, she practiced diligently. Now out of 10 shots, she could hit the target 6 times. With the apocalypse looming, it seemed like nothing had happened here. Besides worrying about Lan Zhan and Mu Lin running into trouble while looking for people, she practiced every day until her arms couldn't lift and her legs couldn't move. When drinking water, her hands trembled. Chen Jialan had already noticed this during mealtime. Chen Jialan also picked up the gun and aimed at the target. Bang! The moment the bullet flew out, she instinctively screamed, "Ah!" This gun was no easier to handle than a scalpel. After firing a shot, her hands shook to the point of numbness. She stubbornly picked up the gun and continued shooting. Nanxi realized how wrong she was. Her sister's hands were meant for holding scalpels. How could she handle a gun? Sister, you are studying medicine. Guns are not suitable for you. Before she arrived, Nanxi had thoroughly learned about her sister's upbringing, knowing that she loved studying medicine. Her obsession had reached an extreme level. Nanxi unceremoniously grabbed Chen Jialan's hand and returned to the laboratory they were in earlier. On the other side of the laboratory was a huge bookshelf. On it were placed medical books. Many of these books were unique editions. This was specially prepared by Nanxi for her. Chen Jialan was a medical enthusiast, otherwise she wouldn't have achieved such good results at a young age. So when she got the books, she was completely immersed in the ocean of medicine. In the future, Nanxi would often marvel at how wise today's decision was. On Chen Feng's side, he had once been a police officer and some instincts were still ingrained in him. When he saw Mu Lin and the others training, he joined in. The entire hillside villa exhibited a very spirited side. Every day people trained running around the mountains. Regardless of age or gender, whether they bought or rented houses, they all signed an agreement that required them to participate in training. Of course, everyone didn't think this was a bad thing. Having a place to live while being able to work out was something they gladly accepted. That day, she also welcomed her friends Zheng Jing and Qin Xing's family. After all, they had vigorously helped her and their character was trustworthy. Nanxi arranged for them to stay in the villa area. That was prepared for them during the previous renovations. Of course, the layout inside couldn't compare to hers. However, it was still much better than those outside. In the interest of fairness, she charged them a high rent. Nanxi didn't go easy on them just because they were friends. It was 30 million for a set. The two of them witnessed Mu Nanxi's audacity and knew she wouldn't charge exorbitantly. When had Miss Mu ever made a mistake in her dealings? The two of them made a substantial profit from her and were quite bold directly purchasing it. Of course, this would soon be verified. Nanxi only wanted real money. So before the apocalypse, they exchanged their cash for gold bars. The reason for the delay was the family's disapproval. Even attempts to trick them into coming under the guise of a vacation proved futile. The elderly had lived most of their lives, and the thought of traveling made them feel a deep sense of reluctance. Especially after learning that over 10 million had been spent on a villa, they insisted on seeing what good days awaited them before they would agree to come. Those good days never arrived, but a torrential downpour and flooding did. Fortunately, their luck wasn't too bad. When Nanxi sold them the house, she gifted them a banana boat, which allowed them to bring their family along. However, there were some unexpected delays. Meanwhile, their belongings were soaked in water. Whoa. Sweetheart, you almost didn't get to see your precious darling again. As soon as Zhang Jing saw Nanxi, she rushed to her as if she were reuniting with her long-lost mother. Ugh. Was she really that old? She excitedly spun around with Nanxi in her arms. Her sadness was genuine. Tears flowed freely. Nanxi's kindness was also sincere. The house was fully furnished, and before the apocalypse they had prepared plenty of supplies for them. The geographical location was also very close to her. Qin Sheng wanted a hug too. But due to the differences between men and women, he could only hold Nanxi's hand with a sorrowful face, saying, "Sister, I feel the same." He was the most pitiful one. Of course, if he had listened to Nanxi and not insisted on going back, he might have come along. But it couldn't be entirely blamed on him. He did want to come, but his family wouldn't believe him. No amount of coaxing or trickery worked. After all, they had lived most of their lives and had witnessed heavy rains in Haiqing before. They had never experienced flooding that lasted long. Now things had changed. The water level rose day by day. First the roads became impassable, and then water rushed into their home, rising overnight to half a floor high. Their house was a small 5-story building. Everyone thought they would be fine, so they moved their belongings upstairs. In the meantime, Nanxi had urged them, but eventually communication was cut off. The banana boat was manageable when the water was low, but later the current became too swift, and they lost all sense of direction. The water flooded up to the 5th floor, and all of them could only stand on the rooftop. If it hadn't been for the family discovering the flood that night, they might have lost their lives. Yet some still departed this world forever. That was his grandmother. At her old age, while the whole family was on the rooftop despite wearing raincoats and standing in the rain, she couldn't withstand the toll of her age, developed a high fever, and after 2 days of delirium, she left them completely. Qinxing tried to row the banana boat alone to find Nanxi. The flood had submerged a large area, and it was like an ocean. He could no longer find his way. He searched the water for 3 days and nights before he finally found Banshan Manor. He borrowed a rubber boat from Nanxi to return only to find that his grandmother had already passed away by the time he found his family. Grandmother was buried at the foot of the mountain in Nanxi Banshan. At that moment he was covered in mud and didn't dare to approach. Enough, you're filthy, hurry and take your family home to wash up. Zhang Jing pulled her, saying, I want you to accompany me. Chen Jialan was studying, so she was free and said, all right, let's go see the new house. In total there were 10 units in this row, and their family occupied one of her own. Several units were among them. When they opened the villa's front door, the landscaping on both sides was bare with nothing planted, revealing yellow soil. In Nanxi's yard, vegetables had already been planted. The old front door had been replaced by her with a brand new one. Upon opening the door, the interior decor was not overly luxurious, but exuded a warm, homely feeling. The furniture and kitchenware were all available. Nanxi had prepared ample supplies for them. Zhang Jing and Qinxing, who had gone several days without food, were already feeling severely hungry. In the current situation, those supplies had appreciated 100-fold. The amount used to purchase the house was now worth even more. Tears of excitement streamed down both of their faces. His family felt even more regretful for not believing their children back then. This was no longer a matter of gratitude. Now whoever had food in their hands was like a mother. Without food, just try it. In a few days you'd have to face the king of hell. The kindness Nanxi had shown them was something they could never repay. The expressions on the faces of the more than a dozen people facing Nanxi were filled with guilt. Zhang Jing hugged Nanxi tightly and cried out loud. Nanxi was someone who hated trouble the most. Besides their friendship, Zhang Jing had helped her a lot in her past life. They often scavenged supplies together, and Zhang Jing had taken a knife for her perishing at the hands of those bad people. And when Qinxing had given her a fever-reducing pill while she had a high fever of 40 degrees, he had saved her life. That was a life-saving grace. In this life, what did those supplies matter? If it weren't for fearing they wouldn't accept it, she would have gladly given them a house just to repay her past kindness. It took half an hour before they finally left Zhang Jing's house. Both families initially thought of properly thanking her, but then realized that everything in their home had been provided by Nanxi. Moreover, since they had just arrived, they needed to tidy up. They agreed to come over in the evening to express their gratitude. Nanxi, after introducing everyone to each other at first, mostly listened to them talk afterward. Her expression remained calm and composed. Chen Jialan, being straightforward, was able to converse with them, keeping the atmosphere lively. Knowing that Nanxi liked gold, each family specially brought 2 1,000-gram gold bars. Nanxi initially didn't want to accept, but since they insisted, she accepted them. However, she didn't take them for free. She prepared many vegetable seeds for them and suggested they plant them in the empty space of the villa when they had time. They all knew that Nanxi grew vegetables in her yard using a glass greenhouse with good growth. No matter how many supplies there were, they would eventually run out. What could be more reassuring than seeds? In times of hardship, true feelings emerged, and the kindness of Nanxi would forever be remembered by both families. From now on, whatever she said would go, even if she wanted their lives. A week had already passed since the apocalypse began. Many places had lost water and electricity, yet everything was fine here. Nanxi leaned back on the sofa and opened her phone. The previous homeowners group was filled with cries. Many families had already run out of supplies. Previously, when they gathered people, they could still buy some back, but now even with more money, it was uncertain if they could buy food. There were 99 messages. One homeowner named Defeng sent a purchasing message. My family has run out of grain. If anyone has grain, please sell me some. I'll pay cash. Another homeowner named Shan Yin also spoke up. If anyone has flour, I'll pay 300 per bag. Nanxing was also in the homeowners group. Are you crazy? How could one be so heartless? Not helping was one thing, but raising prices in the group. Her messages went unanswered. The information continued to roll in. 150 per bag. Who has it? If anyone doesn't have flour, other food is fine. Anything edible, I want it. My children haven't eaten in days. Please have some compassion. I'll pay 300 per bag. Please contact me if anyone has it. Downstairs there were curses all around. How can you be so heartless? Their children have been hungry for days. Do you have no compassion? If you have money, buy it. If not, shut up. My family also hasn't had a bite to eat for 5 days. The water we stored has run out. We are using buckets to collect floodwater to eat later. When will this cursed weather end? Don't just talk about your family, and my child has just been born and is now running a high fever. Does anyone have medicine? Please help my child, I'll pay a high price. Nanxi, undeterred by the chaos, tagged the entire group. My sister's house is stocked with plenty of supplies, and it seems she also has a lot of medicine. Let me ask her to sell you some to get through this tough time. She truly was her good sister. Always putting herself in the position of doing good, always asking her to provide supplies. Soon someone reached out to Nanxi's WeChat. And it wasn't just one person. Ding ding ding. In a homeowners group of hundreds there were at least 20 to 30 requests to add her as a friend. Nanxi sneered. She couldn't be bothered to respond to each one individually, nor would she add any friends. She directly sent a message in the group, I'm on a business trip, my house isn't stocked with supplies. Anyone claiming to have supplies should find their way to them, don't bother me. Wang Ma could only keep digging into her savings to buy supplies, feeling reluctant about it. I am just a maid in the Mu family earning only a meager salary each month while supporting. Nanxi replied, did I take your money? When have I ever taken your money? Moreover, before the heavy rain, I warned you to stock up on supplies at home. Our Mu family is not stingy, you can take some to help those in need. It's settled, then I have other matters to attend to. After throwing out that remark, Nanxi didn't respond again. The messages quickly reached 99. They were all asking Nanxi to sell supplies. Nanxi wanted fame, but didn't want to give anything away. She barely had enough to eat at home, how could she sell to those poor souls? Just say no. Don't listen to my sister, she was eating king crabs and sea cucumbers before. If you ask her, she will definitely sell to you. Naturally, those people believed it. These two sisters were the daughters of the Mu family, always seen in luxury brands and cars. Even a little help from them could assist them greatly. Of course, wealthy people lived amongst wealthy people. The houses they bought were all in the same area. Every household in their community had decent conditions. In their past life, they were also like this, complaining in the owner group about their misfortunes, all to acquire more. The person who claimed to have been hungry for several days, though not the richest in the entire community, was still upper middle class. This person had hoarded supplies in their previous life. And that woman who said her newborn was running a fever was a mistress from a wealthy family. Her figure was nothing short of alluring. When the apocalypse arrived, she relied on her physique and kept several men around to support herself and her child, keeping them plump and healthy. As for the one raising prices, he was a ruthless character who lent at high interest. Zhou Ming and Nanxi still didn't understand what she meant by that, but they would know later. The two of them were so furious that they smashed things on the spot. He was also the one leading the attacks. To this day she still remembered that face. A scar crossed most of his face, and he was vicious, attacking anyone at the slightest provocation, which only intensified in the apocalypse. After suffering losses at his hands several times, she had learned not to provoke him. If it weren't for him protecting Nanxi in her past life, she would have been torn apart by these people long ago. She was eager to see if in this lifetime, without her and the space, Nanxi, Zhou Ming, and Wang Ma, those wretched people could still live as well as they did in their past lives. Just as Nanxi thought, Nanxi enjoyed socializing and had many contacts on WeChat. Once the talk in the group grew too heated, they all turned to seek her out. Especially those who were close. If they didn't get help, they would sever ties. The group chat was nearly bursting. Nanxi was overwhelmed responding to messages and had no time to bicker with Nanxi. By the time she calmed down, several hours had passed. She sought out Nanxi, but Nanxi completely ignored her. When in a good mood, she would send her pictures of delicious food. Large chunks of pig trotters, fragrant roast duck, an entire fried chicken, and plates of lamb skewers and chive boxes. The table was filled, making her mouth water. With so many houses, Nanxi couldn't tell where she was from the photos. She pouted, sister, I want to eat too. Nanxi replied, then come over. She even edited an address and sent it over. Nanxi immediately sent a frustrated emoji. Sister, the floods are everywhere, I can't go out. How about you send someone to pick me up? Nanxi sent a disappointed emoji. There's nothing I can do, I can't go out either. I was thinking you might come over, so I had the restaurant prepare plenty of ready-made meals. Now I'm nearly sick from eating too much, I'll have to throw the leftovers out the window later. She even deliberately held the phone close just to see each dish more clearly. Nanxi had been eating instant noodles for days and was about to vomit. Seeing the photos Nanxi sent, it was no longer just about swallowing saliva. Sister, please don't. Can I come over tomorrow to get some? Please don't throw it away. She sent many images of hearts hug. Qin Jialan watched her sitting on the sofa sending messages, while sneering, filled with disdain. Sister, what's going on? Nanxi showed her the phone. It looked like a normal conversation, but upon seeing the address, it was clearly not where they currently lived. Sister. It's just as you think. In this lifetime, I only have one younger sister, and that is Qin Jialan. Oh no, once the DNA results are out tomorrow, I should call her Mu Jialan. In truth, she wasn't that antiquated whether it was Qin Jialan or Mu Jialan, they were still her sister, and that would not change. She voiced her thoughts. Chenfeng, sitting at the other end of the sofa, immediately sat up straight. Miss Mu, are you serious? What Mu Nanxi said was true. After all, she had died once. The apocalypse has come, and since there's no royal inheritance at home, whether or not she carries the surname Mu isn't that important. I sincerely nod my head. It's true, regardless of the DNA results, Qin Jialan will always be my sister. The surname isn't significant. What does it matter? Chenfeng was so excited he couldn't speak. If it were anyone else, they would think that not allowing Jialan to change her surname was due to fear of her coming back to claim the Mu family's fortune. But no one present thought that way. Even if Qin Jialan returned and lived with her, it was for their safety. Originally living with Suma and Yangshu, now there were also Qin Jialan and Chenfeng. As for Lanzhan and Mu Lin, before the flood, Mu Nanxi had already brought their families over and settled them in the adjacent villa. This was all about mutual support. Speaking of Mu Nanxi, she was thrilled upon receiving the address sent by Mu Nanxi. She had already planned to go over the next day. Wang Ma didn't believe it and shot her a glance. She's my sister, would she really harm me? I'm going to, Zhou said. As Mu Nanxi's fiancé, he had to go. Wang Ma thought for a moment. I've been the Mu family's old servant and my wages for this month haven't been settled yet. Plus the money I previously advanced, I have to get it back somehow. Mu Nanxi recalled the previous incident of selling supplies and decided to feast first, then sell the leftovers to make a hefty profit. The next day they somehow got a banana boat, but they didn't know how to use it. Zhou Ming, the wealthy young master, had been on many yachts, but this thing was truly unmanageable. It spun around on the water for a long time, eventually capsizing and being swept away by the water. Mu Nanxi was solely focused on food and didn't care about Zhou Ming. She found someone to help paddle. They quickly arrived at the address Mu Nanxi mentioned. But she was shocked by the scene before her. In the towering buildings, the water rose to the 7th floor, and the residents below were stuck in the hallways as they tried to move upstairs. The security guard demanded to see her identification. Mu Nanxi was not a resident here, so she naturally could not provide any identification. She called Mu Nanxi multiple times, but no one answered. She tried a voice video call, but it was the same. Wang Ma was anxious and questioned her. Did you even tell the young lady that we would be coming today? Why is she not answering the phone? Mu Nanxi replied angrily, what's the rush? It's still early. Perhaps she was still fast asleep. But she knew that Mu Nanxi did not have the habit of sleeping in. Since taking over the Mu family, she had been getting up before dawn every day. They had left early today, but it was already 8 o'clock. Why was she not answering? She must be playing games with her. Even if Mu Nanxi couldn't read minds, she wasn't a worm in her stomach, as she knew what she was thinking. She was just toying with her. Wang Ma insisted the young lady has always been a person of her word. No one has ever let her down on what she promised, forgetting entirely that she had betrayed Mu Nanxi and Zhou Ming for 11 billion. Of course, even if she hadn't forgotten, she believed that Mu Nanxi was genuinely angry and was punishing Zhou Ming. As for the money, it was Mu Nanxi's own fault for wanting to give 7 billion to a man. Now that man had been swept away by the flood. Fortunately, the money was in Mu Nanxi's hands. They were all family, money went into one pocket and came out of the other, so it wasn't a big deal. Mu Nanxi thought the same way. But her mood was already bad, and listening to Wang Ma's nagging only made her anger rise. She snapped, if you ask me, who should I ask? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have stayed at home living my life as a wealthy young lady enjoying endless riches. If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen out with my sister and ended up in such a miserable state? Look at you, old and ugly, what part of you resembles my family? If it weren't for her appearing with DNA evidence, she would never believe that she wasn't the pampered second daughter of the Mu family, but rather the daughter of a maid. From beginning to end, she had looked down on Wang Ma. After learning that Wang Ma was her biological mother, she felt like killing her. If it weren't for Wang Ma threatening her time and again, and that old hag discovering her secret, she wouldn't have resorted to such drastic measures. It was all her fault. It was she who had made her life a mess. Wang Ma only wanted to manipulate her. The Mu family was still under her control, and she needed this daughter to find a way to seize the wealth from Mu Nanxi. Only when Mu Nanxi was dead could Mu Nanxi rightfully inherit everything. At that time she would be a true, living a life above others. But now Mu Nanxi actually dared to defy her and disdain her. If it weren't for her spending so much money to buy supplies, she would have starved to death and still dared to shout at her, showing all sorts of disdain. Even mud has 3 parts of earthiness. Moreover, she was her mother. I'm old and I still gave birth to you. If it weren't for me, would you have such a good life today? Mu Nanxi, let me tell you, you will never be able to abandon me in this life. Otherwise, I will tell Mu Nanxi about this matter. At that time, let's see if she still recognizes you as her sister without blood ties. It would actually relieve me if you told Mu Nanxi. From what I know of her, she would definitely kick you out of the house. Don't think you can gain anything from her. She might even send you to jail. With the Mu family's power, just a snap of the fingers and you'll never get out. You'll just have to repent in there. And your good son, just wait for the loan sharks to break his hands and feet. She was confused to have spent so much money to support them, worrying about her identity being exposed and being threatened time and again. She had already thought it through. If worst came to worst, she would plead with Mu Nanxi and play the victim. Mu Nanxi would never abandon her. After all, she was innocent. All the blame lay with that old witch who had switched the real Mu Nanxi years ago. She had been but a newborn baby. What wrong had she done? She could then rightfully kick this pair of blood-sucking mother and son out. Once a person has an idea, the way they look at others changes. Wang Ma was intimidated by her gaze. She knew very well that what Mu Nanxi said was true. You can't do this. Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Mu Nanxi was not foolish enough to put herself in danger. She coldly snorted, now you know fear. Where were you before? Let me tell you, don't point fingers at me. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. The security guard wouldn't let her go up. Once her sister answered the phone and let her through, she would lock this old woman outside. She could then enjoy a lavish life like her. The boatman saw someone blocked outside, furious that he hadn't received payment, and yelled, what's wrong with you? Wasting my time. Hurry up with the money, I need to get back. Wang Ma hurried to explain, our Miss Mu has money. Just wait a moment, when she comes down she can pay you more. Money, money, money. Do you think I care? Give me supplies or else it's no deal. What could be more important than food right now? But as a servant, many people recognized her, so her words naturally carried little weight. You old woman, what time is it? Do you think I'm easy to fool? If you have the ability, bring out the money and supplies, otherwise I'll throw you off the boat right now. He heard their conversation clearly. The person in front of him was not a real young lady. They were not good people, just thinking of scheming against others. As long as he could see the young lady they spoke of, he would find a way to inform her. Perhaps if she was happy, she would give them even more supplies. He had heard of the owner group. This Miss Mu had hoarded quite a lot of supplies. He had also added Mu Nanxi's WeChat, but unfortunately she didn't accept. Thus the 3 of them, each with different intentions, waited peacefully. The security guard saw them standing for a long time and urged, come on, hurry up and move away, don't block the way. The boatman just wanted money and supplies. He turned to Mu Nanxi and said, I've delivered the person and I've waited so long. Hurry up with the payment, don't delay my work. Mu Nanxi had no money, but the boatman was unwilling. He wanted to kick them off the boat. Below the boat was all floodwater, a stepping off meant only death. Mu Nanxi could only take off the diamond necklace around her neck as collateral. Just wait a moment, my sister will come down and she will definitely pay you. She was already terrified of being poor, eating instant noodles every day to the point of getting mouth sores. She still had money to buy supplies, but that money was her lifeline and couldn't just be given away. Once Mu Nanxi comes, she will have her give it to him. What are you in such a hurry for? Just wait for my elder sister to come down and you'll naturally get your share. Well, I don't care about that. We agreed earlier that I would only take you there and go back. Now you two want to play tricks on me. If I don't get paid, neither of you will have it easy. I'll let you drink water until you're full. The muscular man rowing the boat looked quite intimidating. As soon as these words came out, both of them felt a chill down their spines. Was it really about drinking enough? It was the Grim Reaper beckoning to them. Besides the diamond necklace, Mu Nanxi also promised, when my sister comes down, I'll give him 10 pounds of rice and flour. 10 pounds of rice and flour is enough to fill one's stomach. However, the big man wasn't so easily fooled. What's more important, 10 pounds of rice and flour or your lives? Now all the food is soaked in water and the price of food rises day by day. My sister hoards supplies, there's no way she would only have that little. 20 is not a small amount. 30, what about 30? The man remained silent. Compared to their lives, 30 pounds of rice and flour was truly nothing. Gu Shizhou, Major General Gu. Yes, Gu Shizhou had been promoted from a brigadier general to a major general. He brought along several people from the southern wing. 50 pounds, as long as you keep your mouth shut. When my sister comes down, I'll give it to you immediately. You must understand, although I am not her biological sister, my sister has always pampered me. She won't overly blame me. But I don't want her to be sad. 50 pounds is the maximum, or else I will confess to her myself. After much discussion, the big man thought about it as well. When Mu's parents were alive, they doted on this daughter so much, and her sister too, almost wanting to give her the best of everything. Now that her adoptive parents were gone, Mu Nanxi was still deeply cherished. Even knowing she wasn't her biological sister, she wouldn't treat her harshly for having raised her for so many years. Seeing a good opportunity, the man said, "All right, I'll wait for her to come down with you. However, I have one more condition. I want that golden necklace she's wearing." The logic was sound, but the man overestimated Mu Nanxing's position in her heart. If he wanted to kill Mu Nanxi, would even hand him the knife. He knew that on the day Wang Gang forcibly took her golden earrings, he happened to pass by and saw it. Now that floods were everywhere, she couldn't possibly keep such a valuable item at home. The item must be on her person. Wang Ma denied it. "I don't have it." "Nanxing, don't listen to his nonsense. The golden necklace has already been snatched by your brother and used for gambling." Mu Nanxing was no fool. If Wang Gang had really taken that golden necklace, she would have been loudly scolded by now. How could she possibly be unaware? "What time is it? Is your life more important or your golden necklace? Hand it over. Why should I sacrifice my diamond necklace while yours is still safe with you?" The man's gaze was dark and sharp, piercing right into her. Looking around, one could even see bodies floating on the water's surface. It was pouring rain and the wind was strong. Even with raincoats on, they were drenched. Turning their backs, the rain mercilessly lashed against their faces. Only by tightly grasping the drainage pipe could they ensure their bodies did not fall. Wang Ma regretted every moment, wondering why she had chosen to board his boat that morning. The difference in strength between men and women was vast. A resistance was impossible. Now everyone was looking out for themselves. Even if she was pushed into the flood, no one would help her. Wang Ma swallowed hard and reluctantly brought it out. She then said to Mu Nanxing, "When the young lady comes down, you must repay me double." "All right, I understand." Mu Nanxing wasn't foolish. If she could take it, she wouldn't hesitate. But whether to give it to her was still up to her. The man had indeed just contemplated killing her, but he still retained a sliver of reason. Plus, having already received so many benefits, he could simply seize her family's villa. He had clearly seen in the owner's group yesterday that this woman had hoarded quite a bit of supplies, definitely hidden within the villa. After obtaining the golden necklace, a smile spread across his face. "Thank you for the gift, Miss Mu." Wang Ma was so infuriated, she nearly spat out blood. Once she confirmed there was no life-threatening danger, Mu Nanxing glared fiercely at Wang Ma. "I will settle the matter of the hidden necklace with you later." This debt was different from that debt. She wanted Wang Ma dead. Only when she was gone could she deal with Wang Gang and the man in front of her, ensuring no one would know her secret. By that time, she would still be the glamorous young lady, living a life of luxury. In truth, she had considered killing to silence others before. But that guy was tough. The last few attempts to kill him had failed. As for Wang Ma, her disdain for this woman had only grown. She had never dreamed that she would be the biological daughter of such a woman. It was simply the shame of her life. The murderous intent in her eyes intensified. Wang Ma was intimidated by her gaze and instinctively shrank her neck. "I must tell you, I am your mother." Just as she was about to say the word mother, she remembered that there were others present. Now was not the time to tear their faces apart. "Well, if I hadn't hidden it, your brother would have taken it. What would you be able to give him now? You ungrateful girl, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have such a good life today. You cannot be heartless." Mu Nanxing had no conscience to speak of. All she knew now was that she hated her to death. Since she had swapped her out to be the daughter of the Mu family when she was young, why was she trying to reclaim her now? If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have lost her mind and made a mistake. Fortunately, besides her and Wang Ma, no one else knew. As long as Wang Ma was dead, these matters would remain buried and no one would ever know. She would still be Mu Nanxi's darling, cherished to the core. And that Zhou Ming, so foolish, professing his love for her but of no use at all. He couldn't even compete with that Mu Nanxi getting kicked out by the Zhou family, too poor to afford food. Now it was perfect. He had been swept away by the flood early in the morning. He was dead. He was really dead. She had seen with her own eyes how the flood carried him away. The money they both had went into Mu Nanxi's pocket, indirectly returning to her hands. Later she would find a way to deal with that Mu Nanxi, and then everything from the Mu family would belong to her. Determined, she called Mu Nanxi more frequently. Even if Mu Nanxi didn't answer, she would keep calling. She didn't know how long it had been. Her head felt dizzy and her throat burned, but Mu Nanxi finally picked up. Sister, where are you? I've arrived. Hurry down to get me." By the time Mu Nanxing arrived, Mu Nanxi had already received the notification. She deliberately set her phone to silent and placed it under her pillow. After sleeping enough, she got up, washed up, had breakfast, exercised with Chen Jialan, read for a while, and then had lunch. After taking a stroll and coming back, she entered the space to build a house and plant crops before leisurely coming out and returning to her room to answer the phone. These were things Mu Nanxi was unaware of. But she still hated Mu Nanxi, whether she truly didn't know or was pretending not to know. It still made her suffer so many days. Since childhood, she had never faced such grievances. Knowing full well she would come today, Mu Nanxi should have gotten up earlier to pick her up. Mu Nanxi was furious, yet at the moment Mu Nanxi answered the phone, she gritted her teeth and spoke with a pitiful tone. Sister, I miss you. Hurry and come get me. It's raining heavily outside. That awful security guard won't let me go up. I'm getting drenched downstairs. I'm catching a cold. Fearing Mu Nanxi wouldn't believe her, she coughed several times. Mu Nanxi listened to her ramble on the other end of the phone for a long time before finally speaking. I got it, you can go back first. I just had something to do last night and was busy until now. I forgot to tell you. When I return someday I'll call you. Upon hearing this, Mu Nanxing's face turned pale. What? You went out. Didn't I tell you I would come today? Where are you now? Come back immediately if you don't just send me some money. As long as you have money you can still buy things. It's just a bit troublesome. The government has set up a place to sell daily necessities. However, each person can only buy a very limited amount each day. Sometimes by the time you get to the front of the line, everything is already sold out. Money, they only accept cash now. Everything is at home, and even if I want to give you something, you can't get in. Mu Nanxi was so furious that her veins were about to burst. Mu Nanxi still felt it wasn't enough. Didn't I remind you before to stock up on supplies? You can eat what you have for now, and once I'm done with my work here I'll come back. She shouldn't have brought it up at the moment she did. Mu Nanxi went even crazier. Supplies. She thought there would be good food when she came over, but she had sold everything at home yesterday and had just been heavily extorted, leaving her with nothing. Having been hungry for most of the day and now feeling extremely thirsty, how could she even bring this up? Mu Nanxi, are you doing this on purpose? Mu Nanxi was displeased. What did you just call me? Sis, I'm sorry, please come back soon. If you don't come back, your sister is going to starve. Starve? How could you starve? Isn't that man Zhou Ming still around? At most have him go back to the Zhou family to get some supplies. If he can't even handle this, what use is he? Upon hearing her mention Zhou Ming, Mu Nanxi immediately informed her about today's incident. Zhou Ming was swept away by the flood. To make Mu Nanxi on the other end believe her, she even sobbed a couple of times. But she waited a long time without hearing Mu Nanxi's voice. Sis, are you okay? Well, Zhou Ming had such an incident, and none of us wanted this, so don't be too sad about it. Mu Nanxi never expected that Zhou Ming would just be gone like that. She tentatively asked, are you sure? Sis, I swear it's true. This morning he was supposed to come with me and Wang Ma, and we managed to find a banana boat. But he didn't know how to row and the direction was bad, the current was too strong. He insisted on showing off, couldn't even sit still, and both the boat and the person flipped into the water. He didn't struggle for long before disappearing. In the flood, disappearing meant great misfortune, and it was nearly impossible to survive. Mu Nanxi felt that Zhou Ming dying like this was too easy on him. Since she already knew what she wanted to find out, Mu Nanxi didn't bother to continue the conversation and directly hung up the phone. Mu Nanxi was still talking a lot on the phone when she realized the other party had been silent. Looking at her phone, she found out that the call had been disconnected without her noticing. Wang Ma asked her what happened. Did she say when she would come? She angrily retorted, all you do is ask questions, you can't help with anything. I really don't know what use you're alive for. Shut your foul mouth. Don't interrupt me while I'm on the phone. Mu Nanxi never expected Mu Nanxi to just hang up on her without a word. She had previously claimed she didn't like Zhou Ming, but now upon hearing he was dead, she was heartbroken. Fortunately, Mu Nanxi didn't know what she was thinking, otherwise she'd surely retort, I'm sad about what? Mu Nanxi was not discouraged and continued to call her. Mu Nanxi smiled when she saw the phone ringing. Chen Jialan had been with her the whole time. She didn't understand why Mu Nanxi wasn't the adopted daughter raised at home. Why was there such a tense relationship between them? Through these 2 days of interaction, she had a preliminary understanding of this biological sister. If they didn't like each other, they would either block each other or hang up immediately. So what did this mean? Moreover, she also heard that a man named Zhou Ming had died. She didn't know who Zhou Ming was, but she felt he was quite important. Mu Nanxi noticed the doubt in her eyes. Do you want to know? Chen Jialan cautiously asked, is sister willing to talk about it? It's not impossible. Then Mu Nanxi briefly introduced Mu Nanxi and Zhou Ming. She also mentioned their unclear relationship. As for the tragic death in the previous life, that hadn't happened yet and didn't need to be mentioned. But it still surprised Chen Jialan. Are you saying that Zhou Ming is your fiancé, yet he got together with your sister and even tried to deceive you into taking over the entire Mu family? No, you're wrong. She shares the surname Mu, but she's not my sister. Mu Nanxi felt her life was too long to have such a sister. Chen Jialan asked the doubt in her heart. Isn't the death of our parents also related to them? The DNA results had already come out. She and Mu Nanxi were biological sisters. Therefore, Mu Nanxi's parents were also her parents. Mu Nanxi merely nodded, but her gaze fell on her phone. Mu Nanxi had called a total of 17 times, and the last one disconnected halfway through. She walked to the window, watching the pouring rain. Let it pour. Let it pour. Let the storm come even stronger. The sky seemed to hear her voice, as if it had sprung a leak and the rainwater poured in. Watching the rain pound against the window, her heart inexplicably calmed down and her breathing became easier. The heavier the rain fell, the worse it was for Mu Nanxi. Not only did she fail to enter, but she was also being forced by a big man to hand over 50 pounds of rice flour, or else they would throw her into the water. Mu Nanxi could only guarantee again, please don't act rashly. Even if you kill me now, you won't gain anything. You heard it just now, my sister's fiancé died. She's heartbroken and doesn't have the mood to take my call. Just wait a bit longer, and after a few days, when she's in a better mood, she'll come to pick me up. If you take us back now, we still have some supplies stockpiled over there. I can give you some first, and when my sister returns, I'll make up for the rest. On the way back, they would find a way to push the man into the water, ending it all. The big man thought to himself that since he had already gained something today, he would keep the two of them alive for now and talk after obtaining the supplies. Along the way, Mu Nanxi and Wang Ma kept looking for an opportunity to strike, but each time they were avoided and they almost fell into the flood themselves, so they had to behave. The big man was angry and started to lash out at her. He dragged the two women off the boat and rushed into her family villa. There were no supplies at all and not even half a biscuit. This time the big man was completely enraged. He wished he could kill the two women. He stepped closer to Mu Nanxi. Wang Ma tried to stop him, but he raised his hand and slapped her directly. Damn you old hag, how dare you deceive me and even try to kill me? If a tiger doesn't roar, do you really think I'm just a sick cat? Slap, slap. He raised his hand and struck several more times. The man used almost all his strength and Wang Ma was brutally thrown to the ground, her face instantly swollen. Her mouth was bleeding, her hair a messy tangle, looking very disheveled. Seeing him loosen his grip, Mu Nanxi turned and ran upstairs. The man grabbed her hair and pulled it back. A large chunk of her hair was nearly torn out, followed by a piercing scream. She begged for mercy. It hurts, it hurts. You damn man, let me go. She tried to fight back, but the tall man was beyond her reach, which only served to anger him further. He held on tightly. Run. Let's see where you can run to. Be sensible and hand over the goods, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Mu Nanxi relied on the fact that they were in a society governed by law, believing the man was merely trying to scare her and wouldn't dare to truly harm her. I told you there is none. Even if you kill me, there is none. The man indeed wouldn't kill her, but his gaze lingered on Mu Nanxing's beautiful face. A pampered young lady from a wealthy family, around 20, her skin was so delicate it seemed like it could ooze water. Dressed in tight-fitting clothes that accentuated her perfect figure, her curves were pronounced. Especially for a man in his 40s who hadn't touched a woman in a long time, he was itching with desire, his mouth watering. He pulled her into his embrace, his rough hands roaming over her body, his grip heavy-handed, squeezing her as he pleased, his words crude and vulgar. Wang Ma couldn't push him away. In the high-end villa far from the neighbors, even if she screamed at the top of her lungs in the storm, no one would hear. At this critical moment, even if someone heard, they likely wouldn't come out. He first tore a piece of cloth from the table to bind her hands, then turned and kicked at Wang Ma, grabbing a chair to throw at her. Had she not dodged in time, she could have been killed by the blow. Wang Ma knelt on the ground begging, please spare me. I want dare again. That was her daughter, who had not been without her encounters with men. It was just a change from Zhou Ming's young master to this old man. A muscular figure, he looked robust. Not a loss. If he wanted, she could serve him. Wang Ma, with her pig-like face, had the thought, but when she met the man's glare, she quickly shut her mouth. Mu Nanxing's nightmare had only just begun. Mu Nanxi witnessed the scene on the monitor. It was too eye-watering. Where did Mu Nanxi find such a man? Could her small frame handle it? Chen Jialan tilted her head to look at the screen, but immediately covered her phone, saying, the vegetables in the field need watering. Fertilizing. Wasn't that just done yesterday? Since she didn't want to talk, she wouldn't press her. Nodding to Mu Nanxi, she said, Sister, I still have medical books to finish, so I won't go. Mu Nanxi lied, for the first time riddled with flaws. But concerning Mu Nanxing's matters, it was better that only she knew to spare the young girl from seeing anything ugly. After agreeing to give seeds yesterday, someone came to inquire. After Mu Nanxi reported the number, she asked Suma to collect the money, hand over the goods to the person. Not everyone knows how to plant, and those who don't can learn from Uncle Yang. It wasn't that she was overly virtuous, but she didn't want the seeds and seedlings to be wasted on those who couldn't plant. This was her first pot of gold in the apocalypse, not much, just a few small gold bars. But those things were obtained from the supermarket and farmers at zero cost. After making a small profit, she felt great. Before Qin Jialan, she forced herself to learn some basic medical bandaging, but now with Qian Jialan around, she didn't even want to look at medical books. Professional matters should still be left to professionals. With some time before mealtime, she might as well improve her skills. She discovered that ever since her physical strength and agility improved every time she did anything or trained, both attributes changed. It was just a matter of how much. Now she had already raised her physical strength and agility to level 2. Just in time for Lan Zhan and the others to be around, she would practice with them first. Lan Zhan and Mu Lin along with about 100 others were training. Especially Lan Zhan and Mu Lin. They were now very certain that the apocalypse Mu Nanxi spoke of had truly arrived. In just over a week, the entire country still seemed paralyzed. Before the disaster struck, the government had already issued a notice urging everyone to stock up on supplies, yet the flood still came. Many people stocked up a lot yet still could not save themselves and were submerged underwater. There was simply no time. On the day of the heavy rain, volunteer forces had already been summoned, but the numbers were small and the affected citizens across the country could only help themselves, unable to send out rescue teams. The flood was too fierce and many people perished in the disaster. The residents of Banshan Manor felt fortunate to have a safe haven. Therefore, regardless of age or gender, everyone increasingly recognized the importance of training. When Mu Nanxi arrived, they were returning from a 10-kilometer training session, each one exhausted. Of course, for those who had trained long-term, 10 kilometers was nothing. Many among them were retired personnel who had been called back to help, remaining there after the torrential rain. They were very grateful to Mu Nanxi for providing them with shelter. Later, Lan Zhan and Mu Lin took the lead in training. Without a word, they started practicing. Those who finished the 10-minute run early were already doing push-ups on the ground. Upon seeing Mu Nanxi arrive, they all stood up saying, "Good afternoon, Miss Mu." Mu Nanxi disliked being called Miss Mu. "From now on you can all call me Nanxi, like Lan Zhan and Mu Lin. Using my full name is also fine." Understood. Each one of them, like Iron Men, spoke loudly, making her feel like a leader inspecting her troops. This made Mu Nanxi feel awkward. "All right, there are floods everywhere. I know many of you have gone out to help, but I still want to stress that safety comes." She could choose to ignore it, but she wouldn't stop others from doing good deeds. Everyone must be responsible for their actions. As long as they understood the limits and didn't cause trouble for the manor, specifically didn't bring trouble to her, that would be fine. They weren't foolish, they could do good, but shouldn't let others raid their backyard. Without Mu Nanxi needing to say anything, they consciously arranged personnel at the manor every day. This was something that made Mu Nanxi feel gratified. It was not in vain that she had provided them with shelter. After all, her initial intention was to let them stand together against the unknown risks of the apocalypse. Now signs of looting had begun to appear outside. It wouldn't be long before they would be targeted and have trouble at their door. So she requested, "You can help others, but don't expose our address. Even if you can hide it for one more day, that's one more day." Seeing Mu Nanxi approach, Lan Zhan was the first to speak. "Nanxi, are you here for something?" "Sure, no problem," Lan Zhan replied, concerned that he might hurt Nanxi if he was too rough. He looked to Mu Lin. "How about you take over?" Mu Lin was on par with her and also worried about hurting her. He glanced at Lu Ming beside him. "You come." He chose someone based on Mu Ning's physique. Mu Nanxi didn't waste time with them. "What's there to talk about? Let's go together." About 100 people followed Mu Nanxi to the training ground. It was the same place where Mu Nanxi had brought Qin Jialan before. Everyone instinctively formed a circle. In the battle, Mu Ning's aura retracted. She directly addressed Lan Zhan. "You go first." Mu Nanxi quickly entered the zone, her feet apart, firmly establishing her stance, her gaze sharp as an eagle, as if she could see through all flaws. Seeing her motionless, Lan Zhan took the initiative to attack, his right arm tensed, launching a straight punch, like a cannonball rushing toward Mu Ning's face with a whooshing sound. Mu Ning's eyes were keen as she slightly shifted her body and the punch grazed her cheek. Immediately after, she lightly tapped the ground with her left leg, her figure as agile as a swallow spinning into a side kick, her toes targeting Lan Zhan's waist. Lan Zhan reacted swiftly, exerting force in his waist, leaning back just in time to evade the kick. As Mu Nanxi prepared to continue her assault, Lan Zhan had already steadied himself, forcefully stomping his left leg on the ground, using the recoil to transform his fist into a palm, slicing toward Mu Ning's neck like a knife. This strike was powerful and heavy, as if it could sever steel. Just when everyone thought Mu Nanxi could not avoid it, she calmly crossed her hands upward to block, producing a loud bang as she successfully deflected the fierce attack. Everyone was stunned. How could she, a woman, dare to block with her bare hands? Even Mulin, who was on par with Lan Zhan, would likely have injured his hands taking such a hit. However, Nanxi used her clever strength, taking a step forward, her right knee suddenly lifting, striking Lan Zhan's abdomen. Lan Zhan reacted rapidly, pressing down with both hands, firmly resisting Nanxi's knee, the veins on his arms bulging. The two were locked in a stalemate for a moment, and then Lan Zhan let out a loud roar, unleashing his strength to push Nanxi away. Nanxi only took a few steps back, stabilizing her form, and launched another attack. Her figure was like lightning, her fists striking toward Lan Zhan like a torrential storm. Lan Zhan understood her speed was quick and her agility excellent, but he did not expect her combat power to be so strong. Each punch was at an odd angle and full of power. Previously, he had merely been in a supportive role, but now he could only counter her moves, swinging his arms in an attempt to neutralize Nanxi's attacks, while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Seeing him take her seriously, Nanxi smiled, her feet forcefully pushing against the ground, her figure shooting out like an arrow, her right fist rushing toward Lan Zhan's chest with the force of wind. Lan Zhan's gaze sharpened as he sidestepped and effortlessly dodged this fierce punch. Immediately after, she swiftly stepped out with her left foot, executing a spinning kick toward Lan Zhan's head. Lan Zhan barely evaded it, and seeing the opportunity, Nanxi swiftly leapt, kicking toward Lan Zhan's knee. Lan Zhan grimaced in pain, kneeling on one knee. He gritted his teeth to rise and counterattack. Nanxi did not give him a single chance, delivering a heavy side punch directly to Lan Zhan's temple. It felt as if the breath of death was upon him. Just when he thought he was finished, Nanxi stopped, halting at a distance of 0.001 cm from his temple. Lan Zhan was drenched in cold sweat. Nanxi wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Mulin. It's your turn. With Lan Zhan's experience as a lesson, he must not be careless. Mulin took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. All right. The two exchanged few words, neither underestimating the other. Mulin was an all-rounder, battling him required wit. Nanxi was very clear about where her advantages lay. That was in her endurance and agility. However, her stamina was different from that of men, being more resilient. In the previous battle, she was indeed fatigued, but her stamina and agility were increasing, albeit slightly, by 0.05. This made it more challenging for Mulin, who was here to fight. As they traded places, Nanxi first adapted to Mulin's moves. Both of them were extremely strong, and in no time they were locked in a fierce exchange, their speed astonishing. However, as time passed, Mulin clearly noticed that Nanxi was like an indestructible little cockroach, growing stronger with each setback while he gradually revealed flaws. Nanxi did not strike directly but continued to practice her skills. The techniques within her surged as if she had taken a stimulant. In the end, Mulin had no room to retaliate, yielding. I lost. Lan Zhan lost disgracefully, but Mulin was not much better off, with bruises all over and a black eye with blood at the corner of his mouth. Nanxi is impressive, he said with genuine admiration. With her skills and intelligence, it would be a shame not to become an officer. Nanxi shook his hand. Thank you. He knew that whether it was Lan Zhan or Mulin, they were willing to exert their full fighting power to help her grow. Lu Ming brought her a cup of water. Sister Nanxi, have a few sips. This person had a sunny disposition, smiling to reveal two small fangs, looking quite handsome. With his fair skin, he was an exceptionally good-looking guy. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, smiling as she took it. Thank you. Then she gulped it down. Though she drank large sips, she did not appear crude at all. Her delicate and beautiful face flushed with droplets of sweat trickling down. After drinking 3 large cups, she finally felt a bit more comfortable. Catching her breath, she said, continue. Okay. Lu Ming took the cup and put it down, skipping any unnecessary words and diving straight into action. The onlookers, having witnessed 2 intense battles, exchanged glances and said, let's go. Another 5 people joined in. 1 against 6. The battle instantly escalated, with 6 people pouncing on Nanxi like wolves. Nanxi stepped back a few paces, swiftly dodging the attacks of the first 2 who charged. In the moment of sidestepping, she lifted her leg, kicking one person in the abdomen, causing that person to bend in pain. At the same time, her mind raced, observing everyone's movements. These several people were evenly matched. She alone had to be quick and precise. Calculating in her mind whom to attack first, her movements were swift and clean. Skillfully utilizing the space, she rolled and came behind one person, catching him off guard with a punch to the back of his neck. Then she focused on seizing the opportunity when one person attacked, using all her strength to throw him to the ground. The remaining 3, seeing this, intensified their attacks. If it weren't for Nanxi's stamina and agility, she would have definitely been the first to fall. She seized the right moment, leaping up, delivering a series of kicks, knocking down 2 more people. The last one charged forward. As Mu Nanxi got close, she struck with a knife hand toward his neck, targeting a fatal spot. She exhaled softly, saying the 3 words, "You lost." Zhou Chengzong ceased his attack. The battle ended. Mu Nanxi sat heavily in the center of the arena, breathing heavily, her clothes soaked with sweat, her arms unable to lift. Qin Jialan emerged from the laboratory, having heard she was training, and came down to find her. Seeing her in such a near-death state, she thought a group of men were bullying her sister. "You are going too far." A group of grown men turned red in embarrassment. Mu Nanxi was merely exhausted, not defeated. She called out to them, "I initiated the battle. It has nothing to do with them. I just need to rest for a bit." Although she said this, she was indeed too tired. After battling 8 people, she felt utterly drained, struggling to figure out how to survive in this harsh apocalypse. Fortunately, she only thought about it in her heart. If the men present knew, their faces would be even more embarrassed. Any one of them could take out at least 10 people, while the stronger ones could take out 20 or 30. She alone had fought against 8 of them, and she still felt it was too few. How can this be fine? Even if we are training, we shouldn't fight recklessly. And Lin Gazhanga, how did you take care of my sister? As the words were about to leave his lips, noticing the bruises on the faces of the 2, he finally realized what happened. Your sister did this. Lan Zhan looked ashamed. Your sister did this, Mu Lin added, not in a much better state. Qin Jialan glanced at Zhou Chengzong, who without being asked directly stated, your sister did this. Lu Ming said, your sister did this. Ma Honglong echoed, your sister did this. Xia Huan, Qin Chuan, and Zhang Guangxiong all chimed in, your sister did this. Qin Jialan looked at the group of big men, then at her sister sitting on the ground, her face filled with confusion. She really wanted to ask again, is what you all said true? Mu Nanxi shot her a proud look. No doubt about it. It was indeed her sister's masterpiece. Sister 1 against 8, impressive. This startled Mu Nanxi, that must have hurt. She opened her mouth to speak, but her mouth hurt too. Qin Jialan felt heartbroken. You all were too ruthless. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Who exactly was being ruthless? Some of them couldn't even stand up. Qin Jialan didn't care, saying, you all bullied my sister. However, she soon noticed that Zhang Guangxiong had a broken bone in his hand, Xia Huan had a dislocated shoulder, and Qin Jialan was both angry and amused, having to tend to each of them, applying medication. A group of people returned to the living room in a grand manner. What on earth happened? Suma walked out from the kitchen and was startled to see them all injured, as if they had just returned from the battlefield. Yang Shulin heard the commotion and rushed out. He directly confronted Lan Zhan and Mu Lin. How did you protect Nanxi, allowing her to get hurt so badly? They had just been reprimanded by Qin Jialan, and now facing Yang Shulin, they were already used to it, directly lowering their heads to admit fault. Next time, be gentler. Mu Nanxi chuckled, Uncle, it's not their fault. The injuries on me were caused by myself. She then pouted to Suma, I'm hungry. After consuming so much energy, it would be strange not to feel hungry. Suma had already prepared most of the meal, only the last soup was still simmering in the pot. Wait, I'll go serve the food right now. With so many people, it was impossible to linger over the meal. They all very consciously returned. However, the injured ones protested. I don't care, I'm hungry, it's work-related injury, Lan Zhan said. Exactly, it must be a work-related injury, Mu Lin added. The others who had initially planned to leave also stopped, work-related injury. Mu Nanxi rolled her eyes at them, fine, all work-related injuries, eat up, and then scram. However, Mu Nanxi was not heartless. She secretly added some spiritual spring water to the soup. She also went to the warehouse to fetch out a dozen or so cooked dishes. They were aware of these dishes. Previously, Mu Nanxi had grandly sent them from the Mu family's restaurant. They could be eaten after being heated in the microwave. During dinner, everyone continued to drink the soup. It felt as if their bodies had been healed and the pain had diminished significantly. Lan Zhan was most familiar with this feeling. He looked at Mu Nanxi in surprise. Mu Nanxi merely smiled at him, drink more. Isn't that obvious? Mu Nanxi's healing abilities were better than those of the troops, and no matter how serious the injury, after drinking it one would be fine in less than 3 days. The others not sure if they had also discovered the benefits of the soup or if the old hen soup was just too delicious scrambled to drink it. Before long, a large pot of old hen soup was almost empty. The 8 of them were still not satisfied. Suma stood up to serve the children and Lu Ming smiled, I'll do it myself. They were not children, each of them was over 6 feet tall, and they didn't have the face to ask Suma to serve them. After drinking the soup, they felt that their bodies had already recovered significantly. They looked serious, standing up to serve themselves and fill their bowls. Including Mu Nanxi, Qin Jialan, and even Suma and Uncle Yang. As long as the bowl was empty, they would proactively help. A large bowl, which left Qin Jialan dumbfounded. What? What is this? Since Mu Nanxi was reborn, her appetite had increased, and she didn't gain weight. The family could afford food and she would eat at least 3 bowls in one meal. Having only sipped soup she hadn't even begun eating. She finished a large portion of her rice in just a few bites, then took Chen Jialan's bowl and scooped half of it into her own, asking Chen Jialan, "Is this enough?" Chen Jialan nodded with a smile. "That's enough." Not to mention the food cooked by Nanxi was indeed delicious. The habits they developed in the army made them eat as if they were robbing a bank. What was rare was that they were quick but still maintained manners. Because of this meal, every time it was mealtime they would come over to Nanxi's place to mooch food. Of course, they didn't just eat for free. One would bring some rice, another would bring meat, and someone else would bring fish, piecing together a large table of food. Suma was happy to cook and Nanxi wouldn't say much. After all being stuck at home all day, it was nice to have something to do. They couldn't really let Suma do everything alone. Everyone scrambled to help. Washing vegetables, cooking, everyone was willing to help. Suma was only responsible for directing. After the meal, they also cleaned the bowls and chopsticks themselves. They took the initiative to help with the household chores. That night the power suddenly went out. The entire city plunged into darkness. Nanxi used to be afraid of sleeping with the lights off, but after being reborn, not even death scared her, so why would this? Even though she was asleep in the middle of the night, the sudden blackout woke her up. Uncle Yang had already taken out the generator to provide power, but no one could sleep anymore. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was only 1 o'clock in the morning. Sitting on the sofa, she began to munch on sunflower seeds. It was Suma who suggested, "Why don't we play cards?" Since Nanxi returned, she hadn't played these things since we can't sleep anyway, sure. She directly looked at Chen Jialan. "Jialan, do you know how to play do diju?" On their side with the generator, they had water and electricity, food and drinks. A life was quite enjoyable. Meanwhile, it was tough for Nanxi. Starving all day and being tormented by the old man until the early hours, she was completely collapsed on the bed. The man, feeling satisfied, pinched her chin. "Little beauty, quite flirtatious, huh? Since you are already my woman, you have to obey me. When your sister comes back, I will bring up our matter with her." The man pulled up his pants, put on his clothes, walked over to Wang Ma, untied her, and left in high spirits. After he left, Wang Ma stumbled in the dark towards her. Nanxi, how are you?" Nanxi wanted to hit someone, but she had no strength left and shouted at the door, "Beast, I want to kill you." Wang Ma cried and wanted to hug her, but she pushed her away. She vented all her grievances on others. "All of this is Nanxi's fault. If she hadn't stopped us from entering, this wouldn't have happened. It's all her fault. That beast should die, and that bitch Nanxi should die too." Wang Gang returned home because they couldn't play cards due to the power outage. As soon as he reached the door, he heard the two of them wailing loudly. Crying all day long, just complaining what bad luck this is. Wang Ma approached Wang Gang, tearing at him. "Bastard, where have you been? Your sister is in such big trouble. Why did you only come back now?" Wang Gang noticed Nanxi lying on the carpet covered with a thin blanket. Without needing to look, he already knew what had happened. Who did this? How dare they touch my Wang Gang's sister? Are they tired of living? It wasn't that he loved this sister so much, but rather that she was his money tree. If she was gone, where would he get money from? This made Wang Ma emotional. "Nanxi, listen, your brother still loves you." Their words did not soothe Nanxing's anger. She shouted at them, "Get lost, all of you, get out." Wang Gang was treated like a king at home. Who would dare to speak against him? Today he was actually scolded by this bitch Nanxi. Scolded. Enough is enough. Wang Gang rolled up his sleeves and yanked Nanxi up from the ground. Aunt Wang grabbed him. "What are you doing? Is it not enough trouble already? Hurry up and take me upstairs. Let her have some time alone." Nanxi glared fiercely at the two. "I am where I am today because of you both. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. What do you want to hit me? Go ahead, you might as well kill me. Otherwise, from now on, you can forget about getting a single cent from me. Understood?" Each one of them, like Iron Men, spoke loudly, making her feel like a leader inspecting her troops. This made Nanxi feel he had nothing to recover. Nanxi refused to give her a single cent and directly blew up Wang Gang. "You shameless woman, don't think that just because you've had a few comfortable years you've forgotten your surname. I'll tell you, Nanxi, you are a Wang. You carry the blood of my Wang family. You are just a dog by Wang Gang's side, not a dare not to give me money. I will take your life. You better be sensible and give me the money, or I won't mind selling you out." Nanxi was lifted by him and thrown to the ground like a rag doll. After being torn apart by the man, her body was bruised and her top barely covered her behind. She let out a sharp scream, grabbing anything she could see and directly throwing it at Wang Gang. As the only male in the family, how could he let a woman ride on top of him? He raised his fists and pounded down on her relentlessly. Only when she had no strength left to fight back did Wang Gang spit at her fiercely. "What are you? Dare to challenge me? If there's a next time, I'll beat you to death." Having said that, he swaggered upstairs. In the dim light, Mu Nanxi resembled a broken doll devoid of life. Aunt Wang knew that whenever it concerned her son, her only fate was to be beaten, so she chose to stay silent. When Wang Gang went upstairs, she wanted to help Mu Nanxi, but suddenly Mu Nanxi seemed to regain her senses, grabbing Aunt Wang and shouting like a madwoman, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you old witch scheming for my money, there wouldn't be so many troubles. I am what I am today because of your schemes. Get out. I'll make you all roll out of my house, or I'll call the police." Aunt Wang understood that she couldn't push the girl too hard or else she might not recognize her as her mother, and where would she go to live a good life? But she also couldn't call the police, or they would all end up dead. With Wang Gang's temperament, he might actually do something. If he doesn't want to ruin everything, he should behave. As for your brother, I will talk to him. As for that man, I don't care what you want to do, he deserves to die. Just wait, Nanxi will not let him off. I'll go find you some clothes now. Aunt Wang went upstairs to get her a set of clothes, mumbling a few words, then returned to her maid's room. Mu Nanxi tore off her clothes, put on a clean outfit, and sat on the sofa crying in pain. Mu Nanxi did not see the scene, or rather she was not interested in it. After all, she was still a young lady, not some pervert watching others in bed. They had been fighting for days, and it was already bright outside. Chen Jialan had the worst luck with no more paper left to stick on her face, and she cried, "Why am I always the one losing? I'm done playing." Chen Feng laughed at her. "With your reckless style, even the best cards would be turned to dust." Mu Nanxi rarely laughed heartily. "Exactly. I've never seen someone so bad at cards. If I played cards with you, I could have eaten 2 extra bowls of noodles this morning." That night, the 5 of them had gone crazy playing do diju with 2 decks of cards, and only Mu Nanxi had the least, getting stuck with 2 strips of paper after a whole night of playing. She tore off the paper from her face, rubbed her stomach that had digested overnight, and stretched. "So refreshing." Suma laughed and got up. "Fine, if you don't want to play, I'll go make breakfast for you all." Mu Nanxi stopped her. "Suma, no need to make breakfast today, we have ready-made food." She had plenty of food in her. During the apocalypse, she had invited a chef to the villa to prepare a lot of cooked food stored in her space, still as fresh as just made. Just heat them up, and they are ready to eat. Of course, she still went to the warehouse to get breakfast for a few people. Just then, an unexpected visitor arrived at their estate. Gu Shizhou, Major General Gu. Yes, Gu Shizhou had been promoted from a brigadier general to a major general. He brought along several people from the southern wind. Previously, Mu Nanxi had asked him to buy the house here. More than a week had passed, and the flood only rose and never receded. The southern district's troops were inspecting to relocate. He instinctively suggested the halfway up Nanxi mountain. People from above came to inspect. He also came along. As soon as he arrived, he directly came to Mu Nanxi. Since the apocalypse began, the estate had been particularly strict. Even people from their own estate had to be checked before going out. If it weren't for Mu Nanxi having left his identity information earlier, he wouldn't have been able to get in. Nanfeng knew that Gu Shizhou was coming to see her and hurried over. When he saw Mu Nanxi, he almost rushed over to hug her. If it weren't for being afraid of scaring her, he restrained his excitement and waved to her. "Nanxi, what brings you here today? This is a critical time for rescue, so it shouldn't be possible. But thinking about it does make sense. In the previous life, the southern district troops would station a month later. With her reminding it's not impossible for them to come earlier." Mu Nanxi smiled, slightly greeting him. "Have you eaten breakfast? Let's eat together." The two looked at the breakfast on the table, their mouths twitching. Claypot rice noodles, seafood porridge, buns, fried dough sticks, and pickles. For 5 people there was a huge spread. "This is too lavish." Nanfeng swallowed hard. With grain prices so high now, this meal must have cost a fortune. The key point is many people have money but nowhere to spend it. It's hard to find something good to buy. He had been eating compressed biscuits for many days. Mu Nanxi didn't think much of it. It's just a normal breakfast. "Have you eaten? Do you want some?" Food has become precious now, and it's hard to come by. Gu Shizhou is reluctant to eat, just about to shake his head when Yinefeng quickly says, "That's great. We haven't eaten anything for a whole day." Mu Nanxi is quite straightforward and asks, "Do you want rice noodles, seafood congee, steamed buns, or..." Yinefeng has been drooling over the clay pot rice noodles since he entered. As soon as Mu Nanxi speaks, he nods and says, "Are there more rice noodles?" He suddenly remembers that it's not before the disaster. There are a few families with excess grain. Just being invited to breakfast is good enough, and yet he is still picky. He really wants to slap himself. While Yunifeng is feeling annoyed, he secretly tells himself not to take advantage of the situation. After this busy period, he will bring her more supplies when he returns. Mu Nanxi pushes the rice noodles in front of her toward him, saying, "There are some, I eat mine first. I'll go get more from the kitchen." Gu Shizhou notices that after Mu Nanxi glanced at him, at first her gaze has been fixed on Yunifeng. Now she is even giving him her rice noodles. Does she like him? Just thinking about it makes his heart uneasy. If you ask him what's wrong, he can't pinpoint it, he's simply uncomfortable. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Yinefeng shivers and finally says, General Gu, you go first. Gu Ziz's expression eased a lot as he pushed the clay pot rice noodles back to Mu Nanxi's table saying, don't listen to him, we big rough men can eat anything. Yi Nanfeng feeling shy quickly nods. What General Gu said is right, I'll just have the steamed buns. The steamed buns are white and fluffy while the fried dough sticks are golden and crispy. He grabs one and puts it in his mouth. This is also delicious, fragrant, really fragrant. He has been very hungry lately, tightening his belt every day to save people. Mu Nanxi smiles and turns to go out, shutting the kitchen door. Soon a large pot of clay pot rice noodles is brought in. Everyone is waiting for her. Mu Nanxi directly sets it on the table and she thinks about serving the two men rice noodles. Gu Shizhou takes the chopsticks from her hand saying, I'll do it myself. They are also very hungry and after a while the pot is nearly empty. Gu Shizhou is somewhat restrained, afraid of embarrassing himself in front of Mu Nanxi, while Nefeng keeps praising how delicious it is. Most of it has gone into his stomach. After eating to his fill, Gu Shizhou explains his purpose for coming. Is the house you mentioned before still available? Yes, it is. It's the same life-saving grace. He cannot treat one lightly and the other heavily. The price is the same as with Zhang Jing and the others. 30 million. Knowing she only accepts gold, Gu Shizhou had prepared well in advance. I want 3 sets. He directly hands her gold bars worth 90 million. Exchanging it based on the weight agreed upon back then. Yunefeng has always felt a connection with Mu Nanxi since they both have Nan in their names. Nefeng for Nanxi, a perfect match. He didn't know she lived here before, but now that he knows, how could he miss the opportunity? Excited, he pokes his hands. After holding back for a long time, he finally speaks. Nanxi, I also want to buy a set. Is it still available? It's foolish not to earn money, and Mu Nanxi spreads her hands saying sure. Yunefeng had gone with Gu Shizhou and exchanged all the money on hand at the bank for gold. 30 million is too expensive. His money is only enough to buy a suite. Mu Nanxi doesn't raise the price either. A 120 square meter house is 990,000. It's not all for sale. The upper floors are for rent. If you don't want to buy, renting is also fine. Knowing the apocalypse is coming, she prefers that they rent. Of course, it's foolish not to earn money. She tells them they can rent, and whether to buy or rent is their own business. Yu Nanfeng's family background cannot compare to Gu Ziz's, but he is still considered middle class. Buying a house for 990,000 is still doable. However, he hadn't thought about buying a house before coming, and he didn't bring that much gold at once. He looks at Gu Shizhou saying, Boss, can you lend me some? I'll pay you back when I get back. Gu Shizhou is not keen on lending to him. It's not that he's afraid he won't pay back, but simply doesn't want to give. Giving him money means giving his entire competitor money. Now everywhere is flooded and the housing prices here only rise not fall. Whether it's fast or slow makes a difference. Those who rented before also realize this point and have turned to buying. Gu Ziz's gaze meets Mu Nanxi, and he doesn't want her to make no money either. In the end, he firmly decides to lend Yi Nanfeng 99,000 for each day extra. There's an additional interest of 10,000. He doesn't want this money, considering it a benefit for Mu Nanxi. The two of them paid the money and left without even looking at the house. When they returned to the team, their people had already chosen their positions, waiting for him to confirm. He chose a location not far from the half-mountain manor. In the pouring rain, the soldiers are working in the rain to level the ground and set up tents, building walls. They are using quick-setting cement. With a large number of troops and great strength, they built rows of houses and erected walls taller than a man in just a few days. On Mu Nanxi's side, she happily tossed the big gold bars into her space. The gold is still lying safely in her space, which she can no longer see, and she has no time to study it. Staying at home every day is making her feel like she might grow mushrooms. She wants to go out and take a look, otherwise as time goes on it will become harder to go out. Just as she was thinking, Qin Sheng came to find her. Nanxi, everyone is out looking for supplies. Do you want to join? Behind him is a small team. Leading them is a strong man named Qian Sanjiang. Mu Nanxi remembers him. He contributed a lot during the renovation here. This person is honest and straightforward. Among them is Zhang Jing's elder brother Zhang Biao. He originally wanted to go out and asks Qin Jialan, do you want to come out with us? Qin Jialan shakes her head. I don't like going out. I want to learn medicine well. Regardless of whether her sister goes or not, Mu Nanxi will protect her well. Lan Zhan and Mu Lin are both going with her. Someone from the manor is buying boats through her. There are quite a few people wanting banana boats and rubber dinghies. However, she is not foolish. She only lets the people in the manor know that she has connections, but she will also ask the suppliers about the prices of each item. So a few days ago, besides looking for her to buy seeds, they also bought many things. The prices are about the same as outside. This way she won't get herself into trouble. Now they also have quite a few boats in the manor. It's fine to go out looking for supplies, they will go together, but once they go down the mountain they won't be able to go to the same place. Otherwise they won't find anything good. They will act separately, pairing up in 3s and 2s, not going too far, and must return by the designated time. Nanxi drives the yacht. On the yacht are her Lan Zhan Mu Lin Zhongjing's elder brother Zhang Biaochengxing and a person named Niawenxing. The allocation of supplies is also easy to discuss, and no matter who finds them they will take out 30% as rent. Nanxi originally refused. Jinxing said without her yacht they wouldn't be able to transport any supplies no matter how much they found. Moreover, this is everyone's first time going out to find supplies, so they might not find much. Everyone agrees with his proposal. Nanxi also does not refuse. Since that's the case, you keep the daily necessities, antiques, paintings, gold, silver, and jade should be given to me. Many people now engage in cash and gold and silver transactions. These things are becoming less valuable. 100 grams of gold won't buy much grain. Many people have already begun using the most primitive trading methods, exchanging goods for goods. Antiques and paintings are still somewhat valuable now, but they will soon lose their worth. After all, in the future, no matter how valuable these things are, they won't be able to trade for a bowl of rice. But for Nanxi, who is space, that is the future of the country. The few quickly reached a consensus. Their first stop is naturally places like shopping malls and supermarkets. Nanxi and the others descended the mountain and, relying on their memories, found the location of the supermarket. Water was everywhere, and they could only guess its approximate position. Based on her past experiences, she had prepared 2 sets of diving suits on the yacht. Upon arrival, someone would need to stay on the boat to prevent it and the supplies from being stolen. Of course, aside from the 30% that Nanxi would receive, each person had to give 20% of their supplies to the one guarding the yacht. While 20% may seem like a little, it added up with many people. However, the person guarding the yacht needed to be skilled. Several people thought of Nanxi. Firstly, she was a woman, and there was no need for her to struggle down with these burly men, and secondly, Nanxi was quite capable. The events of last night had spread. 1 against 8. Who had that kind of ability? While it was important to have someone watch the yacht, Nanxi was even more crucial. She had a spatial ability, only she could descend and retrieve the supplies from underwater. Previously, she had refrained from going out because the apocalypse had just begun, and it was unwise to act too quickly. Now that someone suddenly began searching for supplies, they still couldn't reach what was underwater. Many were only looking for items on the water's surface. However, supermarkets were located a few floors down. When people had to ensure their safety, diving down to retrieve supplies wasn't that easy. Among them, besides her, there was only Lan Zhan and Mu Lin. For now, people still had food and were not like in her past life, completely unprepared and in chaos. But they were starting to mobilize. This was also why Nanxi had not gone underwater in advance. Zhang Biao and Niawenxing could hold their own in a fight, but they weren't the best. If there were too many people, they wouldn't be able to protect the supplies or keep an eye on the yacht. Mu Lin and Lan Zhan both had guns. In the end, Mu Lin stayed behind while Chenxing, Zhang Biao, and Niawenxing went to the higher floors, and Nanxi and Lan Zhan donned their diving suits to go underwater. The water had already submerged 8 floors. As soon as Nanxi entered the water, she separated from Lan Zhan. He knew Nanxi had many secrets and consciously kept his distance while searching for supplies. This made it easier for Nanxi to act. She followed the wall directly down. Most shops were on the 1st and 2nd floors, only larger malls would be on the higher levels. Descending to the 1st floor was certainly the right choice. She was lucky there was a grocery store below. She took out a hammer from her spatial ability and smashed the glass door to swim inside. Inside, many lightweight items floated to the surface. As Nanxi opened the door, regardless of their usefulness, she quickly stored them in her spatial ability. Once the floating items were collected, she sank to the ground where bags of grain had been soaked in water. Nanxi searched for those packaged items that wouldn't absorb water, such as grains and oils, and tossed them into her spatial ability. Boxes of alcohol, drink sauces, and cartons had all been damaged, but the bottles were still intact. Nanxi continued to collect. Several refrigerators were stored into her spatial ability. Just in case the apocalypse ended one day, she could take them out and use them. After finishing 3 floors, the next level was residential. She did not continue on, but instead moved to the adjacent shop. Next door was a similar store, followed by a restaurant, which she did not enter. After swimming through several shops, she saw a hardware store. There was no glass door, only an iron rolling door. Opening such a lock was a trivial matter. In no time, Nanxi entered as if it were her own home. She didn't look at anything, just quickly gathered items. Before long, she had collected everything from the two storefronts. Generally, these items could also be found in the backyard. Indeed, as she swam to the back, she saw various hoses, steel pipes, nets, hose barrels, and more filling two large warehouses. If she didn't collect them now, with the torrential rain, typhoons, and continuous floods, what was to come would be extreme cold. When disaster strikes, merchants cannot take their goods, and if they freeze for too long, they will spoil. It was better for her to collect them, as they might still be useful someday. Next door was a store selling renovation supplies. Various sinks, wash basins, bathtubs, toilets, and many showers were available. Further along was a tile store with plenty of styles, but they hadn't stocked much. Even if she wanted to use them, there wouldn't be enough to cover the area. Nonetheless, she still collected everything. Following that were stores selling doors, windows, artificial flowers, photography, wedding supplies, small decorations, stationery, toys, clothing, and more. Nanxi did not miss a single item she could collect. As she continued down the long street, it felt like shopping. Wherever she went, she swept everything clean, finishing this row before moving to the opposite side. She did not stop. Continuing upward, the closer she got to the market, the more grocery stores appeared with plenty of food and drinks. The rice that had been soaked in water was not spared either. Instead, she sorted it and tossed it into her spatial ability. To avoid making them wait too long, Nanxi returned every half hour. When she went back, Lan Zhan had already moved several loads, all of which were food. Others also had their gains. When they saw Nanxi continuously pulling things up, their eyes widened. She made numerous trips back and forth, all filled with rice flour and oil. On her last descent, she unexpectedly found a large shopping mall. To her surprise, the supermarket they were looking for was here. This delighted Nanxi immensely. As soon as the door opened, everything was collected into her spatial ability. From the first floor to the fifth floor, everything was baccarat. After collecting everything, she moved next door, where there was a large jewelry store, and she cleared out their counters. She continued to gather for another half hour, collecting from 5 gold shops. Items like clothing, hats, shoes, and socks were in abundance. She even found a gas store filled with bottles of gas. If she used them herself, how long would they last? Collecting. When she surfaced again, she had tied a long string of items together with a rope. These were everyday essentials that were not heavy, but came in large quantities. Within an hour and a half, the yacht was filled to the brim, and still had items that couldn't fit. Naturally, the majority of the spoils belonged to Nanxi and Lan Zhan. Many people saw the two of them in diving suits and slapped their chests in frustration, exclaiming, "Why didn't I think of that?" Some were envious, others wanted to buy, and some even thought of robbing them. It was evident that they were all tall and strong. Aside from the few who initially asked questions, none of them paid attention to the others. When someone approached with a knife, no one dared to come closer. On the way back, Nanxi saw Wang Ma and Nanqing. No, to be precise, there were 3 people. She recognized the man steering the boat. He was the one who appeared in the surveillance footage. Had they actually come together? Was Nanqing really that desperate? After being violated, she was actually with him. However, it was understandable. Zhou Ming was dead, and all his money was in her hands. Yet, based on her understanding of Nanqing, it couldn't just be this. Could it be that she had settled for her gambling addict brother Wang Gang? Just as she was lost in thought, Nanqing clearly spotted her. She shouted at Nanxi, "You actually found so many supplies. Sister, is that you?" She pointed at Nanxi's boat and asked Wang Ma, "Look at that person, doesn't she look like my sister?" That profile was so similar. But why was she not responding to being called? Was it too noisy around? Now that they were near the high-rise buildings, many people were trapped and would call for help upon seeing a boat. If it weren't for the distance, the noise would be deafening. Nanxi noticed them, but she continued to look ahead, ignoring them even as they shouted at the top of their lungs. Mulin knew that was Nanqing's boat. He wore a helmet, so no one recognized him, and he sped past them in the yacht. Beep, beep, beep. A high splash of water erupted, heading straight towards Nanqing and her companions, drenching them completely. Infuriated, Nanqing cursed, "That shameless woman, it must be her. Chase them, hurry up and see where they've stopped." She was barely hanging on. Why should she have all the resources on her yacht? At this moment, Wang Ma also realized something. Nanqing, she must have found out something. Nanqing's jealousy turned her eyes red. She sneered, "So what if she knows? My surname is Mu now, not Wang. Even if worse comes to worst, I'm still the adopted daughter of the Mu family. What if she knows about that incident?" Wang Ma didn't finish her sentence, but Nanqing understood what she meant. She hurriedly denied, "Impossible. That incident, she had handled it flawlessly. There was no way it would be exposed. Even if they found something, it couldn't possibly point back to her. She must still be fuming. Sisters do not hold grudges overnight. Zhou Ming was already dead. If she softened her attitude, Mu Nanxi wouldn't ignore her. Her yacht was fast and soon it vanished from sight. Mu Nanxi could only call her. Unexpectedly, Mu Nanxi answered quickly this time. Hello sister, I see you. Wait for me. Mu Nanxi lazily replied, oh, you see me. I didn't see you. I have too many supplies on my yacht, so I won't chat with you. As soon as she finished speaking, the call ended with a sound of beep beep beep. Mu Nanxing's face turned green with anger, especially towards the man steering the boat. He was old enough but still thought about young women. Why didn't he just fall to his death? Now she had to endure all the disgust and humiliation under this old man just to get a bite to eat. Old men are creatures that think only with their lower halves. They couldn't wait to tie her to their belt. He wiped the water off his face and looked at Mu Nanxi. Do you know that shameless woman? Though he spoke like this, his heart was not in agreement. These two sisters were equally stunning. Standing among several men, their elegance was accentuated even more. Seeing him staring at Mu Nanxi's yacht, Mu Nanxi slapped his face. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a woman before? Hurry up and chase after her. The man was about to lose his temper when Mu Nanxi puffed out her chest. Hit me, that's all you know how to do. You might as well kill me, then you won't have a wife. Saying this, she even pretended to feel wronged. The man fell for her act. He clearly knew that a woman like Mu Nanxi was not someone a person like him could possess. He had to force himself onto obedient women like Mu Nanxi. However, thinking about it, if force could work, perhaps. Mu Nanxi felt something was watching her and goosebumps covered her body. She thought it was just Mu Nanxing's curse. Rubbing her head, she shook off the goosebumps and felt a little better. Lan Zhan asked her what was wrong. She just shook her head, urging them to hurry back and not let anyone follow them. With so many supplies, it was too conspicuous. She called ahead to have them come down to pick up the supplies, but there was no signal, and even sending a message, she didn't know if they would receive it. They divided the supplies on the yacht. Mu Nanxi had the most and Lan Zhan had quite a bit too with his diving suit, so they gave 20 to Mu Lin. Chen Xing, Zhang Biao, and Niao Wenxing were waiting in the office building and found quite a lot as well. Mu Nanxi already had enough supplies and was really not interested in their share. The three of them didn't think so. What was agreed upon before is yours of the jewelry we talked about before was actually packed into a bag by them. They didn't leave a single item behind. They all helped Mu Nanxi carry it as they got off the yacht. Halfway they met Uncle Yang and Aunt Su, who came to pick them up, and even Chen Feng and Qin Jialan showed up. At home there was no worry about food. One was retrained and the other had medical books, and Uncle Yang was researching planting. Many books were borrowed from her. As for how her books came about, that goes without saying. Aunt Su was like her own mother, busying herself for them. A few people saw how much she had brought back and felt distressed for her. Especially young Shalin. If there weren't others around, he would really want to say there's food at home, no need to work so hard. After all, no matter how much supplies she hoarded, young Shalin, even if he knew a little, it would be enough for them to eat for several lifetimes. Mu Nanxi knew they would feel sorry for her, so she grabbed Qin Jialan's hand and clung to Aunt Su, acting cute. It's so great that you all came. It's really heavy. If you know it's heavy, why take so much? Aunt Su complained, but didn't let her put down a single item. Everyone took a bit, and no one left her anything. Mu Nanxi ran behind like a child. Mu Lin and Lan Zhan also brought their supplies over to her. She said not to, but the two of them just wouldn't take it back. Mu Nanxi was always generous towards her own people. After all, whatever they lacked was taken from her side. The two men were single and their parents didn't eat much either. Mu Nanxi just let them be. After having lunch, she wanted to go out again. Especially Chen Xing, Zhang Biao, and Niao Wenxing, after returning, discovered that the supplies they found were not any less than those of others in the manor. They all wanted to gather more while they still could. In the morning, she just wanted to go out for a walk, but after tasting the sweetness, she was eager to make a big score. This time, she planned to take 2 yachts, one for Chen Xing and the 3 of them, and one for her own side. However, they would still team up. The distance between the 2 yachts wouldn't be too far. They would stop somewhere near the place from the morning. In the afternoon, it would be Lan Zhan looking at the yacht, while Mu Lin went into the water. Knowing she didn't like having company, he went off to find his own. Mu Nanxi still employed the same method as today, submerging herself in the water, opening the door, and retrieving supplies. This area was a commercial street with shops everywhere selling all sorts of goods. One shop after another. It didn't take long for her to find a gas station. Just as she was about to take the supplies from the gas station, she heard someone approaching. She had just found a good hiding place when she saw a group of people in diving suits coming this way. Who? Mu Nanxi recognized the voice. Gu Shizhou. How could he be here? Mu Nanxi didn't want to confront him. This man was too cunning. If she wasn't careful, he would connect the dots to her overseas affairs. She couldn't appear now. She had to stay still against the wall. Fortunately, the water was murky and it was hard to see too far. They were just swimming around, and with no one there they began banging on the door. Before long the group had raided the gas station for supplies. There were quite a few of them, but it was impossible to take everything at once. Once they left, she hurried back, keeping a safe distance from those men. Mulin saw her return empty-handed and asked what was wrong. Don't ask, hurry, let's go find something else. Previously, he had suspected Lanjan and Mulin, but at that time their faces were too dirty to recognize. Her height also didn't match, which was why she had deceived him. If they discovered she was below those raided supply stores would definitely connect it back to her. Seeing her expression, Lanjan guessed that she must have encountered someone familiar or an unpleasant situation down there. Without waiting for Mulin and the others, he immediately turned the yacht around and swiftly paddled away. Gu Shizhou felt as if he was being watched underwater. When he looked in that direction, however, he saw nothing. They were also unfortunate. As they searched for supplies, all the stores seemed to be completely wiped out. They could only hope for luck at the gas station. Fortunately, this place had not been looted, leaving all the supplies in the store. As soldiers, it was unacceptable to break down doors to take things. But now that everything was submerged underwater, if they didn't take it soon, these supplies would soon become useless. With many troops, they were engaged in labor-intensive work. Now with supplies scarce, they had no choice but to bring a team out to search. As they brought the supplies to the surface, a yacht sped past so quickly that he didn't even have time to see who was on board before it vanished. That figure. When Nanxi looked back, she could no longer see Gu Shizhou and his group, and she let out a deep sigh of relief. This time she chose to dive into the water further away from them. Lanjan did not turn back to pick up Mulin and the others. Instead, he sent them a message informing them to come over. Just as Mulin surfaced, he noticed that one of their yachts was missing, and so was Lanjan. Several boats were parked in the distance. Mulin was sharp. He noticed that the people on the opposite boat were all strong and well-trained, clearly military. There were many military personnel nearby, but the only one who made Lanjan flee was Gu Shizhou. They had done many good deeds abroad and were well aware of it. Usually it wouldn't matter, but encountering them at this crucial moment would inevitably bring trouble to Nanxi. He drove the yacht away from those people and waited for Qinxing and the others at a secluded angle. Once everyone arrived, they would regroup. The people on Guz's side were still curious about who would be careless enough to leave a yacht on the water while the person was absent. Just as they were preparing to seize it, they saw someone emerge from the water with a large amount of supplies. After placing them down, they drove the yacht away. Lanjan and Mulin regrouped and decided not to dive back in. They were worried that person might rush over and ruin Nanxi's plans. They returned, each yacht fully loaded. The afternoon did not go as smoothly as they had hoped. Those who wanted to take advantage of them were green with jealousy as they saw them repeatedly moving supplies onto their yacht. Among them were a few who had diving suits waiting for them to fill their boats, ready to take over any additional supplies they found. Nanxi and the others obviously noticed these groups. When they encountered another larger group, the smaller ones withdrew. There were about 20 to 30 people, their eyes openly displaying their intentions as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They remained still while Nanxi pretended not to notice and steered the yacht towards an area with fewer people. 2 yachts led the way with 5 boats following closely behind. It would normally be impossible to catch up. Everyone maintained a tacit understanding to keep a distance that was neither too far nor too close, waiting for the opportunity to eliminate the opponent. Just as they left the crowded area, several large boats headed towards them, attempting to encircle them. Qinxing held a large machete he had brought from home. Damn it, we're all going to die anyway. Who dares to take my stuff? I'll take their life. Zhang Biao rolled up his sleeves and said, let's go for it. Niawenxing didn't waste words and grabbed a wrench he had picked up. The 3 of them instinctively protected Nanxi behind them, saying, be careful. Mulin and Lanjan, driving the yacht, were worried about them. You 3 little chicks, just focus on keeping yourselves safe. Under the steering wheels of the 2 there were hidden guns. Anyone who dared to board these 2 yachts would be in for a gunfight. Nanxi coldly stared at the boats opposite her, unusually calm. Those who understood her knew that this was the calm before the storm. She had quietly taken out a pistol. Directly opposite, even in the apocalypse, the men remained strong and robust. They wore short sleeves, their muscles bulging as thick as her calves. It seemed they had been enjoying a good life recently and clearly didn't regard her group as a threat. When the boats were within 6 or 7 meters, someone stood at the bow and shouted at them, if you know what's good for you, leave your things and scram. That person was directly facing Niawenxing. Niawenxing was the thinnest among the boys, with fair skin resembling a frail scholar, which was no wonder Lanjan and the others called him a little chick. Nanxi thought he would be scared, but Niawenxing surprisingly took a couple of steps forward and coldly glared at the boat opposite him. Leave the things and you can keep your lives. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very intimidating. However, no one listened to him. They burst into loud laughter. What a bunch of ignorant fools. They had previously heard that a group specialized in targeting passing boats, leaving no one alive. Today they unexpectedly encountered them. Brothers, listen to them. Just a few of them, and they dare to talk big. Aren't they afraid of hurting their own tongues? Take care of them, take care of them. Nanxi, having experienced the apocalypse, understood human nature best. To say another word would be disrespectful to the gun in her hand. She raised her hand and shot directly at the person in front. The gun was silenced. Everyone was caught off guard as he fell plunging straight into the sea. Bang, another one fell. That bitch actually has a gun. The people on the boat panicked. They had robbed so many boats, yet today they unexpectedly hit a brick wall. That woman actually came equipped and her shooting skills were quite accurate. Someone reacted, so what if she has a gun? I don't believe she won't run out of bullets. Exactly, she's just putting on a show. There probably aren't many bullets left in there. Whoever takes down that little bitch can deal with her as you like. With their mouths spewing filth, Nanxi was not polite and fired continuously. Bang bang, 6 more fell. The other boats, seeing this, were already panicking. Run. Someone shouted, she only has a few bullets in that one gun, she must be out of ammo. Charge. Mulin, Lanzhan, and the others didn't waste words and took out their weapons. Chenxing, Zhang Biao, come help. Mulin called out. The two initially didn't know how to operate the yacht, but after 2 outings they learned by watching, and Mulin and Lanzhan were willing to teach. After exchanging positions to drive the yacht, it was their first time handling it, and their startup was unsteady. The group stumbled several times, but quickly grasped the technique and approached their boat. Nanxi, Mulin, Lanzhan, and Niawenqing stood on the same yacht back-to-back, their gun muzzles pointed outward. The wrench that Niawenqing had earlier was now replaced with a dart. In an instant they took down one each. Those people never imagined that they were not just hitting a brick wall, but were facing living demons. Within 3 minutes, everyone from the 5 boats had reported to the underworld. After everything was taken care of, Chenxing and Zhang Biao drove the yacht closer to those boats, and several men boarded, kicking the hanging individuals into the water. They had no idea how many boats they had hijacked. The supplies from several boats gathered together amounted to a whole boat's worth. Niawenqing felt a bit fearful after killing. Chenxing patted his shoulder, saying, don't think too much, even if we don't fight back today, these people had no intention of letting us live. Zhang Biao said, the apocalypse is truly here. If we act like before, death is all that awaits us. Nanxi turned to Zhang Biao, who told you the apocalypse has arrived. Could it be that he also has been reborn? It's not impossible. If she can be reborn, others can too. However, Zhang Biao shook his head, isn't it obvious? Anyone who reads a few apocalypse novels knows that when the whole world becomes an ocean, it's the apocalypse. This also explains why he wanted to learn how to operate the yacht from Mulin and Lanzhan from the very beginning. Now he wouldn't miss any chance to learn a survival skill. He was already prepared for the apocalypse. Nanxi looked at the other two. Do you believe it too? Haven't you all made sufficient preparations? Chenxing, familiar with her, directly responded. The boats were tied together, overseen by the more seasoned Lanzhan and Mulin. The yacht still belonged to Chenxing, while Nanxi, feeling tired, sat on the boat with her eyes closed, resting. Gu Shizhou spotted 2 familiar yachts again, but this time there were 5 more ships. The person on board looked unmistakably like Nanxi. Nanfeng, hurry up and catch up, don't let them escape. Lanzhan and Mulin exchanged glances, surprised to see them here. However, no matter how fast their boat was, it couldn't outpace a military vessel. Just as they were pondering what to do, Nanxi opened her eyes. We've arrived, no need to panic. Gu Shizhou approached, saying, it's really you, how did you end up here? What do you think? Nanxi replied with a grin from across the boat. Gu Shizhou noticed the supplies she had on board and her expression was clear. When he saw Lanzhan and Mulin, he understood. This boat? We got it after 2 groups had a fight, we just picked up the pieces, Mulin lied without blinking or breaking a sweat. Gu Shizhou wasn't naive and could tell there was more to the story. Going back. The 2 yachts they came with had now turned into a fleet on the way back. The people at the villa were stunned. Everyone contributed to the boat, with 6 people and 5 boats, how would they divide them? Nanxi voluntarily withdrew, saying, you all can divide it, I don't want any. She didn't want any, yet the others instinctively brought forth what she desired. However, the amount of gold they collected today was minimal. We'll make it up next time. Currently everywhere was flooded, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a water city. Without boats it meant they wouldn't find more supplies and would starve. They could never repay this kindness. Moreover, they didn't keep any of the supplies from this trip and gave them all. Nanxi didn't lack for food, but since they insisted on giving it to her, she had no choice but to accept. Night had already fallen and Gu Shizhou arranged for a few people to carry her things up to the villa. Mu Nanxi wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but Uncle Yang had already come to pick her up. Yet there was simply too much to carry. 1 or 2 trips wouldn't suffice. Gu Shizhou was helping out, naturally wanting to stay for a meal. But Mu Nanxi remained silent and instead took out quite a bit of supplies as thanks. He didn't take a single item. All the way back he wore a solemn expression. Yunifeng sensed something was off. Boss, have you fallen for Mu Nanxi? Once this statement was made, the others helping to deliver supplies looked over at Gu Shizhou. Are you so idle? Did he like her? Perhaps he did. Every time another man approached her, he felt a tightness in his chest. Even when he reached his doorstep, he didn't realize. In his hand was the new house key that Mu Nanxi had given him. It was only when Nanfeng reminded him that they had arrived at Villa 6. Mu Nanxi had villas 5, 6, and 7, while Gu Shizhou had 8, 9, and 10. She had connected her 3 units into one. Gu Shizhou wouldn't return tonight. He wanted to stay at his new home. Only by doing so did he feel at ease. Yu Nanfeng's words echoed in his mind. Did he have feelings? Yes, but these feelings had to be kept hidden before the national crisis. Once this was over, if he could survive unscathed, perhaps, he didn't even know what that might look like. The disaster mentioned in the anonymous letter, if it truly occurred, was too terrifying to imagine. He pushed open the door. It was somewhat dark inside, but thankfully Mu Nanxi wasn't so heartless. Every household had been provided with a generator. He turned on the generator and lights. The entire hall was instantly illuminated. The decoration wasn't overly extravagant, but it was simple and visually appealing, and the security system was well done. Moreover, she had surprisingly prepared a lot of supplies for him. How could this woman be so careless? Does she even realize what might happen if someone with ulterior motives found out? With so many supplies in her possession, what could happen? Gu Shizhou grew increasingly uneasy about her. He misunderstood her. The reason Mu Nanxi seemed carefree was that she was discerning about the people around her. Zhang Jing and Qin Sheng had already made arrangements during the house purchase. As for him, it went without saying she would prepare for him. Each time she managed to intercept Gu Shizhou's plans combined with her memories from her past life, hence her willingness. After 3 consecutive days of searching for supplies, on the 4th day, many people came to the villa, all looking to borrow food. There were cries from the elderly, women, and children. Those who wanted to go out faced difficulties. Whenever someone left the house, they would be swarmed, making the villa's residents afraid to step outside. However, there were also kind-hearted souls wanting to offer assistance. But the number of people needing help was too great. The items hadn't even reached those wanting to help before they were snatched away. Today, Mu Nanxi didn't dare to use the front door. Instead, she sneaked out through a side door. Not many knew about this door. It had been prepared when the walls were built. It was designed to mimic the wall, and those who weren't paying attention would never realize it was a door. Once outside, there was a small path leading down to the foot of the mountain. After turning a corner, she finally reached the spot where the boats were stored. If their chains hadn't been thick and heavy enough, their boats would likely have been taken. Such things had happened in her past life. Her yacht was stored safely in her space. When the time was right, she would take it out. At times like this, Lan Zhan and Mu Lin would instinctively distance themselves. Today, she didn't want to search for supplies. Instead, she wanted to head over to the market to see what the situation was. The market trade was held on the water surface, and many people came here to trade every morning. They had already left quite early, yet who knew these people would be even earlier? In such places, all sorts of people mixed together. With a larger crowd came more conflicts. Mu Nanxi disliked trouble coming to her doorstep. She was very cautious. Currently, there were still people selling rice and flour, as well as plenty of dried vegetables and canned goods. However, the prices were outrageous. A pound of white rice had already risen to 200 yuan, and that was stale rice. Ordinary people couldn't even afford to eat. Due to the flood, many animals were also affected, and the remaining few were scarce. Meat prices soared, with pork sold by the tuliang. 150 yuan for 2 liang of meat. As for vegetables, they were incredibly expensive. A pound of yellowed wild vegetables cost 50 yuan. The key was that there were still people clamoring for them. However, the government wasn't without regulation. On the government-approved boats, a pound of rice was priced at 50 yuan, but each person could only buy half a pound per day. Moreover, an ID card was required. There was no need to mention grain and oil. Fortunately, they provided ordinary citizens with some breathing room. But with so many people queuing every day, by the time it was your turn, there might not even be any left. In such places, there was a type of person that couldn't be overlooked: the second-hand traders. They were shrewd, either not making a move or making a big one. Mu Nanxi was bumped into by someone. Lan Zhan reacted quickly and grabbed the collar of that person. Let go, let go, let go. I'm not stealing, I just want to ask what you want to buy. My prices are fair and the quality is better than what's on the market. Nanxi felt her arm tingle and turned around to see a shifty-eyed man. Are you selling something? Yes, yes, yes. What do you want? Just say it. Anything. Just tell me if it's food or supplies. As long as I can manage it, I will find a way to get it for you. As for what to buy, Nanxi was just here to take a look and hadn't made up her mind. She casually mentioned a few items and the shifty-eyed man claimed to have everything, even offering better prices than those outside. Nanxi asked about bartering and he agreed. However, it depended on what the items were. Nanxi inquired about what he generally accepted. The man was straightforward, saying he would take anything, but specifics would need to be discussed. She lacked nothing in terms of supplies. Even if she did, she would find a way to acquire them. But if something was readily available, who would refuse more? She was just a common person fond of shiny jewels and gleaming gold. There were also some historically significant items such as jade and stone. Of course, now that food and meat were expensive, Nanxi was least in need of such items. When she mentioned the items, the shifty-eyed man was astonished. This was a tremendous opportunity. Sister, are you serious? Previously, someone had come to him with these items, and he had accepted a few at first, but it became untenable later. Gold and silver were easy to trade, as they could always be exchanged for goods. However, antiques and paintings were entirely unexchangeable. He had to refuse those later. Do I look like I'm joking? She asked. I want to know if you have them. If not, don't waste my time. After saying that, she turned to leave. The shifty-eyed man panicked and quickly grabbed her. After being glared at by Lanjan, he could only call out to Nanxi, beautiful lady, I do have some items, but it's inconvenient to go back and get them now. How about we schedule a time? Nanxi wasn't one to be coy, as she agreed directly. All right, here tomorrow. You bring as much. Think carefully about what you want me to bring in exchange, rice flour or meat. I have it all. The shifty-eyed man asked again, so beautiful lady, what kinds of meat do you have? During these extraordinary times, one had to adapt accordingly. More supplies meant more troubles. Do you have fresh pork? He asked tentatively. Sure, no problem. Before the apocalypse, Nanxi had slaughtered an entire pig farm and stored the meat in her space. There was more than enough to eat. Now she could even raise them in her space, so she had plenty. But she wasn't foolish. 10 grams of gold would only get her about 7 or 8 pounds of pork. The shifty-eyed man eagerly agreed, saying if she could get a whole pig, that would be fine. Nanxi couldn't help but marvel at how many wealthy people there were. He asked about a few Qing dynasty paintings, which were relatively recent. Nanxi simply said she would quote a price after seeing the items and asked him to bring them tomorrow. After they reached an agreement, Nanxi left. For her, it was no problem to get not just 1 pig, but 10 or 100. There was no need to prepare. Once the shifty-eyed man realized that he was the one selling items, not her, he thought that if a wealthy family needed a pig, solving this issue would be fantastic. Nanxi had not left yet and continued to shop. Shopping was a woman's nature. Since she was out, she couldn't resist buying something. Regardless of need, she would pick up anything she wanted. If she really couldn't carry it, she would hand it over to Lanjan and Mulin. An elderly man was selling a few stones accompanied by a child. Nanxi didn't understand until the elder said these were jade raw stones and asked if she wanted any. She couldn't judge the quality of the raw stones, but they felt cool and pleasant in her hand. However, extracting from raw stones required machines, which she had but didn't know how to use. Yet subconsciously, she wanted to get her hands on the stone. Nanxi looked at the child beside the elder, who was clearly hungry and lacked the strength to lean against his leg. She asked how much grain he wanted in exchange. The elder held up 2 fingers. 200 pounds. The grain was something she had purchased before the apocalypse and didn't cost much. The elder was shocked. Yes, that's fine. If it weren't for the fact that he had no grain at home, he wouldn't have been willing. Selling those 3 raw stones for a few days didn't even yield 50 pounds of grain, and now someone was offering 200. He was astounded. 200 pounds. If you're serious, I'll give you all 3 stones together. The elder was so excited that tears came out. But Nanxi looked at him and asked, the issue is, can you carry 200 pounds back? If she took out that much grain at once, he would be robbed, especially with a child. I'll come back tomorrow. Also, I can't move that quickly now. If you're willing, and if it's nearby, you can make a few trips back and forth. The elder nodded, allowing her to take 80 pounds back first. Nanxi told him to wait while she went to get it. Lanjan followed. Nanxi was careful and asked Lanjan to wait there while she went to retrieve it. She took her yacht out, returning in just over 10 minutes. She handed 80 pounds of rice to the elder. The elder gave her all 3 raw stones, saying, I'll come back tomorrow morning and wait for you here. Is that all right? That works. Nanxi had also finished shopping and prepared to go back. This time, she clearly felt someone was following her. Nanxi drove her yacht. Whoosh. She sped past those people splashing water and soaking them thoroughly. Are you crazy? Yes. Nanxi warned them, if you try this again the crazy one might take your life. A few were intimidated by her glare. After they fled she spat, what a damn nuisance. Upon returning, she didn't go through the front door. As she entered, Uncle Yang approached her. There are more and more people outside all asking for grain. Did you give them any? No. Then that's fine. I'm just worried something might happen tonight. Let everyone be vigilant. They all understood that at this time anyone who showed mercy could endanger the people in the manor. Previously someone had shown mercy and nearly died outside, having even lost a handful of hair. After causing a commotion for a whole morning, the time wasn't right yet. Let's leave it at that for now. If anyone shows mercy tomorrow, they should be kicked out of the manor. Notify everyone to be cautious while looking for supplies these days and have people patrol from each household. Jin Jialan hadn't seen her all morning and was quite worried, pacing back and forth in the hall. When Nanxi returned and saw that she was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, you scared me to death. Wherever you go in the future, I want to follow you. She had finally found such a good sister. What would she do if something happened to her? Nanxi didn't refuse. As the apocalypse approached, the world turned gray. It was better to let her witness the malice of humanity sooner. In the afternoon, Nanxi went nowhere, staying at home to train. Next door, Gu Shizhou was probably busy, but on her way back she noticed soldiers starting to appear. She was sure this was the work of Gu Shizhou. Before long, those who had come under the pretext of borrowing grain had mostly left. However, these people wouldn't give up easily, they just needed to be cautious. She told Yang Shulin to notify everyone to be alert tonight. They had electricity and surveillance here set up discreetly. As long as someone was monitoring the surveillance room, they would know exactly where the intruders came from. In the afternoon she went nowhere and simply lay at home. Nanxi had been messaging her since yesterday. It was time to respond. She said she had already arranged with the security downstairs, telling them to come up. Her home was on the 36th floor. That was the top floor. Without an elevator, anyone wanting her supplies would have to climb up 36 floors. But Nanxi no longer wanted to be at the mercy of old men. Forget 36 floors, she would climb even 72. This time Nanxi said nothing to anyone and went alone. An old man came to find her to search for supplies, but she lay there claiming to feel unwell. You women are always full of complaints, one moment this, the next that. Why don't you just die from laziness? Get up, hurry, and come with me or I'll starve you. Now that Nanxi has her sister backing her up, what is there to be afraid of? I'm not going. It's raining heavily, and we barely found a little bit. What good is that? Just look at them, they bring back boatloads of supplies. Others are men, and you're a man too. Why is there such a big difference? Men like you deserve to be single for— Upon hearing these words, the man exploded. You filthy bitch, if it weren't for me supporting you, who do you think you are? The second daughter of the Mu family. Go dream your spring and autumn dreams. Your good sister wouldn't even glance at you, stubborn thing, trying to go head-to-head with me, huh? Fine, just serve me well, and maybe I'll help you out. Still so stubborn. However, the man was already well aware of her body, and soon enough she was panting. Half an hour later, she pushed the man off her waist. Get lost. She hurled insults at the man, cursing him with every harsh word she could think of. The man initially argued back, but his weapon was ineffective, and he slapped her across the face. You bitch, if you keep cursing me, I'll slap you to death right now. Under the threat of violence, Nanxi closed her mouth. The man no longer sought supplies, waiting to recuperate for their next battle. Before long, he pressed down on her again. This woman was no good. The old man wasn't lenient with her and went straight to the supplies he had just brought back yesterday, rummaging through them, and actually pulled out a rolling pin. While Nanxi was puzzled, having spread the news, she wondered why Nanxi hadn't taken action. This wasn't right. Given her understanding of her good sister, how could she possibly miss such a golden opportunity? Since seeing something she shouldn't have in the last video, Nanxi avoided opening it unless necessary. She feared it would hurt her eyes. However, she kept an eye on the situation over at the community. She had spent 20 pounds of rice to exchange for information. As long as someone arrived, they would ensure the news reached her immediately. Fortunately, it wasn't long before she finally received a message from the security guard in the afternoon. When Nanxi arrived this time, she was limping. Nanxi remembered that she had been fine 2 days ago. How could she possibly be limping now? Could she manage to climb up? However, the worse Nanxi's situation was, the happier she felt. Not to mention her past life. In this life, she deserved to suffer. The car accident that took her parents away could never be avenged, no matter how many times she wished for it. This time, with no one stopping her, Nanxi glared at the security guard. Watchdog, open your eyes wide and see clearly. I am the sister of the resident upstairs. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for being rude. The security guard was not the same as before. He was the strongest man in the building after the apocalypse. He bore the responsibility of safety for the residents. Anyone wishing to pass through here had to offer something in return, otherwise they could forget about entering as a resident. The security guard glared at her. Get lost. He grabbed Nanxi and tossed her out. Nanxi caught hold of him. What are you doing? I am a resident here. Thud. Water splashed everywhere. Nanxi struggled in the water for a long time before finally grabbing the door frame and climbing up. You. She wanted to curse. In this apocalyptic world, who would pamper her? Faced with the guard's fierce gaze, Nanxi finally shut her mouth. Soaking wet, her lower body torn, and in dirty water, the pain nearly left her unable to stand. This time she learned her lesson and obediently kept her mouth shut, crawling up the stairs with the guard's foot following her. The water level was already at the 10th floor, and she still had to climb to the 26th floor. After reaching the 2nd floor, she was in so much pain she could barely move. A long trail of water followed her, her legs trembling. Many residents watched her in the corridor, their eyes filled with hostility, as if afraid of provoking these misfortunes. Nanxi could only lower her head and continue climbing. 3rd floor, 4th floor. The looks from those people grew increasingly unfriendly, as if they wanted to devour her. Especially those lecherous men, all wanting to take advantage of her with their hands. By the time she reached the 16th floor, a man blocked her path. Standing at about 170 with a small man's face, he leered at her, and seeing her collapse, he stepped forward, his movements rough, causing her pain that changed her expression. Let go of your filthy hands. With the previous security guard throwing water, she didn't dare to be arrogant this time, and bit her teeth shut. The man spat. I spit with a skanky woman like you. What are you pretending to be innocent for? Saying that, he reached to tear her clothes off. No, it's not like that. I'm here to find my sister. She's above. Really, let go of me. Sister, you still have a sister. Where is she? The man did not believe her. This woman was a bit thin, but her appearance wasn't bad. He figured her sister should be good-looking too. My sister is a resident on the 36th floor. Really, let go of me. She thought that mentioning this would make the man let her go. The man thought, is there anyone on the 36th floor? Having lived here for so long, he had never seen anyone go down, and besides, he knew every resident except for those on the 36th floor. Could it be that due to the disaster they were afraid to go out? The man looked at her dog-like appearance, disdainfully threw her aside. Fine, you can go. Nanxi was overjoyed. Ignoring the pain on her body, she ran away. However, she barely made it up a dozen steps before she couldn't move anymore. Fortunately, that man did not make things difficult for her. But she did not know that this building was specially prepared by Nanxi for her. The residents living here were not kind people at all. Nanxi climbed to the 36th floor by night. She was already limp on the ground, devoid of strength. Raising her hand, she knocked on the door, but she had no strength at all. She lay in the corridor calling out, Sister, sister, open the door. But despite using all her strength, she could not knock that door open. Nanxi set out early in the morning to the market, intending to meet with that sly man from yesterday and see what good items he had. Additionally, she planned to meet with the old man from yesterday to give him the remaining grain and see if she could procure some jade raw stones at the market. The 3 stones she had tossed into her space yesterday had gone missing, and she couldn't find them anywhere. When Nanxi arrived, the first person she saw was the old man. Today, he was not accompanied by the young boy from yesterday, but by a woman in her 30s who had a sallow complexion yet was dressed neatly. Little girl, you're here, the old man said as he hurried towards her. His wrinkled face beamed with joy, adding a splash of color to this morning. Perhaps it was the end of the world, and she was witnessing the sweetest and purest smile. I didn't have the chance to properly thank you yesterday. If it weren't for you buying my raw stones, my family would have starved. This is my wife, Sufang. She went out searching for supplies yesterday, and today I brought her along. Nanxi nodded. After all, there was still over 120 pounds of grain. It had been difficult to carry back yesterday, so having a helper today made it easier. Lan Zhan directly took out 120 pounds of grain from the boat, dividing it into 2 bags for them. The woman looked at it and gasped, realizing that it was far more than just 120 pounds. It must be at least 150 pounds. She stared at Nanxi in astonishment, who simply nodded at her and said, Your father's raw stones are excellent, and I really like them. Take this extra back with you. She didn't understand jade, but knew that the 3 pieces of jade the old man had were rare treasures. Given their quality, they would at least be imperial jade when processed. This was the result she had deduced during her leisure time yesterday afternoon through her space. Yes, her space was now capable of upgrading to identify true treasures. If these were placed in the jade market, they would easily fetch tens of millions. They were inherited from the old man and had been touched by countless people, now smooth as silk. The old man pondered and said to her, Do you still want jade? I have more in my neighborhood and recently I've been troubled because they can't sell. Nanxi replied without hesitation, yes, antiques and jade artifacts, whatever you have I'll take it all. She wanted to become a collector. After all, in her space, what was abundant was grain. Trading grain for items she liked could also help more people survive, so why not? The old man smiled, all right, once I return I'll tell them about this. I just wonder when you'll be here, otherwise even if I bring the items over we might not meet. Nanxi thought for a moment and replied, if nothing unexpected happens I will have time to come by this week. Here's the deal, you tell them that I'll return in a couple of days right here. If I don't come, my two big brothers beside me will come as well and we'll take care of them. After settling that, the young woman carried the heavier bag, which weighed about 100 pounds, while the old man took the lighter one and they left. Just as he was walking away, he ran into the man from yesterday. Sister, you finally came. He had been worried that she was just stringing him along and wouldn't show up. Did you bring the items? Today Nanxi had brought a lot of supplies with her yacht precisely for trading. The man took out a large piece of gold weighing 500 grams and said, where's my meat? It's in the car. Nanxi collected the items and Lan Zhan took him to retrieve them. However, the man was not in a hurry. I also brought some paintings and antiques today. Do you want them? Let's take a look. The first item he presented was actually a painting by Yenzong from the Ming Dynasty. The painting depicted vast misty waves with mountains and waters interconnected, featuring fertile fields stretching for thousands of miles, the spring waters abundant, and boats sailing beneath the shimmering waves. The composition brilliantly showcased the painter's skill across all three methods of flat, high, and deep. This was a remarkable piece, second only to the lakes and mountains in perspective. She had been fortunate enough to see the latter in a museum. However, she was unsure of its authenticity. Whether it was truly a painting by Master Yenzong could only be confirmed once it was placed in her space. As she thought this, she noticed a label on the painting stating Jiang and landscape painting, length 30 centimeters, width 520 centimeters, authentic work by Yenzong from the first year of Ming Jingdai, 1445. This meant that this painting was created about 5 years earlier than the lakes and mountains in perspective. But the seller certainly didn't know the painting's authenticity, otherwise he wouldn't be selling it. Nanxi directly asked, what do you intend to exchange it for and how much? I want 1,000 pounds of meat. That's too much. Do you think meat just falls from the sky? It can't be eaten or used. Who knows when this flood will stop? The painting, regardless of its authenticity, can't be eaten, and if not preserved properly, 1,000 pounds of meat would just go to waste. I'm not that foolish. If you want to sell, be reasonable, otherwise take your things back. The sly-eyed man recalled that the seller had also been unsure about the painting's authenticity and had only exchanged it for 800 pounds of flour at the time. He thought it looked quite genuine and secured the deal. But who would have known that no one else wanted it? Today he was merely testing the waters to see how the girl would react. To his surprise, she had goods on hand, but wasn't foolish either. After thinking for a moment, he stated, 500 pounds, it can't be less than that. A genuine piece by Yenzong, let alone 1,000 pounds of meat, even 10,000 pounds might not be enough to buy it. Back then the Guangdong Museum had spent a fortune to acquire the lakes and mountains in perspective. Although this painting was not as good, it was still a rare treasure. Nanxi didn't agree right away. Instead, she inquired, do you have any other treasures? Bring them out and let me take a look. The sly-eyed man thought for a moment and took her to another boat. There were quite a few pieces of porcelain, bronze, and paintings. Some were from the Qing dynasty while others were from the Song and Tang dynasties. However, among them there were both genuine and fake items. After inquiring about the prices of each item, Nanxi asked directly, if I take them all, how much will... This time the sly-eyed man felt uncertain. He wasn't sure whether the woman would truly buy them or not. His quote was much more reasonable than before. To take everything, it couldn't be less than 1,000 pounds of rice flour. 1,000 pounds was no small amount, but Nanxi could handle it. With a genuine piece by Yenzong, she would make a fortune. All right, 1,000 pounds of rice flour and 500 pounds of meat. Have you decided what kind of meat you want and where should we deliver it? The sly-eyed man was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Do you mean you will take it? Nanxi nodded. Yes, I happen to have some items on hand. With this great flood, who knows how long I can hold on to them. It's not a bad idea to sell them for something I like. By the way, I also need to send gifts, so I'll take everything. The rest can be left at home. At this time, sending gifts was simply about finding a safe place. He estimated that the other party had connections. He tentatively asked, is there a good place to go? Nanxi did not shy away, saying, yes, it's Banshan Manor. Nanxi opened the surveillance on the 36th floor while having dinner and saw Nanxi lying there like a dead fish. She called her sister. I'm sorry, I went out to look for supplies today, and the signal was poor, so I didn't receive your message. I can't come back tonight, so don't come over yet. I'll call you when I return. Mu Nanxi turned pale, her head buzzing. Why didn't you say so earlier? Do you know what I've been through today? Mu Nanxi, are you doing this on purpose to mess with me? Mu Nanxi laughed, inwardly thinking, now you realize I'm messing with you. Outwardly she said, in this apocalypse everyone is out looking for supplies. If I don't, am I supposed to rely on you? How much can you find? I'm out here working hard. Do you think it's easy? Those abalone's lobsters and big fish, just because you have money doesn't mean you can buy them. Go try buying them yourself. Besides, I don't have that much cash. All our money is on our phones. By the time I realized I needed to withdraw cash, the bank was flooded. Who can I turn to? You stay home all day and still feel wronged. Do you know my struggles? Looking at those numbers on my phone, it's one thing to look good, but useless in reality. You got the big villa while I'm out running around. Is it easy for a woman like me? A barrage of complaints left Mu Nanxi speechless. Indeed, she had to deal with that old man by herself while Mu Nanxi was surrounded by several men. 2 days ago on the yacht, although she couldn't see who it was, she could still tell the number and height. She could only comfort herself, sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper. You take your time finding supplies, they'll wait for you at the door. Hearing this, Mu Nanxi called out, good girl, that's more like it. She hung up the phone. Mu Nanxi lay in the corridor of the 36th floor all night. However, her body was quite resilient, despite being soaked and not having eaten, she wouldn't starve to death. Early the next morning, she called Mu Nanxi, sister, have you come back yet? Mu Nanxi replied, not yet. They still need to continue looking for supplies. They won't return until they're satisfied. What should I do then? Figure out how to take care of yourself first, I'll return as soon as I can. Chen Feng walked in and said to Mu Nanxi, let's go. Mu Nanxi hurriedly said, they're urging me, let's leave it at that. I'll contact you when I'm back. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Lan Zhan asked, will this get someone killed? Mu Nanxi laughed, let her be, she won't die. This woman not only wouldn't die but would also live quite well. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Indeed, Mu Nanxi was no pushover. She somehow found a locksmith and managed to open the door to the 36th floor. But upon opening the door, she was stunned. It was empty, not even a needle, completely clean, unlike a place where someone had lived. If she still couldn't see Mu Nanxi's true colors in this world, then she truly was a fool. Mu Nanxi, you little wretch, wait for me, I'm going to kill you. Faced with the locksmith's demands, she could only resort once more to using her feminine charm to appease. In this apocalypse, it might be easy to sleep with a woman, but to sleep with such a beautiful woman wasn't easy. Since food, money, and women were all necessities, one must get at least one. Thus the locksmith was quite rude with her. But when he discovered that this woman had been played out, he became furious and slapped her twice. He hastily finished, pulled up his pants, and left. In the days that followed, Mu Nanxi stopped paying because in their village many people had appeared to seize supplies. Thousands of people surrounded the entrance of the villa. The soldiers were driving them away while they stood not far off in a standoff. As soon as it was mealtime, they would eat and then rob. Even if they didn't succeed, they would still try to rob, acting like they were crazy. The younger ones were fine, but the old and young couldn't even act. Now that it was the apocalypse, being soft-hearted would only cost everyone their lives. Mu Nanxi wouldn't indulge them. She took out her weapon, aimed at the hole in the wall, and whoever dared to make a move would receive 2 bullets from her. It didn't matter if they were young or old. With her setting the precedent, those people also knew they had weapons and no longer dared to approach. It also prompted Gu Shizhou to recall his men. After all, they were not obligated to protect the entire villa, they had their own mission. There was an urgent task from the higher-ups and Gu Shizhou had a heavy responsibility. He had to go back and could only leave the most familiar Yi Nanfeng and Hua Xingyun behind. Mu Nanxi could agree, after all he was her second uncle. Whether he could enter the villa was up to her discretion. From now on, if you see him or anyone from his family, find an excuse. Alright. Looking at his departing figure, Mu Nanxi surprisingly understood his reluctance. But in this apocalypse, what could reluctance change? She was destined not to be like him, fighting for the country and the people. She was just a small woman who wanted to live well in the apocalypse, nothing more. Her experiences from her past life told her that those people were not worth it. That day was also the 28th day of the apocalypse. All satellite signals collapsed and no more calls could be made or internet accessed, and the villa was attacked. This group was not numerous, but each one was highly skilled, managing to evade surveillance and successfully break in. They even reached the floors, attacking residents and taking supplies. In one building, dozens of households had been robbed halfway when someone shouted, and they were discovered. As they rushed out, they found that this group also had weapons. If they let them escape this time, then next time there would only be more. Lock the doors tight, no one is allowed to escape from here. Mu Nanxi rushed in with her gun, shooting one after another. Bang! Bang! To her surprise, they were also ruthless. Each one was strapped with bombs. They also captured a few people as hostages. Let us go, or we all go down together. In the hallway, they could not allow him to pull the trigger, otherwise everyone in the building would perish. All right. Nanxi agreed. No one dared to act rashly. Why rush? Since we are here, we can't leave without taking some supplies back. Call your village chief here and prepare a ship of supplies for me. No 10 ships, otherwise we all die. Everyone looked at Nanxi. Don't agree to it. If he can threaten us with a bomb today, he will do it again next time. Everyone understood this logic, but now with a knife to their throats, they had no choice but to comply. Why waste words? Whether we agree or not, we will all die. If we drag down the people on the first floor with us, it's a win. Nanxi hated being threatened the most. Do as they say. As for whether they would survive, it depended on their abilities. Nanxi wanted to trick these people out, but they were not fools. What if you trick us? With that little supply, do I still need to trick you? Lanjan, give it to them. When 10 ships of supplies were laid out, Nanxi spoke. Now tell me how you want to take them. We want cars. First, load the things onto the cars. Many people in their village had cars, but who would bring them out at this time? That would be foolish. We don't have cars. How about this? Let your people follow them to load the ship. They were outnumbered, but this plan wasn't unfeasible, and the leader agreed. All right. The leader contemplated and glanced at Nanxi. You come here. Nanxi pointed at herself. Are you calling me? Yes, it's you. Drop the weapon in your hand and come over here. No way am I taking risks for her, Lanjan declared. Whatever hostage situation, I'll go myself. Nanxi shook her head, tossing the gun aside. I'll go. Wait. Nanxi halted in her tracks. What now? The leader turned to a subordinate beside him. You go search her. Nanxi despised being threatened. If you want to search me, fine. You all can stay here. I won't give you anything. I can just leave. And as she spoke, she turned to pick up the gun from earlier. The man was utterly confused by her actions. Aren't you afraid I'll blow everything up? Afraid? Why should I be? It's not me who will die. Why should I put myself at risk to be a hostage for someone else? Secondly, isn't it better for me to be alive? I've gained 10 ships worth of supplies. That's quite enticing. Someone remarked. She's right. Those 10 ships hold everything in this building. If they die, these things will naturally be confiscated. Quite appealing indeed. As Nanxi attempted to leave, Lanjan shouted, be careful. The man had already moved in closer, grabbing Nanxi. Appealing, huh? I'll make you appealing. Come follow me downstairs, or we both perish together. Nanxi cursed, you lunatic. If you want to die, why drag me down with you? Stop talking nonsense, just move. You're despicable. Despicable. If I weren't, how would I have survived this long? Nanxi was held hostage, the gun pressed against her temple, forced to walk ahead as they descended the stairs. Hurry, move faster. Mulin did not expect Nanxi to be the first one out. He looked at Lanjan, who shook his head. When his gaze landed on Nanxi's face, he instantly understood. This was a residential area. If anything went wrong here, the consequences would be dire. Let's discuss it after we leave. Scattering the surrounding people, he urged, go. Once outside, the dark night enveloped them, and those left watching over the supplies had already been dealt with. As soon as they exited the gate, Nanxi launched an attack, grabbing the leader and pointing the gun at his forehead. Before he could react, she fired, and he dropped to the ground. In response, dozens of gunshots rang out simultaneously. Bright lights lit up, and people rushed in to subdue those still struggling, denying them any chance to die together, putting a bullet in their heads. With Nanxi safe, the other hostages were also reunited with their families, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close. If not for Nanxi, we wouldn't have seen the sun the next day. Mulin instructed his men to retrieve the supplies from tonight. However, in gratitude for saving their lives, they voluntarily offered a portion of the food to Nanxi. Nanxi, however, declined. Next time, be more cautious. It's not wise to act like a good person outside, and you won't always be this fortunate. After saying that, Nanxi headed back. There was no need for her to arrange the follow-up work. Chen Jialan treated the injured and bandaged their wounds, of course, in exchange for supplies. Their escape from danger was also thanks to the extreme cooperation of two individuals, Yi Nanfeng and Hu Xingyun. It was their collaboration that ensured such a perfect outcome. At that moment, Nanfeng and Hu Xingyun were closest to her. In the dim lighting, they successfully captured the subtle shift in her expression, and upon receiving the signal, attacked the robbers. It wasn't easy. However, both were on a mission by Nanxi's side this time. Especially Yi Nanfeng. He had liked Nanxi before, but ever since he learned of the leader's intentions, his mission became to protect her and ensure she faced no accidents. After tonight, both would face punishment on their own. Of course, this was something Nanxi was unaware of. The next time she saw him would be a week later. During that week, the residents in a separate villa belonging to Gu Shizhou were two different individuals. On this day, the villa also welcomed a large vegetable harvest. The sweet potato leaves and water spinach in the ground grew tender and lush, a delightful sight. Now supplies were becoming increasingly hard to find, but thankfully the rain had stopped even though the water level remained high. Nanxi decided to provide everyone with an extra meal. She called Yi Nanfeng and the others over. The offerings were quite abundant. Everyone in the villa brought out the vegetables they had grown in addition to several pigs and hundreds of pounds of fish. Of course, the fish had been salvaged from the floodwaters, while the pigs had also escaped from the mountains. Dozens of people found a clear spot, rolled up their sleeves, and set up a pot with stones, preparing a feast outside. Yu Nanfeng even managed to get hold of a cow and a few sheep. Nanxi thought to invite the nearby troops to join in, as they had been putting in a lot of effort lately. As the owner of the hillside villa, she procured several hundred chickens and ducks. She claimed she had gotten them from a freezer during her supply runs. They believed her. After all, every time she returned with supplies, it was by the yacht load, sometimes once a day, and at other times 4 or 5 times. There were also large quantities of rice and flour. The troops didn't eat for free. They brought their supplies to contribute, clearing a space between 2 walls to set up a banquet. Hundreds of people were busy from noon until the afternoon, and the banquet for over 10,000 people was held this way. Without tables, large plates held various meat dishes and barrels of soup. Everyone served themselves with bowls, taking whatever they desired. Even with thousands present, there was no rush. They took their food to the side to eat. As night fell, they lit torches. Nanxi spotted someone she hadn't seen in a long time. Gu Shizhou. He had lost weight with a scruffy beard, looking unusually disheveled. He returned, appearing travel-worn. The moment he saw Nanxi, he could no longer contain his longing and rushed forward to embrace her tightly. So good to see you. I never knew missing someone could feel so intense. Worrying about someone drives one mad. As soon as she had trouble, Yi Nanfeng informed me. At that time, while on a mission, he wanted to return but couldn't. Who understands that kind of pain? Thankfully, she was all right. Otherwise, he truly didn't know what he would do. Hua Xingyun held him back, saying, "Boss with me and Nanfeng here, Miss Nanxi will be fine." So much has happened and you still say she's fine. If it weren't for her cleverness, she might not even be alive. However, I'm curious when she became so skilled. Yi Nanfeng answered for him, detailing Nanxi's daily schedule and various training sessions. This is also why he suppressed all his worries and only returned now. Nanxi was nearly out of breath, being held by him. Gently patting his back, she reassured, "I'm fine." Gu Shizhou replied with a soft yet he still didn't let go. However, his grip had eased considerably. He whispered in her ear, "Let me hold you a little longer." In this moment, Nanxi seemed to understand Gu Ziz's feelings. She no longer struggled and softly replied, "Okay." He was a rough man, unable to express his emotions with too many words. Thus Gu Shizhou met the person he had missed for so long and held her in his embrace, feeling an immense happiness. At this moment, his heart was filled. After an unknown time, Gu Shizhou slowly released her, saying, "I'm sorry, did I hurt you?" Nanxi nodded truthfully. Seeing his concern, she quickly shook her head and playfully said, "Next time you hold me, could you be gentler? I feel like my bones might break." Next time you hold me. Did she mean what he thought she meant? He looked at Nanxi as if trying to discern something different from her expression. But there was none. Her expression remained calm, yet the light in her eyes could not deceive anyone. "You promised, didn't you?" "You promised." He resembled a child, seemingly waiting for the sweetness she would give. It felt as though a simple nod from her could bring him joy. But Nanxi did not. She was stingy with that piece of candy. She dared not give her heart again. She wanted to turn away, but Gu Shizhou did not let her go. "Don't leave." In this moment, Nanxi hesitated, afraid to give her heart again. Her gaze darted away as she was about to turn. "Don't go." Gu Shizhou held her hand tightly, not letting go. His gaze was fixed on her, wanting to see through to her heart. But aside from this, he genuinely did not know what else to say. He saw it clearly, she had indeed been moved by his genuine feelings. But why wouldn't she nod? Why? Gu Shizhou wrapped his arms around her waist, repeatedly saying, "Nanxi, don't go, don't leave me." It seemed that only in this way could she stay forever by his side. Nanxi could have resisted. But she did not. On that night by the bonfire, she let him hold her. At that moment, someone began to chant, "Agree to him, agree to him." Each call grew louder. Soon everyone in the villa and the entire team knew. They formed circles around them, raising torches and cheering like waves, each cheer louder than the last. Chen Jialan and a few others were right in front of her, encouraging her. But the closer it got, the more afraid she became. It felt as if memories from her past life were vividly resurfacing. Zhou Ming with a knife cut pieces from her body, and the sight of the bloody blade was haunting. She knew very well that this person was Gu Shizhou, the one who saved her life. Yet her body trembled uncontrollably, and she slowly crouched down in a corner. Gu Shizhou tried to help her up, but she resisted more. At that moment, everyone noticed something was off with her. Chenfeng, Yang Shilin, and Suma had already sensed it and began dispersing the crowd. Let the young couple be, everyone, don't crowd around, just eat your food. Gu Shizhou held her tightly, whispering repeatedly in her ear, Nanxi, it's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here, everything will be alright, don't be scared. Qin Jialan walked step by step toward her, stopping by her side, crouching down, gently patting her back. Sister, you still have us. Mu Nanxi was strong-willed, having endured the trials of the apocalypse. She was also very sure of Gu Ziz's feelings for her. It was just that she couldn't withstand the shadows of the apocalypse at that moment, and she could hear what they were saying around her. It felt like walking into a dead end when someone pulled her, bringing her out of it. And that person was her closest companion. Looking up, she saw the worried expressions of everyone. Gu Shizhou, Chen Jialan, Chenfeng, Uncle Yang, Aunt Su, Lan Zhan, Mu Linyi, Nanfeng, and Hui Xingyan. She forced a smile. I'm fine, just felt suddenly unwell, but I'm okay now. It's alright, don't worry. Her forehead was already coated in large beads of sweat, her clothes soaked through. This statement might fool others, but it could not deceive Gu Shizhou. Aside from feeling unwell, perhaps there were other things she was keeping from herself. But she did not speak, and he did not ask. He picked her up and headed straight home. Of course this home belonged to Mu Nanxi. Everyone wanted to follow, but was stopped by Chen Jialan. Don't worry, let brother Gu take care of her. Gu Shizhou held her as they made their way back. Mu Nanxi wanted to get down, but he refused. Don't be afraid, no matter what happens I will be by your side. When he returned, he had already decided, regardless of national affairs and great love, he just wanted to be an ordinary person standing by the side of the one he loved. Thus he arranged everything. As there were no orders from the superior, he couldn't wait to return. So he held Mu Nanxi as they walked along the path home amidst the cheers of the crowd. His embrace was warm, almost capable of melting her heart. His limbs were strong and his steps steady. She surprisingly felt no jostling. He carried her all the way home without any intention of putting her down. Which floor? A steady male voice came from above. Mu Nanxi turned her face away. Put me down. Not saying a word, it was clearly the second floor. Gu Shizhou took long strides, one step at a time, up the stairs. Mu Nanxi leaned against him like a child, behaving like a good baby. To be honest, this embrace was so comfortable that if the road were any longer, she might have dozed off in his arms. He stopped on the second floor. Where to? Third floor, Mu Nanxi replied. Yes, her and her younger sister's room was on the third floor, while Uncle Yang and the others were on the second and Aunt Su was on the first. Gu Shizhou carried her up to the third floor and stopped in the innermost room. He supported her with one hand as he opened the door and then placed her gently on the bed. They were very close enough to hear each other's breaths and heartbeats. It felt as if they had returned to that small space in M country. They pressed against each other, gazing at one another's faces. He was so close that she could see every pore on his skin, from his eyes to the bridge of his nose, his nostrils, lips, and even the stubble emerging. Gu Shizhou allowed her to look at him like this without saying a word. Just as she realized that it was inappropriate to gaze at a man this way, Gu Shizhou stood up. He took off her shoes. Mu Nanxi instinctively pulled her foot back, kicking Gu Shizhou. He merely stood up, walked to the table, poured a glass of water, and brought it back to her. Drink some. Mu Nanxi took the water and sipped it twice. Gu Shizhou then took her shoes from her hand and turned to place them on the shoe rack. He sat back down beside her. Just when Mu Nanxi thought he would ask something, he helped her lie down. Sleep now. I'll stay with you. At this hour it was only around 9 o'clock, and with such a handsome man sitting beside her, how could she possibly sleep? Gu Shizhou tucked her in and switched the bright light to the bedside lamp. Mu Nanxi watched him do this. He directly commanded, close your eyes. When Mu Nanxi woke up, it was already 10 o'clock the next day. She hadn't slept like this in a long time. It felt incredibly comfortable, yet something seemed to be missing. Suddenly she remembered that she had seen Gu Shizhou last night, and it was he who had carried her upstairs. Where is he now? A series of knocks on the door brought her attention to Qin Jialan's large bright eyes. Good morning, sister. Where's brother-in-law? Mu Nanxi's face turned awkward. What brother-in-law? That's not true. Chen Jialan didn't believe her. Oh dear, you won't admit it, but the first thing you thought of upon waking is him. When you saw me come in, your face showed disappointment. Come on. So how far have you and your future brother-in-law progressed? They were both the same. Early this morning, Mu Nanxi had seen Gu Shizhou coming out of her sister's room. If nothing had happened, who would believe that? When he saw her, he even specially advised her to have a good sleep and not to disturb her. Of course Mu Nanxi didn't know that Gu Shizhou had only just come out of her room early this morning. At that moment Su Ma came upstairs to call her, "Miss, the second Master Mu has arrived." Second Master Mu. Mu Nanxi realized that this second Master Mu was her good second uncle. After taking so many shares from her, he had disappeared for a long time. Now what was he here for? Could it be that he was out of supplies and was about to starve? Does he know we're here? No, he arrived at our villa and the people outside passed his message to us. Old Yang went out to confirm and asked me to call you up. Mu Nanxi could agree, after all he was her second uncle. Whether he could enter the villa was up to her discretion. From now on, if you see him or anyone from his family, find an excuse to avoid them. She didn't seek revenge simply because he hadn't caused any harm to her family in this life, but such relatives were best kept at a distance. After Su Ma learned the answer, she went downstairs to inform Yang Shulin. Yang Shulin knew what to do and instructed Chenfeng to find an excuse to send the man away. Muihai was not satisfied. Why could those few just now go and I can't? You don't meet our purchasing standards, please leave. What do you mean we don't meet the requirements? It's just that I don't want to train or participate in daily patrols. What's wrong with that? It's not like you're the military. Besides, I bought a house to live better. Why should I cooperate with your training? If you want to offer more money, just say. Muihai didn't know that regardless of whether he agreed or not, the moment he mentioned refusing training and patrols, he was already dismissed. Considering that he was Mu Nanxi's second uncle, they spent a bit more time arguing with him. If he disagreed, then let him go wherever he wanted. There were plenty of buyers for their houses, they were not precious. Muihai had already doubled the price, but this one-armed man still refused to budge. He had already thought that there was no place safer than this villa. But at his age, making her toil like this was akin to taking his life. Furthermore, what was so great about these soldiers? As long as he had enough money and supplies, wouldn't they have to obediently serve him? It was evident that this person was unyielding, so he thought to compromise and buy a house first. However, the other party had already rejected him. Furious, Muihai exploded. Do you believe we'll find someone to seal this place off? Chenfeng was not one to indulge him. Get lost. He then instructed the manager, from now on anyone associated with him is to be kicked out. It was impossible for him to blend in here. All the residents who came and went were verified. Even if he bought a house, as long as there was a ban, he would not be able to enter. Later, Muihai found someone to buy a house, which was confirmed. This matter was not within Mu Nanxi's considerations, as she only knew that after going downstairs with Chen Jialan, the first person she saw was Gu Shizhou. What are you doing here? Of course I'm here to have breakfast with you. My house is out of food, go back to your place. Don't worry, I brought breakfast for you and your whole family. Mu Nanxi was initially surprised, but soon understood that Gu Shizhou was not the type to take advantage of others. Previously, he had given her supplies and now he had brought her a large gold bar. Mu Nanxi began to wonder if this guy like her had robbed a bank, otherwise how could he casually provide so much? There were also supplies. Since she knew he had gone into the water to fish, she naturally understood that they had hoarded quite a bit. However, she wasn't about to let him prepare breakfast for her family. She looked at the table. There were rice rolls, millet porridge, soup, dumplings, rice noodles, and surprisingly even hot and spicy soup and large pancakes. The variety was quite rich. All right, let's eat this meal, and for the next one we'll go to your house to save. To avoid being a burden. Before Mu Nanxi could finish her sentence, Gu Shizhou leaned closer to her, his face stunningly handsome. Oh my, what a disaster. Who told her that after he cleaned up and shaved he would be so devastatingly attractive? The words she was about to say were swallowed back. What do you mean by save? You tell me. Gu Shizhou pressed. To avoid eating you out of house and home, Mu Nanxi said weakly. But then she wondered why she should be afraid of Gu Shizhou. This guy knew how to use seduction. She couldn't fall for this trick again next time. Gu Shizhou was very pleased with her reaction. This face was so charming, he didn't mind getting closer. Uniform came over to report the work over there is basically complete. Please advise boss. Gu Shizhou waved his hand. I am no longer your major general. From now on you handle your own matters. If it doesn't work, report to the higher-ups. Mu Nanxi then realized he was actually a major general. What on earth is going on? After Uniform left, Mu Nanxi finally managed to voice the frustration she had kept bottled up for a long time. Nanxi, I was dismissed by my superiors. You won't abandon me, will you? Is it because of me? Mu Nanxi asked the crucial question. But how could Gu Shizhou admit that? I got dismissed for making a mistake. I'm in a bad mood, can't you ask less? He said, looking hurt. However, Mu Nanxi instinctively felt that this matter was somehow related to her. He thought that if he didn't speak, she wouldn't have any way to deal with him. After they had breakfast, Mu Nanxi wanted to go out to hoard supplies. Gu Shizhou followed her. She was not happy about that. If she let him follow her, wouldn't everything she did be under his watch? It would be difficult to stash things away later. It was dangerous. This guy actually wanted to keep an eye on her. Had he discovered something? I'm not going, she said. If it's with you, I might as well lie down at home. Gu Shizhou knew she was angry. All right, if you don't want to go, I won't force you. I'll go find supplies for us. Although the current supplies could last for quite a while. But who knew when the apocalypse would truly end? While there were still supplies to be found, he wanted to gather more. With his abilities, supporting the whole family would be no problem. Before he could step out, Hu Xingyun walked in. Boss, General Gu is on the phone. Even though the entire city was blacked out and disconnected, the military still had ways to communicate with the outside world. Gu Shizhou quickly excused himself, saying, "Excuse me," and hurried back. When he answered the phone, his grandfather's thunderous voice erupted from the other end. "You brat, have you grown wings? You just decide not to do it. Do you think the army is your family business? You can't just throw a tantrum without considering the current situation." If it weren't for the phone line, Commander Gus Spittle could have drowned him. The tirade continued on the other end. Gu Shizhou remained unfazed. He knew that when he submitted his application, the old man would inevitably find out. Once the reprimanding was over, his anger would dissipate. After scolding for quite a while, Commander Gus' anger had indeed lessened significantly. Finally, he said, "All right, the officer here has already told me that your resignation won't be approved. There's a flood disaster everywhere, so consider it a mission you're executing outside. You can come back whenever you want." The Gu family has a long history of military service, having made significant contributions to the army. Commander Gus' relationship with the officers was akin to that of a senior to his own children, and Gu Shizhou was the youngest. As a senior, it was only natural for the commander to report on his son to his old father. At his age, Commander Gu no longer placed much importance on titles or achievements. However, as a soldier, one must shoulder their responsibilities. In times of national crisis, one cannot be a deserter. But when Gu Shizhou mentioned, "Do you still want a granddaughter-in-law?" the old man became agitated. "What did you say? Granddaughter-in-law? Where is she? Why haven't you brought her back for me to see? So you've become successful, huh? You don't even tell your old grandfather when you have a girlfriend. Just wait, I'm coming over now." Commander Gu had 2 sons and 1 daughter, all of whom preferred business over military service. Infuriated, the old man felt like taking a knife to chop someone. Therefore, in Gu's generation, he was the youngest, and also the most favored by him. He was kept close at hand, and later, he did not disappoint, successfully getting into the military academy and joining the army. This kid had the same aura as him back in the day. At a young age, he had already reached the rank of Major General with a promising future ahead. His biggest headache, however, was his marriage. At over 30 years old, surrounded by rough men every day, when would he ever get to see his great-grandson? Therefore, when Gu Shizhou mentioned a granddaughter-in-law, all procedures and reprimands were cast aside. After hanging up the phone, Commander Gu called for Sun Difu. "Little son, hurry, let's get ready to meet the granddaughter-in-law." Sun Difu was his former aide-de-camp and had stayed by his side after leaving the army. This place was one of the safe areas mentioned in the anonymous letter. The only means of travel now were boats or planes. The fastest way from the capital to Haishur was by plane. The 2 of them quickly packed, and Sun Difu asked, "What should we bring as a gift for meeting the granddaughter-in-law for the first time?" Sun Difu had a son, but he wasn't of marriageable age yet, so he didn't know. Seeing the old commander's anxious expression, he thought, "Let's bring some heirlooms or something. That's how it's shown on TV. However, that would be for a truly beloved granddaughter-in-law." Of course, knowing the old commander well, he had been eagerly anticipating a granddaughter-in-law for a long time, and would probably be happy with anyone Gu Shizhou brought back. "Oh, is that so?" He rushed back into the house to grab the imperial edict passed down from his ancestors, and thinking again, he brought along the jewelry box left by the old lady before she passed away, then headed to the airport. The pilot was specifically arranged for him by the officer Wu Fei. "Wu Fei, let's go to Haishur." Wu Fei assisted the old commander onto the plane, prepared the flight route, and took off. On the way, he kept asking Sun Difu, "Do you think I'm being too rash by going like this? Will I scare the... Also, do you think I look presentable in this outfit?" As he spoke, Commander Gu adjusted his collar and sleeves. After receiving Sun Difu's reassurance, he asked Wu Fei, "Xiao Fei, what do you think young ladies like nowadays?" This put Wu Fei in a tough spot. "Commander, I don't have a girlfriend and haven't even held a girl's hand, so I really don't know what they like. But nowadays girls like cars, houses, and money. That's easy, I'll transfer all the properties under my name to her." However, thinking of the fact that everything was currently submerged, the old commander suddenly felt unhappy. "No cash. How about gold? I think that works. How about we swap the car for a plane?" I don't think anyone could refuse the allure of an airplane. On Gu's side, after he hung up the phone, he got busy with his own matters. However, knowing his grandfather well, he was sure he would come rushing over as soon as possible. So he didn't go anywhere and instead prepared to plant some vegetables. The seeds were naturally not bought from Nanxi, but were collected during his search for supplies. Now that there was open land, it was time to plant them. The army had already begun planting. Nanxi had no idea that Gu Ziz's grandfather had traveled a long way to see her. When Gu Shizhou had something to do, she was happier than anyone else and quickly changed her clothes to avoid running into him. Only after her own people had gone down did she call them down, still just the 6 of them. This time they were heading to a farther place. On the yacht, Qinxing asked, "Nanxi, where are we going this time?" "I have a connection with Dongfang heading east." This time it was still a double-hulled yacht with Qianxing and Nia Wenxing steering while she lay on the yacht gazing at the sky. The sky was now heavy with dark clouds with no rain. It was the prelude to a storm. If nothing unexpected happened, this kind of sky would last for a week, followed by typhoons and tornadoes. The wind was quite strong and uprooting trees was just a minor issue. People were being swept into the sky. In her past life, she had witnessed a woman being carried away. Also, those makeshift shelters people had built, pots and pans, were all swept away. So while there was still time, she needed to go out and look for supplies. The longer she waited, the fewer usable items there would be. If she remembered correctly, the East was a commercial base that still had many laboratories. Including antiques and the like, all were over there. This time, she chose to dive into the water starting from the first floor. Many shopping malls and such were below. Next was the office building. Similarly, she would go from underwater to above water on every floor. The few of them searched for supplies, each taking a different direction. The first place Nanxi reached was the 12 Zodiac Mall. There were all sorts of things inside. The floors weren't high, only 6 or 7 stories, maybe 8 or 9. None of it was above water. When Nanxi went down, the first place she reached was Scorpio, where there were digital products. She didn't care whether they could still be used and collected items from the 1st to the 8th floor. If it weren't for the need for tools to remove the water tower from the roof, which would waste time, she would have wanted to take it down. Next was Libra. There were various car exhibitions here, probably held just before the apocalypse. The flowers and balloons were still there. Luxury cars lined up, making her heart race. Should I take them or not? In the end, she decided to take them all. Because after the storm, they would enter a frozen state again. By that time, the situation would be worse than it was now. These cars would be submerged below and face freezing, ultimately becoming completely useless. From the 1st floor to the 9th, she left not a single one behind. The Aquarius area is filled with various jade artifacts and antiques. When Nanxi entered, many items were still perfectly intact, which delighted her. It is said that gold thrives in chaotic times while antiques flourish in prosperous eras. Now she possesses both gold and antiques. Surprisingly, the final layer revealed raw jade. There were quite a few items, including cutting machines. Nanxi was already well-versed in gathering items, and with the system upgraded, she could simply tap to collect them within a certain range. This significantly reduced her workload. However, she didn't notice that the newly collected raw jade, like the ones she had purchased before, had vanished. Next up was Ares. Ares was a computer city filled with various computers and peripheral products. Many were still packaged and unopened, ensuring they remained unaffected. She cleaned out the entire Ares area, leaving not a single stool behind. The Virgo area was a wholesale market for gold and silver jewelry. Previously, she had many gold pieces, but they were consumed by her space. Now that things had finally settled, she aimed to gather as much as possible. The Cancer area was dedicated to clothing featuring various brands. Many clothes had been soaked for nearly half a month, and she wasn't sure if they were still usable. However, this did not hinder her collection. After all, even if they had some stains, they could still be worn. Besides, most clothes were also packaged. The Taurus area specialized in furniture, offering a wide range of prices. Some were water-resistant, while others were not. Nanxi collected them all, planning to change the fabric later if needed. The Leo area contained movie theaters and amusement parks, while Sagittarius dealt with import and export goods. The Capricorn area was focused on food, filled with seating counters and kitchenware. As for food items, it was best not to expect much. Even if some were stored in the refrigerator, after being soaked for so long, they were likely spoiled. Collect it all. After all, her space was large enough. Once she finished with the 12 zodiac signs, she would head to the office building. Typically, such office buildings house tech companies either focused on internet media or software development. According to her memory, there were several research institutes among them. One of them was a seed research center. She knew about it because with the apocalypse approaching, an elderly professor over 70 had developed seeds capable of surviving extreme temperatures. He also created seeds that could thrive in lower temperatures, helping many during the end times. However, many seeds had not been retrieved in time. When the ice melted, many had already spoiled. The old professor could not bear it and ended up spitting blood on the spot. In the following 6 months, he used the remaining seeds for research, replanting, and cultivating new varieties. From planting seeds to harvesting took several months, and by the time the seeds reached the people, another half-year had passed. Last night, when Nanxi entered the space, she had a sense of forgetting something. She sat in the cornfield pondering until she remembered when Mantu was planting seeds. When she arrived today, the reason she hadn't come to retrieve them right away was that she knew no one would want those items in the coming months. The 12 zodiac signs were closer, she could collect them and return later. As for that professor, he would soon arrive at the hillside manor. Today, she had already reminded Chenfeng and Yang Shulin to be cautious. If any researchers or top talents came with their families, regardless of their finances, they should be settled until she returned. Because it was a research lab, if it weren't for her space, which could open universal locks, she wouldn't have managed it. There were indeed many types of seeds here, all labeled. In the warehouse, she saw a large number of seeds, all in big, transparent packages. There were over a dozen types, and without records, she recognized some like corn and soybeans, while others were indistinguishable. These should be seeds that had been successfully cultivated. Nanxi collected them all. Even the racks for growing seeds were cut and tossed into her space. After she finished collecting, above was a company researching temperature-regulating clothing. In M country, she had seen temperature-regulating clothing or materials from Eagle Sauce, but she trusted her own country's products more. However, they were not finished garments, but fabrics claiming to be wearable in environments ranging from 90 to 120 degrees, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer without needing air conditioning or underfloor heating, automatically adjusting based on body and outside temperatures. She still felt it was exaggerated. Nevertheless, adhering to her principle of taking what is available, she tossed it into her space, keeping it separate from other countries' fabrics to avoid mixing later. Like the seeds, she placed them in the new house she built in her space. Now her newly built area was already 3,000 square feet on 2 levels, just waiting for her to continue building upward. Building at the scale of an entire skyscraper with many rooms. She just needed to put the items inside. There were several companies like this, and she collected them all. Next was a company researching soil, many types of soil she had never heard of, but she knew some were priced by the gram, costing more than gold, all sealed in bottles. There was another incident regarding the seeds. This soil company claimed to possess a very precious type of soil that had not been collected in time, and the building had collapsed after being soaked in water for too long, shattering all the bottles, but one type was still collected. What Sam SM Europium EU Gadolinium GD. She couldn't even understand and didn't bother thinking hard, just collected them. If she encountered someone knowledgeable later, she could take them out. Nanxi also found a studio similar to a collector's. Inside were various rare mineral stones. The first was kyanite, also known as Kyocera stone. It had annotations stating it was discovered in distant Myanmar, known for its deep orange hue and high density, yet it was considered particularly precious due to its relative fragility. This type of stone was known to be a coveted treasure among collectors, valued not only for its rarity, but also for its unique color and properties, making it an orange gem in the jewelry world. Due to the fragility of kyanite, it is not suitable for daily wear, making it more of an exhibit in museums and private collections, with prices often reaching staggering astronomical figures. The second was tanzanite, featuring blue and purple hues found in Tanzania. Its rarity and uniqueness, when heat-treated, enhance its colors, presenting a deep and rich blue. It is widely used in making various jewelry items, including rings, necklaces, and earrings, and comes at a hefty. Following that were red diamonds, taffy stones, silicate minerals, poundret stones, calcite, thorium, molybdenum, or silicon, vanadium, calcium stones, beryllium, magnesium crystals. She had no time to read the annotations, they were all good items, so she simply collected them. After Nanxi finished collecting, she boarded the yacht. Lan Zhanshe was on guard. Mulin entered the water, having already brought back a lot of supplies. Since everything belonged to her, there was no need to share. They wouldn't even bother asking her what she collected after diving. There was a tacit understanding of silence among them. Although Qinxing and the other two had also gone to search for supplies, they found little on the upper floors. After all, they were mostly office buildings. However, they had a good harvest today with plenty of food. With these supplies, the entire family could eat comfortably for a month or 2 without any issues. They had also found quite a few clothes, as Nanxi had mentioned. After all, they were just office buildings. However, today they had a good haul filled to the brim with food. With these supplies, they could feed the whole family for at least a month without any issues. They heard Nanxi say that they found quite a few clothes and blankets, the thicker the better, even moving furniture, filling a yacht to the brim. They delivered the goods back without disembarking from the yacht as family and people from the manor helped with the unloading. They only needed to continue searching for supplies. After the catastrophic floods of the apocalypse, there will undoubtedly be extreme heat, and coal to firewood is crucial, so gather as much as possible. There were many trees near their villa, but she wouldn't chop down the trees on her own mountain. After days of flooding, many trees had fallen. This time they didn't take the yacht, but used a smaller boat instead. When they still needed it, they would rent it out to others in the manor. Anyone who returned had to provide supplies. Many wanted to go out, so supplies were plentiful. After all, having a boat to search for supplies was essential for survival. Their villa had one advantage: unity. They all listened to Nanxi, doing whatever she instructed. They didn't need to scout, they already knew where the wood was. After the flood, everything had been swept together. Dozens of boats arrived with many people wielding chainsaws, axes, and machetes. Let's go gather firewood. Nanxi also went, but she wasn't there to gather firewood, as she had enough firewood in her space that it could grow mushrooms. There were many factories nearby, and she wanted to take a look. They arrived at the foot of a mountain where many trees had been washed up, clogging the shore, and no one wanted them. As long as the boat was full, they would return to the villa, where someone would take care of unloading. No matter the size of the wood, they cut it all. The oil was of course from Nanxi. She requested 30% of what they cut, and everyone had no objections. After all, without oil, using just their hands to chop would take forever, and they still needed to continue searching for supplies. A large group of them meant that others didn't dare provoke them. They thought they were there to rob, not realizing they were after the seemingly useless wood, laughing at them, saying with all that strength and nowhere to use it, why not search for more supplies? But some were suspicious, asking why are they gathering so much green wood and branches? If you think they are foolish, you are mistaken. In these times, many families lack supplies. Chopping that wood is certainly for building houses. Some were clever, as seeing others chopping, they had food at home and had stored some. They split up to search, regardless of whether it was dry or green. Anything usable for fire was tossed onto the boat. The larger pieces would be sorted in case they were needed. This time Nanxi searched near the edges, but she didn't see any factories. Only Lan Zhan understood her. Come, I'll take you there. After walking a long distance, they saw a glass factory covered in mud. The sign had already fallen to the ground. The materials they had salvaged before had already been used for the villa. Encountering this again, they could surely gather as much as possible. Lan Zhan stopped, saying, Nanxi, I'll check the surrounding area for any other factories. You go in and see if there's anything you want. Okay. Lan Zhan left, and Nanxi unlocked the door and pushed it open. She discovered that many items were damaged and incomplete, but she noticed large packages lying intact below. This factory was quite large, with many types of glass. After being soaked by the flood, some of the water had receded, but the surface was dirty, covered in mud. Nanxi didn't mind and tossed them into her space. When she had time, she would clean them with her mind. She even took the tables and shelves. As long as it was transportable, she didn't let a single piece of wood go. After she left, only shards of glass remained on the ground. Just as she finished collecting, Lan Zhan returned, saying there's a stone factory and a sand factory ahead. Do you want to check them out? Those are essential materials for rebuilding homes after the apocalypse. Sure, I'll take a look. You keep an eye out for any others. Normally factories are clustered together. Without a second thought, Lan Zhan agreed. Okay, I'll check where there are more factories. I'll find you when I come back, so be careful. Don't worry. Nanxi had already stormed through an armory, so she wasn't afraid of minor dangers. Lan Zhan knew his strength, no words wasted, just teamwork. Nanxi entered and collected piles of sand into her space. It was likely enough to build a small neighborhood. Then she went to the stone factory, where there were large bricks and piles of crushed stone leveling the ground in the blink of an eye. She still felt it was a bit lacking and wished there were a few more factories like this. She walked deeper inside and found a few brick factories. Some produced cement bricks and others produced red bricks, with piles of red bricks stacked in the corners, likely from a large order. Several large trucks were present. Lan Zhan turned back to find her, noticing that the small mountain of sand had disappeared. He had always suspected she was the legendary V-God, and at this moment he was even more convinced. If she was indeed the legendary V-God, then Huagua would be saved. With this thought, he became even more excited and turned to continue searching for supplies. As long as it was usable, he left traces, and when Nanxi emerged, she could move on to the next supply. They didn't even know how long they had searched or how much they had collected. When Nanxi's legs grew weak, she would drink from the spiritual spring in her space to restore her strength. The last stop was a cement factory with piles of cement in several warehouses, but not a single usable bag was found. In her fury, she uprooted the cement-producing machines and tossed them into her space. Seeing that it was getting late, the people chopping wood were likely finishing up as well, so the two returned the way they came. When they arrived, the others were still chopping, seemingly planning to bring back all the wood. They had no idea how many trips the boat had made. Indeed, there were too many trees washed up here. An afternoon wouldn't be enough to finish. As each one saw them return, they turned to greet them. Nanxi looked out at the water, and Mulin turned to her, saying, "The boat has already transported the firewood back. They can wait a bit longer. I'll take the yacht to send you back." Nanxi asked him, "Have you checked the mountain?" They were all busy chopping wood with no time to go up the mountain. A person named Gao Main and stepped forward, saying, "I just saw a fish pond over there while I was relieving myself. There might be fish to catch. Come on, let's take a look." A fish pond implied there were fish. Nanxi thought it was worth checking out. A dozen of them followed, and soon they arrived at the fish pond he mentioned, located near the river with many large and small ponds overflowing. Someone walked over to take a look and called out to them, "There are fish in this pond, and they're not small." Nanxi, who wouldn't miss any supplies, exclaimed, "Let's catch them." "Don't go back tonight. I have a large net on my yacht. I'll go get it now." Returning to the yacht, Nanxi opened the storage box, which was actually taken from her space. Lan Zhan came over to help and carried out the large net. Several people moved over to directly cast the net, pulling from both ends. With one throw, they caught everything. The boat was already back to pick them up, and on board was Gu Shizhou. Qin Xing and a few others heard there were fish and immediately returned to the manor to grab buckets, basins, and shoulder poles to load the fish onto the boat. Nanxi returned to the yacht, opening the storage box on board, which was actually retrieved from her space. Lan Zhan came over to help, carrying out a large net. Several people moved to cast the net, pulling it tight from both ends. When Gu Shizhou found her, everyone was working together to haul in the net while she was on the side watching how they caught fish. When the fish came up, they were plump and big, some weighing dozens of pounds. The smaller ones weighed 2 or 3 pounds. There were all kinds of fish. It was a thrilling sight. "It's coming up, it's coming up. Hurry, pull harder. That fish is huge. Everyone be careful not to let it escape." Everyone was overjoyed. A smile spread across Nanxi's face. This was perhaps the sweetest and most genuine smile she had ever shown. They brought a boat over nearby, filled it with water, and tossed the fish in as soon as they caught them. Gu Shizhou walked over to her, saying, "It's dirty, let me handle it." He rolled up his sleeves and joined the others in catching fish aboard the boat. They really did catch quite a lot, at least several hundred to 1,000 pounds. The boat was filled to the brim. They had only scooped from one pond, and it was already dark. Nanxi directly called for some people to start a fire to grill the fish, while others continued casting the net. Once prepared, they took turns eating. Their movements were so loud that when they fished from the third pond, it attracted others. "What are you doing? Are you stealing fish?" There weren't many people, just about 10. Noticing the large haul of fish, they naturally wanted a share. They ignored them and continued fishing. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't you understand human language? I'm telling you to stop. That pond is mine. Give me back my fish." There was a mix of truth and bluster in his words. Everyone finally stopped, and Nanxi looked at the man. He was bare-chested with muscular arms, wearing black shorts and flip-flops. He didn't look like the owner of the pond at all. Before she could speak, Qian Sanjiang stepped forward, saying, "Just because you say it's yours doesn't make it so. I could claim this pond is mine too. If you don't want to get beaten, scram." He claimed the pond as his, but Qian Sanjiang looked more like the owner. He had an innocent demeanor, but was quite shrewd. Trying to fool him. "Wait until next year. Just because you say it's yours doesn't mean you can do whatever you want just because you have more people. Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude." The man initially thought he could con them, but now he found himself trapped. Qian Sanjiang didn't like to beat around the bush. If he wanted to take that many fish, he should have the capability to back it up. If it truly belonged to him, those fish wouldn't still be here. Fish were scarce in the market. They probably didn't even have a fishing net. Not only were they eyeing their fish, but they were also coveting their net. "If you want to fight, come at me. With just you few, do you believe I can push you into the pond to drink until you're full?" Seeing him in a strong stance and knowing they were outnumbered, the man realized that a heated confrontation would lead to a significant loss. He was just thinking of calling for backup. Qian Sanjiang shouted, "Quick, everyone grab them. Don't let them call for reinforcements." Gu Shizhou didn't care about anything else. He moved next to Nanxi, protecting her. Nanxi rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Don't stop me from enjoying the show." Every day, he only knew how to hoard supplies, or he would either plant vegetables at home or raise small animals. It was hard to come by such a spectacle. How could she miss it? Gu Shizhou had heard that she could take on 8 opponents. Even for a strong man, it wouldn't be easy. Each of them were veterans and their combat abilities were solid. How could she, a girl who had never undergone systematic training, manage that? A person floated in his mind. It was the V-God from the M country's armory. If he were a woman, taking on 8 would indeed be possible. Aside from being cold-natured, Nanxi was just a little woman. Let alone taking on 8, even unknown would be difficult. However, with him around, she could watch if she wanted. Gu Shizhou stood by her side, constantly protecting her. Qian Sanjiang had already dealt with the others and tossed them aside. He bent down, patting the man's face. With those flower tattoos and a big dragon, we're so scared. I thought you were formidable. You barely lasted 2 rounds before losing. How pathetic. You claimed this was your pond. Then fine. I'll fish right in front of you, the pond owner, and take boat after boat back. Saying this, it was infuriating. The tattooed man gritted his teeth, helpless to do anything. Someone had already pulled the fishing net up. After Qian Sanjiang dealt with these people, he called everyone, get to work. That night, it wasn't just this one incident. Several groups of people came and went. Regardless of their numbers, they were all dealt with and tossed aside. They all knew to finish quickly and leave. Thus they left at the crack of dawn. Gu Shizhou took Nanxi back in the middle of it all. As soon as they returned to the villa, he carried her upstairs, letting her wash up before sleeping. Seeing Nanxi not moving, he opened her wardrobe to help her find clean clothes. When he held her underwear, he lost his composure. Gu Shizhou. Here, he replied seriously. If it weren't for his flushed ears betraying him, Nanxi might have thought he was as calm as he appeared. You right now, immediately get out. She was so angry she issued a warrant for his arrest. Gu Shizhou did not leave. Instead, he took her clothes into the bathroom and filled the tub with water. Nanxi's face had turned into a big red apple. Gu Shizhou still wanted to sit quietly on the edge of the bed watching her fall asleep like last night. But she was angry and wanted to chase him away. He had been out since the afternoon and his grandfather was still waiting at home, so he could only reluctantly leave. He returned home in a sulky mood. Old Commander Gu was still awake, sitting on the sofa in the hall. Seeing Gu Shizhou come back, he turned around asking, "Where is she?" Gu Shizhou asked, "Which person?" He knew perfectly well who his grandfather was referring to. His grandfather had asked about her all day, yet he had avoided answering, using work as an excuse to be out. "Which person?" "Of course it's my future granddaughter-in-law. This kid is good, actually trying to muddle. I've been here for a long time. Why haven't you brought her back for me to see? I'm ready with a meeting gift. How long do you want me to wait?" He was so exasperated. In this apocalypse, where was there room for romance? Gu Shizhou only hoped to stay by her side, protecting her at all times. He knew how long his grandfather had been looking forward to a granddaughter-in-law, but now is not the time. She hasn't agreed yet. What's the rush? Good lad, it's been so long and you still haven't won her over. Are you incapable? It wasn't that old Commander Gu doubted him, but his grandson had been in the military every day without even a woman around him. How would he know how to pursue a girl? He would have to step in. Gu Shizhou had been raised by him. How could he not know what his grandfather was thinking? He hurriedly interrupted, "Grandpa, what time is it now? Don't egg me on. Once the apocalypse is over and we're all alive, and well, then we can discuss this matter." Hearing this, the old man's eyes turned red. But he also knew that he was right. In the face of great calamity, living was the best. "Fine, Grandpa won't rush you, but you have to let me know who it is. I'm not asking for much, just to see the girl." "Such a small request, can't you agree?" Gu Shizhou didn't want to say much, but thinking that his grandfather was unlikely to leave once he came to visit, it would be better to keep him close. If something urgent happened, he could address it right away. His feelings for Nanxi would eventually be discovered. It was better to be straightforward. His grandfather, a soldier, was upright and righteous. Being older, he would only protect Nanxi even more. But now he simply does not want to comply with others' wishes. Seeing his expression, old Commander Gu knew he wouldn't be able to get a word out, which only made him more irritable. "You little rascal, you've got some nerve. No girl would ever like a blockhead like you. Aside from your foul temper and your strength, you have a clumsy tongue that can't charm a girl. Who would ever be interested in you? Most likely it's just your one-sided infatuation, and she doesn't even know." The old man spoke bluntly without a hint of politeness. Now it was Gu's turn to frown. "Are you here just to see me make a fool of myself? I won't get married, yet I can still live comfortably playing ball with vice officer's son and keeping fit. Why would I bother with my trivial matters?" Old Commander Gu, furious, slapped his back. "You little brat, do you think I want to? If it weren't for your old age without a wife, would I need to worry about that nonsense? Forget it, forget it. Getting worked up at this hour, I still want to live a few more days. I'm going to bed now." Knowing he had someone he was interested in, it wouldn't be hard to find out. Unless they weren't around, he didn't believe he wouldn't be able to uncover it. After cursing, old Commander Gu gave him a disdainful look and returned to his room. When he arrived today, he had interrogated everyone around him. But those people were too tight-lipped and didn't say anything at all. The old man wasn't foolish either. He still received some information and was just watching to see if it was true. After Gu Shizhou left, Nanxi immediately closed the door, her heart pounding. If it weren't for knowing his character, she would have wanted to curse him as a scoundrel. She was in her 30s across 2 lifetimes, yet she still blushed, losing face entirely. Nanxi rushed to the bathroom, splashed cold water on her face, and looked at her reddened reflection, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Nanxi, wake up. What are you thinking? He just said it casually and you took it seriously. What time is it now? Why are you still thinking about love? Haven't the lessons from your past life been enough? Do you want to be torn apart again? She turned on the shower and let the water cascade over her. She needed to clear her mind. No more love-struck thoughts. She should focus on stocking supplies, farming, tending to flowers, and exercising. Why waste such good days thinking about men? Men would only cloud her judgment. Stop thinking, stop thinking. Nanxi wasn't a person rich in emotions. Overthinking would only tire her out. Gu Shizhou grabbed her hand that was teasing him. You're flirting with me. It was Nanxi's first time flirting, and she couldn't help but feel shy. She met Gu Ziz's tiger-like. He even added a few drops of essential oil. The subtle fragrance perfectly suited her taste. By the time Nanxi emerged from the bathroom, it was already past 2 in the morning. She opened the curtains and outside was pitch black. Cheers erupted nearby. They had brought the fish back again. Nanxi chose not to go down and see. After enjoying the evening breeze for a while, she closed the window and lay back in bed, her mind filled with everything that had happened in recent days. Since that day, Nanxi hadn't sought her out again. He probably saw reality clearly. As long as he didn't provoke her in the future, they would coexist peacefully. But if he dared to provoke her again, he shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. Mantu was calling her from the space. Today Nanxi had thrown so many things in there without properly cleaning up, so she thought, and quickly slipped inside. Looking at the scattered supplies, Nanxi smiled awkwardly. Mantu, though, it's my fault for tossing the supplies around. As a dog, you should be magnanimous, understand? Woof woof woof. Magnanimous. What magnanimous? These are all dirty things. You didn't even tell me before throwing them in, almost knocking me out and getting me all dirty. You want my life? Mantu roared. Nanxi didn't care. If you're not magnanimous, fine, I'll make you into dog meat later. As soon as she said that, Mantu tucked his tail and ran faster than a rabbit. Nanxi had OCD, so she consciously controlled the water to wash away the surface dirt from the supplies she had gathered yesterday. After drying them, she immediately sorted them. Clothes, shoes, socks, bags, and so on, all gathered from Cancer. Some items were just dirty on the outside, while others had been soaked in floodwaters and were ruined. She tossed the dirty items out, rinsed them with water first, then placed them in the dry cleaning machine, using a stain remover to scrub them clean. No need to air dry, they would auto-dry. It didn't require her to operate it, they could be quickly cleaned and then ironed and packed. She only needed to control her thoughts to do her own thing. She felt like something was missing. But after collecting so much stuff that day, she couldn't remember what it was. The crops in the field were ready for harvest again. This was quite a large area. She didn't even know how many acres were in her space. She only knew she could control all the machines to harvest, plow, and replant. Every harvest brought in a mountain of produce. Now she was too lazy to use any grain storage. It simply wouldn't fit. She directly flattened the ground and built a very high wall around it. She left several exits so when she needed grain she could open them and let it flow out like water. She had built over 30 such storage areas. She hung signs indicating what was stored inside. This time she planned to plant a whole field of rapeseed flowers. It would be beautiful and also yield oil. Only after finishing these tasks did she have time to return to the main courtyard. The supplies here had already been distributed elsewhere, turning this place into her little world. When people get tired, they want to eat something good. While on the mountain, they had eaten quite a bit of fish grilled with some spices, and it tasted delicious. But without some rice, it always felt like something was missing in her belly. She quickly served herself a bowl of rice corn rib soup, scrambled eggs with chives, beef with green peppers, a portion of braised chicken, a plate of grapes, and a cup of cola plus a portion of shredded chicken. How fragrant. Her insides were clamoring. While eating, she looked at Mantu, considering you almost got knocked out. Here's a big piece of pork belly for you. As she spoke, she placed a large plate of well-cooked pork belly in front of Mantu. Mantu glanced at his own bowl and then at the food on Nanxi's table. Mantu barked, woof woof woof, I want to eat too. Are you asking for food? Woof. Mantu, as a dog you should have ambition. How can you ask for food? You're hopeless. Nanxi continued to tease. Woo-woo. Mantu thought, can a dog really ask for food? No, absolutely not. How can a dog ask for food? Woof woof. Mantu continued barking. While eating, Nanxi enjoyed teasing the dog. As a dog you need to be self-sufficient and have talents. Show me a skill. Mantu looked dejected. Woof woof woof. What's a skill? It's the shows we watched together before. Some dogs can jump through hoops, others can hurdle, do tricks with frisbees, sing or dance. Nanxi listed a dozen without taking a breath. It completely bewildered Mantu. Fortunately, he wasn't too stupid, and with a couple of barks Nanxi understood. She directly set up some training exercises for him. First he had to jump over obstacles, then climb walls and walk on ropes. He performed well on the first two, but when it came to the rope he lost his balance and fell off. His face met the ground. Woof, my looks are ruined, I'll never find a girlfriend now. Nanxi took his meat away. If you can't even do this, what use are you? All you know is eat, eat, eat. You're almost a pig now. Lose some weight and eat Mantu instead. Woof. I don't want Mantu. I want meat. Why wasn't the delicious pork belly enticing enough? Why did he have to eat rice? Now he had no place to cry, feeling wronged. Nanxi didn't feel sorry for him. If you want to eat well, lose the fat on you, do all the training, and you can eat whatever you want. Woo Mantu doesn't want that. Mantu regretted thinking. Nanxi, having eaten her fill, stood up to take a walk and aid digestion. She was currently experiencing a slight headache. The abundance of food in her space was overwhelming. Before long another batch would be harvested, and at this rate she wouldn't need to farm anymore. With all the fields being full, where would she sell it? Even if she wanted to sell all the food, she hadn't yet figured out a way. The apocalypse tests the human heart. Having an excess of supplies could easily attract unwanted attention. When that time comes, not only would it put her in danger, but also her family. Nanxi touched the plump corn and wheat as well as the newly sprouted seedlings. At this rate, in less than 3 days I could harvest a large quantity of rape seeds and extract oil enough for many people to eat. In this life she was not anxious due to a lack of resources. When she went out to gather supplies, one reason was to make others think that she, like them, had no surplus food at home, diverting their attention elsewhere. Secondly, most of the supplies outside were submerged in water, and not many could dive in to retrieve them. Even if they ran back and forth, they wouldn't be able to salvage much, as sooner or later everything would rot underwater. Having her own space, no amount of supplies would be too much. Later the country would have official bases and military outposts. At that time whoever had more supplies would gain better resources. But figuring out how to sell these items was quite a headache for her. She wandered around for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything sensible. She sat down by the spirit spring. To her surprise, she sensed a fluctuation. It was just not very obvious. An energy pool of 97 appeared in her sea of consciousness. There were no notes indicating what this energy pool was for, nor what would happen when it reached 100. She was certain that the supplies collected yesterday must have been used to enhance her space. However, after looking around, she couldn't recall what was missing. The items scavenged from the factory were all present, and there was no shortage of items from the 12 zodiac signs. She even took a closer look at the gold, silver, and antiques and found them all intact. The pearls and jade were also there. What could have triggered the system upgrade? Nanxi turned around. A sudden realization struck her. She recalled having discarded many raw jade stones on the top floor. How could not a single one be missing? Yet the processed jade stones were still there. Could it be that this upgrade required raw stones? One must admit, what a revelation. After obtaining the answer she sought, Nanxi felt invigorated. Raw stones, where in the country can one find the most jade raw stones? Naturally, it was those few cities. Now the entire world was almost a vast ocean, making it difficult to find those few production areas. Having already cleared out the 12 zodiac items, where else could she go? Nanxi began to contemplate how to acquire more raw stones to further upgrade. Often just sitting and thinking was fruitless. With her golden finger supporting her and having drunk from the spirit spring, she felt no fatigue, so she directly exited her space and called Uncle Yang and the others to the study. Chinfeng was also there. After spending these days together, Chinfeng treated her as if she were his own daughter, personally handling matters in the estate. Nanxi gradually accepted this man as her father. When she expressed her intention to gather jade raw stones, they were not surprised at all. Girls love beauty after all. It was understandable that she wanted to acquire some raw stones. If she found good ones, she could craft beautiful jewelry for herself. However, Uncle Yang Lanzhan and Mu Lin had been hoarding supplies with her since before the apocalypse, so they knew her well. She did not like to wear those flashy golden items. Otherwise, with her current situation, adorning herself from head to toe would not be an issue. The supplies at home were nearly overflowing, so she left some for others. Nanxi did not speak, and they did not ask. I know where to find jade raw stones. The antique market in the West City is not too far from us, nor is it too close. Chinfeng knew she liked jade raw stones. In this time of scarcity, whoever encountered supplies would claim them, and competition for resources happened daily. Thus he felt there was nothing wrong with going out to search for jade raw stones. They had a plane which was parked in the open space behind the villa. Upon hearing this, Nanxi immediately remembered. Well, leave after we finish eating. She needed to act quickly, otherwise typhoons and tornadoes would soon appear, making it difficult to go out. I will go with you, Chinfeng said naturally. Since he suggested going to the West City, it made sense for him to accompany her. Yang Shulin also wanted to go. I'm familiar with flying the plane, and with me guiding you, you won't get lost. Lan Zhan objected. I will go with Mu Lin and you. It is more suitable for Uncle Yang and Uncle Chen to manage the estate. They were indeed the bodyguards by Mu Nanxi's side. There was no way they could be left behind at this time. Mu Nanxi had no objections about who to bring, she just had too many secrets, not out of distrust towards them, but because she and Lan Zhan and Mu Lin worked better together. Chen Jialan, who seldom spoke, had many matters concerning the estate now. Many people were going out to gather supplies every day and injuries were common, there was much to handle. While enhancing her medical skills, she could also increase the family's income. Of course, medicines were precious at this time, and rice wine had become the best remedy for disinfection and lowering fevers. Adults had to endure without medication, but when it came to children, she would still take out some medicine. This was given to her by Mu Nanxi, allowing her to manage as needed. After all her preparations were not just for herself. It was just that in the later stages, medications would become increasingly scarce. Mu Nanxi had already decided that once the food and rape seeds were sufficiently planted, she would start growing a large quantity of medicinal herbs. Only in this way could she expand her capacity to treat. She was not only thinking of herself, but also her younger sister. Chen Jialan, as a healer, had a kind heart. She had been influenced by the apocalypse and only wished to protect her remaining innocence, allowing more people to believe that this world still had light. How could Chen Jialan not understand Mu Nanxi's good intentions? Therefore, she did not use the medicine given to her in large quantities, only taking it out when absolutely necessary. Either trade for it or work for free. In short, she could not help without compensation. Just like in a hospital, if you have no money, can you expect the doctors to treat you just because you ask? When being overly kind, how much can you really help? Today this, tomorrow that, how much do you really have? Everything her sister had now was brought back at the risk of her life every day. She was not an ignorant girl. Even if she did not go out, she was not blind to the daily interactions with patients. Today someone gets cut, tomorrow someone gets shot. There were always dozens of people being besieged. Her sister pampered her and had never let her suffer a day. But she could not take advantage of her sister's love and cause her harm. Her sister had said that this was the apocalypse, they could never return to the peaceful and comfortable days of the past. She did not know how long they would have to live like this, so she advised everyone to prepare for a prolonged battle. Therefore, whenever she had free time, she would study medical books. She also asked her sister for some medicinal seeds to plant, as she wanted to learn traditional Chinese medicine and properly organize the knowledge passed down by their ancestors. If the apocalypse truly came, all medical equipment would eventually fail. Traditional Chinese medicine would be the way forward. She could not overly rely on technology. Instead, like her ancestors, every flower and blade of grass could be used for medicine. In her spare time, she would also go up the mountain to transplant the herbs she found back to her own land. This time Mu Nanxi was going out while Chen Jialan quietly sat beside her listening. She knew that even if she wanted to go, her sister wouldn't feel at ease. Her sister was cold to everyone, but her heart was warm. She wouldn't give others too much visible attention or material help, but she would always teach them how to survive in the apocalypse. Time and again, she helped everyone pass through various challenges. She aimed to equip them with strong bodies and the ability to face the risks of the apocalypse, ensuring their families could live better. They united to protect the manor. She also wished to be a useful person, a strong support for her sister. Mu Nanxi had breakfast at home and reminded them that during her absence they must protect the house. If unexpected events occurred, they shouldn't worry about supplies, and nothing was more important than human life. The basement was reinforced to withstand a magnitude 4 earthquake. At magnitude 5, humanity would likely be extinct. The supplies and equipment inside could ensure a normal life for several years. Years later, all the supplies had expired. Of course, she would make a quick trip. The three of them boarded the plane once more under the reluctant gazes of everyone. Gu Shizhou arrived. Together. Without waiting for her to respond, he followed her onto the plane. Mu Nanxi silently complained seriously. We're going out to find supplies. What are you going to do? Together. Grandpa had pushed him out early in the morning, and taking care of the old man was never his responsibility. He found him annoying. Mu Nanxi was also speechless with him. Major General Gu, can't you be a bit reasonable? I've always been reasonable, Gu Shizhou replied matter-of-factly. The others below nodded in agreement. That's right, my boss is not only tall and handsome, but also wealthy. The key point is that he is very reasonable, skilled, and can protect you. The continuous flattery was enough to blow him away. Gu Shizhou looked very pleased. A herd of metaphorical grass mud horses rushed past Nanxi. If this stalemate continued, no one would be able to leave today. She could only lay down 3 rules with him. First, you can go, but we will each look for our own supplies. Don't stick too close to me like a stubborn plaster. Gu Shizhou protested, no way. Then get off the plane. Nanxi wanted to put her things into her space, and if he followed it would affect her normal performance. Gu Shizhou pointed at Lan Zhan and the others. What about them? They are my bodyguards, what do you think? Then, I can also be your bodyguard, he thought, but seeing Nanxi's warning gaze he could only nod in agreement. Second, no matter what you see or do, you are not allowed to ask questions or be curious. If you want to ask or say something, hold it in. If you can't do that, then don't follow me. You find your supplies, I find mine, and we will not interfere with each other. Nanxi felt that their relationship was just slightly better than friends, but she couldn't risk exposing herself to life-threatening dangers. Gu Shizhou was not like that. First of all, Nanxi was the woman he liked, and he would only love her more, hoping for her well-being. As for supplies, this small plane couldn't carry it all. He could always have someone else deliver them, so he didn't worry at all. Moreover, if she found something extraordinary and didn't want more people to know, he would keep his mouth shut. Even if it was a treasure she found or something he had give it all to her. Furthermore, having agreed to the first rule, he was not afraid of the second. He looked at Nanxi, fully agreeing. All right, no problem. Then what about the third? What about the third? She hadn't thought it through yet. I'll tell you when I figure it out. The 3 turned into 4. From Haishar to Xiqing Antiques it was an hour's journey. They circled in the sky for a long time trying to locate the antique market. In the end it was Gu Shizhou who pointed out a distinctive building. Look over there. Nanxi was surprised. How did you know what we were looking for? Gu Shizhou looked at her seriously. You tell me if I'm right or wrong. Gu Shizhou wore an expression asking for praise, successfully making Nanxi laugh. Yes, Major General Gu, you are extremely lovable and very smart. Gu Shizhou, it doesn't sound like a compliment to me. She thought she was praising him. The two were bickering and Lan Zhan had already landed the plane on a rooftop while Mu Lin watched the plane as Gu Shizhou followed Nanxi down. Of course there was also the handsome Gu. They put on diving suits and turned to dive into the water. He wanted to follow but was stopped by Lan Zhan. You find your own, don't stick so close. After Nanxi dove down she discovered they had indeed arrived at the antique market, but all the shops were closed and she didn't know if there were still items inside. The first shop she opened specialized in antiques, filled with many large and small relics, and the system quickly provided prompts. It indicated which items were genuine and which were modern replicas. The replicas looked remarkably real. Nanxi only took the authentic pieces: a bronze ancient sword and a jade pendant. Curiously, this jade pendant resembled the one around her neck. Her pendant was made of white jade while this one was made of green bamboo. In contrast to her piece, this one was jadeite, entirely green, and in the murky water it emitted a faint green glow, otherwise she wouldn't have discovered it so quickly. Holding the jade felt even more familiar. Nanxi didn't have much time to study it, so she could only toss it into her space and examine it later. Under the system's prompts she took many small trinkets. However, she wasn't foolish, she took some completely while selectively picking others. Even Gu Shizhou couldn't guess that she was the V-God. It wasn't that she was afraid, she just didn't want to create trouble for herself. If he found out that she was the internationally wanted criminal and knew she had swallowed so many supplies, he would certainly think of ways to make her spit them out, torturing her or worse. She certainly didn't want to die at the hands of her fellow countrymen after surviving the disasters of the apocalypse. She wasn't greedy for small gains, she just hoped to find jade raw stones quickly so she could upgrade her space and see what else could be opened. Nanxi didn't find anything herself, but Gu Shizhou did. He swam towards her and saw Nanxi skillfully picking the lock of a door. Gu Shizhou thought seeing her silhouette in the water earlier, could it be her? Suddenly appearing Gu Shizhou startled Nanxi. Aren't you supposed to find your supplies while I find mine? What are you doing here? Don't you want those jade stones? Gu Shizhou spotted many jade stones nearby. Hearing this, Nanxi got excited, but she didn't forget that it was Gu Shizhou who had seen them. What are you thinking? I'm a big guy, I don't like that stuff. The door is already open. If we wait any longer someone else will probably take it. Nanxi thought that made sense. Men liked antiques and collectibles, and it seemed more suitable for him. Then I'll go over there, you look for supplies here. What are you thinking? As a grown man, I don't like that stuff. The door is already open, and if we delay any longer someone else will likely pick it up. Nanxi thought the same way. Men like antique calligraphy and paintings, and collecting seems more suitable for him. Then I'll go over there, you look around here. Nanxi followed the direction he pointed and indeed found many jade stones, but they were all finished products. What she wanted were raw stones. But that didn't stop her from tossing good items into her space. To avoid being discovered, she symbolically put some into her backpack. Nanxi unexpectedly found a jewelry store, estimating that the raw stones weren't far away, so he searched inside the shop. She discovered a jade cutting machine and several cut stones which she directly tossed into her space. They likely weren't of good quality as she didn't see any fluctuations in the energy pool. After confirming there were no jade stones around, she turned and left. She visited several shops, collected high-quality bracelets into her backpack, and finally found a raw stone shop at the 6th place. The signboard had long been washed away by floodwaters, and the store was large, at least 5 times bigger than the previous jade stone shop. Various kinds of jade stones were displayed in the showcase. Nanxi didn't care about their quality and directly tossed them into her space, then checked for any changes in the energy pool. After tossing in more than a dozen, she finally spotted a high-quality jade raw stone. As she tossed it in, she noticed the energy pool jumped from 97 to 97. 5. Goodness, you're quite picky. You have quite the appetite. I may not understand jade, but I have plenty at home. A piece like this is worth at least several million, and you've only increased it by 0. 5. Where am I supposed to get that much for you? Nanxi complained inwardly. But her hands didn't stop moving. After clearing the showcase, Nanxi also collected several large raw stones, displayed on the floor, waiting to see how much these two could increase. Point collect looka, this thing turned out to be more showy than useful. After all that, it was even worse than that one piece, which could increase by 0. 5. This one only changed by 0. 1. Fortunately, altogether the energy pool was already close to the 99 mark. Nanxi took a deep breath. Generally, stores like this don't just stock the displays outside, there's more inside. She moved towards the back of the store. Sure enough, there was a hidden treasure behind. Piles of raw stones were stacked together, both large and small. After collecting a lot, she could discern some quality. This pile of large stones was really not impressive. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. She tossed the whole pile in. The quantity was massive, quickly bringing the energy pool up to 99. 3. Nanxi collected a second pile, a third pile, and finally another pile that caught her eye. The energy pool then stopped at the 100 mark. Nanxi thought this time it shouldn't consume more, right? But she overestimated the greed of the space. This small pile of top-grade stones surprisingly shot up to 120. What the heck? What's going on? Having eaten, what else could be done? Nanxi had finished collecting and could only come out. Afterwards, she found several more such jade stone shops. Her energy pool rose from 120 to 150. The jade stones that were tossed in with poor quality lay in her space, like waste stones. Unable to stand it, Nanxi tossed them all out. That day, if it weren't for considering that Lan Zhan and the others were worried, she would have spent nearly all her time underwater except for eating on the airplane. Gu Shizhou was worried about her oxygen supply. She could have exchanged it in her space, but only managed to surface on the plane. Exhausted, she found a place to sleep. Xiqing was much better than their Haiqing. Some families had all perished in the buildings. If it weren't for the government's efforts, there wouldn't have been a single. Fortunately, there weren't various floating corpses on the water, otherwise it would have been disgusting enough to make one. They had stayed here for several days. They also spent several days looking for supplies. Nanxi hurried back the day before the typhoon, and in these days she had managed to collect most of the supplies underwater, and Xiqing loading an entire airplane with supplies before heading home. The plane had a restroom, so eating, drinking, and other needs could be taken care of on the plane. However, with Gu Shizhou around, Nanxi didn't dare to go all out while collecting supplies. But Gu Shizhou was also a clever person. He only accompanied her on the first day while she searched for raw stones. In the following days, he didn't go underwater as long as Nanxi surfaced every hour. Not to worry him, he let her do as she pleased. After finishing with Xiqing, they rushed to several major cities in Wencheng overnight. The supplies in her space could no longer be described as a small mountain. She cleared out over 1,000 acres just to store supplies. Fortunately, her space was large enough. While she thought she was being discreet, Gu Shizhou was secretly anxious for her. All along the way, he kept an eye on her. Nanxi felt his occasional glances. Every time she looked over, he would look elsewhere, but she could feel his gaze on her. She thought after spending these days in the water, she must have become ugly. She checked herself in the mirror, but with the spirit spring, her beauty remained unchanged, still as beautiful as ever. She shot Gu Shizhou a white glance, leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes to rest. These past few days she had indeed been too tired. Her eyelids grew heavy, and before long as her head nodded, her body slipped down and almost fell. Gu Shizhou quickly supported her to sit up properly and rested her head on his shoulder. Silly girl, only you would work so hard for everyone else's betterment and exhaust yourself like this. Looking at her cute yet pouting face, he felt both affectionate and heartbroken. 2 hours into the flight, they had just passed the halfway mark. The sky began to change with dark clouds gathering overhead, the air growing stifling, and various insects flying in swarms crashing against the airplane's windshield. Using the wipers and spraying water, the view of the road became unclear. Nanxi woke up at that moment. What should we do? The pilot blocked the view. This situation was extremely dangerous. A moment's carelessness could lead to the plane crashing, resulting in a collective demise. Lanzhan could only fly in circles above. Gu Shizhou and Mu Lin simultaneously put on their goggles, secured their parachutes in case something happened, and commanded from above. Nanxi checked her seatbelt as they simultaneously opened the airplane door, gripping the edge with their hands, leaning their bodies outside to direct. Head north to latitude 58 degrees, longitude 28, to avoid the swarms of flying insects. Move forward. Head south to latitude 72 degrees, avoiding unidentified objects. Many flying insects had already entered the cabin. These things generally don't fly that high. This was a mutation. In her previous life it wasn't unheard of, but people first discovered it a month later. The first to mutate were the red ants, which people encountered easily while looking for supplies or at home. How could they appear at this time? Or perhaps they had only just formed and weren't that strong yet. A month later, various animals and insects began to mutate, causing a lot of trouble for humanity. She didn't know if the current flying insects would pose a danger to humans. Nanxi could only take out safety helmets and put them on, giving one to Gu Shizhou, Mu Lin, and Lanzhan. There were also flying insects below, but not many left. Everyone took out insecticides, torches, brooms, and clothes to swat them, using whatever they could, leaving a mess on the ground. They were densely packed, sending chills down her spine. It seemed the scene never happened in her past life. She didn't recall any flying insects in her home. They were everywhere on the street. A significant amount of water had been washed away. As Nanxi stepped off the plane, Qin Jialan rushed to her side, saying, "Sister, there are insects everywhere, too many. Hurry, let's get inside." She swept the clothes around her. The two sisters held hands and dashed into the house together. The insects were truly foul-smelling. Even though she was tightly wrapped, she could still smell them. Nanxi couldn't stand it any longer, but there were just too many outside. If this continued, when would they finish exterminating them? She turned and headed to the basement, pulling out a large amount of insecticide, saying, "Quick, let the uncles add water to spray it." Uncle Yang and the others were all wearing the protective gear that Nanxi had prepared, currently out there exterminating insects. Lanzhan and the others didn't care about resting either, and similarly took out sprayers, the kind used for pesticide. Nanxi found a drone from her space and controlled it with a remote. She directed it to spray. Old Commander Gu, over 70 years old, was also among the crowd, and he spotted her as soon as she descended. It was hard not to recognize him. That guy had been with them for a few days of fun, and now he was back, truly unfilial. This granddaughter-in-law was wrapped so tightly that he had no chance to see her. In a daze, he found himself covered with insects. As Nanxi released the drone, she saw a dark figure. Oh no. It was a person covered in insects. She could only control the drone to fly over and spray medicine. In no time, the insects on that person fled in all directions. He shook off the insects on him and grinned foolishly at Nanxi. Beside him, Sun Difu and Wu Fei were helping him remove the flying insects. Seeing that he was fine, Nanxi continued to maneuver the drone towards the areas with more insects. Fortunately, with the drone's assistance, they quickly eliminated that area. Nanxi stepped out of the house and continued to control the drone to exterminate insects in other parts of the estate. Gu Shizhou also operated a drone with someone behind him, ready to fetch water for the medication. As long as the medicine on the drone ran out, they would immediately refill it. But there were just too many insects, and with their two efforts, the speed increased significantly. After about an hour, large numbers of insects fell, and gradually they decreased. By the time they stopped exterminating, it was already 2 hours later. They hadn't truly exterminated all of them. These creatures could fly. Once they finished in one spot, more would come from elsewhere. Previously, Nanxi had commandeered a pesticide factory that contained a lot of insecticides, and she was using them vigorously. Nanxi stepped outside the villa, and the surrounding civilians who had been trapped had already fled in fear of the flying insects. She saw a dog barking. Those insects surrounded the person they had just seen, covering them completely. Nanxi sprayed the dog's head in a frenzy, directly knocking it out. There was no other way, as she had to toss the dog into her space. The insects were isolated outside her space, but the dog was also not in good shape, feeling dazed and groggy. Manta sensed an unusual smell and directly jumped down from the rope, pouncing towards the dog. He pinned the dog down. Phew. What a stink. That fur was filthy, lacking any semblance of a dog. This thing definitely wasn't well treated. Otherwise, how could it be lying there half dead? What a thing. It even felt a chill on the back of its head. Woof. Who? The next second its dog head got hit by something, making it dizzy. Turning around, it saw a ball which Nanxi had taken out from her space and thrown at it. After barking a few times, Nanxi's voice came, "Wash it clean for me and give it some spring water." Mantu couldn't see anyone and barked in the direction of the voice, woof woof. Mantu felt painful looking at the dog with its eyes full of grievance. Under Nanxi's threatening presence, it gazed at the ground where lay something that looked like a dog but wasn't. Mantu felt wronged. How to wash this thing? Use my mouth to pick it up. Ugh, no way. Does my dog mouth still matter? If I don't wash it when the master comes back, it will be stewed and eaten. But it was both dirty and smelly, and it couldn't just toss it into the pond to wash its brain. This thing was too foul. The smell wafted over before even getting close. Ugh. Mantu was on the verge of throwing up its overnight meal. Manta barked, trying to evoke even a smidgen of concern from its master. But its master actually blocked it out. It could only resign itself to returning to its doghouse, dragged out a large basin, placed it under the faucet the master had turned on, jumped up and turned on the faucet. Water flowed into the basin, then it ran back to grab a piece of cloth, laid it next to the filthy dog, kicked the dog into the basin, closed the cloth around it, and jumped in to scrub with its feet. Nanxi tossed the dog in and didn't bother with it again. She continued exterminating. She saw several people yelling, covered in insects. There were insects even crawling into their noses. Insects could even enter their mouths when they opened them. They didn't even dare to open their eyes. They kept their eyes closed while slapping themselves. They jumped and rolled around. Nanxi controlled the drone to fly above their heads, spraying insecticide like a shower. But there were just too many. The insects fell in layers. In no time, a ring of insects lay on the ground. The people wanted to open their eyes, but couldn't. It was too late to block their breathing, and many had already inhaled too much, and even swallowed some, their legs going weak. When Nanxi finally realized who it was, she felt a wave of regret and her head buzzed. What a thing. It was actually her good second uncle, along with her second aunt and her 10-year-old nephew. Not only had she saved this family of 3, but she also saved that scum Zhou Ming. Wasn't that scum swept away by the flood? How could he be outside her villa, and how is he with her second uncle? Oh my god. Oh god. Someone save me. Nanxi put away the drone and ran. By the time the few of them felt the rain above their heads stop, wiped the water off their faces, and were dazed from the medicine, they only saw Nanxi's retreating figure. Nanxi was in such a hurry that she was slightly out of breath, her clothes soaked through. Just as she reached her doorstep, an old man ran over and looked her up and down. It's Nanxi. You finally came back. You must be exhausted. Quickly go home and rest. This made Nanxi momentarily think she had entered the wrong house. She looked towards the door, then glanced at the sides of the road. No mistake, this is my home. That old grandpa, did you recognize the wrong person? How could Commander Gu possibly recognize the wrong person? No. Are you Nanxi? Seeing Nanxi nod, he confirmed, then there's no mistake. Nanxi. Do you know Gu Shizhou? MHM. I'm his grandfather, Gu Guangrong. This name had quite an old-fashioned feel to it. The old man's face was lively with wrinkles when he smiled, and his porcelain white teeth sparkled, making him look very approachable. Hello, Grandpa Gu. Nanxi politely greeted him. But to old Commander Gu's ears it sounded more like a granddaughter-in-law addressing him. He smiled brilliantly. He took the drone from the ground. No. Grandpa Gu, it's heavy, let me do it. Chinfeng timely intervened, saying, let me do it. Old Commander Gu was not one to give in to age. If I say I'll do it, I'll do it. He wanted to help his granddaughter-in-law. How could he let someone else do it? Fortunately, the bucket had already been unloaded. The drone only weighed about 70 to 80 pounds at most. With his long-term training, this much was manageable. He didn't let Nanxi assist and directly moved it into the hall. Nanxi took off her protective clothing, her small face flushed with sweat-drenched hair sticking closely to her forehead. Qin Jialan urged her to wash up and went to fetch her some clothes. Nanxi initially wanted to refuse, but seeing the hurt in Qin Jialan's eyes, she smiled and said, all right, I'll go. The house had plenty of bathrooms, and she didn't need to go upstairs. There was one downstairs. Nanxi washed up in the bathroom on the first floor. Suma had already prepared the water. By the time Nanxi came out, everyone had tidied up quite a bit. Grandpa Gu had returned home dressed neatly and reappeared in the Mu family's hall in a Zhongshan suit, looking quite spirited. His face still bore a warm smile that made people feel drawn to him. Mu Nanxi approached Grand Commander Gu saying, "Grandpa Gu, you're here, come over quickly." Grandpa Gu was more familiar with the Mu family than even his own. In the days she was away, aside from eating and sleeping, she had spent time here. Otherwise, she would stroll around the estate. He greatly enjoyed the management of the manor. The estate housed over 300 households and more than 1,000 people. Every day, the Mu family received supplies sent from the manor, especially the day after he arrived, when over 1,000 pounds of fish arrived. After distributing the fish, each household kept a small portion of fresh fish in water for later, while the rest was organized for slaughter and grilling. Their family's fish were also prepared with the help of the manor's people, who assisted in cleaning and drying them on the racks for grilling. They chopped wood continuously for 3 days and nights without stopping the boats. They rotated the crews, collecting all the fallen trees nearby and stacking them together. Training continued as usual for everyone regardless of age or gender, without anyone slacking off. Even on the second day of his arrival, everyone was required to run together. The training followed military standards. However, they did not have as much time as the military, since each person also bore the responsibility of sourcing supplies to avoid letting the entire family go hungry. Every day there were people watching outside the estate. Many wanted to get in, but each person underwent strict scrutiny before any house was sold. It wasn't a matter of wealth or power to gain entry, which he found quite admirable. During this visit, he encountered several old revolutionaries and a few elderly scientists. All lamented the damned natural disasters. Digressing, Grandpa Gu was there to join them for a meal. Mu Nanxi and the others returned without eating, busy exterminating pests. Now they had gathered everything outside to set fire. Of course, Mu Nanxi also reminded those starting the fire to wrap themselves up properly. The air was filled with the smell of roasted bugs, and all doors and windows were tightly shut. Mu Nanxi had prepared for this during the renovation. When she went to exterminate the pests, Suma knew they would be hungry upon their return and had already cooked waiting for them. After finishing with the manor's pest extermination, Gu Shizhou sent drones and chemicals to Nanfeng and the others at the military camp. This was provided by Mu Nanxi. She always felt like she was taking advantage of Gu Shizhou whenever they met, and she had already prepared without him saying anything. Upon returning, he first cleaned himself up, shaved his beard, and wore a purple shirt paired with gray casual pants and white sneakers, his hair slicked back, walking with a confident stride. When he arrived at the Mu family home, Chenfeng couldn't help but steal glances at him, resembling a father-in-law observing a son-in-law, increasingly feeling like a pig eyeing his family's cabbage. Uncle Yang felt the same. If it weren't for Mu Nanxi inviting him for dinner, who would want to? Chen Jialan, however, had a good impression of him, sensing he could provide a future for her sister. Gu Shizhou didn't care how they viewed him, he was there to see his wife. His feelings for Mu Nanxi grew stronger to the point where he could protect her from everything and keep her safe. "Come, big brother, come eat." He first called him big brother, later transitioning to brother-in-law. "Nice." Chenfeng pulled her, saying, "Why are you calling him big brother?" "That Gu Jiang, my family's temple is small, and we don't have enough food at home, sorry about that." Gu Shizhou wasn't upset, saying, "I've brought food with me." It was made by Wu Fei, who prepared it before he returned. Everyone then noticed he was holding a pot. He had come to share a table. Grand Commander Gu laughed. "Little Mu, it's just me and this brat at home. There's no warmth in our meals. You don't mind me crashing here, right?" How could one refuse such an invitation? "Welcome." Before long, Wu Fei came in with the dishes. There weren't many varieties, but there was both meat and vegetables. To be fair, when Gu Shizhou dined alone, the meals were rather crude, but now that the old man was here, the food had indeed elevated to another level. Sun Difu also came along carrying lotus root soup. If it weren't for the frequent gatherings at the Mu family home, they wouldn't have had enough seats. Of course, they all automatically acted as if they were invisible. Chen Jialan sat next to Mu Nanxi, with Grand Commander Gu on her other side. He was attentive to how Mu Nanxi picked her food, noting which dishes she indulged in and which she barely touched. Gu Shizhou sat across from them. Grand Commander Gu signaled to Gu Shizhou with his eyes, urging hurry up. Seeing him sitting still, he nearly wanted to knock some sense into him. Chenfeng and the others were like thieves. The moment his chopsticks moved, they intercepted. "I love this dish, thank you, Gu Jiang. This meat smells so good." "Thanks, then I won't hold back." After a few rounds of this, he understood that they were clearly not fond of him. Grand Commander Gu was even more impressive. After intercepting with his bowl, he placed food into Mu Nanxi's bowl, saying, "Little Mu, you're too thin to eat more." The elder used public chopsticks for the food, making it hard for her to refuse. At first she felt shy, but as time passed, she directly took the bowl regardless of whose food it was, insisting on having some. If there was any left over, she would share it out. It was obvious to everyone that she was unhappy. After finishing their meal, they prepared to usher everyone out. However, Gu Shizhou sought out Mu Nanxi for a private conversation. What is it that can't be said here? Are you sure? Come, let's go to the study. She always had a feeling that he was peeping at her. This sense of peeping wasn't about her body, but rather her soul. She genuinely feared he might say something he shouldn't. Chenfeng and Yang she wanted to follow, but Mu Nanxi shook her head saying it's fine, I have something to discuss with Gu Jiang. Her study wasn't big but was quite cozy. She had several pots of green radish and lucky bamboo, all well cared for. There was also a pot of succulents on the table. Gu Shizhou wasn't in a hurry, he took his time observing. He liked her and wanted to better integrate into her life, becoming a light in her world. His gaze never left her since he entered. Mu Nanxi didn't rush him. Sitting idly wasn't productive, she wanted to enter her space, but even that was impossible. Gu Shizhou was too astute. Any small movements beneath his watchful eyes were immediately detected. Without him speaking, Mu Nanxi remained silent too. She opened a book but couldn't focus on it at all. The anxiety. Gu Shizhou noticed her little movements and turned his gaze back to her. You're afraid of me. It was not a question but a statement. Mu Nanxi denied it, saying no, how could that? Why would I be afraid of you? Do you have an extra nose or an extra eye? Why would I be afraid? Hee, what could you possibly be afraid of? Not at all. She didn't think she was afraid of him. Gu Shizhou leaned closer, looking at Mu Nanxi. Her eyes were big and bright with long eyelashes, and beneath her well-defined nose were lips of moderate thickness. So alluring. Mu Nanxi's heart raced rapidly. The man's masculine scent penetrated her senses, making her breath quicken. She felt so nervous that her lips tingled, unsure where to place her hands and feet. His face drew closer, close enough for her to see every pore. Her heart became increasingly chaotic, pounding so fiercely she felt it might leap from her chest. Gu Ziz's lips curved slightly, his eyes sparkling. You're just afraid. I'm not. Are you really not? Mu Nanxi stubbornly replied, I'm not afraid at all. Gu Shizhou pressed down on the book in her hands, saying, if you're not, why is the book upside down? You didn't even notice. Mu Nanxi only then realized that the book she had been staring at for so long was indeed upside down. Their eyes met, and she suddenly regained her bravado. In this post-apocalyptic world, who was afraid of whom? Mu Nanxi transformed from a timid girl into a strong woman, flipping the situation to pin Gu Shizhou beneath her. You like me? Yes, Gu Shizhou unabashedly acknowledged his feelings. Isn't it obvious enough? He was about to lean in closer, but Mu Nanxi would not give him the opportunity. Be honest, Mu Nanxi raised her hand, her fingertip brushing against his cheek. Considering your decent looks, I'll allow you to like me. Gu Shizhou grabbed her hand that was teasing him. You're flirting with me. It was Mu Nanxi's first time flirting, and she couldn't help but feel shy. She met Gu Ziz's tiger-like gaze, summoning her courage. Isn't it obvious? What only officials are allowed to light the lanterns, but commoners can't set fires. You're too domineering. Gu Shizhou flashed a charming smile, wrapping his arm around Mu Nanxi's slender waist, leaning closer to her. This is what you asked for. After enjoying the evening breeze for a while, she closed the window and lay back in bed, her mind filled with everything that had happened in recent days. Since that day, you're not that impressive. With that, she sat down on the opposite chair, crossing her legs and teasingly looking at Gu Shizhou. What's wrong, Gu Jiang? Are you not satisfied? Are you going to hit me? Mu Nanxi wasn't afraid of him. After all, he's a man. You can't indulge him. If it doesn't work out, just fight it out. Gu Shizhou was naturally rebellious, and after his training in the military, his temperament had become even fiercer. He clenched his fists in anger, his knuckles cracking. Meeting Mu Nanxi's playful gaze, he smiled. Woman, do you know you're playing with fire? Mu Nanxi wasn't scared of him. The apocalypse has come, so what's wrong with playing with fire? If you're not satisfied, let's fight. I just wonder if Gu Jiang can handle a beating. After satisfying her hunger and teasing him enough, Mu Nanxi wanted to use him to work off her meal. Gu Shizhou would never resort to violence against a woman. He laughed instead of getting angry, saying, all right, put away your little tricks. I do have something to discuss with you. Speak, Mu Nanxi replied, feigning an attentive demeanor. The god. He brought it up, and Mu Nanxi felt as if her little secret had been exposed. Unconsciously clenching the hem of her skirt, her expression remained calm while her heart raced, trying to maintain her composure. As Gu Shizhou mentioned V-God, his gaze remained fixed on her. When he brought up V-God, she visibly froze for a moment. Even though she quickly regained her composure, he had already caught it. Do you know each other? Gu Shizhou sensed a deep connection between V-God and her. Over the past few days, he had been paying attention to them. He also knew that Lan Zhan was the one who had stormed the arms depot with him. Even though they were fully armed at the time, recalling V-God brought back memories. This person they must know. Mu Nanxi had just thought he already knew. Unexpectedly, the situation turned, and he didn't suspect her at all. She boldly looked at him saying, "V God. Who doesn't know? An international fugitive before the apocalypse, it was all over the internet." "Nanxi, you should know that's not what I meant." "What do you mean, huh? Are you saying I'm V God or Lanjan Mulin or Uncle Yang or Chen Feng? We can take a hit, but who is V God? That's beyond our capabilities. How could someone who can disrupt numerous countries and act alone be someone like us? Or maybe it's a case of the thief crying thief and you're actually V God yourself." After Nanxi finished speaking, she added seriously, "Every time V God appears, you just happen to be there. I now have to suspect that you're the international fugitive." "Am not." Before Nanxi could finish, Guziz's face darkened. But if the person Nanxi spoke of wasn't him, he would start to doubt if he was the V God she mentioned. "If it's not you, who else could it be? Who has such great skill to silently infiltrate an arms depot and steal a large cache of military vehicles, tanks, and planes from the army? And who just happened to appear at the Great East Bank on the night of the theft? Who was conveniently present at the embassy when the Eagle Sauce restricted travel, helping me return safely?" She listed examples, and every time they met, a significant event occurred. There was one more. After saying this today, Gu Shizhou would not only not suspect her of being V God, but he would also not doubt that the anonymous letter was written by her. The fewer people who know, the safer she would be. She could trust Uncle Yang and the others. But when it came to Gu Shizhou, she was hesitant. It wasn't that she didn't trust his character, but she just felt unsafe. Perhaps it was related to the military. Once discovered, even if they had no evidence, it would still cause him a lot of trouble. Gu Shizhou simply said, "It's not me," while flipping through the book she had just held. Nanxi didn't have the time to accompany him and turned to leave the study. Gu Shizhou grabbed her, saying, "Stay with me. I have no obligation to do so." "You do." Seeing that Nanxi had no intention of staying, he continued, "You just flirted with me, now you have to take responsibility." "What?" Nanxi exploded. "Gu Shizhou, are you still a man? Do you have no shame asking a woman to take responsibility? How can you have the face to say such a thing to make me responsible?" Today was a shocking day, revealing a side of Gu Shizhou she had never known. She turned back to Gu Shizhou, extended her hand, and stood on tiptoe, smiling wickedly at him. "Since Gu Zhongjiang has asked me to take responsibility, it seems inappropriate for me not to. Since you're eager to be the man for me," she elongated her voice, gazing at a certain spot, then looked up at him, "just tighten your belt and don't get excited around women." Nanxi felt tired from standing on tiptoe, directly pulling down his collar to match her height. "Otherwise, just scram." With that, she turned around gracefully. Gu Shizhou watched her retreating figure and smiled. Uncle Yang and the others, seeing her take so long to come out, were somewhat worried and decided to go upstairs to check. Gulao Xiling had just retired with great difficulty and still had to worry about his grandson's life events. How could he not be anxious? Following closely behind, they went upstairs. He still had the vigor of youth. By the time they reached the upstairs, they saw Gu Shizhou staring at the study like a husband gazing at his wife. Gulao Xiling walked over and slapped him, asking, "Where is Nanxi?" She left. Some were so angry they were jumping up and down, while others breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Nanxi relaxed a little and returned to her room, immediately slipping into her space. Suddenly, a furry little creature circled around her feet. It was Soft, a black and white dog, surprisingly a shepherd dog, and quite handsome. Mantu was furious. Unexpectedly, this little creature arrived and stole its affection. Woof woof woof. "Look at me, Mantu, I'm here." Nanxi automatically blocked out the presence of the bun, looking at this little cutie, a border collie, which was a bit too thin but still quite good looking. "Since it entered my space, it will be my treasure from now on. What should I name my treasure?" Nanxi decided to give it a nice name, thinking seriously. "Border collie Bien Bien Mumu. You are a female, so let's call you Bien Bien." The bun was not Why should it be called Bien Bien while I have to be called Bun? That's unfair. It should also be named Baozi Mantu, a perfect match. The bun had been with her for almost 2 months and was now about the same height as her when standing. If it weren't for her being skilled in exercise, the bun's massive body could have knocked her down when it charged at her. She patted the bun's head. "You growing up and still acting cute, have some self-respect." The bun didn't care. "Why should I care about self-respect? Having someone to love me is what matters." The pair communicated. Bien Bien had just entered, drank some spiritual spring, and its head was still not very developed. Half understanding, it nibbled on Nanxi's skirt, barking, "Woof woof." The sound was quite adorable. Nanxi squatted down, checked that Bien Bien didn't smell bad, and picked her up. "Let's go and eat something delicious." She still praised the bun fiercely. "Well done, a big chicken leg," as a reward later. Just thinking about that plate of pork belly and the big chicken leg made her mouth water. It was indeed small, and it was gone in just 2 bites, but thankfully there was still more. These past few days she had been busy and the bun had learned to cook for itself, otherwise, by the time she remembered it would have nearly starved. Nanxi said a big chicken leg is just a big chicken leg, nothing more. The bun looked at Bien Bien, who was struggling to eat the chicken leg, barking woof woof woof. Little Bien Bien was not to be underestimated. It was cute but fierce. Under the bun's stare it opened its mouth and bit onto its waist, trying to shake it off. Nanxi turned around and saw its dog-like behavior, feeling furious. Bun, look at you've gotten so fat yet you bully the little one. Since you don't want to eat, go out and exercise. Nanxi directly picked it up and threw it out. The bun, weighing over 100 pounds, was tossed outside the front door. If you dare to bully Bien Bien again without exercising to lose weight, you can just drink spiritual spring from now on. Nanxi returned home and gave Bien Bien a big chicken leg, along with a few pieces of braised meat and a grilled fish. Now the house was full of fish, and she couldn't eat them all, or raising them was also a good idea. These past few days she had been throwing raw stones into upgrade, and the energy pool progress was at 489. Upon entering the main room, she found there were 6 sections. Each area required 200 energy. There were 6 sections: primitive area, ancient area, parallel area, war-torn area, cultivation area, and interstellar area. She now had over 600 energy and could upgrade 2 areas. She thought for a moment and chose the interstellar area first. Upon entering the interstellar area, she found 2 windows. One was a marketplace where she could buy, and the other was for selling. She could sell her current items in the interstellar marketplace. She currently did not have interstellar currency to conduct transactions. She authenticated the store, but they required a deposit of 200,000 interstellar coins. Nanxi looked at the 0 in the upper left corner, her mouth twitching. She tried using gold and silver to buy, but it didn't work. Using RMB to purchase was also futile. She was quite distressed. She looked for instructions. To open the interstellar area should not just be for show, and there wasn't even a user manual. Nanxi exited the interstellar section and returned to the main page where she saw the section descriptions. It turned out that each area had its own currency. The primitive section used barter, the ancient section used gold and silver, the parallel world likely used digital currency and could also use gold, silver, and paper money, but the difficulty lay in the cultivation area using spirit stones, while the interstellar area used interstellar coins. Spirit stones could be exchanged for herbs and other items, while interstellar coins could be purchased using the capabilities in the energy pool. Everyone could be exchanged for 1,000 interstellar coins, meaning she would need to spend 20 to purchase 200,000 interstellar coins. It seemed like a small amount, but she had spent a lot of jade raw stones to obtain it. 20,000 interstellar coins could be used as a deposit or to purchase mechas, battle armor, spaceships, and other items. Fortunately, their prices were quite fair. A standard battle armor only cost 200 interstellar coins, while a better one required 200,000 interstellar coins, but Nanxi still decided to splurge and used 200,000 interstellar coins to open a shop. However, interstellar people mostly consumed nutrient solutions and rarely ate grains. After opening, she only put a few items up for sale. Moreover, she uploaded her items. The pricing would be automatically recognized. A bushel of rice could be bought for 1 interstellar coin, while antiques from ancient times naturally had a higher price. A blue and white porcelain bottle could sell for as much as 300 interstellar coins. After confirming, the bottle disappeared automatically and a comprehensive image of the item would appear below it as clear as possible. She uploaded several items. However, they were all replicas found in the antique street. If they truly had collectible value, she would never sell them. Even if they were replicas, it was still a leap from the modern era to the interstellar, thus they could be considered antiques. Such items were plentiful for her. Even ordinary bowls and chopsticks would be considered antiques in the interstellar realm. The items didn't need her to ship them, they simply disappeared, and the listing was removed. Unexpectedly, on the first day of opening her shop, she actually reaped rewards. The items didn't need her to ship them, they simply disappeared, and the listing was removed. Unexpectedly, on the first day of opening her shop, she actually reaped rewards, boosting her confidence for the future. She named her shop Yulan Hall. Sometimes it's not about quantity but quality. If there are too many antiques, they lose their value. Thus her Yulan Hall uploaded 18 items, sold 1, and with 17 remaining, she decided not to upload more. Interstellar items were all top tier. She needed to save more interstellar coins to buy what she wanted. As a result, she spent 220 of her energy in the interstellar area. She returned to the homepage. Now she still had 269 energy. She could open another area. With the interstellar area open, there were still 5 major areas left: primitive area, ancient area, parallel area, war-torn area, and cultivation area. What she had the most was naturally grain. Now her space could yield a bumper harvest every few days, but she still hadn't found a channel to sell it. In fact, every area needed grain, but the highest consumption was naturally during wartime, with years of conflict leading to suffering and no one planting. She had considered opening the parallel world, but she couldn't be sure if this parallel world was the same as the one she was currently in. What if it wasn't? If she opened the wrong one, how would she sell her grain, or what if it became unsellable? If it was the world she was in, she could find a way to sell and save more people, which would be killing two birds with one stone. After making up her mind, Nanxi clicked on the war-torn area. It cost money to enter as well. This time, however, she was spending her own hard-earned cash. Real gold and silver are worth 10 times their energy value. A 1,000-gram gold bar cost her a staggering 1,000 units. It truly burns through money. If it weren't for her zero-cost acquisition this time, she really couldn't afford it. She placed a significant amount of food, which was also worth real gold and silver, in the shop. It was presented in the form of a shop, but how the transactions worked Nanxi did not know. In any case, she quickly sold 3,000 dan of grain. At 100 per unit, that amounts to 3 million jin of grain, selling a large quantity of corn and aged rice. The aged rice was previously given by the M country, and later, when she took a look, she ended up taking over their farm. They paid her for it all at once. Other grains were also sold, but only in small amounts, and a bit of meat was sold, though not much. During the war, how many could afford meat? 1 jin of grain costs 5, when 200 jin equals 1 liang. The prices of aged rice and corn differ, and she received 2,300 liang of silver as income. She split them into several orders. The addresses were different as well. However, Nanxi knew very well that being able to pay that much at once was likely due to military needs or the state encountering a major disaster, in short, a treasury expenditure. Seeing the momentum, Nanxi uploaded other products as well. Various fruits and vegetables in moderate quantities. After all, she had hoarded quite a bit back then, but now she hadn't planted fruit trees, and she didn't know if they would yield fruit. Once sold out, what would she eat? Grains can be uploaded in batches of 1,000 dan and 3,000 dan, means she uploaded it 3 times, clearing it each time. Nanxi directly set it to 50,000 dan per day, selling out and waiting for the next day. Otherwise, if she kept selling like this, she would run out of food herself. Knowing that real gold and silver are useful, Nanxi opened the primitive zone again. After all, the mountains of the primitive tribe would have many precious medicinal materials. Many things from this period remain undiscovered. Similarly, the primitive people desperately need food. Of course, they already had a sense of hunting, so Nanxi uploaded tools. At this time, they did not have their own currency, and Nanxi needed to present what she wanted in the form of pictures. Through barter, if they see something from the pictures during their travels, they can exchange for it. If it involves plants or animals that do not appear, she would need to see it, and then click to trade for it to complete the exchange. However, this time she wasn't so lucky. Whether it was grain or meat or even tools and farming implements, nothing was sold. After spending so much real gold and silver, Nanxi felt a pang of regret, her heart bleeding. Nanxi exited the primitive panel and opened the cultivation zone. This cannot be used with real gold and silver, it can only be exchanged for 200 energy. This time she didn't open a shop because she had nothing related to cultivation, and the plants and animals here lacked spirituality. Those mundane items were looked down upon by cultivators. She opened this just to see if there was anything she needed in the mall. Yet she found that it was all related to cultivation. Even if she bought them, she couldn't cultivate. A complete loss. Fortunately, she saw a Qianquan bag in the mall. However, it was too expensive. A 1 Qianquan bag required 3,000 spirit stones. She didn't have that. Using 30 for the exchange felt unwise, so she decided to leave it for now. In the 6 zones, she directly opened 4 major sections: the Interstellar Zone, Primitive Zone, War Zone, and Cultivation Zone. As for the 2 remaining ones, she no longer wished to open them. She had just sold items in the Interstellar Zone, so after exiting the Cultivation section, she returned to the Interstellar section. To her surprise, everything she had uploaded had sold out. She had actually earned 3500 interstellar coins, but she still felt it wasn't enough. This was because she had her eye on the space buckle in the mall, which was similar to the Qianquan bag. The space buckle has a chain that can be worn around the neck. However, it costs 1,000 interstellar coins and is only 10 square meters in size. She wanted to give one to each family member. So this time she directly uploaded over 100 types. After uploading everything, Nanxi stepped out to take a look at the land. With these 4 major areas, selling so much grain at once earned her quite a bit, but she also needed to prepare in advance. Now she had plenty of time to carefully plan what to plant. The rapeseed she planted before setting out was all harvested. She had planted over 100 types of fruit trees for every 100 mu. That was over 100,000 mu of land. She began planting fruits and vegetables again. Her land grows too quickly, so she doesn't need to plant too much, just having some is enough. Every 3 mu she planted one type of vegetable or fruit. The variety of edible types is simply too numerous, so she ended up using another 20,000 mu. Thinking of the ancient section, she also planted some ornamental flowers and plants, which are all very precious. At that time she could sell them to wealthy families. Ordinary flowers and plants were also present. Some flowers and plants could even be used as medicine. She also planted some medicinal materials, which she had received from farmers who planted medicinal herbs before the apocalypse. Angelica, ginseng, honeysuckle, robusta, hemp, cocklebur, akebia, white atractylodes, cooked rehmannia, roasted licorice, astragalus, sapochnikovia, turmeric, koix, seed, water chestnut, cordyceps, biplurum, salvia. But the variety is still too few. She only prayed that the primitive zone could exchange for some things she didn't have here. Nanxi planted some grains again. She had roughly figured out how large her spatial land was, because after planting these it occupied 2/3 of the total land. By calculation the spatial land is about 300,000 mu. She planted the remaining land with grains. Nanxi also organized the supplies she had collected over the past few days. After finishing these tasks she felt dizzy and couldn't recover quickly even after drinking the spiritual spring. She was ejected from the space and collapsed onto the bed. This scared her family. The first to notice was Chen Jialan. She woke up the next morning washed up and was about to eat breakfast yet hadn't seen anyone come down. So she went upstairs and knocked outside saying, "Sister, wake up. Sister." No matter how she knocked there was no response, the door wouldn't budge. She already sensed something was wrong and shouted from upstairs, "Dad, Uncle, Suma, has anyone seen Sister get up or leave?" A few were startled and shook their heads. "We haven't seen her." "What happened?" Lanzhan walked in and quickly asked. He then realized they couldn't find Nanxi. The door was closed and she did not come out. He asked the family if she had gone out. Some of them rushed to the rooftop to see if the plane was there while others went outside to check the cars and boats. There were many bugs outside and someone killed them every 3 hours. They asked people in the villa if they had seen her go out. Gu Shizhou heard that Nanxi was missing as soon as he arrived in the morning. He rushed upstairs without stopping and found the door locked from the inside. "She must be inside. Quickly bring the spare key. I've tried it won't open." Chen Jialan was so anxious that she was almost bubbling over. It was normal that they couldn't open the door. Usually when Nanxi entered the space, she locked the door from the inside. This was to prevent them from entering and discovering she was missing, or perhaps she might suddenly appear and scare them. Fortunately, she didn't have the habit of closing the windows tightly. Gu Shizhou thought he might be able to get in through the window. He needed to go around the front vegetable garden and climb onto the balcony. Gu Shizhou brought a rope tied on a hook and threw it towards the balcony, securing it. He climbed up holding the rope. Lanzhan and the others were also worried and followed him up. After a few big men climbed up, they flipped over into the inner room and saw Nanxi lying deeply asleep on the bed. Gu Ziz's heart nearly stopped as he witnessed this scene. He rushed forward shaking Nanxi. "Cc, wake up quickly. Don't scare me, wake up, open your eyes." No matter how he called, Nanxi showed no response, sinking deeply into her slumber. Lanzhan jumped in first, opening the door, and Chen Jialan followed, first checking her breath. Breathing is steady, pulse is active, heartbeat is normal. It shouldn't be like this. Chen Jialan couldn't believe it. As a medical student, she had no idea what was going on with her sister. Uncle Yang and the others came in instinctively holding their breath, fearing to disturb her while treating her sister. Mulin said, "There are no signs of a struggle at home. The cups haven't been touched, the fruit is fine, and there are no leaks in electricity or gas, which basically rules out poisoning." Jinfeng, Yang Shulin, and Suma, all of whom were older and had raised Nanxi as their own daughter, felt as if someone had dug out their hearts. Especially Jinfeng, who had a daughter like Chen Jialan, now also had Nanxi. He was exceedingly fond. Seeing his daughter lying there, his chest felt tight and his eyes were red. Yang Shulin, though a rugged man, was okay, while Suma, with tears brimming, turned away to weep. It was Gu Shizhou who remained rational, saying, "There are too many people here, it's affecting Jialan's treatment of Nanxi." Chen Jialan also said, "You all go out first, let me conduct a full examination on my sister, and I'll inform you once there are updates." Chen Jialan had treated many patients, but this was the first time she encountered a situation like her sister's. Her entire body trembled. She asked Gu Shizhou to carry her sister to the lab. Gu Shizhou laid her on the bed, reluctant to leave, but was still ushered out by Chen Jialan. "If you need anything, be sure to call me, I'll be waiting right outside." "All right." After receiving Qin Jialan's acknowledgement, he could only stand up, draw the curtains, glance at Nanxi with reluctance, and close the door. Once everyone was out, Qin Jialan began examining Nanxi. All her indicators were normal, yet she remained in a deep sleep, unresponsive no matter how she called. With no other options, she could only say to everyone, "Sister is too exhausted, her body has entered a hibernation state. She will be fine once she gradually recovers." Unable to carry her sister, she was about to call Uncle Yang and the others when Gu Shizhou stepped forward, lifting Nanxi back to the bed. "She hasn't eaten breakfast, won't she be hungry?" "She will be. Even if her body is in hibernation, she will still feel hunger. Her body needs nourishment. I'll go make her some easily digestible porridge to see if I can feed her." Suma stopped her, saying, "Miss Jialan, let me do it." By the time Suma brought up the porridge, half an hour had already passed. She simmered bone broth, removed the bones, and used it to cook the porridge, ensuring the rice was soft enough not to require chewing. Just as Qin Jialan was about to take the bowl, Gu Shizhou had already grabbed it. He sat by Nanxi's bedside, gently scooping up half a spoonful, cooling it down before placing it at her lips. Feeding her was a major task. She was unresponsive and couldn't swallow on her own. He needed to help her swallow after getting the food in. Fortunately, after a few attempts, she surprisingly managed to swallow by herself. After that, Gu Shizhou stayed by her side, while the old Commander Gu also came to check on her several times, feeling heartbroken. He, who was never superstitious, even sought advice from an old comrade to see if she had encountered something sinister. The suggestion was to place certain crystals and 5 emperor coins. The old man, not knowing where he found it, set up a feng shui array and brought in whatever good items he could find. This left Chen Feng and the others speechless. But to ensure Nanxi woke up, they also sought many folk remedies, including ancient paintings and swords to ward off evil. Lan Zhan and the others went out daily to gather supplies solely to find ancient artifacts that could help her wake up sooner. They didn't want anything else. They said they needed to find 3 porcelain sheep, claiming that 3 sheep opening fortune could stabilize the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Fortunately, after 7 days of fussing, Nanxi appeared to have slept enough, her eyelids fluttering open. When she woke up, the first thing she saw was Gu Ziz's unshaven face. He hadn't slept for 7 days and nights, sporting a buzz cut with red, swollen eyes. They said they needed to find 3 porcelain sheep, claiming that 3 sheep opening fortune could stabilize the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Fortunately, and looking like this. Did someone bully you? Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Shizhou excitedly embraced her. "You're awake, you finally woke up." His voice was hoarse. Before she could figure out what Gu Shizhou meant, Qin Jialan came out carrying food and upon seeing her awake shouted excitedly to the door, "Dad, come quickly, sister is awake." As Nanxi processed how she had suddenly slept for 7 days and nights, she recalled that day in the space. She estimated her consciousness had been exhausted, leading to this phenomenon. However, she couldn't share this with anyone. She could only say she had a very long dream, one with an endless road surrounded by darkness, continuously walking forward yet never reaching the end. Finally, when she saw a glimmer of light, an old lady kicked her, causing her to wake up. She was fabricating this story poorly, yet everyone believed her. They thought that the things they prepared had worked, that the old lady they had invited kicked her back from the road of the underworld into the living world. Looking at the disheveled group, all with red, swollen eyes, undoubtedly from crying, Nanxi felt a pang of guilt in her heart. She promised never to worry them again. Just after waking up, everyone was still uneasy, asking Jialan to conduct a full body check to ensure there were no issues before they felt relieved. Nanxi wanted to say she was perfectly fine. But upon seeing the eager eyes staring back at her, especially Gu Shizhou, whose clenched fists were turning purple, she finally nodded and replied, "Okay." Suma continued to dote on her as always. Seeing her awake, she rushed downstairs to prepare delicious meals for her. In less than 10 minutes, everything was ready. They brought a small table from outside, filled with her favorite dishes, waiting for her to wash up and eat after coming out of the lab. Her body felt clean and her hair was neat. They had taken great care of her these past few days. However, they couldn't brush her teeth. Nanxi had been fed liquid food for so many days that she was truly starving. She thought about eating in the dining room downstairs, but they disagreed, saying she had just woken up and needed to take it easy. The old Commander Gu prepared her meals daily, waiting for her to get up to have some warm food. Upon hearing she was awake, he was so excited that he wiped his tears, rushing home with his old limbs. His speed was faster than that of the young ones, bounding down the stairs. Before long, he brought up the prepared bone broth. He also had her favorite lotus root stir-fried sweet and sour pork tenderloin and steamed crayfish. Suma also brought many dishes. Soon the small table could no longer hold everything. Nanxi stared at the overflowing table of food, her eyes wide. This was too extravagant. Just any single item from her meals could serve as a lavish feast for others. Well, there is too much food. I can't finish it all by myself. Suma, please go get everyone else's bowls and chopsticks and let's eat together. There is indeed too much made. Suma couldn't refuse her and brought the bowls and chopsticks. However, it wasn't from her room but from the adjacent space. Nanxi was carried over to Gu Shizhou, her feet barely touching the ground. During the meal, he fed her. Nanxi shot him a glance. What are you doing? I'm not missing any limbs I can eat by myself. Gu Shizhou replied with a simple Open your mouth. She tried to take the bowl for herself, but he wouldn't let her. She attempted to grab the chopsticks to serve herself, but he stopped her again. She wanted to get angry, but with so many people around, she looked at her father for help. Chenfeng and the others had witnessed his feelings for Nanxi over the past few days. They had tacitly accepted that he was Nanxi's partner. So when Nanxi looked at him, he chose to lower his head and not look back. Nanxi then turned to Yang Shulin. Yang Shulin chimed in, hurry and eat. This lotus root is really fresh. Chen Jialan added, sister, your brother-in-law has been feeding you for so many days now. He won't mind this meal. Since you've woken up, eat quickly so everyone can feel at ease, and he can go back and get some sleep. What she said makes sense, and Nanxi knew he would really do that. But being fed while she was awake was too embarrassing. If she didn't eat, it seemed a bit improper. In the end, Nanxi compromised and closed her eyes to eat the lotus root that was brought to her mouth. She also drank the soup he handed her, ate the rice he offered, and the meat he had carefully deboned for her. Nanxi initially resisted, but later the food tasted increasingly delightful. When she had eaten until her belly was round and could eat no more, Gu Shizhou surprisingly finished the leftover food she had left behind, enjoying it thoroughly. Nanxi felt embarrassed for her second life. Just as she was about to get up, Gu Shizhou put down his bowls and chopsticks, lifted her effortlessly, and carried her back to her room. Nanxi didn't want that. I want to go downstairs. Be good, your body isn't well yet. Once you're better, I'll take you down. No, I want to go down now. Then he'll carry you down. Saying this, he walked towards the stairs. Nanxi knew he hadn't eaten enough. Forget it, just carry me back to my room first. After you finish eating, you need to rest well. Gu Shizhou had been staying in her room these days with his toiletries. They're essentially living together. As soon as Nanxi finished speaking, she regretted it. It sounded too much like an invitation. Her face, which was already red, turned even redder, almost as red as a monkey's bottom. Not waiting for him to dawdle, Nanxi kicked him in the butt. Hurry up. Gu Shizhou chuckled, but still worried, reminding her a few more times before, quickly go eat. She dove under the blanket. Gu Shizhou didn't tease her anymore. All right, I'll go now. You need to rest well, I'll be back shortly. Not waiting for him to dawdle, Nanxi kicked him in the butt. Hurry up. Gu Shizhou chuckled, but still worried, reminding her a few more times before leaving. It was only when she heard Gu Ziz's footsteps leave that Nanxi sighed in relief. She sensed the changes in the space. The short-term crops had all matured. The good thing about the space was that the crops wouldn't spoil after maturing in the ground, they just waited to be harvested. Nanxi operated the machine to gather them. She also checked on the small animals, which had all grown and many had laid eggs, with some already starting to hatch. There were now over 1,000 pigs. Fortunately, they didn't need to confine each in separate pens, or they wouldn't fit. There were also cows and sheep. Quite a few had given birth these days. All the care was done by Mantu. While she was away, Mantu could only drink from the spiritual spring every day and had lost weight. However, Bien Bien had grown a lot and seemed even prettier. Before she could check how the shops in those areas were doing, Gu Shizhou walked in. She hurriedly withdrew her consciousness, fearing being discovered would be bad. Gu Shizhou, in a fluster of concern, thought she was unwell again and quickly called for Chen Jialan. This also startled everyone. Jialan rushed over from next door, worried sick. Although Nanxi said she was fine, she still reached out to check Nanxi's forehead and took her pulse. Now, with her prior experience in traditional Chinese medicine and a month of study, her pulse was normal. The pulse is fine. You really are okay. Once it was confirmed that she was all right, everyone felt it was unnecessary to hang around as a third wheel and started to disperse. Gu Shizhou was still worried, and Nanxi found it unbearable to see him so overly concerned. What are you doing? Don't you have to go wash up and sleep? His beard was looking quite unkempt. She couldn't bear to look. But then she thought that he was doing all this for her, so she closed her mouth. Gu Shizhou saw her disdain in her eyes. His wounded heart. He directly opened her cabinet, and before Nanxi could react, he took out his change of clothes and walked into the bathroom. Nanxi got up and walked to the cabinet. It felt like her clothes were hanging there, but when did they become Gu Ziz's? Meanwhile, her clothes had been moved to the other sections. Before long, the sound of running water from the bathroom could be heard. She wondered whether he was really cleaning up. Less than 10 minutes later, he actually came out. His beard was cleanly shaven, his hair washed, and he emerged looking refreshed. Water droplets glided down his rugged facial contours, dripping onto his broad chest, highlighting his firm muscles. His gaze was deep and bright, as if it concealed the vastness of the stars and the sea, easily ensnaring anyone who looked too long. The corners of his thin lips lifted slightly, carrying a hint of an elusive smile, as if what he had just experienced was not a simple bath, but a spiritual cleansing. He emanated a refreshing scent of body wash, mixed with his unique masculine aura, creating an intoxicating... Nanxi couldn't help but stare, her heart racing uncontrollably at that moment, as if time itself had paused, leaving only Gu Shizhou in her world. Gu Shizhou was quite pleased with her reaction. He stepped closer from the bathroom towards her, each step steady and firm, as if carrying an invisible force. He reached her side, turning to lie down. Nanxi pushed him away. "You go sleep in your room. I'm too tired, just let me sleep for a bit." As he said this, he attempted to lie down again. Oh dear. Did he not realize that this was extremely tempting? Nanxi had already been single for over 20 days. How could a man like Gu Shizhou not be enticing? She swallowed hard. "Your hair isn't even dried. Once it's dried, it's fine, right?" He really wanted Nanxi to dry his hair for him, wanting to experience what it felt like to be pampered by a woman. He had often heard comrades say how good their wives were, even mentioning that their wives were the ones who dried their hair. But she was a patient. Forget it. Gu Shizhou resignedly picked up the hairdryer to dry his own hair. Nanxi. Was that what she meant? Was it? The Qixi festival is approaching, and I wish my dear ones a happy Qixi in advance. Just when she thought something might happen, Gu Shizhou gently sat on the bed and embraced her, saying, "Sleep with me." But how could she possibly sleep after 7 days and nights? Nanxi attempted to get up and stretch, but Gu Shizhou held her tightly. "Be good, sleep with me for a while." She was imprisoned in his embrace, her breathing becoming a bit hurried. She tried to remain calm, but she couldn't control her racing heart. His body heat seeped through the thin fabric, causing her body to involuntarily tense up. Gu Shizhou turned her over, facing each other, and Nanxi could feel his intense gaze piercing through the darkness, reaching deep into her heart. This was not the first time they were so close to each other, but it was the first time on the same bed. The feeling was subtle. Gu Ziz's breath lightly brushed against her cheek, carrying a hint of intoxicating warmth. He spoke again. "Sleep now." His deep and magnetic voice was particularly alluring in the quiet night. Nanxi dared not respond, merely closing her eyes, gently clearing her mind, as if this was the only way to avoid wandering thoughts. However, the more she tried, the more she could distinctly feel his presence, his breath, his heartbeat, as if they had become one. Seeing Nanxi obediently close her eyes, a surge of tenderness welled up in Gu Ziz's heart. Soon his breathing gradually became steady and deep, and he fell into a deep sleep. The curtains in the room were drawn, and Nanxi quietly opened her eyes, secretly observing the asleep Gu Shizhou beside her. His sleeping face lacked the usual coldness, replaced by tranquility and softness. She cautiously reached out her hand, wanting to touch his face, but stopped just before contact, afraid of disturbing his sweet dreams. In this serene atmosphere, she was immersed in a fleeting warmth. After a short while gazing at the sleeping Gu Shizhou, she found herself wide awake. Suddenly an idea struck her, and she decided to enter the space once more with her consciousness. The machines were still harvesting, and Mantu and Bian were playing. They sensed Nanxi's presence, but they couldn't find her anywhere. They barked at her a few times. Nanxi felt sorry for the two of them. After all, they were her pets. There was a bond between them. She took out a large bowl of food, placing red braised pork and a big chicken leg on top, which Manta loved. Bian was smaller and also loved meat, so Nanxi gave it a smaller portion of meat similar to Mantu's. To ensure balanced nutrition, she also added a plate of vegetables. Manta disliked vegetables the most, and Nanxi, watching from outside with her consciousness, could almost imagine what Manta would say: "If you don't want to eat, then don't eat the meat. Just keep drinking spring water." The poor Manta shook its 100+ pounds of meat, letting out a whimper, wanting to be adorable, but its owner was not there. Nanxi patted its head with her consciousness: "Eat your vegetables well, and next time he'll give you fish." Mantu only had one good trait: it relished any type of meat. Bian also wanted to be petted, and not eating meat snuggled up next to Mantu. Nanxi petted both of them and then communicated through her consciousness: "All right, eat well, and remember to watch the house." Yes, this space was her other home. This home gave her an infinite sense of security. She noticed that during the week she was away, the food in the space had decreased significantly. Entering the war-torn area, the price of gold and silver had increased by more than 10 times. She checked the sales, and the quantity sold in the past couple of days had significantly dropped. It was likely that soon it would stabilize at a certain volume. The vegetable quantity was acceptable, but the meat quantity was still very low. They watched as the old men fearlessly led the way, recounting their past experiences, seemingly passing on some kind of knowledge. But when they arrived, accordingly, she received quite a variety of herbs, with some not even listed. The space could automatically recognize the names of herbs, and she saw useful ones to trade while canceling the useless ones. She directly found a place to plant them all. Things like 1,000-year ginseng and hisho were all top-quality herbs. However, they couldn't be dug, and some had already been harmed. The space conducted a selection, and the bad ones had been given a larger quantity to let them know that they needed to bring complete items to obtain what they wanted. Nanxi increased the quantity of farming tools and knives, added many bamboo baskets for convenience when going up the mountain, and placed large water tanks for them to use. And then there was salt. In primitive tribes, salt was in short supply. Only with salt could the body better replenish its needs. Nanxi had plenty of salt in her space, which when unwrapped became loose salt. There were also those who hunted prey and couldn't finish it, bringing it to trade. In these 7 days, Nanxi had already received a lot of game, several mountain pigs, foxes, leopards, and countless rabbits and wild chickens, although most were killed. She would clean them up and eat them when she had time. Nanxi also placed some ropes for trade. This time the number of exchange participants had increased significantly. There were also those seeking herbs. Nanxi placed a few boxes of antipyretics. They might not recognize the words, but there were shamans who could communicate with her shop. When Nanxi spoke here, they could hear her. With Gu Shizhou by her side, she communicated through thought. Nanxi thought about it, as some places in the primitive tribe had no fire sources, so she added some matches and flint. These items were something she stumbled upon. At that moment, unable to recall what else to bring, she exited the primitive area and entered the interstellar area, where everything she had placed for sale was sold out. The interstellar currency was enough to buy 2 space buttons. Without a second thought, Nanxi placed the order directly. Then she uploaded items to her Yulan Hall, which were clearly of better quality than the last batch and at a higher price. Nanxi took 2 space buttons and began to study the emerald bamboo pendant acquired for $0 from the antique shop last time. She couldn't discern its significance. She did wonder if this item might be a space like her Yulan necklace. She had already acknowledged ownership with her blood, so there was no need to recognize another. She decided to try the emerald bamboo with Chan Jialan. If it wasn't a space, it didn't matter. She could just give her one of the space buttons. Nanxi emerged, and the crops in the field were still not harvested. With a combined harvesting and tilling machine, the soil was already loosened well, and she directly used the machine to sow seeds. Nanxi had previously exhausted her spiritual power and slept 7 days and nights, so this time she dared not do so much at once. In the space, there was no sense of time. By the time her consciousness was drawn out from the space, Gu Shizhou had already opened his eyes, gazing at her with deep affection. Nanxi, thinking she had caught his little braid, awkwardly smiled. "You're awake." Nanxi had once exhausted her mental energy and slept for 7 days and nights, so this time she dared not undertake too many tasks at once. In the space, there is no concept of time. When her consciousness was pulled out of the space, Gu Shizhou had already opened his eyes, gazing at her with deep affection. Nanxi awkwardly smiled, thinking she had caught him off guard. "You're awake." "Yes." Gu Shizhou smiled, a hint of tenderness shining in his eyes. "Is there something wrong?" Nanxi nodded, rubbing her temples. "I haven't had a moment of rest, have I?" Her mental energy had not fully recovered, and controlling the space again to gather so many crops while tilling and sowing was indeed a bit strenuous. "Do you feel any discomfort?" He gently patted the back of her hand, asking with concern. "Of course I feel uncomfortable." Nanxi honestly replied, "Last time I slept for 7 days and nights, I felt some lingering effects. You held me while I slept, and now my hand is numb." Upon saying this, she realized she was actually acting spoiled towards Gu Shizhou. "I'm sorry," he said, terrified of losing her. These past few days he felt as if the sky had fallen. He couldn't bear to let her suffer. He busily rubbed her numb arms. Nanxi frowned slightly, wanting to say don't, but her hand was firmly held by him. Fortunately, this time he knew to be gentle, and the pressure he applied while massaging her was just right, quite comfortable. Nanxi felt warmth in her heart, thinking that if it could always be like this, it wouldn't be bad. Cuddled in his embrace, she quietly enjoyed the warmth and tranquility. She silently appreciated that this man could always bring her unspoken comfort and support. Gu Shizhou seemed to sense her emotions, pulling her into his arms. "Don't be afraid, I'll always be here for you." After experiencing this, Nanxi understood in her heart. She had already developed a dependence on this man. Perhaps she had come to like him. She obediently leaned against him, savoring the warmth he provided. If this moment could have a time limit, she hoped it would last a lifetime. "Let me give you a massage." Saying this, his hand had already reached her temples. He gently rubbed in circular motions, asking how the pressure felt. Nanxi greatly enjoyed the service brought to her by the man. After a while she was almost lulled to sleep by his massage before he finally let go. His hands did not stop moving downward to knead her shoulders and back. Having slept for so long she indeed felt some discomfort. Drinking some spiritual spring would make this fatigue disappear quickly. She hadn't had time to drink before, so she let him massage her, enjoying the experience of having the great Gu Zhangjiang serve her. Lay down. With that, Gu Ziz's voice came from above her head. Nanxi closed her eyes in enjoyment, letting out soft murmurs of pleasure as she relaxed. Our Gu Zhangjiang nearly lost his composure. Drinking some water in the space to recover her strength was a good idea as well. By the time they finished their massage, it was already dark outside. Chen Jialan came out of the study, turning towards their direction. Sister, are you up? Should we bring you some food? No need, we're going down now. Nanxi didn't want to be seen as useless. Sometimes she wondered how big their hearts were to allow Gu Shizhou, this big bad wolf, to lie in her bed. Well, she did not resist much. She wondered if it was too late to regret now. Gu Shizhou was well aware of her little thoughts. You will never escape from my grasp. Escape? I won't escape. Worst case, you'll support me for life. She casually replied. Gu Shizhou, however, answered very seriously, all right. Nanxi went downstairs by herself. Now that the Gu family was dining with them, of course the ingredients wouldn't come from their side. When it was time to cook, they would bring the ingredients over to prepare together. Now at the villa there were no flying insects. The water level from the typhoon had risen again, and a tornado approached, blowing so strongly that anyone standing outside would be blown down and things were being swept up into the sky. After finishing their meal, Nanxi and Gu Shizhou walked toward the vegetable shed. When they built the shed, they had already considered issues like typhoons. Thankfully the wind was strong tonight, but it couldn't lift the glass shed and the vegetables were growing well. Drainage had already been established around, preventing water from seeping inside. Most of the vegetables they were eating at home were from here. The fava beans and soybeans, relocated from other places, were now planted here, growing into a dense green patch. There were several more sheds with lights inside, allowing them to see the growth of the vegetables. As they exited the first shed, rain poured heavily, and the wind was even stronger, nearly blowing Nanxi away. Gu Shizhou grabbed her, shouting, the wind is too strong, we should go back. Their residence was at the mountaintop where the wind was strongest, and he worried Nanxi might be blown away. Today she had come not just to check the vegetables, but more to assess the situation. While Nanxi had been sleeping these past few days, Lan Zhan and the others already knew the apocalypse had arrived. Without waiting for her orders, they had preemptively secured the people on the farm and, if possible, moved them inside the house. Nanxi had previously set aside a building for everyone to park their vehicles and boats, and they had also brought back a large amount of firewood. All right, let's go back. Nanxi nodded, following his hand down the mountain. They quickly returned to their residence and closed the door. Aunt Su handed them towels. Wipe your faces. Gu Shizhou took the towel first, wiping Nanxi's face before helping her take off her raincoat. Seeing the two cleaned up, Chinfeng poured them a cup of warm water. Drink a bit to drive away the cold. Thank you, Dad. She now called Chinfeng Dad quite naturally. Hearing her call him Dad, Chinfeng revealed a warm smile as he took her empty cup. Your body has just recovered. Don't catch a chill by going out. Shizhou, you should keep an eye on her. Don't let her go wild. All right, Dad. Gu Shizhou's skin was thicker than the city wall, and calling Dad came effortlessly. He then motioned for Nanxi to sit beside him on the sofa. Nanxi hesitated for a moment, but still walked over and sat down next to Gu Shizhou. Beside this man, she always felt a sense of security. They sat there quietly for a while, listening to the rustling sound outside, quietly enjoying this warmth and tranquility. Gu Shizhou gently placed his hand on Nanxi's shoulder, leaning closer to her, and softly said, all along I have felt very lucky to have met you. Nanxi did not speak, but she could feel the emotions deep in his gaze, a tenderness and attachment that was enough to move her. That night more than a dozen of them sat together. Last time they played cards, this time. Lan Zhan suggested watching a horror movie. Unexpectedly, the most timid Chen Jialan was the first to step forward and agree. They looked at Nanxi. Having experienced the apocalypse, sometimes people were more terrifying than ghosts. Previously, she had downloaded a large number of movies and TV shows. She had been busy hoarding supplies and hadn't had the chance to sit together like tonight to watch a show. Mu Lin went to select the films. Nanxi and Gu Shizhou sat on the sofa holding hands and leaning closely against each other. Lan Zhan, Mu Lin, Uncle Yang, Aunt Su, Old Commander Gu, and Chen Jialan were seated on the other side. Zhang Jing and the others knew that Nanxi had woken up, so they came over to visit and casually sat down to watch a horror movie together. Fortunately, her house was spacious enough so they weren't afraid with so many people watching. Zhang Jing, Chen Jialan, Cheng Xian, and Ming Qianqian, who used to have lively personalities, had all been quite repressed over the past month. Even watching a horror movie, they huddled together nervously staring at the screen. Suddenly a thunderous boom echoed. A flash of lightning tore through the dark sky, followed by a loud crash, and the film transformed into a terrifying scene of corpses littering the ground at night. Lan Zhan had chosen the movie himself, and even as a grown man he felt afraid. The girls covered their mouths with their hands, too scared to continue watching. In the scene, a group of ruthless thugs walked through a dark alley following a few elderly men with white hair. Their plan was to carry out a murder and robbery on this newly fallen night. They watched as the old men fearlessly led the way, recounting their past experiences, seemingly passing on some kind of knowledge. But when they arrived at an abandoned factory, the atmosphere turned extremely terrifying. Inside the factory, some people were bound to torture racks, their faces contorted in agony, heads wrapped in white cloth, and their bodies stained with blood. They struggled to suppress the nausea rising within them and focus their attention on the movie. When a devilish man wielding a sharp blade appeared on screen, their courage finally ran out. Zhang Jing was the first to stand up, exclaiming, "This is too terrifying, I want to go home." Seated next to her, Chen Jialan, Cheng Xian, and Ming Qianqian began to tremble, covering their ears with their hands upon hearing her shout. Hua Yunxing was sitting next to Chen Jialan when she suddenly hugged him. His head buzzed, feeling lightheaded. She was actually hugging him. Suddenly the terror intensified, and he surprisingly sensed a hint of romance. Late at night, with the wind howling outside and the lights off, while watching a horror movie, it couldn't get any scarier. Gu Shizhou felt that spring had arrived for him. He shifted a little closer to Nanxi. Their legs were already touching. He was just waiting for Nanxi to lean into him. His gaze was fixed on her face. What Nanxi had experienced was beyond their imagination. Sometimes the human heart is scarier than ghosts. It was fine for her to watch, but at the crucial moment she still reached out. Gu Ziz's instinctive reaction was to hold her tightly, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Nanxi replied, I want some water." Gu Shizhou froze for a moment. "Oh, all right. I'll get it for you." As he handed her the water, he couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you scared?" Nanxi inquired, "Are you scared?" Gu Shizhou. Suddenly the screen went black and the projector emitted a sharp screech. The overhead lights went out, plunging the entire room into darkness. A heart-wrenching, piercing sound rang out, and Lan Zhan noticed that Chen Jialan sitting next to him was being grabbed by something. He heard her scream and quickly turned to look at her, seeing a black hand clutching her with something glinting in the light. In a split second, he reflexively grabbed that hand. It was a knife, and in an attempt to save the person next to him, he was stabbed. Lan Zhan had been stabbed in the abdomen. Ming Qianqian finally reacted, shouting, "Quick, call for help, there's a murderer." As the lights flickered back on, several men had already infiltrated the hall. A dozen men, still braving the rain and armed, charged in aggressively. They intended to kill them all. Gu Shizhou had already shot one down. Nanxi also wanted to take out a weapon and shoot these intruders. However, Gu Shizhou shielded her behind him and continued to shoot, taking down several more. Chen Feng and Yang Shulin protected those who couldn't fight. There were still more people outside trying to break in. Fortunately, they were not helpless either. After dealing with dozens of attackers, the chaos finally subsided. Chen Jialan had already helped Lan Zhan to the side for first aid. He had a fatal wound to his abdomen and was in critical condition. After the first aid, Nanxi poured him a cup of water, managing to pull him back from the brink of death. At this point, there were already problems elsewhere. What worried them the most was the elderly old Commander Gu. He was unafraid. He remained calm throughout, sitting steadily, and could still throw a few punches at anyone who approached him. Even with so many intruders, the situation elsewhere wasn't any better. Nanxi understood Gu Ziz's concerns, saying, "Go on. I'll take care of this here." After all, he was not her. He was a man and lives were at stake. He couldn't just stand by. Nanxi had no intention of stopping him. Gu Shizhou thought for a moment, leaving Yi Nanfeng and a few others behind while he dashed out. The entire hall was filled with the stench of blood. Nanxi could protect her family. "Nanfeng, you guys go too. The boss won't allow it." They were also very worried. "There's a safe room here, we won't be in danger there. You hurry." After Nanxi finished speaking, she and Uncle Yang helped Lan Zhan down to the basement. They shut the door at the top, and the security door locked with 3 layers. Once Yi Nanfeng and Hua Xingyun confirmed that their lives were not in danger, they charged out into the rain. Lan Zhan's injury had been treated. It was Mu Lin who carried him down. They placed him on a bed in the basement. Chen Jialan took care of him. When old Commander Gu came down, he naturally understood everything, looking at Nanxi with a probing expression. "You knew the apocalypse would come. Being an old fox for 1,000 years, Nanxi had no intention of lying. Yes. Do you mind if I go take a look? Since Grandpa Gu wants to see, feel free. She also had no intention of keeping this a secret forever. This basement was not the same as the one they trained in. The entrance was quite obscure, using mechanisms that people who didn't understand would never find. The more old Commander Gu looked, the more shocked he became. I didn't expect that at such a young age you would think so meticulously and be able to prepare in advance. This is still a basement. If he knew that there was not only a basement here, but also a safety passage, what would he think? As for Gu Shizhou, when those people invaded, he noticed that they were well-trained and probably belonged to some. Choosing to break in at this moment was likely because they had set their sights on the villa and wanted to claim it as their own. He rushed out and shot one in the head. Those people were equally fierce, fighting in the pouring rain at night, each one a cruel devil attacking anyone they saw. Blood stained the rainy night. The cries for help were drowned out by the howling wind and rain. Yi Niafeng shouted, "Boss, it's bad." Gu Shizhou and the others rushed towards his building. A heart-wrenching cry echoed from the first floor. Blood flowed down the stairs from the second floor to the first. Screams erupted amidst the chaos. As they dealt with the last person on the first floor, they rushed to the second floor and saw a man wielding a large machete about to strike a 7 or 80-year-old child who was so frightened that he could not even cry, trembling all over. Not far away, a pregnant woman with a large belly pleaded desperately, "Please save him, don't hurt my child. Whatever supplies you want I will give you, just save him." Several households on the second floor had already succumbed to death, their bodies sprawled in disarray and blood stained the hallway. Nearby, a few ruthless individuals were closing in on 2 other survivors. Upon seeing someone coming up, the man first looked at the guns in their hands, saying, "You actually brought weapons. Let go of the child." Yi Niafeng raised his gun, aiming at him. "Let him go. Do you think him a fool? Put down your gun, otherwise these few will die." The man's blade inched closer to the child, blood already oozing from his neck, trickling down along the edge of the knife. In this apocalyptic world, such a person could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, the one who would die would be himself. Gu Shizhou looked at the child, then back at the pregnant woman. Her condition was already dire. Being pregnant at this moment was practically a death sentence. "You can't take the villa, this is the truth. Let you few have a way out," Gu Shizhou said coldly. The man spat at him. "Do you think him an idiot? With your few broken guns, those bullets have been fired for so long, haven't they run out? Then you can try." Gu Shizhou raised his hand and shot at one of them. The silencer made it silent. The man suddenly fell. He charged towards the pregnant woman at lightning speed, his gun more lethal, instantly killing several of them, including the man with the knife aimed at the child. "Don't be afraid, we're here," Gu Shizhou shouted loudly. The pregnant woman's eyes were filled with fear and helplessness, but Gu Ziz's firm words gave her a glimmer of comfort. Niafeng rushed to the child and picked him up. A few others did not let up firing at them. Bang! One shot was fired towards Gu Shizhou. Gu Shizhou sidestepped and returned fire. The man suddenly collapsed. Quick, take the people inside the house. While fiercely resisting the enemy's attack, they protected the others and moved towards a safe place. But just then someone took advantage of his unpreparedness and attacked from behind. Gu Shizhou quickly sensed the danger, dodged to the side, but was still hit in the arm by a bullet. Blood stained his sleeve. Hua Xingyun shouted, "Boss, be careful." "Damn it, get him." "Yes." Gu Shizhou couldn't afford to care about his injury, pressing down on the wound while continuing to engage with the enemy. Several people managed to hide inside the house under their protection. However, the situation in the building remained severe. They had to quickly eliminate these people to ensure the safety of everyone in the villa. Fortunately, soon their comrades also came down from the upper floors. They fought with increasing courage, their eyes filled with determination and ferocity. After dealing with the scum in this building, they charged out and continued to fight in other buildings. Rainwater mixed with blood streamed down their faces, but it did not diminish their murderous intent in the slightest. Others in the villa had already rushed out from their floors, joining the fight. The rain continued to fall as if to wash away all this bloody chaos. Everyone knew that if they could not repel the enemy tonight, the entire villa would fall into an irretrievable abyss. Time and again they gripped their weapons tightly. 1-2. Gu Shizhou was shot and could not hold on for much longer, but he had no choice but to stay switching to his left hand as his right hand was injured. Bullets kept firing and more people fell. Nanxi rushed out, seeing Gu Shizhou covered in blood, her gun crazily firing at the enemies. Until the last enemy fell, Gu Shizhou also collapsed in a pool of blood. Nanxi picked him up and ran while Qin Jialan had been waiting at home. Seeing her return before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed the person behind Nanxi. He was shot. Quick, help him take out the bullet. Nanxi had never been so flustered, her voice trembling as she spoke. She had already forgotten that this was not the first time he had been injured. Chen Jialan was ready with a medical kit, quickly taking out scissors to cut away his clothes, applying anesthetic, using a scalpel to open the wound, extracting the bullet with tweezers, applying medicine to stop the bleeding, and stitching it up. She also confirmed that he had no other injuries. Throughout the process, Gu Shizhou held onto her hand tightly. His pants were still wet. She asked Nanfeng to come over and change them for him. When she tried to let go, he wouldn't allow it. Nanfeng was unwilling. If the boss found out that his pants were changed by him, he would probably lose his life. Nanfeng, you take good care of the boss. After such a big incident tonight, I will go see how the others are doing. Saying this, he took Chen Jialan away with him. Gulao Xiling was a clever person, saying that old man am too old to help. He turned around and Nanxi had no choice but to gently pat his hand. Shizhou, let go of my hand. I will go get you some water to clean the blood off you. Don't go, don't leave me. Gu Shizhou felt as if he was about to die. He had not even married Nanxi yet. No, please. But his consciousness was hazy, and he had no strength left to hold on to Mu Nanxi's hand. Mu Nanxi did not pull away but whispered in his ear, "It's okay, I will get you some water. Just drink a little and sleep." His pants were soaked. They needed to be changed, otherwise it would be very uncomfortable. He wouldn't let go. Only Chen Feng was at home. Chen Jialan and the others had already gone to check on the other injured. If it weren't for everyone uniting against the external threat, it wouldn't have ended so quickly. More people meant more strength, but correspondingly, there were more matters to handle. Mu Nanxi just wanted to live well in this apocalypse. As for others, whether they lived or died, she truly had little feeling. It was just that everyone lived together, united against the outside world. This time, having such a big oversight, allowing someone to sneak in silently, was simply an insult. After Gu Shizhou fell asleep, this matter needed to be investigated properly to see where the problem lay. Chen Feng brought her towels and warm water. Mu Nanxi wiped the blood off his face. His body was also stained with blood. After changing the water several times, it finally became clean. The pants were taken off by Chen Feng. She covered him with a blanket. After Chen Feng left Gu Shizhou, whether from exhaustion or fainting, she gently let go of his hand. She poured a cup of spring water, and in Gu Ziz's semi-conscious state, she fed it to him little by little. Gu Shizhou was indeed thirsty, and upon tasting that familiar flavor, finished half a bowl in no time. After all, the last time he recovered so quickly relied on this water. As for Chen Jialan's side, it was troublesome. The previous pregnant woman was so frightened that she had been unable to give birth. "I've never done a cesarean section, it's not feasible." She had never delivered a baby before, she couldn't do it.